Chapter 1. An unexpected interception of Tang San's student quota in the realm of Dolawa continent. Nestled within the quaint Saint Soul village, the village earned its name due to the emergence of a formidable soul sage from its midst. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the landscape, a 6-year-old boy busied himself in the small yard in front of a thatched cottage, tending to a few domestic fowl. He hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits evidently high. His name was Lin Xiao, a traveler from a distant star known as Earth once. A careless otaku, disbelieving in the light, inadvertently hurled him into this fantastical world. Lin Xiao accepted the reality with remarkable ease. For only the most handsome individuals were destined to traverse realms. There was simply no other way. Today marked a significant milestone as he awakened a tree-type martial soul, not a worthless one, boasting an innate soul power of level 5 in the eyes of Su Yuntao, the lone wolf. This was deemed slightly more valuable than the so-called worthless blue-silver grass martial soul of a soul master with full innate soul power. He chuckled to himself, for he had fortuitously secured the village's coveted student quota. Surely, this was not his fault. After all, Tang Hao and his son had been rather secretive. Tang San's martial soul was far from being the inferior blue-silver grass. Even without awakening the blue-silver emperor bloodline, it was at least a blue-silver king martial soul coupled with a Xian Tiangong. He had transformed his inner force into soul power, cultivating it to full innate capacity. The hammer martial soul would not be easily revealed, yet unfortunately, some remained oblivious to its true potential. Is this considered an unexpected interception? Lin Xiao mused with a smile. In this classic setting of a novice village, was it merely intended for me to follow alongside the protagonist's entourage, idly basking in their triumphs? Such a notion was inconceivable. Aligning with Tang San would only entangle him in unnecessary karma. For one who possessed foreknowledge of the plot, it was akin to inviting trouble. Moreover, it was widely acknowledged that with the formidable arrival of the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall, the clamor to overthrow the rebel Tang San grew increasingly fervent, tipping the scales heavily against him. The sentiments of the audience were understandable in their youth. They had naively fixated on a monkey brandishing a staff to protect a monk, missing the broader narrative entirely. Now, they had merely gained a modicum of wisdom. What ill intentions could they harbor? Thus, Tang San was now barred from attending the academy. Coincidentally, just yesterday, when Xiao Huahua from the adjoining Doma village awakened his martial soul, he had met with an unfortunate self-immolation. In celebration of his own enrollment, Lin Xiao returned merrily today after indulging in a lavish banquet, also bringing back a generous portion of leftovers. Now he gathered some blue-silver grass to feed his poultry. 6 years. I have finally taken the first step towards becoming a soul master. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle. Without becoming a soul master, one would forever remain a mere waste. Except for Yu Xiaojiang, of course. One must concede that blue-silver grass was quite a valuable resource here. Not only did it nourish rabbits and livestock, but it also plumped up the poultry. The best part was that it cost nothing and was abundantly available. Suppressing his restless thoughts, Lin Xiao reflected. What use is a tree martial soul? Surely, its growth potential and future soul master trajectory must hold greater promise. He sought solace in self-reassurance. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. After all, he lacked a powerful father figure, a notable background, or any form of inheritance. He did not even possess a system to aid him. He could only seize the moment and be content with his lot. Primarily, it was the absence of the phrase waste martial soul from Su Yuntao that left him in a state of unease. Sprinkling some blue-silver grass, the poultry feasted contentedly. Lin Xiaoshan, an orphan by birth, had been raised by villagers benefiting from the martial soul hall's assistance. He had managed to become self-sufficient and now possessed his own modest cottage. Lacking agricultural skills, he resorted to poultry farming for sustenance. Leading a simple life that at least spared him from starvation. Without strength or external aids, his mantra was merely to serve Avino recklessness, no pretentiousness. Suddenly, a notification chimed, rendering his chicken leg unappetizing. It had arrived, sister. Oh no, the system is eternal. Although it had taken a bit longer than expected, he quickly washed his hands, dashed into his small abode, and sat upon his bed. Ding! The hatching simulator system is activating. 99 complete hatching simulator? What purpose does it serve? A virtual panel manifested within Lin Xiaoshan's mental realm. If there was anything remarkable about it, it was its elliptical shape. The host could perform 1 hatching simulation each day, acquiring rewards such as martial souls, soul rings, soul bones, domains, deities, and celestial herbs. The rewards were randomly gathered from the essence of the celestial forces, with their quality determined by a certain probability. Deities can be hatched. Lin Xiaoshan was astounded. his expression darkening immediately after. Needless to say, the higher the quality of the reward, the lower the probability of hatching it. In his past life, he was a misfortunate soul, not a lucky one. Such a game of chance was akin to a cruel jest, yet he could also imagine the joy of winning the lottery. Ding! The host may now proceed with the first hatching simulation. With a mere thought, Lin Xiaoshan commanded. Hatch. The system appeared extravagant, yet the operation was not overly complex. Having it was certainly better than not. In an instant, a colossal stone egg materialized beside him. A virtual simulation, it was absorbing some form of celestial energy, solidifying into a tangible entity, harboring mysterious rewards. Given the limited space of his bed, the egg's emergence forced him to leap down. I suppose to hatch this? He pondered, bewildered. Such a size. How could one hatch it? He couldn't possibly sleep while cradling it at night. It was utterly bizarre. At that moment, a ruckus erupted outside, a deep and resonant voice calling out Lin Xiaoshan. Come out and meet me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoshan's brow furrowed. It was a voice he recognized. Tang Hao. What could he possibly want at such a late hour? He muttered to himself, could it be? A realization struck him. Damn it. I knew Su Yuntao wouldn't utter those words, waste martial soul for no reason. After all, while Tang San was oblivious, Tang Hao was well informed. Would he persuade Tang San to abandon his admission? Coming, he replied briefly, realizing that rewards from the hatching would have to wait. How should he confront the continent's youngest title Dua, the man who had once struck the Pope of the martial soul hall? He rose and departed, and the stone egg in the room soon began to ripple with silvery waves, adorned with exquisitely intricate dragon-like patterns, accented by violet lines. Simultaneously, at the heart of the Star-Doe forest, by the shores of the Lake of Life, a disturbance stirred. A dormant power was compelled to awaken. Uncontrollably consumed by another bizarre force, it was elemental. Lin Xiao stepped outside, observing Tang Hao, who had long appeared to be worn and weary, now displaying a flicker of emotion. He inquired, what brings you here? Tang Hao, often seen as despondent within the village, garnered little respect from the townsfolk. Lin Xiao feigned ignorance. Tang Hao glanced at the poultry pecking at the blue-silver grass, his brow furrowing momentarily before easing. He stated directly, the Junior Soul Master Academy Little San is eager to attend. In his perspective, it was his son who deserved the student quota. With the confirmation of Tang San's dual martial souls, his previously disheartened demeanor underwent a radical transformation. This exclusive spot must be contested, yet must remain concealed as anticipated by Lin Xiao. He remarked, the Spirit Hall has already issued me a certificate. I regret to inform you that I will not relinquish the student quota. Each village is allotted only one quota. Had he not appeared, this scene would not have transpired. Tang Hao underestimated the child's resolve, not foreseeing Lin Xiao's outright refusal. Rest assured, you may transfer the quota to Little San. I shall make other arrangements, and you will also reap certain benefits. Benefits? Are they more substantial than admission? Tang Hao shot him a cold glance. Little San possesses innate full soul power, surpassing yours. This quota rightfully belongs to him. Lin Xiao's tone turned frosty. Regrettably, he possesses a useless martial soul. Foolishness. Tang Hao's anger simmered beneath the surface. The blue-silver emperor was his sore spot. How dare outsiders label it a useless martial soul? Now, his son's opportunity for the student quota was also lost. How could he endure this? Today, whether you allow it or not, you shall. Chapter 2. This is a role-playing game. Noticing Tang Hao's evident ire, Lin Xiao was reluctant to provoke a hidden title that he was not one to be trifled with. Indeed, Tang Hao's temperament was already volatile, coupled with Tang San's claims regarding his so-called useless martial soul. It was entirely reasonable for him to feel aggrieved now that the student quota had fallen into Lin Xiao's hands. Was it my fault? If blame is to be cast, let it be on his reluctance to reveal the truth. He was merely reaping the consequences of his own choices. And what of Su Yuntao? An innate, full soul power martial soul is exceedingly rare. To withhold reporting it's simply due to a useless martial soul is utterly laughable. With a cold snort, he declared, what if I refuse? Lin Xiao was not a mere 6-year-old child. Tang Hao was gravely mistaken if he believed him to be just an orphan adept at herding geese. He would not be easily intimidated. Tang Hao suddenly felt that Lin Xiao was extraordinary. Other children kept their distance, intimidated into silence by his presence. Yet Lin Xiao's character was inscrutable, exhibiting a remarkable maturity. Not willing? You may certainly attempt. He extended his hand directly. Hand over the recommendation letter to me, and you shall not regret it. Moreover, my patience is not boundless. Were it not for the fear of exposing himself and bringing trouble to Tang San, with his title as a Doa, it would be exceedingly simple for him to secure his son's admission. Regrettably, All the academies are currently under the control of the Spirit Hall, and the Spirit Hall is intent on hunting him down. He dared not take the risk. Following the standard admission procedure is the most prudent course of action, facilitating his son's enrollment. What does it matter if he employs a touch of cunning? After all, no one here would recognize him as the illustrious Hao Ian. Lin Xiao sensed a subtle, yet palpable pressure. It was discomforting as one privy to the storyline. This opportunity rightfully belonged to Tang San, yet by a twist of fate, it now fell upon him. To relinquish it now felt all the more galling. At that moment, Tang San hurried, overseeing his father in anger. He quickly sought to console him. Father. The years under his father's stern rule were never forgotten by Tang San. Tang Hao was an exceedingly serious man. When his father was furious, he had to cook for 3 years. Tang Hao's expression remained unchanged. Xiao San, why are you here? Quickly returned Tang San replied. Father, I shall not enroll, I will stay to cook for you. He harbored another martial soul in secret. Thus feeling quite helpless regarding the Spirit Hall's officials' proof, it was unreasonable otherwise. If he revealed his hammer, the working student position would undoubtedly be as Tang Hao was frustrated. What future is there in cooking? Your talents should be utilized where they truly belong. The ignorant official of the Spirit Hall knows not the significance of innate, full spirit power. This position was meant for you, Xiao San. Tang San replied solemnly. Father, I am aware. Then he turned to Lin Xiao and stated, Lin Xiao, quickly apologized to my father. The unspoken implication was that otherwise, one would face retribution. He and Lin Xiao were rivals, and they had little interaction in daily life. However, he certainly did not wish to witness Tang Hao's wrath. Lin Xiao quietly observed the exchange between the father and a son. Apologize? Why should I apologize? I have done nothing wrong from the beginning. Tang San contemplated. Indeed, Lin Xiao was unaware of the circumstances. Moreover, that official was woefully incompetent, or else the working student position would unquestionably have been his. For his innate talent far surpassed that of Lin Xiao. He said, Lin Xiao, there are matters beyond your comprehension, but in this instance my father is in the right. The working student position is inherently mine. Therefore, if you apologize to my father, this position shall be relinquished to you. Damn, such audacity. Lin Xiao could not restrain himself from cursing. In black and white, the position bears my name, Lin Xiao. There is no reason for you to offer it to me, and an apology is out of the question. He was immersed in his role, primarily as a traveler familiar with the plot. Yet, from the perspective of a commoner in Doluwa continent, the injustice was blinding. He could not yield. Is it not simply a matter of noble lineage? Tang San, too, was merely playing a role, a cunning individual alongside Tang Hao. The formidable Tang Hao, even more so, was a figure of unparalleled arrogance, a sovereign of the Hao Yin, juxtaposed with the unremarkable identity of a blacksmith. This led to an exceedingly chaotic scene. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. He yearned to wield his mighty hammer to demonstrate his prowess to Lin Xiao, to earn his respect. Yet his father forbade him from revealing his true strength too easily, for such a revelation would undermine the current situation. Let us compete. I shall prove, through my might, that the spot for the work-study student rightfully belongs to me. Then let us fight. Lin Xiao responded resolutely. Thus, a rivalry was forged, stemming from a mere misunderstanding. As long as Tang Hao refrained from intervening, who among them was not youthful and impetuous? At worst, one could adopt a path of adversity, for fortunes may change in 30 years. Tang Hao furrowed his brow. He was not keen on witnessing a brawl, merely wishing to intimidate. Yet Lin Xiao proved to be unexpectedly tenacious. He had nearly resolved to abandon the confrontation. Just as he was about to intervene, he suddenly sensed a formidable presence emanating from the house behind Lin Xiao, one that sent a chill down his spine. His countenance paled instantly. Little San, step back, he exclaimed, pulling Tang San away by 10 paces. With a grave expression, he instinctively inquired, Lin Xiao, what is that? Surely, within Lin Xiao's abode, he must have known. A subtle silver glow gave him an overwhelming sense of peril. He murmured to himself, it is the aura of a spirit beast. This was something Tang Hao understood all too well. Could it be that Lin Xiao harbored a powerful spirit beast? How could that be? Was it perhaps one he had raised himself? He was utterly bewildered. Tang San, too, was taken aback, his heart racing, as Tang Hao's transformation had caught him off guard. He discreetly glanced at Tang Hao, muttering to himself, Father's earlier reaction is a blacksmith. Even without employing his soul power, Tang San could discern the extraordinary speed demonstrated by Tang Hao. What could possibly be in that house to evoke such anxiety in his father? Lin Xiao, realizing the gravity of the situation, acknowledged that his perception was far inferior to that of Tang Hao. The house began to emanate a faintly discernible silver power, Its light subtle yet soothing, it appeared that the incubation simulator was finally on the verge of yielding rewards. He merely wondered what they might be. Calmly, he stated, "That is my possession, and it is of no concern to you." Lin Xiao was reluctant to allow the Tang father and son to witness this should the commotion escalate. It would surely disturb the villagers, a most unwelcome outcome. However, as fate would have it, an incident of this nature unfolded. Would they attempt to seize it from him? Tang Hao's gaze turned steely. A powerful spirit beast lay concealed within Lin Xiao's dwelling. It appeared that Lin Xiao was entirely oblivious to it. Yet, forcibly claiming the student position paled in comparison to possessing a formidable spirit beast. His own son would greatly benefit from it. A thought flickered in his mind. "Lin Xiao, surrender it to me, or you will bring calamity upon the village," he advised earnestly. Tang sensed the peculiar atmosphere and hastily interjected, "Lin Xiao, my father would never harm you. Please, hand it over. I shall relinquish my spot to you. What on earth? Even a cornered rabbit may bite in a moment of conflict." Tang Hao was intent on seizing his reward. Such audacity. However, before Lin Xiao could respond, the door of the room was forcefully flung open by an overwhelming presence. A shimmering silver aura began to ripple and then dissipated, as if it were being drawn back into the void. Following this, a figure emerged, indistinct yet undeniably extraordinary in its outline. "Can you bear what I entrust to you?" A voice, ethereal and hauntingly beautiful, resonated through the air. Its gentle tone belied an undeniable authority that demanded obedience. Even Tang Hao could not perceive the breathtaking silhouette as the exquisite figure gracefully swept her jade hand, slowly retracting her pair of dragon horns. "If only I could be taken along. I would have the pleasure of meeting Ace and Sabo. Wouldn't that be delightful? Luffy, come with me. I shall lead you to a new realm of training." "No, Vinci, save me." Little Luffy struggled desperately, while the words beside him brimmed with enthusiasm. His large eyes filled with anticipation. Carp cast a glance at the frail Vinci, perplexed. "This lad seems rather excited. What is his purpose? What is his name?" "I aspire to grow stronger. My full name is Kiki D. Vinci." "Oh, of the D clan?" Carp chuckled heartily, signaling for him to be taken away. "I am destined for a comeback. I shall set sail early with Sabo, infiltrate Dragon S organization, and in the future, become a capable second-in-command." Yet, when the Vice Admiral seized him, he heard Carp declare, "Take this lad directly to the warship. I will entrust Luffy to the Dayton family." What? Curse it. This plotline has taken a turn for the worse. No, I do not wish to be cast away from the main storyline. In this unfamiliar territory, I would be utterly crushed. How can I continue to play the role of the pig to eat the tiger? Even Vinci contemplated fleeing. Yet his attempt met with a tragically dismal failure. His aide-de-camp shadowed him relentlessly, leaving no room for resistance. All his efforts proved futile. It was truly unexpected that this unassuming individual possessed such formidable strength. Alas, life seems devoid of hope. What is there to lament? You are destined to become a great warrior. Rise and persist in your training. In despair, Vinci turned back and resolutely rose to join the training that matched the intensity faced by his fellow soldiers. With tears streaming down his face, he performed push-ups, sit-ups, ran, wielded his sword, and lifted his firearm, all while practicing his punches. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, it took him a fortnight to finally encounter Carp. As the warship set sail to confront a recently audacious band of pirates, the lieutenant reported that 3 new factions of promising pirates had emerged in the East Sea, providing an excellent opportunity for the soldiers to hone their skills. The notion of honing skills implied that dealing with these raucous and troublesome miscreants would be a mere formality. Vinci internally grumbled, while Carp leisurely devoured scallops on his recliner. "Hey, you little rascal, I have already pledged to fulfill Luffy's request and train you diligently, preparing you to become his first mate." "Foolish boy, how could that be? I intend to groom you into an admiral of the Navy." "Luffy, that disobedient brat, must also follow this path. It's all Shank's fault for leading him astray." Vincent inadvertently revealed his innermost thoughts. "Kill me now. I aspire to be the pirate king. Do not even think about compelling me to work for Akainu in the future. What nonsense are you spouting? I might just hand you over to Sakazuki. Fear not. Once we deal with the petty thief, we shall venture to the Grand Line and entrust you to Akiji." Overwhelmed by despair, he realized that his escape routes had already been predetermined. What hope remained? Just as his calculations crumbled, their ship, adrift on the ocean for a week, was suddenly besieged by cannon fire. A skull and crossbones pirate flag emerged upon the waves. The figure seemed to be named Unerring Calculation, adorned with 2 embroidered turds on his suit. Seemingly a specter in a frenzied state. Ah, indeed, a renewed sense of hope surged as he eagerly stood upon the deck. The captain of this vessel must be the steward from the island where Lysmith resided. The pirate crew was known as the Cat Pirates, led by the clawed Captain Kuro, with the hypnotist Zango serving as the first mate. I must flee at once, confounded. I shall board the ship and reclaim my life as a pirate. However, at this moment, other soldiers were also eager to engage. Having fortuitously encountered one of the 3 major pirate crews of the East Blue, a splendid opportunity for practice. Opportunities like this are fleeting. Carp, bleary-eyed, caught a glimpse and waved his hand dismissively, returning to slumber, causing half a bag of roasted scallops to tumble to the deck. Charge. The soldiers surged forward en masse, leaving only 4 individuals outside the fray: the slumbering Carp, the unflinching first mate, the composed Captain Kuro, and the poised hypnotist waiting for the perfect moment. Of course, there was a 5th individual attempting to sneak into the enemy's ranks, alas, Vincent, who could neither swim nor risk being mistakenly killed. What to do, even in a frenzied state? Couldn't he overpower Carp? How could he slip in? The battle intensified as the hypnotist, wielding his small rings, advanced through the ranks, injuring the untrained soldiers. Humph. To be a general of the enemy and yet sleep through the battle, this is your downfall. Watch as I put you to sleep. Zango stood confidently before Carp, brandishing his rings with assurance. Vinci was on the brink of madness. How could one hypnotize a person already in slumber? With a resounding thud, the first mate Zhang collapsed onto the deck, having inadvertently hypnotized himself. Foolishness. What kind of person attempts to hypnotize someone who is already fast asleep? As the lieutenant raised a megaphone and proclaimed loudly, "We have captured your first mate. If you wish to see him live, you must fight valiantly. Only through fierce combat can you ensure his safety." This fool had merely put himself into a hypnotic state. While there are instances of hostage negotiations, one does not typically encourage the enemy to escalate their aggression. The lieutenant smirked, a rare glimmer of joy lighting his face. This was all part of our training plan. We will soon encounter 2 other pirate crews for practice. Onward, young warriors. Thank you for your kind words. The poor Vinci managed a perfunctory smile, feeling as if millions of plump orange cats were darting through his mind. Carp was truly a disrespectful old fool, concocting schemes more insidious than those of pirates themselves. Who, then, is the true pirate? Vinci, in a fit of madness, seized a kitchen knife and rushed out, unable to endure any longer, determined to engage in battle. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Due to excessive emotions, you have unlocked the new kitchen knife, the wrathful heavy knife. What use is it? Well, the name is rather pleasant. Wouldn't you agree? Leave me be. Do not bother me until the battle concludes. Very well, came the system's cheeky response. Fuming with rage, Vinci plunged into the fray of pirates. Get lost. He cursed at the system, while others hurled insults at him, unaware of which wretched soul had kicked him. As the battle drew to a close, his health stood at 20,100. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. That kick had been merciless, causing him excruciating pain. Another strike would surely spell his doom. Weak and furious, Vinci stealthily retreated to the side of the snoring Carp, squatting on the deck, drawing circles while weeping and lamenting. It infuriates me. After finally consuming the devil fruit and being reborn, how could I be so utterly useless? The indifferent first mate bound the hypnotist Zhang with a rope. This is the essence of the kitchen knife fruit. The wielder not only becomes weaker, but also diminishes the power of their opponent's attacks. With a wide grin, he resolved to endure and no longer be a mere target. He must strive to withstand countless blows. After a brief respite, having regained little health, he dashed into the kitchen and indulged in a frenzied feast, consuming various foods. His health points surged by 1,5, continuously replenishing. It was imperative to recover swiftly and venture forth to endure several strikes. However, as Vinci ate, a thought struck him. When had he become so reckless? Why not live a good life instead of courting danger? Meanwhile, Cap slightly opened one eye, smiled, and returned to his slumber. Young Vinci sprinted forth, his sights set on the nearest pirate wielding a knife. Having spent over 10 minutes consuming food to regain health, The sustenance in his belly had yet to fully digest. Concurrently, those still alive on the battlefield had mostly been reduced to critical health. Above each individual floated a health bar, and one such swordsman was named Jim. His health, 37,200, a swordsman of bronze mid-tier. In this systematized world of pirates, various evolutionary paths existed. There were the swordmasters of blades, the gunners of firearms, the formidable martial artists, the fruit users, and the enhancement of overall attributes through hockey. Each specialization's ascension was termed as leveling up: bronze, silver, gold, purple crystal, diamond. And with his health equating to 100 points, his attack power was lamentably feeble at merely 5, sufficient for 2 strikes. He crouched behind the hatch, scanning for a long while until he finally identified a pirate hiding behind, ready to take a shot. This fellow, named Matthew, wielded a revolver in one hand and a knife in the other. Most likely, he had been battered for quite some time before retreating. A swordsman of mid-bronze rank, with a health of 12,200. Onward. To seize the opportunity is my path. With a swoosh, he charged into the crowd, leveraging his youthful agility to sprint wildly. While it may be disgraceful to dart between legs, the struggle for survival is not an easy one. Vinci resolved to courageously confront Matthew. A battle of life and death. The down-and-out swordsman against the cunning yet feeble adversary. The kitchen knife system interjected timely. Silence, you insufferable system. Could you refrain from interjecting? His weakness and my strength render us equal. Very well, an ultimate contest of fairness, a duel between a pirate wielding both blade and firearm and a nascent chivalrous boy. Humph. I concede that you possess a modicum of discernment. With a heart full of righteousness, Vinci charged directly at Matthew. Where did this little imp come from? Underestimating your enemy is undoubtedly the reason for your inevitable defeat. With a single strike of the kitchen knife, he turned behind him and bellowed. The chaos of battle still raging behind him, feeling utterly detached from it all. As the ancients wisely stated, one should conceal their accomplishments and fame. Success in slaying Jim granted him an experience boost of 26, while Matthew's demise awarded an additional 35. His combat level now stood at 3, with an experience pool of 3,250. Automatic attribute allocation was successful: attack 15, speed 10, defense 45. Fruit proficiency increased by 70, having surpassed the bronze mid-tier. His proficiency now stood at 20200, with sword mastery at the bronze beginner level, 80,100, and health at 102200. With his heart racing, Vince lay beside the snoring carp. Sensing that this battle was nearing its conclusion, and it appeared that Chloe's pirate crew was no match for this group of survivors. Congratulations, fruit proficiency has increased. Awakening the passive skill, Cleaver Chrysanthemum Slash. This skill, which you have personally named, grants a 100 critical damage bonus when attacking an enemy's weak point. TCH. What a worthless system. I learned this on my own, yet it insists on attributing it to an awakening post-system gift. How shameless. Grumbling in dissatisfaction, he turned to see Zango still in a deep slumber. Wait a moment, if I dispatch this fellow, how much experience will I gain? With that thought, he resolved to take action, embodying the principle that decisive action always surpasses mere theoretical discourse. In a state of self-induced hypnosis, the slumbering first mate Zango instinctively sensed a lurking, sinister presence approaching. Upon awakening with a start, he beheld Vince, grinning and brandishing a cleaver. Hey, isn't anyone going to intervene with this in turn? His intentions seem rather dubious. Realizing he was bound, Zango panicked and shouted, how could he possibly escape Carp's restraints? Ha! Perish at my hands and become a soul claimed by my blade. With a swift kick, Vinci struck Zhangao, planting his foot firmly on the latter's leg. The hypnotist Zhangao felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something amiss. Why must one consider angles when it comes to murder? What do you intend to do? You insolent brat? He exclaimed. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely thought that using a kitchen knife for a more delicate incision would mitigate the damage, came the reply. That name carries a rather dubious implication. I harbor suspicions about you. Nonsense. I'm just a child. How could I be anything but innocent? Suddenly, With a swift motion, Zhang Hao succumbed to unconsciousness, a single strike enough to inflict immense pain, though not fatal. Wenci, we cannot abuse him. Come quickly. We must head to the infirmary to tend to your wounds. The battle is drawing to a close. The bespectacled lieutenant gently urged him to leave, while Wenci, filled with reluctance, frequently glanced back. The bandaging of his wounds took a brief 10 minutes, and upon emerging, the skirmish was nearly at its end. However, Kailu had captured 2 soldiers, demanding the life of the first mate as ransom. Mr. Bogut, I aspire to be a pirate. You must first grow strong enough, otherwise, you will face beatings, or worse, death. Wenci nodded in agreement. There was wisdom in that statement. As they exited the cabin, negotiations were underway. The soldiers released in exchange bore minor injuries from their struggles but remained conscious. Zhang Hao had indeed been taken by the pirates. He lay in a state of unconsciousness, leaving a trail of blood behind him, a truly pitiful sight. Let us go, Kailu commanded. It is said that from that day forth, he gradually faded from existence. While Zhang Hao fell into despair, his strength significantly diminished. How could Bogut and Buggy possess such formidable strength? Shouldn't he be merely a clown? As Vinci stepped onto the wooden plank, the moment the cannon fire had subsided, both sides would engage in close combat. Do you comprehend why Admiral Karp would confront the enemy directly today? He is, after all, the hidden 5th Emperor of the world. Nonsense, he cursed inwardly. Shouldn't the 5th Emperor be Luffy? How could it possibly be that fool Buggy? Humph, it is laughable. Shanks, the red-haired, was crowned the 4th Emperor at the age of 30, while Rayleigh continues to roam freely, never having been captured. The ship's doctor, who once extended the life of the ailing Roger, has returned to guard the passage from the East Sea to the Grand Line. While the whereabouts of the other crew members remain unknown, let us not forget, they possess a considerable number of individuals aboard with the power of Conqueror's Haki. A king commands the respect of another king. This is the true essence of the Pirate King's formidable strength. Indeed, upon careful reflection, Wenci realized that the Roger pirates were indeed extraordinary, teeming with formidable talents. If our deductions are correct, they have remained in the East Blue in search of the old captain's son, rallying behind him to crown him the new Pirate King. The ship's doctor guarded the exit, while Rayleigh loitered in the Sabaody archipelago, a crucial passage to the New World. The red-haired pirate, having ascended to a lofty position, made his appearance, while Buggy has been steadily amassing power in the East Blue. In that moment, upon uncovering the truth, Wenci felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary. A sharp slap from the first mate jolted him from his thoughts. You fool, what are you contemplating? Why the grim demeanor as if facing imminent death? Go on. It will be easy to blend in later. He grasped the heavy, blood-stained kitchen knife with resolve. The tumultuous sea lay under a shroud of darkness. Ha ha ha, Carp. You old monster, I cannot possibly lose. I will surely find Captain Roger's son. Dream on. The son of the devil has long perished. How could that scoundrel Roger have a son? Impossible. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I shall remain in the East Blue to find him. This era belongs to Pirate King Roger. Silence. You are merely clinging to the cruel remnants of a bygone era. The Pirate King is dead. With a resounding punch, a flash of lightning struck. The red cloak enveloped Carp, concealing him behind the immense visage of the clown, heralding what would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Certainly. For I shall endeavor to penetrate deep within and place you in a safe haven. You must adapt to your new identity, young Vinci. Understood. For the first time, had already set an ambush to injure the former captain of the Sun Pirates, Tiger, that long-haired vice-admiral. Come on, brothers. Slaying this elite vice-admiral would be a tremendous feat. One strike each. Let us not fight over the spoils. Hey, you fool. Fire a shot from a distance and aim for his head. The swordsmen capable of moonwalking in the air, as well as distant snipers, were stealthily launching their attacks. Bullets whizzed past, the sound of the wind slicing through the air. Hidden within the folds of his clothing, once he gazed down at the ocean's surface. Waves erupted violently at the impact of each sword strike, crashing upon the sea. Is this the essence of true strength? What if it were Zoro, the world's greatest swordsman? 2 years hence? I must strive harder. The commotion outside the cloak indicated they had moved away from the ocean and onto the ship's deck. He must be attempting to uncover our secrets. We must stop him. Understand, you worthless Vic, allowing Bogart to reach the ship. Edwin, flee. even if he is strong. He cannot contend against all of us. With a swift motion, the aide guided Vinci, shielding him from all sides. In the kitchen. You shall make do with that worn-out cleaver. What right does a mere apprentice have to wield a pristine knife? He proclaimed with disdain. I shall inevitably rise to become the finest chef, surpassing you. With a scoff, the suspicious and wary middle-aged pirate cast a glance at the disheveled Vincent before storming out. Vinci clung to the window for an extended period, until he was certain that Bogart had broken through the encirclement. The battle in the skies raged for a full hour. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed. Out from the crimson-clad ranks emerged a figure, Vice Admiral Carp. Retreat, my comrades, he commanded. There are many days ahead. Let this old fool linger a while longer. Dream on if he thinks he can hold the East Sea. The returning jester, Buggy, curled into a ball, uncertain of which vessel he had concealed himself upon. Homeward bound, my brothers. Prepare for our celebratory feast. Indeed, tonight we shall drink until we can drink no more. Vinci furrowed his brow, contemplating the madness of this crew. Just moments ago, they had engaged in a fierce battle, and now they were preparing for a banquet. These carefree pirates seemed destined for turbulent times ahead. What was there to worry about? Apprentice, come quickly and lend a hand. Very well. Chef Bruno guided him through the cooking process, whispering softly into his ear. The buggy pirates were on the verge of war with the clique pirates. Within a month at most, their battle captain, Akainu, had sent a challenge just last week. Clique? In his heart, Vinci mused. What purpose does a ragtag pirate crew, vanquished in an instant by Hawkeye, serve? With Captain Buggy's grotesque, enhanced prowess, he would undoubtedly crush that bald man clad in golden armor. However, the head chef interjected, urging him to hasten. The climactic duel between Kuroha and Hawkeye seemed but a memory of yesterday. Had they forgotten? Bruno felt aggrieved and muttered softly. Did not Hawkeye proclaim vengeance after a decade? I wager he shall prevail. What nonsense is this? Kiki D. Vinci felt his mind unravel, utterly confounded. How could Kuroha, a man reliant on armor and weaponry for victory, be compared to Hawkeye? What role did the red-haired Shanks play in this? Hurry. Where is my seafood fried rice? Coming right up. The head chef assigned Vinci a task to deliver the meal. Bewildered, he ambled into the dining hall, laden with numerous plates of fried rice. At that moment, the ship had docked at a quaint town in the East Blue, known as the Clown Paradise. Brothers. He had inquired, but found no trace of the first mate Machi, the chief of staff Kabaji, nor that foolish lion who aspired to be a captain. As well as Arlong's crew, remains uncertain. Whence he harbored a modicum of concern, and not without reason, for this was a chapter steeped in historical enigma. Along with their first mates, who possessed the privilege to enter, while the regular performers were none other than these three. Additionally, there were the service interns who provided sustenance, with a grim toll of 7 or 8 perishing monthly due to rule violations. Are you sending me to my doom? Such was the price to uncover the clandestine truths of the buggy pirates. From what could be disowned, each of the 3 trump cards possessed unique abilities. According to former intelligence, they were as follows. Sharp, the beast conqueror, a sworn enemy of Kaido's beast pirates, claimed to have the ability to tame any creature, perpetually donning a plush hat. Twin, the wielder of an ancient Zoan-type fruit, the awakened lion fruit, consistently maintaining a lion form, was rumored to possess strength capable of supplanting Buggy. Trio, a swordsman traversing on a unicycle, excelled in dazzling techniques, and was recognized as Buggy's foremost swordsman, his swordsmanship rivaling that of the illustrious Bastille. After much contemplation, one sure realized that these 3 individuals were indeed the later senior members who shared life and death with Buggy. During the time when the clown Buggy searched for his body at sea, the lion had temporarily served as the acting captain. It appeared they were concealing their true strength, as it seemed that no one else was aware of their real names. Merely 3 novices, and yet they did not even intervene in the confrontation with Carp. indicating they were likely boasting to enhance their own reputations. He was resolutely convinced as he followed the head chef and others toward the circus. What a grand sight it was, a tent towering over 100 meters, adorned with Buggy's beaming face at the top. Upon lifting the curtain, chefs and apprentices from all directions hurriedly placed food and drinks on the tables before departing, while the apprentices meandered about, carrying various beverages. Hey, are you new here? Which crew do you belong to? On Captain Vic's ship, the man with the small mustache narrowed his eyes and immediately pointed his rapier at him. You seem suspicious. I am Vic, but for the sake of your red wine, I shall spare your life. Let me tell you one thing. Our leader Buggy does not tolerate even the slightest mistake. Meet him, and I assure you, you shall be utterly astonished. One sure internally scoffed at Buggy, the coward, pondering what else he possessed besides luck. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he slowly made his way to the center of the circus. Something must have transpired to lead to such a transformation. One sure suspected that the decline of Crocodile's cat pirate crew was directly linked to Buggy's emergence, which must have left them disheartened. Even later, upon reaching the island where Usopp resided, Buggy had prepared a butler plan that spanned over a decade. Was he unknowingly altering history? Or had fate inadvertently set everything back on course? As he pondered, a swordsman riding a unicycle emerged from behind the curtain. The captains in the stands immediately grew excited. Three gentlemen, Kabaji. Hurry, let us witness your swordsmanship. His long hair obscured one eye, giving him an exceptionally cold demeanor. And his lengthy cloak concealed an unknown past. Kabaji, the future chief strategist of Buggy's pirate crew, appeared rather unremarkable at present. With a swift stroke of his sword, the tent's apex was sliced without so much as a ripple. Humph, what use is that? Although he demonstrated sword energy, it was hardly formidable. Humph, you impudent child. One must not judge solely by appearances. The clown wore a mysterious smile, and with a flick of his finger, he pointed to the apex of the tent. There. A minuscule dot existed, a puncture made during his challenge against Hawkeye. So what? My cleaver can do the same. Humph, Buggy chuckled helplessly. His profile at that moment strikingly handsome. Ding. Congratulations, master. You have activated a new cleaver skin through commendation, the proud and heavy cleaver. Enough. Settle down. Very well. The cleaver system returned to tranquility. One strike was capable of cleaving through the formidable aura of 3 vice-admiral warships. Yet it only pierced a single point. What remarkable control this required. Try wielding a cleaver to strike a delicate sheet of white paper, leaving only a tiny dot behind. The unparalleled strength of Kabaji lay in the ever-increasing ferocity of his sword aura, with an exceptional mastery over the force of his haki. The downside was his obsessive fixation on a single point of attack, gradually leading him astray, unable to unleash the prowess of his former peak as a swordsman. Ah, indeed. Wenceslas was captivated. At the same time, he observed the disappointment in Kabaji's eyes. He must be feeling quite frustrated. The trio withdrew in silence, while the duo approached with an intricate, graceful gait. Behold, the Animal King fruit user, Lord Dui Air, rivaling Jack. Haha, do not compare him to Jack, who relies on a bounty inflated by 900 million berries. He is unworthy. However, the fiercely imposing lion, Ricky, directly spotted a flaming ring and leapt through it, circling Buggy's seat before exiting. What nonsense. What did he just do? Any well-trained circus lion could leap through a ring of fire. The clown Buggy wore a knowing smile, resting his chin on his hand, and inquired, Have you ever encountered a power user who never exits their animal state? Vinci was astonished and inquired about his meaning. Are you familiar with Jack? The infamous Calamity, known for being a fishman, possesses the extraordinary ability to breathe underwater, far surpassing the vitality of ordinary individuals. However, the case of Ricky is different. He was initially an ordinary man who, after battling Jack, became determined and, following the awakening of his devil fruit powers, Machi. Indeed, he is immensely powerful. Let's see what this individual has to offer in terms of folly. Vinci cast a casual glance at him. As a frail man emerged from behind the dark curtain, he possessed a peculiar sausage-shaped mouth, complemented by an adorable woolen cap. With each step, he sang a tune. incessantly chattering, "The world is truly worth it. Come forth, my steed." No sooner had he spoken than Leaky burst forth, crawling on the ground. The captains were taken aback, pondering the implications. If even Leaky, a formidable user of the lion fruit capable of contending with the likes of Jack, could prostrate before him, then it was reasonable to deduce that the beast pirate's cadre of power users would be equally subservient. So, were these captains mere fools? Clearly, these three were nothing but charlatans. No, I had previously stated that one should not judge by appearances. He is indeed the veritable strongest first mate. Buggy wore a mysterious smile as he engaged in his banter, or rather, earnestly expounded, "Do you know why the clown paradise has yet to be breached by the Navy? It is because of him, Machi, who is half of the East Blue's great fish patrolling and guarding the small island year-round, controlling all but the king of the near seas. The power that allowed Captain Roger to hear the voices of all things left me utterly astonished. Thus, after the dissolution of the crew, I searched far and wide, and there I found him, a beast master capable of taming all creatures. He is a formidable individual endowed with one of the Pirate King's unique abilities, and the 3 trump cards I possess are indeed my leverage against the pirate world. And even against Marineford." Buggy's eyes gleamed with a piercing, chilling light, revealing his ambition at that moment. A decade later, stripped of everything and imprisoned in the undersea prison of Rogue Town, he had once harbored such immense ambition, rivaling that of anyone. Wait a moment. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Vinci's forehead. The undersea prison indeed. How could a mere petty thief, a weakling dismissed by Marineford, be consigned directly to a stronghold for criminals? Behind the Pirate King lay a harsh reality. Far from the simplicity I had envisioned, everything was deeply unsettling. He trembled slightly, one hand clutching a tray of wine while the other, wielding a trembling cleaver, quivered in fear. "Ding! Congratulations, master. You have awakened a new cleaver skin through fear, the heavy cleaver of terror. Might I inquire about its utility?" "None. I apologize for disturbing you. I shall be silent." This absurd system, apart from occasionally being infuriating, was utterly useless. Achoo! He heard a sneeze, jolting Vinci back to reality. At that moment, the sharp one tumbled down with a thud, collapsing onto the circus floor. Alas! Someone sighed, feeling anxious for their first mate. How did he faint? Buggy's hands were crossed before him, albeit floating mid-air. His head was also detached from his neck, a testament to the utility of the split fruit. Indeed, the Beastmaster Machi possessed a potential that could rival that of Captain Roger in a certain aspect, but let us not forget him. He incessantly exerts his abilities to dominate half of the fish species in the East China Sea. Consequently, he perpetually finds himself in a state of frailty, with his health in a dire condition, making him susceptible to illness. Even a mere cold could render him comatose, and a fever might prove fatal. Here, whence he wore a somber expression, realizing that despite his boastful demeanor, he was, in truth, a fragile individual. In summary, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. "Humph, what are you all doing? Continue to cheer for your captain. Today is a celebration feast. We shall not return sober. Ha. Pirates ought to revel." He had not anticipated the spotlight shone not on Jin, Shuang, or Sand, but rather on their illustrious captain, the renowned Buggy. For the first time, while his head occupied the intersection of the diagonal lines, laughing maniacally. Bucky, the fifth emperor. The atmosphere reached its zenith as he utilized the vibrant red robe as a trampoline, dancing upon it with the powers of the fragmented fruit. Vinci, standing obediently at the edge of his seat, was initially captivated by this performance. However, he soon heard the sound of dripping water. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a small cushion on the seat, seeping blood that dripped onto the floor. Driven by curiosity, he lifted the cushion only to discover a small abdomen, oozing blood and wrapped in makeshift bandages. What a stubborn and peculiar character. Underneath the robe, he tended to his own wounds, concealing his injuries from his comrades to spare them worry, all the while stealing moments to enliven the atmosphere. Is this what it means to embody the responsibilities of a captain? Vinci was profoundly shaken. Indeed, there was not a single weakling aboard Roger's ship. Ding. Congratulations, master. You have been astonished and have unlocked a new skin for your kitchen knife, the heavy shock knife. Go cool off. Do not bother me with such trivial matters. Ding. The system ceased its chatter, yet a small window materialized before him. In the upper right corner, an envelope icon displayed the number 1. Upon clicking it, the message read, "Congratulations, my master, you have encountered a legendary figure from the bygone era of pirates and unveiled an unseen chapter of his tale. Consequently, you have activated the character card for the Roger series, Buggy the Clown. You have successfully unlocked a new mode for your knife, the Shattered Inscription Edition, Knife Clone. With each level up, you may utilize double the number of knives as before, at the cost of an equivalent increase in stamina consumption. Currently, the number of knives stands at 1, and the next fruit tier is Bronze High Tier, allowing the use of 2 knives. What is this? A legendary character card, which can also open special evolution pathways. The inquiries of Van Gogh can be broadly categorized into 3 major series: naval legends, including figures such as Carp, Wayno, Zephyr, and Crane; pirate legends, featuring illustrious characters like Roger, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Shanks, and the Golden Lion; and unique legends, comprising Dragon, Kazuki Odin, and Monkey D, Luffy. This implies that, in addition to ability users, swordsmen, martial artists, and sharpshooters, there exists a distinctive collection system that offers special enhancements. How intriguing! Suddenly, Vinci regained his composure, muttering in discontent. Captain Roger once remarked that those with devil fruit powers possess a certain limit to their strength and lose the right to long for the sea. Roger's combatant, and the boss of the 20th anniversary One Piece film, he lamented, "Having consumed a devil fruit, I can no longer seek the treasures beneath the sea." Who wouldn't wish to uncover more secrets of the pirate world? Impossible. Buggy has never cried. If your friend is as formidable as you claim, how could he possibly weep? Buggy chuckled first, always bursting into a carefree laugh whenever Shanks was mentioned in private discussions. "I was once an intern on Roger's ship, as was he. After the captain's demise, I set out on my own. He did extend an invitation, and I admit I was tempted, but pride held me back. He is entirely different from me. With the chop-chop fruit, he fears no assault. As long as he does not shield his companions from harm, he can continuously sever his own body. Shanks, on the other hand, is unarmed, traversing the seas with naught but a sword, and has single-handedly risen to prominence as one of the 4 emperors in the New World. He once uttered a phrase. Would you care to know what it was?" Vinci appeared astonished, lost in a reverie. "Fool, your foolish demeanor resembles my own from long ago," he remarked. "Only through experiencing setbacks, fleeing in defeat, and shedding tears of helplessness can one become a man capable of standing alone. Indeed, after the war at the summit, and whence he found this challenge utterly insulting to his intellect. One must maintain their courage in the presence of a lion. Succumbing to fear would lead to being devoured. At that moment, the interns standing on the circus sand felt their legs weaken, yet only Wincy understood the true nature of this situation. Fear your grandmother's legs. If I were to fear you, I would not be the future vice captain of the Pirate King. Oh, with a single roar, 7 or 8 individuals collapsed, and others came to drag them away, claiming they were to be used as reserve food. Nonsense. This lion prefers cooked meat. Do not assume I have not read the original work. Calmly, Wincy locked eyes with the lion, Leaky, even producing a kitchen knife. Hey, do you have something in your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? You must find this monthly task quite tedious, especially since this pirate crew lacks a lioness. You must be feeling quite lonely, Lord Leaky. In an instant, the lion's eyes widened in shock, nearly overflowing with tears. Then, with a sorrowful roar, he dashed out from behind the curtain, bowing his head in retreat. How could this be? Was Lord Schwanger intimidated by his aura? Could it possibly be the Conqueror's Haki? Such individuals are 1 in a million. It is utterly impossible. The second trial, the scrutiny of the sword, was to be conducted by Lord Sanner. Kabaji pointed his sword at the intern's brow, declaring that those unable to withstand the swordsman's formidable presence would be eliminated. Vinci's heart raced uncontrollably. This challenge was exceedingly daunting. He feared anything sharp before his eyes, especially needles, finding it impossible to keep them open, even struggling to look at images. Then Kabaji, riding a unicycle, approached unsteadily. Overcome by fear, Vinci shut his eyes tightly. Though he dared not open them, the sounds of screams pierced through. It was known that from over a dozen participants, only 7 or 8 remained, yet the cries indicated that 5 or 6 more had fallen. Oh no! I have suffered from a condition that prevents me from looking at sharp objects since childhood. He lamented. Fairy, I don't even know what I'm saying. It's just so blinding. I feel as though you are pointing directly at my eyes. As a dignified intern, I hereby withdraw from this contest for the center position. A gasp of astonishment arose from the stands. His composure was remarkable, managing to withstand the overwhelming aura of the great swordsman. Vinci cast a glance at his side, noting that only one competitor remained. Was it possible that this fellow had not yet opened his eyes? He let out a sly chuckle, murmuring to himself. In my quest to join the pirate crew of the 5 emperors, I had already enlisted the help of numerous relatives to meticulously investigate all the challenge stipulations. Since the tender age of 9, I had tirelessly trained, fixating on sharp objects. After a full 3 years, had I finally mastered the divine skill of gazing directly at the midday sun in a clear sky? No, I had gone blind. Alas, the unfortunate opponent. Congratulations to the 2 chosen ones. You have one final challenge ahead, drawn from the strongest trump card, a trial known as the Beast Tamer's Whip. What on earth? Such a grotesque name. Vincent is utterly perplexed by the absurdity of the situation, while the gentleman beside him chuckles with confident abandon. Ah, indeed. In a hushed tone, Vinci inquired, Brother, can you assure passage to the next challenge? No, it is an inevitable demise, came the reply. Vinci, taken aback, asked, Why are you laughing? The young man in sunglasses lowered his noble head and spoke gravely. What you do not know is that the whip of a beast tamer, also known as the vice captain's lash, will unleash an overwhelming pressure that will penetrate your very soul when the formidable Master Machi makes his entrance. Only those who genuinely yearn for strength are worthy of remaining in the buggy pirates. Wait, something seems amiss. Could it be that the over 3,000 members of the clown pirate crew have all withstood the trial? The young man in sunglasses smiled confidently. No. From beginning to end, the 30 captains and their crews were originally rising stars roaming the East Sea. Captain Buggy has but 3 crew members, the esteemed Jian, Shuang, and Sa. Thus, enlightenment dawned upon Vinci like a sudden revelation. No wonder, as he stood at the center of the stage, he realized that amidst the bustling, vibrant circus and the jubilant revelry of pirates, the 30 captains had merely been spectators. The sole performers were Clown Buggy and his 3 loyal crewmates. So, you have been seated upon this bloodstained chair, while only 3 performers lurked behind the curtain. Clown Buggy, you truly are the premier entertainer of the pirate world. With a resounding cheer, the crowd erupted as a man donned in a woolen hat stepped forth from behind the curtain, his nose streaming. His eyes were dull and lifeless. Achoo. My apologies, I have caught a cold. So, which of you 2 will take a lash? The one who survives shall be a member of the Buggy Pirates. At least not to be a singular individual. Are you 15? No, I am no longer young. I merely possess the fruit ability of gravitational suppression, which has hindered my growth. In fact, you ought to address me as uncle. Suddenly, the youth in sunglasses, who had previously remained aloof, drew forth a sword from behind him, his form expanding in an instant. I genuinely wish to behold your visage. How could someone so young and brave become a pirate of such nefarious repute? Fujitora, liberated from the constraints of gravity, ascended to a height approaching that of an admiral in but a single breath. You are, in fact, an undercover agent, deceiving my affections. My lord, are you not in a similar predicament? Fujitora strode directly out of the circus tent, leaving Vinci rooted in place. He never anticipated that his inaugural encounter with Fujitora would unfold in such a manner. Could it be that everyone is a master of pretense? Why has there been no awakening of a character card? Is this not an undisclosed facet of Fujitora? I apologize, my master. But Fujitora first made his appearance following the conclusion. This kitchen knife system is utterly useless. At that moment, chaos erupted within the tent. And he suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Lord Jin was controlling half of the marine life in the East Sea. His fever signified a state of unconsciousness. This could potentially incite a frenzy among the great fish of the East Sea. The captains gathered anxiously around the stage, their concerns palpable amid the cacophony. Had he endured a lash? He had become the fourth trump card. Cursed be it, this young lad had seized the initiative. Strength. The only path to greater power lies in proximity to Lord Buggy. Wincy gazed around in trepidation, discovering that the lion bore the frothing machi, while Kabaji stood steadfastly by his side, and the typically uncharacteristic Bucky sat nonchalantly in a chair, as a multitude of blood-red eyes fixated on the retreating machi. The solitary Wincy finally comprehended why the jester Bucky always occupied the center stage. The captains outside the platform had never yielded. They were perpetually scrutinizing those on stage, and a moment's negligence would incite a rush upon them. The restless pirates could transform into ravenous wolves and tigers, devouring Bucky until naught but bones remained. Was this the true reason you tended to your wounds in secrecy? In the jester pirates, there was no one trustworthy. These subordinates yearned for your formidable strength rather than being enchanted by your charisma. Humph. With the 3 trump cards withdrawn, a barely perceptible cold smile graced the corner of Jester Bucky's mouth. Rejoice, comrades. Welcome our 4th trump card of the Jester Pirates from this moment forth. Little Wincy shall be your esteemed shovel master. Wow, having risen to the core member's seat in just half a month, what merit is this? Wait, Wincy pondered in surprise. Why am I the shovel master? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's all about the shovel. Oh, Wincy sighed in exasperation, feeling as though he were the 4th star of the Big Mom Pirates, the kind that could be discarded without a second thought. The captains celebrated wildly, drinks splashing onto the stage, yet none dared to take a single step forward. The individual earlier was an undercover agent, having transformed from a youth to an elder. Why did you not stop him? Bucky sipped his champagne and laughed heartily. That state of his should only be temporary. When he reverted to normal, the ground beneath him had sunk. Besides, there was no need to intervene. From the moment he abandoned his undercover role, he ceased to be our enemy. It sounds somewhat audacious. Suddenly, Bucky spoke in a sardonic tone. I had initially suspected you to be the undercover. After a moment's hesitation, Wincy felt his heart racing in his throat as he replied, Do I not appear so? Ha ha. Captain Bucky chuckled, shaking his head. Ha ha. He laughed while shaking his head. In an instant, he ceased laughing, realizing that Jester Bucky was fixating intently on Wincy. The jester's tear-streaked makeup was quite well done, even when concealed by a red nose. Tears evoked a comedic effect. Little Wincy, a true king, possessed an extraordinary aura, a rightful sovereign. Every one of the 4 emperors wielded formidable conqueror's haki. Only I possessed the fortune of conqueror's haki, unscathed even after licking blood from the blade's edge, yet my subordinates are different. Who would bow to a jester blessed with such outrageous luck? They would only submit to a true emperor of the seas. Thus, I can merely be considered the 5th emperor of this twisted era, hoping that no successors will tread my path. Gao Xing's gaze was fixated on the audience in the stands, celebrating amongst themselves. This banquet, which was meant to be solely his, felt somewhat desolate. He remarked, Baki, you are a 5th emperor in name only, while I am merely a worthless 4th card, am I not? He chuckled. Yet, Baki continued to laugh. Captain Baki, we have a situation. A pirate, battered and disheveled, burst into the tent, having ventured into the reconnaissance waters. Speak quickly. Admiral Creek has launched a premature assault, attempting a surprise attack, but the fish swarm of the East Sea has gone berserk, destroying nearly half of both our fleets, and it seems to be escalating further. Demon. Jean requests an alliance. The mind of Wincy was on the verge of explosion. Having just ascended to a new position with a salary increase and successfully infiltrated the inner circle, unexpected troubles emerged. There were issues. The fish of the East Sea were not the formidable sea kings of the Grand Line, so how could they possibly destroy the fleet? Little Wincy, stand obediently behind me. With your 3 elder brothers absent, you are my sole trump card. Before Wincy could even express his own perceived weakness, he found himself enveloped in a robe and propelled out of the grand tent of the circus. Gentlemen, it appears we have new endeavors at hand. Cursed Crick. Let him witness our prowess. The mighty Baki fleet surged forth, while Wincy sat resplendently in his crimson robe. Hey, Baki, this feels rather akin to riding a magic carpet. Indeed, soon, we shall encounter countless fish of the East Sea. Surprisingly, Baki smiled in the face of what should have been dire circumstances. Winci pondered whether prominent figures often masked their anxiety. It was not until they arrived at the seaside that he was struck by a shocking scene before his eyes. Who can maintain grace in the face of death? Before him lay a desolate seascape at midnight, where splintered wood floated amidst the chaotic cries of despair, and the waters were stained with blood. Fish leaped from the depths, seizing the pirates clinging to the wreckage, not to mention those submerged in the crimson tide. Was this the power of Lord Jian? A beast tamer commanding half the fish of the East Sea to heed his call? The reluctant explanation from the jester buggy came after a brief hesitation. In truth, ultimately forgetting how to command the fish to attack. The rampaging fish were a consequence of his fever-induced delirium. Once he regained consciousness and reinforced his dominion, they would once again be pacified. Winci, filled with indignation, erupted in a torrent of invective. It dawned on him that he too was but a mere wastrel. The three formidable trump cards of the buggy pirates were utterly useless. No, dear Winci, we are the forgotten, and the world awaits our awakening. This profound statement struck Winci like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly bewildered. On the coastline stood a young spectre clad in a headscarf, Jean, the esteemed commander of Captain Creek's Grand Fleet, always ready to spring into action during perilous times. Akin raised his voice in a plea for help. For nearly all his crew, including Captain Creek, had perished. Buggy halted at the shore, resolute in his refusal to harbor these capricious individuals. Otherwise, he would surely invite trouble upon himself. Akin, our decisive battle is but half a month away. An early ambush is the mark of an unworthy pirate. Jean had yet to respond when two figures emerged from behind him, one adorned in a full suit of armor, confident in his impenetrable defense, Bard, and the other, a chief strategist with hair ablaze, Eddie Man. Well, Buggy, how dare you disregard our esteemed captain? Are you aware of Captain Creek's decade-long pact with Hawkeye? What nonsense is this? Winci's face was a canvas of confusion. A decade-long pact? Don't tell me that Hawkeye lay in ambush along the Grand Line waiting for you, only to pursue you to the East Blue to eliminate future threats. Bah, useless. Buggy delivered a resounding slap to the loquacious Edelman's face, leaving a vivid crimson mark. With his other hand, he seized Bard by the throat, rendering him immobile. The diminutive Creek pirates are merely a ragtag bunch. Each of the captains behind me could easily dispatch you. Release him. I know I am not your equal, but our region, which we had occupied, has been overrun overnight by frenzied sea creatures. Setting aside our ambush, did you not employ Machi's beast-taming abilities? Akin grasped his distinctive weapon, resolute in his readiness for combat, regardless of the odds. Buggy glanced back at Winci, who was caressing his worn blade. The late-arriving captains exchanged glances, hesitant to intervene prematurely, instead opting to jeer. With Lord Shovel here, his prowess is not to be underestimated. Humph. The Creek pirates dare to confront us, unaware that Lord Shovel has triumphed over the other three strongest. Indeed, I believe the next captain should be the promising Lord Shovel. The officers, previously cowed by the clown's presence, found themselves at a loss. Humph. Your buggy pirates have failed to produce a fourth trump card in nearly a decade. How could one materialize overnight? And a mere child at that. This frenzy of sea creatures is indirectly attributed to him. He was the last opponent faced by Machi before his unconsciousness. What? The pirates of the Creek pirates, having finally made it ashore with great difficulty, were filled with skepticism. How could a mere child, no older than 7 or 8, possibly defeat and even render the vice-captain of the buggy pirates unconscious? Winci mused to himself, incredulous at the bravado he was projecting. Yet, constrained by the need to maintain an air of superiority, he merely tilted his head slightly and offered a disdainful smile. Ah. From that smile, I discerned the essence of a formidable presence. Someone was startled into a shiver, beads of cold sweat forming on their brow. The jester, Baki, stealthily kicked Winci, who lowered his gaze, concealing half of his face within the folds of his robe, while in truth, his lips were whispering secrets to the fourth trump card. Maintain this state of resolve, courage. Winci cast an awkward glance at the 30 impassioned captains and his ally, Buggy, who stood by his side, instinctively realizing that this would be his moment of glory. The atmosphere was electric, charged with the energy of his singular performance. He steeled himself, reminding himself that he was the star of this event. What was there to fear? Thus, he summoned his courage and declared coldly, "None of you are to interfere. I shall single-handedly eradicate the Krieg pirates. Yes, Lord Chopper is magnificent. In an instant, the identity of this young trump card became indisputable, and beads of cold sweat began to form on Akina's forehead. Seeking an explanation seemed an insurmountable task. Their original plan was to launch a surprise attack. Yet now, half of the East Sea's formidable fish had gone berserk, ruthlessly assaulting their vessels, nearly resulting in total annihilation. Faced with such culpability, they found themselves up against a powerful adversary, filled with ambition for glory. Damn it, Buggy, this is your debt to us. Captain Krieg's golden armor is incredibly resilient, and he is currently developing gunpowder-based weaponry. Once all his subordinates are equipped, we shall emerge as the mightiest pirate crew in the entire East Sea. The clown ignored him, his head bobbing and spinning in the air. The promise made by Hawkeye was that he would become strong enough to join the 7 warlords of the sea, under the condition that every member of the crew became formidable. Those who relied solely on weaponry would never earn his approval. However, no amount of persuasion seemed effective. Akin helped 80 man to his feet, slowly departing as he raised a hand in farewell. The decisive battle is set for 3 months hence. Our first target to eliminate in the East Sea will be you, Buggy. Get lost. Don't force me to act. Vincent, while still at the back, uttered a remark without even moving his feet. Naturally, he was aware that he could not contend with Akin, so he dared not charge forward and settled for some verbal venting. Oh yes, the Buggy pirates erupted in cheers. Before Vincent could even lament the destruction of their ship by the giant fish, a night-long feast commenced. The following day, still groggy from consuming too much juice, Vincent was roused by the squawking of seagulls delivering newspapers. After giving 100 berries, he shook off his drowsiness, only to have a few bounty notices land on his face. Sniffling, he suddenly froze. A photograph of him enjoying orange juice in Windmill Village was published, alongside a small hand resting on his shoulder, revealing a portion of a straw hat. Name, Vincent the Shovel. Bounty, 15 million berries. The report stated, the Buggy Pirates' 4th trump card, Vincent, has garnered the admiration of 30 captains with bounties exceeding 100 million. Managing to repel the total combat captain of the Krieg Pirates, the Demon Man, Jean, albeit at the tender age of 7, resulting in a lower bounty. I already have a bounty in the millions, and I was offered a reward a year earlier than Robin. Ha ha ha. Recently, Vincent found himself increasingly vexed by numerous idle whispers. Look, he is the one with the mere 15 million bounty. Is that true? I heard the other 3 lords don't even have bounty notices, and Lord Buggy's bounty is merely 15 million berries. You must be new here. Lord Buggy has been biding his time, constantly opposing the legendary Vice Admiral Garp in the East Sea, to avoid inciting global panic over a potential 5th emperor. Marineford intentionally suppressed the bounties. In any case, pirates tend to exaggerate others' prowess, while Vincent, who rose to fame through hype, appears utterly inconsequential. Little Vincent. Have you learned anything new recently? After a month here, Vincent had already begun a life of luxury. What could he possibly learn? Would he dare divulge his secret training? Absolutely not. That would be tantamount to courting death. No, I just feel rather lonely without any subordinates, and others say I do not deserve my high bounty. Buggy, with a wise smile, nodded thoughtfully. Ah, little Vincent, therein lies your dilemma. The most ostentatious figure here should be me. Yet your bounty has reached a peak at such a young age. Nonsense. Such a flimsy reason could have even Luffy's intelligence, and he wouldn't believe it. Then, the average bounty for the captains is over 100 million berries. I heard you have recruited nearly every potential new star pirate in the East Sea. No, little Vincent. You still do not grasp the scope of our clown pirate crew. Firstly, bounty is not solely a matter of strength. It also reflects the degree of destruction and threat one poses to the world. The captains have blood on their hands. Out there, they are marauders, of paramount importance. The clown pirate crew, along with the entire East Blues dynamics, currently faces formidable rivals, notably the tenacious Kuro and the resident of Cocoa West Village, Arlong, who is a subordinate of the warlord of the sea, the fishman Ji-Bei. Furthermore, there exists the town of Logetown, often referred to as the beginning and the end, where the former Marine Admiral, Zephyr, has his disciple, the Smokeman Smoker, stationed. I am in search of the old captain's son, within a span of 3 years. Should his whereabouts remain elusive, I shall make my way directly to the Grand Line. Buggy spoke with great fervor, articulating his thoughts persuasively. In the depths of his mind, Vinci pondered the question, how had he remained here for a decade? Ah, here, take this with care. The clown Buggy produced a letter from within his cloak, then closed his eyes to rest. Over the course of 10 years, his character had become so inverted that Vinci found him utterly inscrutable. Yet, evidently, the cunning Kiki D. Vinci remained resolute in his duties. Until this letter arrived, a challenge. Lord Shovel, I am a swordsman from the Edwin ship, having heard of your prowess with the blade. I hereby extend a challenge. According to the regulations of the clown pirate crew, should I emerge victorious, the new trump card shall be mine. Is there someone daring enough to challenge me, the newly appointed leader? Indeed. With a swift motion, the captain's hand sent forth a cascade of letters, each one a challenge. In a crew of 3,000, it was only natural that many harbored resentment towards me. Oh, is that so? The issue lies in the fact that all of these letters bear the same handwriting. Someone has conspired against me, intent on my humiliation. No. This individual does not fear you. Rather, they have intentionally sent their subordinates to challenge you, and it is unequivocally certain that it is Edwin behind this scheme. Without further ado, Buggy slammed down a stack of documents. Nodding in acknowledgement, Vinci finally understood why the captain had remarked that bounty and strength do not necessarily correlate. For his opponent, Edwin had a bounty of 100,000,000 and 300,000 berries. What if I were to lose to these challengers? Win or lose? He will intervene in the end, not merely to embarrass you, but to genuinely secure a position, a trump card title, Shovel. Clutching a hefty stack of documents, Vinci comprehended that he was gradually becoming a trusted confidant of the clown Buggy, who was nurturing him through various means. Yet, one question loomed heavily in his mind. Why were they so desperately striving to be close to Buggy? Was it merely for status? Humph, young Vinci. You once mentioned that your name contains AD, did you not? I find myself contemplating a matter, or rather, a hypothesis. At this moment, the two shared an unspoken understanding. Each harboring ulterior motives, yet it was, in truth, a mere misunderstanding. Vinci believes that the captain has discerned his thoughts and seeks to unravel the motives of others who employ various schemes in their quest to become the favored one. Baki suspects that Vinci harbors an alternate identity, having concealed his true self for an extended period. If I am not mistaken, your name, preceded by the lettered, ought to be the full name of the gentleman, Gordy. Vinci. What on earth? Vinci blinked rapidly at an astonishing pace of 5 times per second, inwardly lamenting. What on earth are you imagining, my friend? I am certainly not the son of the Pirate King. Little did he know. The self-proclaimed genius Buggy was cautiously surveying his surroundings, his crimson cloak shielding every corner to prevent eavesdropping. You are the young master, he exclaimed. Impossible. My age does not align with the time of Pirate King Roger's demise. I once believed the same, and so did Shanks and Rayleigh. Yet, as time passes, I cannot help but ponder a possibility. After the captain's death, the Navy dispatched numerous agents to seek out his progeny, aiming to eradicate the demonic bloodline once and for all. However, no reports have surfaced indicating the extinction of said bloodline. Thus, there exists but one potential scenario, either a premature birth or a delayed one, avoiding the specified timeline. I am aware that such circumstances would be excruciatingly painful. The agony of childbirth is already immense, and enduring it under duress could very well mean you. Could there truly be a possibility of premature birth? No. Mariford would not overlook such an eventuality. Consider Ace's mother, Portas D. Rouge, who endured an extended pregnancy far beyond the norm, leaving even the battle-hardened Garp in astonishment. Hence, Buggy boldly speculates that a delayed birth is indeed a plausible scenario. Vinci happens to be the same age as Ace, and the true son of Roger. Having loathed the demonic lineage, altered his surname, out of gratitude towards the visiting red-haired Shanks. He evaded every individual waiting at the checkpoints until he was moved by Whitebeard's heartfelt offer to become his son. Ace, too, revealed his identity as the son of Pirate King Roger. Naturally, Vinci was misunderstood. With the jester Buggy willing to elevate a mere child to the status of confidant, a mere intern aboard the Pirate King's ship, Buggy aspired to shelter Vinci beneath his grand crimson cloak, envisioning him as the new king, just as Whitebeard, Newgate, wished for Ace, who inherited his will and Roger's bloodline, to become the new Pirate King. Furthermore, red-haired Shanks believed that Luffy had inherited Roger's will, bestowing upon him the straw hat as a token. Are you willing? Buggy the Clown extended his hand, which floated in midair, disconnected from his wrist. Vinci could only hear the rhythmic thumping of his own heart as he raised his gaze to meet the astonished eyes of the captain. He understood that a formidable dilemma lay before him. On one hand, he could acknowledge that he was not who he claimed to be, thereby confronting a perilous truth that could threaten his very existence. On the other hand, he could assert his identity and before Ace revealed his innermost thoughts to Whitebeard. Secure the assistance of Roger's entire crew. What shall be your choice, young Vinci? The echoes of laughter reverberated within the grand tent of the circus. Suddenly, a new message illuminated the inbox of the knife system. In an instant, Vinci found liberation. His focus entirely shifted. The information is as follows. Dear Master, greetings. After months of diligent training, the proficiency of the fruit has reached an impressive 200, poised to break through to the high bronze tier. Do you consent? Indeed. He has never ceased his training. However, regrettably, the mastery of swordsmanship and physical arts has advanced at a sluggish pace. Let us not forget the fruit, which accumulates 2 proficiency points daily, summing to a substantial 200, as any form of cultivation proportionately enhances the fruit's mastery of the ability user. Ascension complete. Fruit proficiency, high bronze tier 15500 health, 350 attack, 45 speed, 40 defense, 75 dominance, none fruit. Yet to awaken fruit skills. Active, none passive, cleaver blossom slash, 100 critical hit rate, sword mastery. Bronze initial tier 99100 firearm mastery, 0 physical arts mastery. Bronze initial tier 75100 points. Distributable upon reaching silver tier. Experience 20100. Each full experience increment allows for an upgrade in one aspect. Yet as the experience pool required for later stages expands, it becomes exceedingly challenging to attain supremacy in all 4 facets. It is indeed a daunting endeavor. He has spent merely 3 to 5 months in the pirate world, achieving the high bronze tier in a singular ability. Given that time in the system world flows almost imperceptibly, he has had ample opportunity for contemplation. Master, while it is said that perseverance is rewarded, I advise you to engage in combat with a few minor foes swiftly. Otherwise, at the current rate of progress, it will take you no less than 40 years to reach the starlight phase of a devil fruit user, and that is solely in this singular aspect. The attribute panel transforms into the collection interface for legendary character cards. The clown Buggy, Cleaver Clone Ascension, is now capable of wielding 2 cleavers. Hey, my friend, I find myself in a quandary and seek your assistance. At your service, my esteemed master. How should I approach this life and death decision? Summon your 2 cleavers. For the moment they touch the ground, clarity will surely emerge. Whoosh, exiting the system interface. Wincy suddenly opened his eyes, gripping 2 hefty kitchen knives in his hands, which he hurled towards the top of the tent. Thud! The blades embedded themselves into the sandy ground, rusted and stained with blood, gleaming strikingly. Indeed, it was at this crucial moment that the system urged me to level up, conveying the message that to grow stronger, mere practice was insufficient. One must traverse the world and gain further experience. In an instant, Wincy raised his head high, resolutely responding to Buggy. I am willing to be the young master, he proclaimed with exuberance. Buggy's head bobbed around the tent, cheering joyfully. At that moment, a figure flashed through Wincy's mind, reminiscent of another young master who had received care and assistance since childhood. The illustrious Don Quixote da Flamingo, a member of the notorious warlords of the sea. He was certain that those words would inevitably emerge, his throat burning with anticipation for this lifelong acknowledgement. The clown Buggy enunciated deliberately, You are born to be a king. A rare gem among millions, Kuroa D. Wincy. I vow to dedicate my life's blood to your dominion. Thunder rumbled, and rain pattered down. Coincidentally, a droplet fell through a small gap at the top of the tent, striking his face. The heavens roared, heralding the onset of a tumultuous era in the pirate world. Regardless of how long this deception may endure, he would leverage this newfound strength. Before the truth was unveiled, he would be the chosen one. With the unwavering support of the Roger Pirates and the backing of the 4 emperors, Shanks and Whitebeard, soon, in 10 years' time, Luffy, await my ascension as your first mate. Wielding the 2 battered kitchen knives, Wincy's spirit surged. The following day, he plastered all the challenge notices onto the bulletin board. I care not who you are. Should you provoke me, you shall taste my knife's cleaving strike. Committed to his training, Wincy announced that he would welcome his first adversary in 1 week. His trump card was a proactive skill acquired during his leveling up. The first active skill of the kitchen knife fruit was named Knife Shadow. Skill description, upon activation. A shadow resembling a kitchen knife would emerge, appearing formidable, yet in reality, it was merely an illusion devoid of offensive capability. It indeed sounded ineffective, seeming trivial. Yet Wincy never regarded it as a useless skill. In this world, there are no redundant skills, only owners who lack the ability to utilize them. Currently, 2 months remained until the decisive battle with the Creek pirates, and he must clear all challengers during this period. A week swiftly passed. Yet Vinci awaited his challengers in vain. On the arena's deck, murmurs of disappointment filled the air. TCH, the great Lord isn't worthy of being a trump card. Retreat. Coward. Despite the continual insults and mockery, Vinci remained silent, concealed within Buggy's red cloak. A cadre of brawny but simple-minded fools, confident in their superiority, are destined to fail. The overconfident shall fall, and the reckless shall lose. After a prolonged hour of waiting, the challengers were on the verge of boiling over with frustration when Vinci finally made his entrance. Curiously, he wielded nothing but a kitchen knife, prompting a wave of derisive laughter from the audience. The disparity in stature and physique between the two combatants was stark. Yet, Vinci remained focused, meticulously observing his opponent. Equipped with a knife-wielding system, he could quantify the capabilities of any discernible adversary. The pirate, sporting a small mustache and wielding a curved blade, had just managed to shake off the lethargy of waiting, only to be further amused by this diminutive figure. In the eyes of the pirate, Vinci's prowess was classified as that of a swordsman at a bronze intermediate level, with a health bar of 200. My health was negligible to him, but to secure victory, I needed to instill a sense of overconfidence in him. I intended to strike decisively when he let his guard down. If my deductions were accurate, his frail physique, hunched posture, and lack of brute strength suggested a swift speed, complemented by the use of a Persian scimitar. His stamina appeared average, but his reflexes and attack speed were commendable, albeit predictable. A single successful parry would bolster my defenses, creating an opportunity for a counterattack. With a shout, Vinci charged forward, carefully evading the blade's edge to avoid critical strikes to vulnerable areas such as the heart or throat. In a swift exchange, he soon found himself at a disadvantage, this disadvantage pertaining to swordplay, quickly revealing a non-fatal opening. He feigned great agony, but upon glancing at his health bar, he was taken aback. 350,350? Not a single point of health lost. How could his attacks fail to breach even 75 points of defense? How was I to maintain the ruse? With a resigned smile, Vinci approached, wielding his kitchen knife, and delivered a decisive strike. Due to the fruit of receiving 1,000 blades, his defense was significantly enhanced, rendering his attack power double that of an average swordsman. Although the swordsman possessed formidable close-range attack capabilities, he was merely at the mid-bronze tier, meaning that even in optimal conditions, his double attack would still fall short of Vinci's defense. Moreover, the possibility of such an exaggerated double attack was highly improbable. Otherwise, the mightiest being Kaido would have long been vanquished by Kazuki Oden, rather than merely sustaining a scar. Hey, doesn't that hurt? Silence. Kitchen knife chrysanthemum slash. The little mustached swordsman found himself overwhelmed, his puny strikes failing to match Vinci's single blow. Amidst the crimson pool, he bellowed furiously, a creature from the depths of hell. Soon, the defeated was dragged away, leaving Vinci unscathed, a victor in every sense. The onlookers, too, were left in a frenzy, exclaiming, "What a monster! No wonder he is known as Lord Shovel. Truly deserving of the title." In a moment, the clown pirates erupted in excitement. This in turn was not to be trifled with. After dispatching the little mustache swordsman, Vinci gained 40 experience points, while other stats remained largely unchanged. Most importantly, he had made progress in his swordsmanship specialization. As a mid-bronze tier swordsman, his attack power increased by an additional 10, indicating that, by data standards, Vinci's strength did not align with that of the typical adult pirate. The reality of martial arts and swordsmanship requires diligent training. It is not solely the result of individual prowess. Vinci's victory over the little mustache swordsman was largely attributed to his extraordinary defense, which caught his opponent off guard due to complacency, rather than being a mere exhibition of sword technique. Recently, Vinci had proclaimed his intent to eliminate one challenger per day, driven by a pressing need to enhance his martial arts expertise, as both his health and speed were significantly lacking. The next day on the arena, he faced yet another swordsman. Indeed, it was only logical. After all, a sword's fabrication generally falls short of that of a firearm, and not all blades are swift, let alone the formidable great blade. Vinci squinted at him, clasped his hands behind his back, and contemplated a kitchen knife. Though it was merely of bronze mid-tier quality, not particularly troublesome, its numerical advantage far surpassed his own. Yet, an overwhelming desire to endure 1,000 cuts compelled him to utter those words. "Could you possibly strike me?" The pirate named Arno was momentarily taken aback. Is there truly someone so foolish? Indeed, Vinci was that very person. For the swiftest path to strength often lay in embracing a few blows. If the individual before him possessed an attack power great enough to breach his defenses, it would not merely result in his demise. How splendid that would be. Are you serious, Lord Shovel? Of course. If you do not strike me, then I shall strike you. Oh, Arno smirked wisely, thinking to himself, fool, I am a strength-based swordsman. One blow from me will suffice. Clang. The strike proved futile as Vinci frowned, noting that no blood had been shed. He muttered under his breath, it seems only a bronze high-tier swordsman can penetrate my defenses. How I long to unleash my own techniques, along with those invincible trump cards. But alas, you are simply not worthy. As Vincent uttered those words, Arno was left utterly astounded. How formidable could this individual be? Was his defense akin to that of an iron turtle? Prepare to meet your demise. Your garden has already succumbed. With that, Vincent seized the moment, leaping into action with frenzied strikes, wielding a decrepit kitchen knife with wild abandon. Ding! Congratulations, master. Experience increased by 30, experience pool now at 90, 100, proficiency in fruits at 30, 500. Invincible, Vincent mused. Have these wretched pirates not exerted any effort? They possess no combat prowess whatsoever. As he descended the arena with an air of arrogance, all challengers recoiled in fear, instinctively reaching for their backs. How humiliating it would be to perish at his hands. That night, he received his first letter of withdrawal. Sighing, Vincent cast aside the envelope and walked alone from the circus tent, meandering through the night. By the riverbank, he murmured to himself, who else in this vast clown fleet could possibly harm me? This remark was overheard by a pirate relieving himself by the shore, who, startled, hurried back to the ship. Previous rumors claiming this esteemed Lord Shovel was a relative or even the illegitimate son of the clown buggy were swiftly dispelled. Strength speaks volumes. Indeed, I heard him weep, claiming to have battled Crocodile and emerged unscathed, yet yearning for a defeat. Oh, I've heard tales of a formidable figure aboard the pirate King Roger's ship, named Barrett, who, at a young age, fought against the Crocodile to a standstill. After Roger's demise, he became consumed by rage, ultimately bested by the combined efforts of Garp and Sengoku, prompting Marineford to activate the demon-slaying decree. Are you suggesting that Lord Shovel is the second coming of Barrett? Quite plausible, considering he is merely 7 years old. Each ship seems to boast greater prowess than the last. Stop boasting. If his swordsmanship rivals that of my hawk, does that not place him on par with Captain Buggy? Alas, I have already stated that he is fatigued and wishes to cease combat. Regardless, I've heard that even the 3 great masters, with their swordsmanship that rivals my hawk, cannot inflict a single scratch upon him. A drunken man's boast transformed into an ever more mythical tale, further solidifying Vincent's unassailable status. For 3 consecutive days, the last challenger was merely a mid-tier bronze, a mere gunman. Vinci, seemingly indifferent, barely lifted his gaze as a blade soared forth. The man's leg quivered momentarily, his formidable instinct swiftly discerning Vinci's position. Yet, just as he rose, another knife sliced through the air towards his midsection, immediately followed by a kick from behind. It was akin to a torrential cascade descending from the heavens, reminiscent of the Milky Way plummeting from the celestial expanse. However, this celestial river bore a certain edge. The clash of pirates was a matter of life and death, and the ground was once again stained with a long trail of crimson. Vinci settled upon the steps, fatigue weighing upon him. Was he truly destined to ascend effortlessly, to reach the pinnacle of existence, invincible in this world? No, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the pirate garden, sending a chill through the hearts of the 3,000. How terrifying. His hidden prowess with the 2 kitchen knives had just been revealed, and the knife system began its incessant notifications. Congratulations, Master, you have leveled up and automatically allocated points. Each by 10. Fruit proficiency, 215, 500. Experience pool, 35, 200. As per your appointment, this will be utilized for martial arts specialization advancement, now achieving mid-bronze level. Knife and sword specialization, mid-bronze level, 89, 200. Health, 500. Each of the 3 fundamental attributes increased by 5. Attack, 70, speed, 55, defense, 90. With a sigh, he reflected. At this rate, am I not the most formidable among those beneath the silver tier? Generally speaking, proficiency in various domains can be enhanced through usage, while combat lends itself more readily to acquiring experience. When the experience pool is filled, it allows for conversion, where if fruit proficiency requires 1,000, and the experience pool is full at 500, then only 500 can be applied. However, should knife and sword specialization require 200, it can directly elevate to the next tier. Vinci perceives himself as formidable even in the mere act of breathing, yet this sentiment is confined to the daylight hours. As night descends, he begins to frequent various vessels, meticulously assessing the approximate distribution of strength within the pirate crews, gradually compiling a substantial dataset. A bounty exceeding 100 million signifies a threat to the Navy and Marine fort, as well as a mark of recognition. In terms of prowess, many of the 30 captains have attained the rank of Purple Crystal. Generally speaking, the majority of insignificant pirates, cannon fodder, and foot soldiers remain at the bronze level, with a few combatants and soldiers reaching silver, albeit in limited numbers, capable of attaining bounties in the tens of millions. The gold rank represents a phase of expansion, where one finds oneself lacking in comparison to the superior, yet abundant in relation to the inferior. Bellamy the hyena, whom Luffy encountered prior to reaching Skypiea, likely occupied this tier. Thus, at present, aside from the captain, the most formidable member of the clown pirates is the first mate, who predominantly lingers around the gold level. In encountering a mid-tier silver adversary, Vinci faces the peril of an untimely demise. He has acquired a fundamental swordsmanship skill, Iaido, which allows him to sheath his blade even as he draws it, characterized by remarkable speed and a high critical hit rate, with the added allure of elegance. His martial arts skills, however, are of little utility, likely a consequence of his training under Carp, the Iron Fist of Love. A genuine display of heartfelt power that inflicts true damage, disregarding defenses. Yet, what significance does this hold when Edwin, the true embodiment of Amethyst, boasts a bounty of 100 million with no hint of deception? A single strike from him could cleave me in twain. In merely 10 days, or half a month, I shall inevitably encounter Edwin, this enigmatic figure whose words drip with sarcasm, not to be underestimated. Beneath the moonlight, he sits in solitude by the shore, unaware of the arrival of a mysterious individual who ambles along, leaving behind a trail of footprints and a scattering of marks. Could this enigmatic person possess a prosthetic leg? Surely, it cannot be Chef Zeph, the proprietor of the floating restaurant, known to Sanji as the Venerable Elder. What brings him to this place in the dead of night? Is he unaware that soon, the Joker buggy shall engage in battle with Creek? Pardon me, but Chef Zeph is a seasoned pirate who has traversed the New World. Surely, he qualifies as a legendary figure. Theoretically, his culinary prowess makes even Big Mom drool, and he did not return vanquished. Thus he can be regarded as a half-legend. With a reluctant activation, his delectable creations elevate in value. The dishes crafted using the knife fruit's abilities surpass ordinary fare by a significant margin, with effects intensifying as mastery of the fruit grows. Begone, for I am the future first mate of the Pirate King, not merely his cook. Beep, now departing. I shall not respond to the host's demands within the hour. Vinci cursed inwardly, questioning who required his response and wishing for silence from the most abysmal system in history. He trailed Gifu with cautious steps, ultimately arriving at the grand tent of the circus, where, to his astonishment, he discovered that he had an appointment with the clown, Baki. You two are acquainted? Binsmoke crouched in the corner, eavesdropping on the conversation, acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. Gifu, I have summoned you for a matter that is as ancient as time itself. The history text, you say? It has been over a decade since I left Big Mom, and many details have faded from my memory, nor do I wish to resurrect them. A raucous laugh escaped from the clown buggy. We are old acquaintances. I remember when you were still cooking for that ancient hag, the Four Emperors' Big Mom, and our paths crossed. And so what? After Roger pilfered the history text, I too faced repercussions. One could argue that you are to blame for my plight. What? Do you still hold a grudge? No, you are a sagacious individual. All I seek is your unwavering assistance, for there is one truth you cannot overlook. Within your floating restaurant lies a lad whose eyebrows align in the same direction. If I am not mistaken, he must be the missing prince of the Vinsmoke family from the North Sea. Do you believe that merely styling his bangs each day can elude my discerning gaze? Oh, what does the clown buggy want from Gifu in regards to Sanji? As Vinci was deeply engrossed in his thoughts, a large paw suddenly landed on his shoulder. Startled, he turned around and exclaimed, Hey, Schwanger, what are you doing here? The beast tamer atop the lion, Jenner, smiled knowingly. Come on, Chire, Captain Buggy is calling for you. Don't linger outside. You are our trump card. Is there still a need for secrecy over a mere triviality? All four of us are entitled to this role. Ah, how could I forget? I have long been the ace of Captain Buggy's fleet. Yet, 1,000 thoughts of doubt raced through his mind. How insecure must one be to resort to eavesdropping while being an insider among the enemy? With a thud, the door slammed shut, leaving Jian'er and Schwanger on the other side. In that moment, Jian'er, weary from travel, had tears glistening in his eyes. As the words he had confidently uttered mere seconds ago echoed in Wensi's ears. We are the trump cards. All four of us are entitled. Poor first mate Machi. Even his little horn seemed pitiful. Within the circus, Zeph scrutinized young Wensi from head to toe, his gaze filled with skepticism. Are you certain he possesses the conqueror's haki? Inherited through generations? No. The voice of all things? No. The name of D? Could it be that he is merely a passerby from the D clan? Who knows? He might have even crossed paths with Garp's grandson one day. Wow, the old chef's capacity for wild speculation was indeed formidable. Even Wensi broke into a cold sweat. It matters not, for I have my own method to prove he is indeed the son of Captain Roger. What about you? Are you willing to engage in an equitable exchange? Do you believe your plan is feasible? Fool. To think of using Sanji to connect with Germa 66, the Vinsmoke family, and then marrying his sister, the son of the Pirate King, allying with the demon of the North Sea? Nonsense. How could such a plan ever succeed? Zeph vehemently dismissed this scheme, one that even Wensi had not considered. The most terrifying aspect is that years later, Sanji would unwittingly become a part of this very plan, albeit marrying Big Mom's daughter instead. Alas, it seems the hope of marrying Sanji's sister has now vanished. Wensi gazed longingly at Zeph as he departed, symbolizing the demise of his love. That butterfly-like woman could never be his wife. Just as despair engulfed him, Zeph suddenly turned back, lifting Wensi into his embrace. With resolute conviction, he proclaimed, I cannot condone a political marriage or expose Sanji. But your request to assist him in honing his abilities to better wield the powers of the fruit is entirely acceptable. Baki grinned broadly, tossing a small snail-shaped phone to Wensi. Little Wensi, keep your phone close. When the time comes to battle Clique in 2 months, Zeph will be there to guide you. A rigorous training will undoubtedly benefit you. What? Unexpectedly becoming a chef? And I still have to face a challenge? Baki waved his hands in resignation, exasperated. Wensi. We still require manpower for the impending battle. After all, history has shown that those who possess the knife fruit are renowned chefs of great repute. Go on. This period will greatly aid you in mastering the art of the knife. Indeed, you speak so lightly of it. Encountering Sanji at a maritime restaurant beforehand will surely be awkward when we meet again. The snail phone, devoid of expression, bore 2 knives embedded in its shell, as if urging him to relinquish his fight against fate's design. What Vinci did not anticipate was that Baki, who had secretly orchestrated everything, would not provide a single vessel. I am an empowered individual and cannot swim. Fear not, for I possess that skill, and I can even dive. What do you mean by that? Wensi was taken aback, wondering if this fellow truly intended to swim back. Do the strong have a penchant for swimming? Rayleigh casually traversed the windless expanse, while Zhifu swam through the East Sea with one leg. What peculiar creatures. Gurgling, Wensi soon gulped down water, filling his belly to the brim and rolling his eyes back. Farewell, Jian'er, Schwanger, and Sa', you 3 inept wastrels. Farewell, Bucky, who fancied himself benevolent yet failed to advocate for my marriage to Sister Sanji. Farewell to those insignificant petty thieves who couldn't even breach my defenses. As the seawater battered his scalp, Zhifu secured him, propelling them forward like a yacht, until he ultimately lost consciousness. 3 days later, a sensational rumor swept through the ranks of Bucky's crew, spreading like wildfire among pirates. Lord Chopper had been captured by the Krieg pirates. Truly despicable. Impossible. I heard he went to confront them alone, his fate uncertain. Look at your nonsense. How could Lord Chopper's fate be uncertain? His defenses are impenetrable. In my view, that bald, greasy man Krieg couldn't harm him in the slightest. Meanwhile, the fighting spirit within the clown pirates intensified. With their trump card taken, their pride was severely wounded. What nonsense is this? I've never captured Lord Chopper. Which of his trump cards can even be showcased? On a small island in the East Sea, Krieg was enraged to the point of vomiting blood. As if the baseless accusations weren't enough, rumors spread that he had captured a child and refused to release him. Where would his dignity lie? At the Bar Thai restaurant on the East Sea, Sanji was embroiled in a heated argument with Patty in the kitchen. I tell you, the old man brought back an extraordinary fish the other day. You little squirt, what do you know? What fish would be hidden in a bedroom? I say it's undoubtedly a stunning beauty. The old man isn't that kind of wicked old man. Chef Karn laughed as he sliced meat, observing their banter. What are you two doing? Hurry up and help. We are the extreme duo. and we cannot let this curly-haired brat gain the upper hand. Humph, in frustration. Sanji exited the kitchen for a breath of fresh air. Bang! A boy stumbled out of Jifu's room, collapsing before uttering a single word. Hungry. When Vinci finally regained consciousness, he found himself encircled by the restaurant's chefs. Boss, are you saying he is a devil fruit user? And he's soaked in water all night, just now regaining his strength? That's about the gist of it. However, he is too stubborn, insisting on venturing out for food, ultimately exhausting himself again. By the bedside, only Sanji's eyes sparkled with joy. He was elated to finally meet someone his age. How could he not be thrilled? Here, have some water, and then eat this seafood fried rice made by yours truly. Sanji stood proudly with his hands on his hips, beaming. Damn it, can you even eat what you've made? Be careful not to upset our esteemed guest. Jifu crossed his arms, resolutely denying any objections. He had come to serve as an intern in the restaurant, willing to take on all menial, arduous, and laborious tasks. However, Patty, Karn, and Sanji, starting today, regardless of how busy he might be, each of you must dedicate an hour to teach him the art of wielding a chef's knife. Understood? Splendid. The duo from the underworld exchanged knowing smiles. It was a relief to discover that their visitor was not of high status. Before long, once he finally finished his fried rice, regaining a modicum of energy, only to be summoned by Patty to wash the vegetables. You could refuse, they are indeed mischievous, Sanji remarked, visibly annoyed. Vinci merely shook his head, aware that the two were merely jesting and, at heart, not malicious. Complaints were best kept to oneself. Cultivation was an essential endeavor. Yet he had not anticipated that a day's work could stretch into an entire night. As the guests gradually departed in the dead of night, he found himself once more washing dishes and wiping tables. With everyone gone, he and Sanji shared a small room, lying side by side on a narrow bed, discussing their dreams. I wish to find ALBLUE. What about you? Everyone must have aspirations, right? As for me, it's simple. I want to be the foolish vice captain, accompanying him on adventures. So, do you have a pact with someone? Yes, he is undeniably a fool, yet his exuberance is sufficient to inspire you to strive alongside him. For his infectious spirit will bestow upon the lost the courage to pursue their dreams. One sure felt so fatigued that he was on the verge of closing his eyes as he softly spoke. He might even come to your side, guiding you to realize all your absurd and laughable dreams. Sanji turned to glance at his profile, his tone laced with skepticism. Is that true? I fear I will remain at the floating restaurant for a lifetime. I worry that the old man will have no one to care for him. I owe him far too much. Upon hearing this, Winsure was reminded of a scene from a comic where Sanji knelt before Zeph to bid farewell to the floating restaurant. A man kneels before the heavens, the earth, and his parents. He resolved to indulge in a good sleep and dream of a beautiful future. Suddenly, there was a frantic knocking at the door, accompanied by shouts of indignation. You fool, come out and learn how to wield a kitchen knife, you in turn. Patty pounded on the small door with fists the size of sandbags. Ignore him, Winsure. Reluctantly, he slipped on his slippers and made his way to the kitchen. For a solid hour, his drowsiness caused him to injure his fingers thrice, yet he ultimately completed the fundamental steps of holding and cutting with a knife. Oh, a good sleep awaits. I shall strive again tomorrow. Yet again, there was knocking, this time with even more contemptuous shouts. Hurry up and get out of bed. You good-for-nothing who only eats and does no work. Sanji merely kicked his feet and yawned, saying, Winsure, don't listen to him. Oh ho ho, you truly care for me. Yet you only ever express it without any tangible actions, do you? This time, Winsure didn't even bother to wear his wooden clogs. For an entire hour. Each awakening was due to the pain from his lacerated hands. What torment is this? The vice captain of the Pirate King has resorted to being a kitchen intern. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy, questioning the kitchen knife system. Explain this to me. My defense is higher than my attack. So how did I injure myself with this knife? Ding. My dear Night Owl Master, greetings. The situation is as follows. Normally, your attack is lower than your defense, and the cumbersome knife hinders your initial attack power, resulting in a decrease rather than an increase. In reality, your punch inflicts 70 damage, while the knife only delivers 60 points. However, the knives you practiced with were others and exceptionally sharp. If your heavy, rusty knife has a negative attack power, say -10, then the blade you were using adds 10. Considering your late-night fatigue, your defense was diminished, which naturally led to your own injury. What nonsense is this? Vinci felt an overwhelming sense of despair, realizing that had he not accidentally cut himself multiple times while chopping vegetables late at night, he might never have understood that his own kitchen knife could actually diminish the harm inflicted. Truly, it was the most inexpensive of fruits. No wonder it was valued at a mere 10 million berries. Who would willingly consume a devil fruit that reduces attack power and renders one incapable of swimming? My bounty has reached 15 million berries, and I suspect this cursed fruit has dragged it down. With a discontented expression, he had just settled onto his bed. Sanji, rubbing his eyes, gently approached his side, carefully lifting the blanket and tenderly draping it over him. What a considerate gentleman. Suddenly, Vinci's stomach felt constricted, as if tightly embraced by another. Indeed, he was enveloped by the blanket. Thud! It fell to the floor. Who kicked me? With a series of hurried footsteps, someone hoisted him up and dashed away, followed by another resounding crash. As Vinsmoke opened his eyes, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He beheld Sanji, caught in a state between slumber and wakefulness, grasping a kitchen knife with the intent to strike. Hurry! You have 1 hour. Remember, the tasks entrusted by the old man must be executed to perfection. Understood. Vinci, obedient as ever, barefoot once more grasped the kitchen knife. In the dead of night, his 2 roommates engaged in their peculiar pastimes, one dozing off while spinning in circles, the other practicing his knife skills in a drowsy haze. After 45 minutes, a burnt aroma wafted through the air. Upon glancing back, Vinci was nearly startled. Sanji, having spun too much, had smoke rising from beneath his feet. It's nothing. I'm merely rousing myself. Just focus on your practice and remember to fulfill the old man's instructions to the best of your ability. At the 55-minute mark, Sanji's foot was ablaze, and he began to wander aimlessly within the kitchen. Finally, after 60 minutes, the fire was extinguished, yet Vinci scarcely had a moment to breathe. His sparring partner, Sanji, had already succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving Vinci no choice but to wrap him in a blanket and drag him back to their room. The following day, utterly exhausted, Vinci was in a deep slumber when Patty kicked the door open. You wretched intern, how dare you set the kitchen ablaze? What? Vincent instinctively gestured towards the half-conscious Sanji, his gaze fixed intently on the newcomer. Would you believe me if I said that it was Sanji, spinning on the floor? Who sparked the flames? The duo, Patty and Karn, observed Sanji's feet, as dark as charred coal. After a prolonged moment of silence, they swallowed hard and nodded before departing. Vinci stifled a yawn, murmuring to himself. Thus, the origin of the demon wind became clear. No wonder he was later dubbed Blackfoot. I had assumed it was a reference to his boots. Firstly, one must always treat guests with utmost courtesy, for they are the lifeblood of the establishment. Secondly, whenever a guest expresses a need for sustenance, we shall provide it. Even if they are adversaries, everyone possesses the right to a hearty meal before facing their fate. Thirdly, food must be respected by all, regardless of status, wealth, or affiliations, be it pirates, Navy personnel, or even the most nefarious dragon standing before us. Crafting exquisite dishes and cherishing every morsel, that is your calling, understood? In turn, Kiki D. Vinci. Ah, I see. Essentially it means that anyone who dares to waste food shall be dealt with accordingly, and those who are hungry shall be fed, correct? Vinci nodded in agreement, bowing his head to silently wipe the porcelain plate, pondering to himself. I am merely an apprentice who washes dishes by day and chops vegetables by night. What significance do your words hold? On the 7th day, yet another audacious pirate unleashed his wrath upon him during a meal. A kick sent him reeling into darkness, blinded by the force. The defense held firm. And though it was not a grievous injury, he adhered to Chef's instruction to remain unperturbed. With a smile, he cleaned the mess and quietly presented fresh food. What is this? Is it fit for consumption? Why is the red broth red? What have you added? Is it clean? Sir, I shall replace it immediately. Bah. I demand a free meal, as this one has been unpleasant. The pirate, known as Ron, a high-ranking gunslinger of bronze caliber, possessed firearms and ammunition aplenty, and was financially secure, qualifying as an ordinary combatant. Yet, he resorted to brutishness even over a mere meal. Sir, I lack the authority to grant you a complimentary meal. Ron glared menacingly at young Vinci. My bounty amounts to a staggering 7 million berries, you insolent brat. Do you wish for death? You are utterly unreasonable. Sanji, infuriated, stepped forward to reason with him, but Ron, in a fit of rage, brandished his gun. The other diners observed the spectacle, whispering amongst themselves, their gazes fixed on Ron, expressing disbelief at Vinci's naivety in believing he could leave the maritime restaurant unscathed. Give it up. Countless pirates vanish each month. Who truly wishes to die here? How absurd. To lose one's life over a meal while posturing. Who would believe such a tale? Regular patrons were well aware of the maritime restaurant's dynamics and couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for the overly confident Ron. With a resounding splash, a bowl of soup was poured over Vinci's head. At that moment, his anger surged, veins bulging, yet having lived 2 lives, he had cultivated a tempered demeanor and managed to suppress his fury. Just then, the sound of wooden prosthetic legs echoed as Chef approached leisurely, presenting a wad of berries. Humph, it seems you possess some discernment. Ron, brazen and arrogant, lifted his hooked nose, his finely crafted bullets eager for action. The atmosphere grew tense, and the other diners felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Are you leaving? Of course. Thank you for the hospitality, you dilapidated establishment. With that, Chef Redfoot turned indifferently, having received confirmation, and ceased to involve himself further in the matter. All the chefs, including Vinci, understood what Ron's response signified. Once service concluded, he would no longer be a patron of the maritime restaurant, and whether respect or forgiveness was warranted would rest solely on his own judgment. Damn it, this infuriates me. Is your red broth made from your own complexion? With both blades drawn, the culinary master unleashed the dazzling technique of the dual knife dance, fervently wielding his arms. With a powerful kick, he sent flying the bounty of 7 million he had encountered, alongside the notorious duo of the underworld and several other chefs. All while Sanji launched his assault. Experience points surged by 30, and proficiency levels ascended. How pitiful, this in turn perpetually feigns innocence, each time an unsuspecting pirate meets their demise. They find themselves ensnared within this establishment. Indeed, he must be the 3rd such individual this week, if memory serves. Yes, the count is roughly accurate. This establishment is a veritable den of iniquity, a notorious maritime dining establishment. The East Blue is anything but tranquil, as every few days a foolhardy individual ventures forth to meet their end. As Winshur intensifies his training, he becomes increasingly familiar with the characteristics of the chopper fruit. He discreetly inquired about the devil fruit encyclopedia from Sanji, thereby uncovering 3 remarkable attributes of the chopper fruit. First, the ability to endure countless blades, wherein sword attacks that breach defensive limits will have their enhanced defense halved. Second, the side effects, as proficiency in the chopper fruit rises, will significantly diminish attacking power, with bronze yielding a -10, silver a -50, and gold a -200. Third, the conditions for awakening are exceedingly simple, yet the outcome is transformative, requiring only a mastery level of starlight. Ah, I comprehend now. Winshur seized a stool and began to hurl it with fervor. It appears his developmental path entails relentlessly striking foes, enduring blows, accumulating proficiency for upgrades, and subsequently flaunting his prowess. To secretly cultivate one's strength is indeed a disconcerting pursuit, revealing a rather ignoble ambition. As expected, nothing of value comes without a price. Consuming such a fruit, seemingly innocuous, conceals boundless calamities. That night, after practicing his swordsmanship, he found himself unable to succumb to slumber as he had received a letter amidst the chaos during the day. By the light of the moon, he skimmed it hastily, almost expelling the tea he had just consumed. Winshur, the seas have been remarkably calm of late, and I never anticipated that after your departure, the East Sea would be so tranquil. To be honest, I find myself rather bored. Recently, my associates have uncovered your activities and whereabouts. Indeed, the pirates you have vanquished are sufficient for you to shed your identity as a naval intern. For now, you may assume the role of a sergeant. Exercise patience. Young Winshur, the day the buggy pirates are annihilated will herald your return. Furthermore, the Navy's 6 styles are a formidable martial art that greatly enhances one's potential. It is challenging for the average person to master, as it requires transcending limits. Since you are not by my side, I find it difficult to instruct you. I grant you permission to comprehend it on your own. In the restroom, Vinci burned a letter, cursing under his breath. I am a pirate, he lamented. Yet I have been appointed by Carp. How can I endure this life? Am I a double agent? That night, for the sake of his inner dignity, he could not bring himself to sleep, tears of a hero welling up. First, I was destined to be the future vice captain of the Pirate King, then became the captain S. sergeant under the legendary Admiral Carp. Furthermore, I infiltrated the Joker pirates as a spy, assuming the role of the formidable deckmaster. And now I find myself reduced to an apprentice chef. Why has my life become so miserable? After enduring many trials, Vinci reminisced about his previously mundane existence, where he followed a routine of studying, working, and blind dates, only to be dismissed, broken up with, and drinking away each morning, ultimately becoming Konoha's D. Vinci. Yet, Perhaps this life is indeed more intriguing. Everything is filled with hope. The haggard Vinci began to feel that his former life was not so significant after all. Merely a series of setbacks and insignificance. At least now wait, what am I fooling myself with? At the very least, my grand aspirations have been reduced to an apprentice, subject to the whims of the riffraff pouring soup over my head, with tears streaming down his face. Vinci reluctantly accepted the dismal truth as the knife system incessantly emitted a series of beeping sounds. Congratulations, dear master. You have activated a new skin for the knife, the tear-stained broken blade. He lamented. Isn't it still just a broken knife? No, my beloved master. Each newly unlocked skin enhances the active skill of confusion, the shadow of the knife. Although it lacks offensive power, it can evoke emotions. The current skins include blood-soaked, weeping, furious, exhilarated, and even envious. Is that for real? Monsieur returned to his room, casting a gleaming kitchen knife towards the slumbering Sanji, splattering the walls with crimson stains. Observing his handiwork, Monsieur nodded with satisfaction, pleased with his achievement. The following day, Patty burst through the door, intent on reprimanding the two lazy boys. Boss, Sanji is dead. What? Kurumi awoke from his dreams, his feet charred from excessive friction and stained with blood. A farcical scene unfolded, yet Monsieur felt a surge of exhilaration. He had finally acquired a skill worthy of note. No, he must awaken more knife skins. Laughter mingled with chaos as he reveled in the pandemonium, embracing every outrageous moment. That little girl dared to swindle my money. If I don't beat you, you'll never know who the most beautiful woman in the world is. A plump woman, Arlita from the pirate crew, swaggered into the restaurant, accompanied by a young girl with orange hair. After more than a month in this place, Monsieur was taken aback to encounter someone familiar. Arlita, from the island known as Gothic Island, was a locale comparable to the one where Luffy had his own encounters. The fact that this self-absorbed woman would appear in the floating restaurant was utterly unexpected. Could that young girl possibly be Nami? Monsieur's spirits lifted instantly. He had seen the little thief in her childhood state, whether in memories of Arlong Park or in the theatrical version Strong World. Sanji, there are beautiful women here. Hey, how can you be so rude? Kurumi approached slowly, momentarily stunned, yet oddly, he did not lose his composure. Whence he recalled that Sanji was always easily mesmerized by beautiful women. Yet in his childhood, he was the epitome of a gentleman, well-mannered and never impulsive. However, at that moment, he clearly heard the sound of someone swallowing. And Nami appeared, irresistibly charming. Is she your friend, Vinci? Hey, stop spinning around. You might catch fire. At this juncture, Sanji was spinning wildly in place, exhibiting an unusual reaction upon encountering a girl for the first time. How infuriating. Could it be that his later character was shaped by encountering the adorable thief Nami in his youth? Suddenly, Vinci recollected a detail. When Sanji first met Nami, he clearly did not recognize her. The East Blue is vast, and Alvida's influence is undeniably prominent as one of the most formidable female pirates in the region. Nami has claimed to have deceived nearly all the renowned pirates of the East Blue. Oh, it's possible that Nami also tricked Alvida. But now the question arises. Did Sanji truly not recognize her when they first crossed paths? In the famous restaurant of the East Blue, the renowned floating eatery, it is entirely plausible that Nami accompanied a great pirate there for a meal. Thus, the notorious con artist Nami could very well have known Sanji long before, as she was not like Usopp, who remained on the small island without venturing out. Indeed, one cannot weave the most fantastical adventure tales without having endured the harsh realities of the sea. Vinci, I'm going to confront that fat woman. Stop. Patty. You go and help Sanji extinguish the flames first. Thud, thud, thud. The furious duo stormed out of the kitchen, without uttering a word, dousing Sanji with a bucket of water, while the other dragged him away. Ouch. The little brat's feet are getting hotter. Who knows what bizarre martial arts he has been practicing lately. I want her. You must understand, a boy's youthful infatuation will never extinguish. Oh, Vinci sighed, realizing that their first encounter had indeed cemented his future style of romantic expressions. Alvida, in a fit of rage, found herself unserved. Waiter, bring me the finest dishes at once. There are none. Vinci cast aside the kitchen knife, his expression one of indifference. The old woman's eyes widened in surprise. To be honest, young Vinci felt a twinge of fear. This woman was a high-ranking practitioner of silver-tier martial arts, wielding a spiked club as thick as his arm. Yet, he had no choice but to save Nami. Otherwise, judging by the current situation, the Straw Hat crew would prematurely lose their navigator. As the first mate, He would not allow such a dreadful occurrence to unfold. With a swift motion, he brought the knife down towards her head, invoking a unique effect upon the blade, a painful cost that would weigh heavily upon him. The once ineffective kitchen knife now bore an extraordinary influence, but the price was steep. Vinci could keenly sense that he could only muster 2 more such strikes before exhaustion overwhelmed him, reminiscent of the early toll on Luffy when he activated Gear 4th, rendering him unable to use Haki for 10 minutes. Ah, how infuriating, yet tears threatened to fall. The rotund pirate Alrida's tears were larger than the average person's. Despite her youth, her voracious appetite and fiery temper had taken a toll. Her sobs grew louder, even as Nami was being saved, until her makeup ran and her outer flesh sagged. All her subordinates were outside the ship, under orders not to enter the sea restaurant, as she intended to deal with the little traitor herself. Nami, you look stunning. Thank you. I think you're quite handsome too. Delighted. Vinci felt a surge of happiness at the compliment from the goddess, yet it seemed impossible to quell the woman's weeping. Captain, do you need our assistance? Get lost. Don't come in here. The lobster is too delicious, and I love to cry. In an instant, Alrida appeared as 2 entirely different personas. To her crew, she remained the robust captain, while to Vinci and Nami, she was nothing short of a stunning beauty. Nami whispered softly, leaning into Vinci's ear. See? She truly is beautiful. I've seen her at night, but strangely, Alrida warned me that if I spoke of it, she would kill me. Oh. Then why did she bring you to the sea restaurant, Baratai? She said she wanted me to sneak away, but I must not reveal the truth. Caught off guard by Nami's whispered words, Vinci was still reeling when Alrida was sent flying by Luffy, fortuitously acquiring the slip fruit and transforming into a great beauty. She had subsequently formed a pirate alliance with the clown buggy, only to be overwhelmed by the smoke man, Smoker. Shouldn't he, the slip fruit, have made her beautiful? My dear master, allow me to satisfy your curiosity. Firstly, the slip fruit enhances one's skin, purging impurities, but beauty lies in the essence, not merely the exterior. If a person's overall appearance is unappealing, consuming the fruit will only make them better, not transform them into a stunning beauty, unless, of course, she was already a beauty to begin with. Oh. Vinci gazed in astonishment at Yolita, whose makeup was ruined by tears. She wore a rather robust yet hollow outfit. Her face petite, adorned with long eyelashes, large eyes, a high-arched nose, and a delicate cherry-red mouth. Cradled in her arms was a fallen, plump mask, accompanied by a fade of artificial flesh. The peculiar effect of the skin mask lasted only 5 minutes, and it was only then that Yarlita donned the mask and arranged the faux flesh before the scrutinizing eyes of onlookers. She coldly addressed the 2 children. Do not presume that the sea is merely your playhouse. You are the father, and she is the mother. Any beauty must pay a price before desire. And those filthy wretches outside are far from virtuous. Moreover, should you dare to speak recklessly, I shall ensure your demise. Remember, little girl, never reveal your beauty to the avaricious pirates. The old woman rose, brandishing her spiked club, striding boldly out of the dining hall. Upon exiting, she erupted in furious roars. Hurry up. I have a banquet to host on Gothic Island tonight. Her voice turned coarse, a stark contrast to the gentleness she had previously shown to Vinci and his companion. Alas, such occurrences are indeed remarkable. She must be a woman with a story to tell. Vinci pondered, shaking his head as he inquired of Nami, yet received no response. Upon turning back, he discovered not a single silhouette remained, save for an empty wallet. Only a small note remained, inscribed in childish handwriting. She forgot to mention the next line. Never be deceived by a girl's beauty, and restrain your greed. Little thief cat, I loathe you. I've saved up my tips for an entire month. Suddenly, 2 small hands seized his neck, accompanied by a voice laden with sorrow echoing in his ear. He could only perceive Sanji's eyes glimmering with a golden light. Gritting his teeth. Vinci, where is my first love? No, please, she truly has departed. Don't choke me. Save me. 2 months passed in a blur, or rather, in the torment of enduring agony. Vinci, I shall miss you, but do not blame yourself for matters of first love. Are you out of your mind? Does Nami even know you? Oh, so her name is Nami, such a lovely name. Damn it, you actually know her name and still claim it doesn't matter. Help. After a strenuous effort to escape Sanji's choking grip, Vinci's arduous life as an intern finally came to an end. However, what awaited him was the battlefield. Upon the vast expanse of the East Sea, the clown pirates faced off against Admiral Krieg. Vince sat in the small boat, pondering the seemingly chaotic nature of the impending battle. It was rumored that the notorious Krieg pirate crew boasted over 1,000 members, Yet their numbers paled in comparison to Buggy's motley band. If the clown Buggy dispatched just 2 more captains, victory would be undeniably his. What was there to be fought over? Were they even of the same caliber? Vince, how have you been faring lately? Are you still enjoying yourself? Well enough, I suppose. I feel I've made considerable progress in my culinary skills. My fruit proficiency has seen significant improvement. Indeed, there has been advancement. My fruit mastery has risen to a respectable 495,500 in the bronze tier. As for other areas, they are nearly non-existent. Swordsmanship? With all the time spent chopping vegetables. What sword techniques could I possibly practice? Can one truly compare a person to shrimp, meat, or vegetables? Vince, a devil fruit user's greatest fear is the sea. Yet you must conquer your trepidation. Please no? Old man. Without warning, the red-footed Zeph seized Vince and tossed him into the water, swiftly propelling him forward like a turbine. Captain, how fast must you have been in your prime before your injuries? Was it light speed? Do not speak so carelessly. Be wary of being kicked by a monkey that resembles a human. He often boasts of being struck by light speed. Oh, did he injure you? Zeph fell silent for a moment before softly uttering, my foot was not rendered useless by his light speed kick. Gulping down seawater, Vince gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. He was unaware of how long he had been asleep, only recalling a sense of floating in midair. Where am I? Who am I? What have I done to deserve this? Approximately 3 minutes prior, 2 formidable pirate crews stood locked in a tense standoff. The atmosphere was so charged it was nearly palpable when a massive shark surged forth from the distance, creating great waves. With a swift motion, Zeph hurled Vince into the air, tracing an elegant parabola. Captain Krieg, the shark has lost its cub. Nonsense. Do not interrupt me during this critical moment. Krieg stared in astonishment as Vince soared past him, barely managing to open his eyes and expel a mouthful of seawater. A large red cloak swooped in to envelop Vince, and he managed a foolish smile before nearly losing consciousness again. Buggy immediately grabbed a megaphone, bellowing, Krieg, you despicable fiend. How dare you kidnap my trump card? He has returned, but it is of no use now. This is a disgrace for our clown pirate crew. Prepare to meet your demise. Krieg, bewildered, picked up the megaphone. Desperately attempting to clarify, I did not capture your lackey. Do not tarnish my reputation. At this juncture, explanations were mere fade-aids. And the clown pirate crew was ablaze with fervor, their anger palpable. The captains were their supreme leaders, and the trump card was akin to the leaders of leaders. Preserving face was imperative. The flat-headed warrior, consumed by impotent rage, could not comprehend whether Buggy was truly defaming him. All he could see was Chef Jafu swiftly departing the scene like a shark. He thrust his gun into the deck with great force, cursing inwardly, Jafu. This grudge between us is now sealed. A gentleman's revenge is not to be delayed for a decade. With a cough, whence he spat out seawater, struggling to rise. Aided by the concerned beast tamer, Machi, both were incapable of fighting. One was nearly lifeless, while the other, if injured, would jeopardize half the fish population in the East Sea. Help me up. I want to see what tricks that rascal Crick has up his sleeve. I shall not rest until I uncover the truth. His eyelids fluttered, and through his blurred vision, he beheld countless golden armors and an array of gunpowder rifles. Impossible. A cold sweat broke out as he realized that the Crick pirate crew could not possibly equip each member with such armor, reminiscent of Crick's preparations years later. Where did he acquire such funding? Indeed, a team of this caliber would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. When they first encountered the nascent Straw Hat pirates in the East Sea a decade later, they would be more than capable of annihilating them. Wency, what you are witnessing is indeed the Crick pirate crew's trump card. Are you aware that the moniker Ghost Mannequin comprises 2 parts? One is his fierce combat prowess and ghostly vitality, and the other is the might of the Crick pirate crew. In the East Sea, they are also known as the Golden Pirate Crew, renowned for their exceptional defensive capabilities, and their rifles unleash explosive projectiles, inflicting tremendous damage. Cough, cough. But how could they possibly possess such a vast quantity of gold? Naturally, they have assistance. In the East Sea lies a nation that participates in the Celestial Dragon World Conference. Each month, they supply Crick with a significant amount of gold seized from ordinary citizens, aiming to establish absolute dominance in the East Sea. Defeating our Clown Grand Fleet and Arlong Park, Captain Buggy's mission is to dismantle this conspiracy while awaiting a certain individual. Oh, I see. Since the individual Captain Buggy is waiting for has been mistaken for Wincy, what will happen next? Will he continue to linger in the East Sea? Machi pondered for a moment, lying on the deck, his tone betraying disbelief. The Grand Line. The struggle for the position of the 4 emperors, That is the closest path to the Pirate King. The person he awaits must indeed be extraordinary. A formidable figure like the Five Emperors would surely be in search of an even greater entity, and that can only be the Pirate King. With a resolute spout, Vinci expelled a jet of water, reminiscent of a whale, cursing inwardly at how perilously close he was to the path of success. The air was alive with the cacophony of gunfire, clashing blades, fervent shouts, and mournful wails. The formidable Crick pirate crew surged forward like a relentless tide, each member a seasoned combatant. Meanwhile, the 30 captains remained still, positioned at the bow of the ship, bracing against the tempest, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to seize the advantage. At the forefront stood Buggy, undeterred by the towering waves crashing upon him, facing all adversities alone. In that instant, Vinci recalled the lonely jester Buggy, who had once confided in him. None of the 30 captains were genuinely committed. They sought only power. Only a true king could command the respect of the strong. Buggy possessed merely the luck of a conqueror's disposition, rather than the fierce aura of dominion. The odds of success were infinitesimal. Such a grand fleet, even if it reached the Grand Line, could flaunt its might temporarily, but upon entering the New World, confronting the formidable Four Emperors, terror would ensue, proving them no match. The mightiest creature, Kaido, could obliterate several captains in an instant. The rest would soon capitulate. Suddenly, someone leaped onto the bow, wielding twin staffs, their gaze as frigid as frost. The Harbinger, the Spectre, akin. Buggy remained unmoved, for he spotted the armored figure of Iron-Walled Ba, along with the fiery-haired Eid man charging towards him, closely followed by the Admiral, the flat-headed warrior Crick. A scornful smile graced his lips, his tear-streaked visage resembling an eternal sorrow, as he whispered to himself, "Captain Roger, am I truly an inept captain? Or merely an inexperienced novice? Regardless, the tide of time is inexorable." A thrust. Master Seer, Kabaji lunged with his sword, aimed directly at Ironwall. Ah, Master Show. Lion Ricky snapped at the Spectre, akin. They would never be granted the opportunity to strike Captain Buggy directly. The Crick pirate crew, though formidable, relied on their superior equipment. Each member's combat prowess akin to that of Crick a decade hence in the floating restaurant. The fruit of fragmentation awakened. In an instant, the jester Buggy vanished without a trace, his movements imperceptible. The Admiral Crick, who had just disembarked, fell to his knees in shock. "Machi, what just transpired?" "Humph." The captain's fruit had long since awakened, and he possesses a formidable observation haki. Crick is but a jester. Stand down, lest you lose your heads. The chief strategist of the Crick pirate crew had placed a foot upon Vinci's chest, a gun in one hand aimed at him, and a blade in the other directed at Sho. Ah, a clever man indeed, targeting the two weakest. Truly, a man, renowned for his intellect. Yet how can you be certain you haven't fallen prey to Captain Buggy's ploys? Idman laughed heartily. Where is he? Buggy has vanished without a trace. How could he possibly be ensnared? Silence, Buggy. I shall not harm you easily, for that would lead us both to ruin. However, do not think to play tricks. Buggy is merely a coward, unworthy of the title of the Fifth Emperor. Machi sneered. What a fool, utterly unaware of his own insignificance. The clown Buggy possesses the power of the conqueror's haki, the ability to sever his body to an extraordinary degree, with all parts except his feet capable of flight. Among his 3 types of haki, his observation haki is the most formidable. Even your Captain Creek, who desperately wishes to follow the likes of my hawk, cannot inflict even a scratch upon him. Bullets, fists, blades, he faces them all without fear, should he so choose. After the duel between the captain and my hawk, which left the world's greatest swordsman in a foul mood, it is evident that the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, did not manage to strip my hawk of his title. By what means, then, is the captain deemed unworthy of being called one of the 5 emperors? It is merely that he lacks the conqueror's haki like the others. To many, he appears as a mere jester, commanding 30 captains with bounties exceeding 100 million. Ready to deploy his fleet of 3,000 ships, and wielding 4 formidable trump cards. Bang! A shot struck Wenceslas in the thigh. Edamon's exaggerated laughter echoed, while Wenceslas gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, why do you flaunt your prowess against me?" Bayu. He lost 30 health points, had Wenceslas not been physically weakened. Such an attack would not have breached his defenses. A person devoid of conqueror's haki is destined never to become a true sovereign of the seas. The ambitions of the lowly are akin to those of wolves and tigers, unless one stands as a lion upon a lofty stone. None possess the right to compel their submission. Moreover, there exists Kaido, who towers above, surveying the land like a dragon, Whitebeard, known as Newgate. A monster with a human form and an undamaged back. Big Mom, who has been a force of nature since childhood, capable of bearing the weight of colossal steel balloons. And Shanks, a paragon of supreme hockey and unparalleled swordsmanship. The clown buggy is fated never to become the fifth emperor. No one will ever be worthy of such a title. Ugh, Wenceslas could not help but spit in disdain. Do you wish for death? The second shot, more potent, caused a loss of 35 health points, and Wenceslas's countenance darkened as his health dwindled due to the wound. What are you saying, Eddie Man? This world will undoubtedly see a fifth emperor in the future, destined to rise and earn the title of 5 emperors rightfully. He shall have loyal subordinates, a grand fleet of thousands, reliable and powerful allies, and the innate right to rule. Who is it, then? You? Or the clown buggy? Vinci gritted his teeth in anguish and declared fiercely, one day in the future, I shall appear upon this vast ocean, vanquishing all the pirates of the East Sea, establishing my name upon the Grand Line, and reigning supreme in the New World as the Pirate King. I shall await that day, but before it arrives, I must deliver another shot. With a resounding bang, Vinci clutched his chest, his health dwindling to half and continuing to decline. With a harsh slap, Adamon relentlessly assaulted him. Blood seeped from the corner of Vinci's mouth, and he struggled to breathe. Even during battles with the Clo pirates, he had never experienced such a sensation. Was he truly on the brink of death? Letting go, he sprawled on the deck in a starfish position, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Do not speak to me of the future, you foolish dreamer. Dreams. Adamon, you are truly naive. Dreams are the most precious treasure to humanity, and you possess none. With 2 more slaps, Vinci felt his face swell, rendering him nearly speechless. Whether or not I have dreams is none of your concern. What I can prove is that the clown pirates have forgotten. Look at our warriors who battle tenfold against you, and your fleeing comrades, alongside those captains who smile as they wait for their opportunity. The clown pirates, now a mere shadow of their former selves, had nothing to contend against us, the Crick pirates. My lord, murmured the first mate Machi, attempting to console Vinci. Do not fret, this is the final trial. The buggy pirates may be a mere memory, but the captain has always sought those who await him. Only the mightiest pirate crew of the East Sea can find that individual. He claimed to have found him. Then those who merely sit back and watch should vanish, Vinci. This is a grand purge. You shall witness a formidable being possessing the strength of the 5 emperors, with a magnificent stature. Nonsense. Do you think I would believe you? The chief strategist Adamon, enraged, aimed to fire again. Just then, the tumult upon the sea abruptly ceased. He turned in bewilderment, witnessing all the captains at the bow of the ship, akin to Crick, kneeling on one knee, a sight obscured yet rendered even more terrifying. How could this be? Who did this and how? Boom. 1,000 golden-armored figures surged forth, blood mist enveloping the surface of the sea. Instantly, Crick, who had knelt, trembled, blood seeping through the seams of his golden armor. The rapid strike from the formidable Seer Lord, a technique imbued with sword energy, shattered the iron wall with a single blow. Impressive. Your wound heals far quicker than my attack speed. This must be the extraordinary prowess of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, exclaimed the demon, as Akin's words fell short, his body collapsing, back to the heavens. The Crick pirates were utterly defeated. Little by little, the crimson robes re-emerged. Vinci mused. The figure before him indeed exuded a formidable presence. There was no necessity for everyone to be a king. If a jester's performance were sufficiently splendid, it would not be in vain. Baki, if you dare to move even a fraction, I shall take his life. Baki smirked, spreading his arms wide. How can you be certain you haven't been ensnared? When did this occur? Monster. The power of the split fruit, upon awakening, could sever in greater measure, obliterating one's internal organs from within, and even manipulate another's actions through focused neural control. With a gasp, Eddie Man knelt in disbelief, struggling to maintain his stance, unwilling to fully succumb. What an extraordinary force this was. He had never witnessed the legendary 4 emperors firsthand and was uncertain if Baki could truly rival them. The only certainty was that in the East Sea, the jester Baki was more than worthy of the title of king. Phew, you nearly terrified me. I thought my life was truly at an end. With a relaxed smile, Vinci felt a moment of joy, but it was abruptly shattered by a thunderous shout. Clown Buggy. I am Vice Admiral Carp. I give you one last chance to surrender. Oh no, Carp has come to sweep in. Captain Buggy, Carp is here. Oh, what of it? This is our era. In an instant, the clown Buggy vanished without a trace, leaving behind a rather impressive pirate hat and a letter. The 3, unfazed, picked up the envelope and slowly opened it. The lion hoisted the tamer onto his back, while Lord Chan struggled to sit against the wall. Before the battle had even begun, he had already faced defeat. It must be said, those slaps had truly hurt. Yet they also revealed to him for the first time Buggy's formidable strength. The true power of the split fruit ought to be this formidable. In a deck of cards, the jokers are vibrant, both in color and in black and white, while the hidden cards total 10. The best strategy in this world should be to possess 10 hidden cards, enabling one to confront the might of the J, Q, and K trio. If henceforth you were to establish a pirate crew, then seek out 10 allies. For no one can survive alone upon these seas, not even that reckless fellow Barrett. Zayawangsi, put on this hat, or cherish it. In fact, Shanks possesses a hat gifted by Captain Roger, the straw hat, while I bear the pirate hat that Captain Roger acquired later. You deserve to have it, for it embodies the will of generations. I hope our next meeting will be at the pinnacle of piracy. Buggy, surely this fellow does not intend to confront the heroic Carp, allowing Vinci to escape? What a complete fool. Captain, prepare for this decisive battle. The Grand Fleet cannot endure for long. As you can see, those scurrying about have never had the courage to face the challenges of the sea. Sean, you should depart. Perhaps you are the one the captain has been waiting for. Lord Jin extended his hand, offering the pirate hat to Vinci, preparing to gently place it upon his head. With a firm rejection, Wenceslas departed from Captain Carp's vessel nearly a year ago. During this time, his growth has been a generous gift from Buggy. This hat he wears will not be donned lightly. It merely rests at his waist. I must take my leave. If Buggy returns, please convey to him that we shall meet again in the future. I may not stand atop the pinnacle of piracy, but I will undoubtedly have steadfast and reliable companions by my side. Ahem, Lord lingers on, his parched lips trembling slightly. Little Wenceslas, the three of us must share life and death with Buggy. We are the clown circus, eternal performers. You have inherited his will. Press on. Wenceslas, with tears welling in his eyes, felt a sense of bewilderment. In the distance, on the battlefield, he would later be known as one who merely survived by luck. Yet he truly possessed a figure of remarkable stature. Some individuals are destined not to bear the mantle of kingship. Should they then succumb to despair? No. He has witnessed the silhouette of Buggy the Clown, that resplendent, towering hero. Indeed, such a person rightfully deserves a band of comrades willing to face life and death together. As Vinci reluctantly turned back, he gazed upon the sea, where atop a lioness back sat Gienner and the three adults, fleeing with a speed rivaling that of Zeph. Where are you headed? A strategic retreat, for as long as the Green Mountains stand, one need not fear the absence of firewood. With that thought, Vinci silently retracted his previous words. A formidable warrior does not necessarily have a band of loyal companions by their side. With a pirate hat secured at his waist and a cleaver in each hand, Vinci boarded the escape vessel, hastily making his departure. Two powerful adversaries clashed, their fates uncertain, and he knew he must make haste to find a secluded place to rise anew. If all else failed, he could always retreat to Windmill Village and join forces with the Dayton family. The four brothers could set sail together and dominate the new world. The ship hadn't ventured far when a shadow swiftly darted in, abducting young Vinci. Mr. Bogart, you've arrived. It's been over a year. I trust you fared well. Indeed, you've made considerable progress. You seem at least tenfold stronger. Oh, haha, I still wish for none of it. Let me perish as a pirate lost to the sea, and I shall have no regrets. Vinci, enveloped in a profound sense of despair, closed his eyes. The clamor of the knife system echoed in his ears, disturbing his peace of mind. Beep. The proficiency of the fruit has leveled up. The experience pool is full, and you may now allocate experience points at your discretion. Silver tier, 731, 000 freely allocatable points, 100 active skills, culinary concealment, distinct from culinary shadow. This technique renders the physical kitchen knife invisible, arriving without a trace and departing without a sound. Upgrade your physical skill specialization. Allocate attack, speed, and defense in a ratio of 1:1:2. Without life, nothing else matters. Ding. Master, allocation complete. Please review your attribute board. Proficiency, silver tier, 731, 000 health, 1,000 attack, 95 speed, 80 defense, 140 aura, none fruit, not yet awakened fruit skills, active, culinary shadow, culinary concealment. Passive, knife orchid slash, 100 critical strike rate, swordsmanship specialization, bronze mid-tier, 121, 200 gunsmithing specialization, 0 physical skill specialization, bronze high tier, 23, 500 experience, 35. 500 legendary character card, complete jester Buggy, culinary clone, capable of producing up to 4 blades. Sigh, this past year has been nothing short of a nightmare. Don't even think about sending me to my demise. Of course not. Look, here's your new wanted notice. The bounty notice regarding Wenceslas startled many. Titled, The Fugitive Shovel. The reward stands at 32 million berries. Mr. Bogart, do you believe the Joker, Bucky, has a chance of winning? The sunglasses-clad aide smirked, responding with unwavering confidence, impossible. A year ago, he sustained injuries that are not easily healed. Vinci was astonished. Indeed, Buggy had sustained injuries after the grand battle. However, in his view, it was far from an irreparable state, as he was still capable of performing. Moreover, the ability of the split fruit rendered him impervious to harm. Are you surprised? To be honest, I share your sentiments. Yet, Admiral Carp remarked that Buggy the Clown was cunning and unpredictable. In that moment, he appeared to be desperately shielding himself from an attack. Had he not used his body as a barrier, his 3 trump cards would have been affected. Speaking of which, you are the 4th trump card. What are the other 3? Vinci fell silent. Was he to imply that those 3 scoundrels had fled for their lives? Per Buggy, his fortuitous luck was indeed bought at the cost of his life. I once thought that Buggy's grand red robe was impenetrable, yet it turns out he suffered grave injuries. It seems the fruits of his labor were no match for Admiral Carp's formidable fists. Indeed, the two shared a foolish grin. Ding dong. Master. Congratulations on successfully guessing the randomly assigned skill. Martial arts. Iron plate. Enhances your natural recovery rate and, when activated, doubles your defense, though it greatly depletes stamina. How vexing. Skills are assigned randomly. When will I ever have the privilege to choose for myself? It's simple. Just attain a golden rank in a single domain, and you will unlock the skill library for all professions. Damn it. This is the closest I've come to the pinnacle of my life, half a step from becoming one of the 4 emperors. Tears streamed down Vinci's face as he wept. Uncertain whether his sorrow was for the jester Buggy or for himself. Both were undeniably tragic figures, were they not? The fierce battle raged for half the day, culminating in Buggy's escape, relying on the capriciousness of fate, his whereabouts unknown. Carp clenched his fist at the bow of the ship, his injuries ambiguous. Yet he remained motionless for an extended period, eventually addressing the returning Vinci with, "Cease your tears. This ordeal has inflicted significant psychological trauma upon you. I shall arrange for you to recuperate for a time, spending 3 months in the village of Syrup." Wait, isn't Syrup Village the dwelling place of the great Usopp? Vinci exclaimed. I must embark on an adventure with him. Set sail. Suddenly, with a thud, Vinci was unceremoniously tossed overboard, left to drift alone for a considerable time. Syrup Village, a place of legends and the hiding spot of the illustrious Usopp, was also the birthplace of his father, the world's foremost marksman. How dreadfully dull it was. The village, aside from its peculiar architecture, offered nothing remarkable, resembling a miniature Dressrosa. Where could Usopp be? The quiet little town welcomed an unexpected visitor early that morning, yet the diligent villagers remained blissfully unaware. However, Usopp, punctual as ever, had already begun to shout throughout the village, "Pirates are coming! Pirates are coming! Everyone, flee!" At the village entrance, Vinci stood, staring blankly at the long-nosed figure before him, inadvertently letting out a chuckle. A kind-hearted lie. Indeed, the childhood of the fabricator of falsehoods was not particularly splendid. Now, with the little ones, including Carrot Top, being mere children unable to join in his antics, one could imagine their lives to be rather dull. Usopp, if you continue to deceive, I shall strike you. The benevolent villagers played along with his performance, furiously brandishing their brooms as they stepped out of their homes, clamoring loudly. When Usopp reached the edge of the village, Vinci stood there, grinning foolishly. Hey, who are you? And that pirate captain's hat. But those rusty kitchen knives at your waist betray you, little trickster. Well, I truly am a pirate, and I have a bounty. How much? 50 berries? No, 30 million berries. Usopp erupted into raucous laughter, having encountered a child well-versed in deception. All right, I see, you big fraud. But what about your family? None. I'm an orphan. Usopp's eyes turned crescent-shaped with mirth. A mischievous grin plastered across his face as he embraced this master of trickery. I admire your audacity. You lie without a hint of shame. Henceforth, Captain Usopp has decided to welcome you aboard our grand fleet of 5,000. Their stomachs rumbled simultaneously, leading to an awkward glance exchanged between them. With a chuckle, Vinci retrieved several hundred berries from his oversized backpack, intent on trading for some food. Having lingered in Syrup Village for too long, Usopp yearned for the outside world, bombarding Vinci with incessant questions. Moreover, the mysterious visitor had been mistaken for a homeless trickster, and the two conversed with great delight. Vinci, you just claimed to be a pirate. Why are you wearing wooden sandals? Can you not afford boots? Ah, you will understand in due time. In the world of pirates, those who wear slippers are exceptionally formidable. Oh, yes, yes. Usopp nodded vigorously. You are absolutely right. Yet, his expression conveyed a hint of skepticism, as if to say, "Come now, such trivial tricks won't fool me. I am an expert." Hey, Usopp, is this your new friend? Of course. He is a renowned pirate from the East Sea, a member of my esteemed crew. The villagers laughed at him, chiming in, indeed. His bounty must be at least 30 million berries. Vinci pondered to himself, wondering why no one seemed to believe him. I've come to find you to embark on an adventure. Naturally, the first major hurdle is Logtown. I have decided to visit Drum Island to meet Chopper and witness the vast fields of pink cherry blossoms. Oh, do you have a ship? I can build one. But it must be completed quickly, within 3 months, or the Navy will come to apprehend me. Upon hearing this, Usopp, with a sly grin, waved his hand and coughed theatrically. Of course, every word you utter is correct. From now on, you shall accompany me, the illustrious Usopp. And don't think a 30 million berry bounty is the limit. 3 billion. No, 30 billion is entirely feasible. I am serious. Vince Smoke was incensed. It appeared that persuading this individual to set sail would prove to be quite the challenge. I initially intended to take advantage of the situation to rescue Nami from her dire predicament, yet it seems that plan has been thwarted. Do I seem to be fabricating tales? The proud Usopp, having just boasted, suddenly hurried towards the largest residence in the town. Where are you headed? I inquired. No time for idle chatter, Vice Captain Vince Smoke, follow me. The captain's wife awaits my presence. In your dreams, I retorted. That position has long been reserved for another trustworthy companion. Vinci trailed behind Usopp, contemplating the fellow's surprisingly swift pace. No wonder he excelled in evasion. With a swift motion, he deftly leaped onto a branch. Finding himself face to face with the object of his affections, the most affluent girl in the village. Was he merely boasting to Kaya? Only she would be naive enough to believe his words. Whence he sat upon a tree branch, momentarily captivated by beauty. Oh. The enchanting ladies of the One Piece world possess an innate charm. They appear adorable from a young age. Though she may not rival Nami, she undoubtedly exudes a pure and delightful aura. Usopp, is he your new friend? Indeed, Miss Koya, this is Vinci, my latest recruit as vice captain. With a bounty of 30 million berries. Koya smiled knowingly, and Usopp, brimming with confidence, began to boast about his adventures. Before long, Vinci found himself drawn in. The tales he spun were indeed captivating. What an irresistible charm. After a while, a seagull delivered the newspaper. Koya graciously handed over some berries, collecting the paper. But a few sheets slipped from her grasp. Unhurriedly, she bent down to retrieve them. Moments later, Koya carefully lifted her gaze to Vinci, only to blush and lower her head again. What on earth have you done? Why does Koya blush at the sight of you, Vinci? Let go of my neck. Is that all you can do? Usopp spluttered as Vinci finally wriggled free from his grasp. Miss Koya, fear not. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to stay here for a while, and then build my own ship to venture into the sea. I have saved up 100,000 berries. Just enough for a small vessel, but sufficient for the two of us. This sum was, in fact, a secret stash he had accumulated during his time aboard Buggy the Clown's ship. Koya whispered to Usopp, do you truly intend to set sail with Vinci? Of course. I, Usopp, am the bravest warrior of these seas. Very well, I shall trust your words. Koya nervously extended a bounty notice. It bore Vinci's signature goofy grin alongside his rusted cleaver, much like Usopp's first bounty notice featuring a silhouette of him with Luffy. Vinci's notice depicted Luffy's hand resting on his shoulder, with a corner of his straw hat visible. The notice read, Escaped Shovel, bounty of 32 million berries. You truly are a pirate, and your bounty exceeds 30 million berries. Usopp fainted, tumbling from the branch. By evening, when Usopp regained consciousness, Vinci was applying an ice pack to his head. With trembling hands, Usopp raised one, his gaze vacant and his lips pale. Mr. Vinci, cough cough. I am fortunate to have once been aboard your ship. Alas, during this adventure in Syrup Village, the captain has been stricken with a terminal illness and can no longer sail upon the boundless seas. Carry forth my dreams and sweat, fight valiantly. With a helpless expression, Vinci clutched his cleaver and inquired warmly, Mr. Usopp, may I ask what terminal illness you are afflicted with? Ah, cough cough, regrettably, Mr. Vinci. I suffer from the malady of leaving this island. Should I depart, I shall surely perish. Usopp's eyes were locked onto his captain, resembling a sudden demise. With a cold demeanor, Vinci brandished a knife at his neck and declared, "You have 3 seconds to assist me in constructing a ship, or you shall never witness the dawn of tomorrow." "Very well, Vinci, I shall draft the blueprints immediately." Usopp miraculously recovered in an instant, seated at his desk and fervently sketching. His terminal affliction vanished in mere seconds. "Oh, Usopp, up so early? What have you been up to with your friends lately?" Eshuingbi shot a glance at them and replied coldly, "I am preparing to build a ship and leave Zilliba village. We are embarking on an adventure, our first destination being Roga Town, followed by the Grand Line. Destined for fame. Ha ha ha. Good luck. I hope someone believes your fabrications." Usopp was left speechless, while Vinci laughed heartily beside him. This fellow, indeed a skilled artisan, managed to produce remarkably plausible blueprints. It wouldn't be long before they would set sail to conquer the seas. "Hey, Vinci, my kitchen knife is broken. May I borrow one? I will return it after sharpening." "No problem." Strangely enough, Vinci quickly integrated with the villagers, forming strong bonds. The uncle who borrowed the knife leaned in and whispered, "Little Vinci, yesterday Usopp came to my house in a fluster, claiming you are a notorious pirate, ha ha ha, and that the entire village should capture you." The enthusiastic villagers ignited a blush on Vinci's cheeks as he stood with his hands on his hips, grinning foolishly. "Indeed. I am the infamous East Blue Pirate with a bounty of 30 million. The villagers erupted in laughter, while Usopp's face darkened. "You little brat. Daring to deceive Usopp the Great, I shall make you pay." On another note, it seemed that Kuro would take some time to reach Zilliba village, and Usopp wished to set sail before encountering familiar faces. However, the servant from the Kaya household, Mary, would often sneakily peer through the window, likely fearful that Vinci, the rogue, might harm Usopp. It was evident that feelings were mutual, and at times, one couldn't help but envy Eshuingbi for being the fortunate one to have someone like Kaya fond of him. "Vinci, have you truly ventured into perilous escapades?" "Yes, I have participated in numerous battles. I am quite formidable, capable of defeating at least 10 villagers single-handedly. A monster. The Rogu town we shall visit is renowned as the beginning and end of many tales. It is where the pirate King Roger met his demise. Regarded as the strictest checkpoint in the East Sea, I fear this journey may lead to my end." Silence. "From this day forth, we shall focus solely on shipbuilding, and together we will conquer the seas. By the way, we might even encounter someone ahead of time." "Who?" "Green Algae Head, a formidable swordsman wielding 3 swords. Usopp scoffed at him. 3 swords? "A human can wield a maximum of 2. What shall you do with the extra one? Bite it?" "Indeed, you are correct. That fellow is akin to one who bites down on a blade. One cannot ascertain whether Kana has passed away. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for his salvation." Vince Moke, in his usual verbose manner, lamented that apart from physical fitness and swordsmanship training, much of his time was devoted to shipbuilding. However, there was another matter of considerable importance: his proficiency with firearms. A pirate had adorned his right hip, while a revolver, acquired from a defeated pirate, rested at his left. "I prefer using a slingshot. Firearms are prohibitively expensive, and gunpowder is no less costly. I envy you, yet I shall still become the bravest warrior of the seas." "Really? You don't want one? I could gift you one." Usopp, however, opted to sidestep this offer. In truth, the superiority of firearms lies in the rapid loading of ammunition compared to slingshots, requiring less human effort and delivering greater precision, thereby minimizing unnecessary waste. Under the tutelage of the sharpshooter, Frankie, Usopp had learned a great deal about marksmanship, and although only a month had passed, his accuracy had significantly improved, bolstered by enhanced physical attributes and innate talent. Meanwhile, their small vessel was finally completed, proudly flying a modest pirate flag featuring a simple skull, with a slingshot on the left and a kitchen knife on the right. "Courageous warrior Usopp, remember, we are temporarily dubbed the Vegetable Egg Pirates, and we are utterly serious about conquering the East Sea. First mate, why do we bear such a foolish name?" "Because knife skills pirates sounds more like a bunch of hasty cooks seeking employment on the high seas." Usopp cast a glance at the kitchen knife at Vince Moke's waist. For days, Vince Moke had been the one preparing meals, showcasing systematic culinary training and commendable skill, at least with the fundamentals. The villagers even claimed that cooking with this rusty knife could enhance the flavor. Half-legendary character card, Redfoot Chef, increases flavor by 10%. Current enhancement rate post-silver is 15%. "Frankie," Usopp murmured, "you still insist you are not a chef. Let us embark on our adventure, Frankie." Vince abruptly seized Usopp. Aboard their modest vessel, which was merely equipped with a sleeping area and storage for drinking water and provisions, relying entirely on human effort for navigation. Come on, Usopp. We must exert ourselves for the sake of our grand adventure. The two little sailors meandered across the vast ocean for a full 2 months. They had not only exhausted their supplies, but were also utterly depleted, sprawled on the deck in slumber. Seagulls soared overhead. And Usopp lamented that even wealth could only procure a mere newspaper. Ah, what sensational news, Usopp. Vice Admiral Garp has declared that the notorious Clown Buggy and the Creek Pirates have been vanquished, heralding the dawn of justice in the East Blue. Is that so? Usopp, on the verge of collapse, weakly grasped the newspaper, reclined at the edge of the cabin, and squinted at it, tears brimming in his eyes. Vince, are we destined to perish? I am so famished. Had I known, I would never have ventured out to sea. How can we possibly locate a small island? I might as well be dead. Cough, cough. Liar. I believe I can hear the sound of a grand ship riding the waves. Stop dreaming. How could anyone suddenly appear in this vast ocean? True, perhaps it is merely my hallucination. But Usopp, if I am starving, might I consume you? Hey, you lunatic. It's not a matter of hallucinations. You've completely lost your sanity. A chilly breeze brushed against their faces, and shadows loomed over the small boat. Is it about to rain? How splendid. I could use a bit of fresh water. Fool. Vince, are you planning to go solo? I will surely beat you to a pulp. Ah, salvation. Perhaps fleeing is unwise. Survival is paramount. As the two observed soldiers boarding their small vessel, they closed their eyes in relief, thinking, thank goodness, we have not perished. Awakening at dusk, Usopp emerged from the cabin to find himself surrounded by naval soldiers, thinking to himself, this is disastrous. The great pirate Vince must have been captured. And as his accomplice, my fate cannot be much better. However, what he beheld was Vince clad in a uniform of a sergeant, standing at the edge of the deck, striking a formidable pose against the wind. Humph, Usopp, you have arrived at last. I have been waiting for you. Vince, you are not a pirate? Indeed. Vinci turned around, a cold smile gracing his lips as he strolled around his surroundings, his tone peculiar as he spoke. I apologize. I am Wyndon, an apprentice sergeant under Captain Carp. While the individual you are familiar with is none other than my identical twin brother, Vinci. Usopp stood there, dumbfounded, astonished that the two brothers, so alike in appearance, had chosen such divergent paths in life. I am deeply troubled, he continued. Never did I imagine that I would capture my own brother. You may leave now. We have discovered the truth. You have merely been deceived, and someone will escort you back to Zilibu village. As for him, he must face the consequences he deserves. Wendong, clenching his fists, bore an expression of resolute determination. How despicable. Are you truly intent on taking Wenxi's life? He is a good soul, having never committed any wrongdoing, and his culinary skills are commendable. He has always shown kindness to the villagers of Zilab village. Should you doubt this, feel free to investigate. The flustered Usopp, in a hurried attempt to defend, turned crimson, while when she felt a surge of emotion, realizing that this fool valued his comrades even in critical moments. Idiot, cease your defense of my foolish brother. Otherwise, how will you explain the origin of his bounty exceeding 30 million berries? Usopp stood in shock as when she gently patted his shoulder. With a wave of his hand, two soldiers stepped forward to escort the sorrowful Usopp away. After a brief pause, Carp emerged from the cabin, laughing heartily. You little rascal, still dreaming of becoming a pirate? Dream on. I shall train you to become the mightiest warrior. In silence, Vinci gazed in the direction in which Usopp had departed, secretly resolving to fulfill the decade-long promise made to Luffy. The East Blue, it seems, is unbearable. The recent calm has rendered it dreadfully monotonous. Little Vinci, do you have any brilliant ideas? How about we confront Germa 66 in the North Blue? Not interested. I shall reiterate, old man. Refrain from your sarcastic remarks while I am in my training. What? Still contemplating escape? However, amidst this vast ocean, will you not starve? No one can say for certain. But one thing is assured, you cannot swim, unless you employ the moonwalk technique. Wincy let out a soft sigh. Carp was indeed a demon. Not only did he subject him to daily immersion in water, but he also insisted on forcing him to thrash about, expending all his energy only to swim a mere 7 or 8 meters. Utterly futile. Vice Admiral Carp. The Marine Headquarters has dispatched new orders concerning the infamous warlord Jinbei's sworn brother, Arlong, as well as the whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army led by Dragon. HM? Both of these dragons are ostensibly villains. What is it that they require of me? Should I strike my own flesh and blood or slap the face of the sea warrior Jinbei? Bogart adjusted his sunglasses and spoke cautiously. The higher-ups believe that first. Arlong is under the protection of the warlord Jean Bei and has been unjustly acquitted, with no evidence to substantiate the crimes of Arlong Park. Second, Dragon has been maneuvering in the East Blue, his movements shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, it is evident that he has had ties with a dojo in Frost Moon Village. However, the dojo's headmaster has not departed. Perhaps he has yet to persuade this individual. Notably, the headmaster, Gung Shiro, possesses a mysterious identity, possibly linked to the smith Gung Samlang, who fled from Wano country years ago. Given his age, it is highly plausible that he is either a younger brother or the son of Gung Samlang. Carp's expression subtly shifted. Wano country, a name steeped in taboo, had long been associated with Kazuki Oden, a true man of justice who had tragically fallen victim to Kaido's treachery. That insufferable brat must have already vacated Frost Moon Village. In that case, let us pay a visit and then heed that old Koot Sengoku's words, setting forth to the Grand Line to investigate the rainless phenomenon in Alabasta. Very well. Bogart rose, his long sword swaying ominously at his side. Whence he mused that these individuals showed no signs of restraint. It is worth mentioning that Zoro's current location is indeed Frostmoon Village, where, in his youth, he had accompanied figures such as Dragon, the tyrant Kuma, and the cross-dressing King Ivan, suggesting an undeniable connection. The pace of Winshur's sword practice has slowed somewhat as he contemplates the war led by Dragon, aimed at resisting the avaricious celestial dragons. His friend Yosuke, and even he himself, may very well originate from Wano country. This land is under the dominion of Kaido and the shogun Orochi, and their connection is likely rooted in a common cause, the salvation of Wano. Does this not imply that Luffy's confrontation with Kaido could potentially attract Dragon's assistance? Indeed. Even indirect support would be invaluable. The three admirals and the fleet admiral are present at the World Conference, and the whereabouts of Kazara remain shrouded in mystery. The incident involving Sabo's rescue of Kuma has unleashed a considerable force from the Navy. Enough of this pondering. It only breeds confusion. It is prudent to first address the matters at hand, for one must act in their own interest, lest they face divine retribution. With great difficulty, Vinci managed to regain his composure, only to find Cap standing before him, delivering a swift, affectionate punch. I despise you, you old fool. And what of it? You dim-witted Vinci. Call me Kiki D. Vinci. I care not who you are, you foolish Vinci. As he fell into the water, he struggled and flailed before sinking beneath the surface, only for his savior, Bogut, to plunge in after him. Upon reaching the shore, Vinci could only sputter and expel water, lying half-conscious on the deck, devoid of any will to live. You old fool, I wish to be a pirate, not some so-called strongest warrior. Whence he silently wept, prompting Bogart to console him from the side. Enough of this. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo all aspire to become pirates. If you do not take up the mantle of a warrior, Rear Admiral Garp will surely be heartbroken, you know? Humph, who cares about him? Whence he seized the kitchen knife with fervor, proclaiming that the vegetable represents original sin. If he possesses sufficient strength, the knife transforms into a swift blade, a grand blade, or even an unparalleled grand knife. The island where Shuangyue village is situated is not particularly close. It took the ship 2 days to arrive. However, as per Carp's orders, only Bogart accompanied Wincy, apart from himself. Be cautious, he advised, for the inhabitants here are traditional and possess exceptional swordsmanship. Dealing with 100 fools would pose no challenge for Wincy. When did I become a unit of measurement for combat prowess? Vincent walked with a frown, visibly irritated. The island, though not large, soon echoed with the focused shouts of young boys wielding their swords. Esteemed guests, please enter. Mr. Gung Shirlang greeted warmly at the dojo entrance. Carp let out his signature hearty laugh. They shared an unspoken understanding yet feigned confusion, asking, could it be that the sound of our warship is too loud? Indeed. But it matters not. As we have guests from afar, there is no reason to feel unwelcome. With a chuckle, Vinci remarked on the theatricality of the two individuals. Although they navigated the tumultuous journey with grace, their voices remained subdued, scarcely discernible, and they stood composed at the entrance, hands confidently poised before them, without drawing their swords in readiness for combat. It is evident that Gung Shiro's mastery of observation haki is remarkable, and in Wano country, the advanced application of armament haki, specifically, the internal destruction of objects, is a skill that no swordsman could possibly lack. Thus, it is clear that Gung Shiro's formidable prowess is undeniable. If the world's foremost swordsman, capable of severing anything, is Mihawk, then the swordsman who cannot sever anything must rightfully be Gungshiro. Hey, Zoro, guests have arrived at the dojo. You should cease your frenzied training. Did you not notice the large-headed fellow and the bear-like creature last time? In the dojo's backyard, several defeated challengers were beckoning to Zoro. Is that so? Who are they this time? Do they bear shoe prints on their faces? Not quite. Among them is a boy approximately our age, around 8 or 9 years old, who is a swordsman. Strangely, he has 2 worn kitchen knives strapped to his waist. Really? Zoro, intrigued, set aside the large stone and moved to investigate this young swordsman. What are you doing, Zoro? Silence, Kuina. I must meet this young swordsman. Zoro's competitive spirit did not elicit disdain from the short-haired Kuna. Instead, she smiled gently at him. What a peculiar woman. Flushed and fuming, Zoro stormed into the courtyard, wielding his dual swords. Where's that young swordsman? He quickly spotted Vinci, leisurely enjoying grilled scallops in the courtyard, and with a swift strike, he aimed his blade. Vinci, caught off guard, instinctively raised his arms to defend. Zoro's strike, tempered by the iron board and formidable defensive capabilities, did not inflict significant harm, merely drawing a trickle of blood. Impressive. He even withstood Zoro's attack. The dojo's youths watched intently as the clash unfolded. Zoro had become the dojo's apprentice second only to Kuna, with a promising future ahead, yet the lethargic kitchen knife swordsman before him evidently possessed extraordinary skill. Zoro. Ha ha ha. How fortuitous it is to find what one seeks without expending much effort. With exhilaration, Vinci unsheathed his blade, exhilarated by the prospect of battling against a male deity. Do you know me? Of course, the name Zoro is renowned far and wide. The two stood in stark opposition. The contest for the position of vice-captain on the verge of eruption. Strike first to gain the upper hand. For those who hesitate shall face dire consequences. Behold my technique. Vegetable Shadow. Having ascended to the silver tier, Vinci's vegetable shadow skill now doubled in effect, allowing him to wield 2 kitchen knives simultaneously. The knife clones multiplied to an astonishing 4. The 2 knives launched were, in fact, mere illusions, devoid of offensive power yet adorned with effects of ecstasy and profound sorrow. Meanwhile, he discreetly hurled 2 actual flying knives, cloaked in invisibility. These concealed blades possessed formidable might, one darting towards his waist, the other gliding along his shoulder. Simultaneously, he gripped his dual blades tightly, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment. In the course of over a year of training, the young turtle, Vinci, has grown increasingly sensitive to the nuances of combat, no longer the naive youth who would simply roll up his sleeves and charge in. Zoro, wielding his twin swords, adeptly deflected the attack of a phantom adversary, yet the nature of illusions, both real and false, became evident as the blade disintegrated into nothingness. Suddenly, an uncontrollable laughter erupted from him, and with a swift motion, he positioned his sword defensively against a flying dagger. A strange discomfort washed over him, an overwhelming urge to weep, amidst a tumult of emotions. While Vinci had indeed strengthened considerably, he could only withstand the accumulation of 5 layers of emotional turmoil, compounded by the exhaustion that came from executing 2 consecutive active skills. However, he reassured himself that the Marine 6 styles would grow increasingly potent alongside his own burgeoning strength. The iron plate should enhance his recovery rate, allowing him to endure Zoro's relentless onslaught. There remained a glimmer of hope, though Zoro was a master at dispatching foes with minimal effort. The potential for critical damage loomed ominously. It would be exceedingly difficult to withstand, especially a lion's roar. Casting a glance at the young Zoro, the swordsman of bronze rank, with a health bar of 320, 500, Vinci thought, this is it. Prepare to meet your demise. Yet, uncertainty lingered in the air. The clash of twin blades against one another sparked a dazzling display, captivating onlookers. The spectators gasped in astonishment at the formidable prowess displayed by the knife-wielding swordsman, whose techniques were peculiar, a blend of reality and illusion, executed with ferocity, certainly not of ordinary caliber. In that moment, he recognized Zoro at first glance. Perhaps he was a rival, likely a prodigious swordsman from another dojo. Could it be that the master is indeed welcoming challengers from the kicking dojo? He pondered, determined. He felt an urgent need to rally support for Zoro. We cannot afford to lose. Go, Zoro. The apprentices of the entire dojo cheered fervently for Zoro, with even Kuina's face illuminated by a smile of encouragement. With a sense of helplessness, Vinci lamented, is this truly the main cast? They can rally the hearts of the masses with mere brawls, yet I, their future vice-captain, seem to possess no charm whatsoever. The two were gasping heavily, their stamina waning. And as their minor wounds accumulated, their defenses, attacks, and speed began to diminish, the gap between them narrowing. On the contrary, Zoro's gaze was akin to that of a ravenous wolf, fixated on Vinci, his prey. The hungrier they grew, the stronger they became, biding their time for the opportune moment. Damn it. No wonder Zoro becomes more formidable with each battle, emerging repeatedly from trials that resemble a hellish purgatory. His tenacity is akin to that of a wolf or tiger, which is entirely different from my own spirit. Curse be it, I must train harder. However, seizing the slight advantage he still possessed, he thought, forgive me, my three-sword style idol, as I unleash my renowned technique upon you. With unwavering resolve, Vinci hurled 2 kitchen knives, bending slightly at the waist and stepping forward, then kicking out 2 more knives from his waist. I wish to laugh. Yet even in my emotional turmoil, I shall not allow your tricks to succeed. Zoro blocked the 2 flying knives with a horizontal strike, while his other hand poised his sword to intercept the kitchen knife in Vinci's grasp. Yet, to his astonishment, Vinci wore a peculiar smile as the dual knives vanished with a soft poof, reappearing directly behind him. Fool, did you think what I held in my hands was a true blade? He exclaimed, how infuriating, the cunning wretch. In a swift motion, Vinci summoned the last 2 kitchen knives using his fruit abilities, poised to strike. In an instant, by employing the passive skill of the fruit, the knife technique known as chrysanthemum slash would have dealt critical damage sufficient to severely wound Zoro. Yet, he abruptly halted his actions, sheathing the knives back into their scabbard at his waist. In that fleeting moment, an unsuspecting Zoro seized the opportunity to pivot and swung his blade. The rusted kitchen knife clashed against the formidable wooden sword. Even a sufficiently strong wooden sword could pierce the skin. It is the synergy of speed and strength that defines a true warrior. Drip, drip, drip. Blood cascaded from the wooden sword onto the dojo floor, leaving everyone in stunned silence. They could not fathom why Vinci would seize his assault at such a moment of advantage, should not a challenger strive to vanquish their opponent, employing every means to humiliate them? Zoro, with his green algae-like hair, was even more perplexed. The effect of the kitchen knife had worn off, and beads of sweat the size of peas trickled down his forehead. His expression was one of astonishment as he questioned, why did you not launch a sneak attack? You clearly had the opportunity. I thought you were simply too slow to respond. Vinci chuckled foolishly, articulating each word with purpose. A foolish swordsman once proclaimed that wounds sustained in battle are a swordsman's disgrace. It is also he who imparted to me the essence of responsibility to endure all harm for the sake of one's comrades when the moment calls for it, a sacrifice reminiscent of Sora's when faced with the terrifying triangular sail. Furthermore, I admire a towering figure of strength who never retreated in his life but stood resolute until death, old dad. Thus, I shall not resort to underhanded tactics against you, not out of a lack of villainy, nor from any great virtue, but because my opponent is you, a person I hold in esteem as Sora, Zoro. With a soft clap, Vinci gently closed his eyes, leaning against the slightly flustered green algae head. Before long, shouts rang out from within. What? Has he fainted? Is he dead? No, fear not. Apply the ointment, stitch the wounds, and provide this lad with ample sustenance. His constitution mirrors our family's bloodline. Whatever he consumes, he shall replenish. Oh, Bogart, sit down. Have you forgotten the last time we rescued him from pirates? He took several bullets, and his head was battered like a pig's. Not to mention the time he nearly starved at sea. What is there to fear? As long as he is alive, that is what matters. Cap's booming voice seemed indifferent. Yet throughout this battle, the trio had been keenly observing the situation with their observation hockey. How could they not harbor a modicum of concern? In the clash with the clown buggy, both bore varying degrees of injury, yet he feigned invulnerability to spare others worry. Composed and unflappable. Such has always been the grand demeanor of this man. Otherwise, countless legendary pirates would not willingly fall at his hands, nor would bitter enemies become allies. Maintaining a clear distinction between public and private matters, as he raised the son of Pirate King Roger, Ace. In stark contrast, the young ones outside were sweating profusely. No wonder he is so formidable. Having endured so much, he is indeed an undeniable little monster. I must venture out at some point. If this continues, next time, terror will not stand a chance against him. Green Algae had wandered about the dojo, unknowingly circling 3 times. Zoro, are you lost on your way to see that little swordsman? His face flushed like a ripe fruit, and in embarrassment, he retorted, Shut up, you foolish woman. How could I possibly get lost in the dojo every day? Kuina rolled her eyes and pointed the way. I want to tell you where that is, though. Humph. Who needs your directions? Mind your own business. The proud Zoro still followed her indicated path, and after a while, Kuina sighed, pressing her forehead with a bittersweet smile. What a hopelessly clumsy fool. Just don't die before I learn your name. One sure gnawed on a roasted chicken leg, sipping milk with an air of indifference. Kiki D. Winshire is formidable, I must say. Honestly, it's not just you. Even if Hawkeye were to pressure me, I could still hold my ground. This is one of the abilities bestowed by my bloodline, he remarked with a hint of resignation. By the way, I haven't even utilized the power of my bloodline. Have I? Is the only fruit I can use the one that passively endures countless wounds? What are the conditions for triggering a 50-50 chance? Zoro was taken aback. At a loss for words, astonished at how someone could devour food with such fervor despite being gravely injured. What are you surprised about? Once you meet our captain, you'll understand. He possesses an extraordinary physique with triple the digestive capacity, and his stomach growls within moments of hunger. Your captain? Are you not a disciple of another dojo, but rather a pirate? Winci nodded, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Then your captain must be a nefarious villain, am I right? The green-haired youth, gripping his wooden sword, radiated an aura of menace. Startled, Winci hastily clarified, do not jump to conclusions. He is not yet 10 years old. And I am nearly the same age as his brother. He is even younger than you, yet he has managed to become a captain. Just how formidable must his abilities be? Winshire gazed at the astonished Soda, crossing his legs with a sense of triumph. It's rather ordinary. Have you heard of the Pirate King Roger? My captain is the next in line. Upon hearing these words, it became evident that Winshire was indulging in bravado. Soda, realizing there was no point in engaging further, turned to leave. He needed to practice his swordsmanship and could not afford to waste time on someone who was powerful yet boastful. After all, he had once proclaimed Roger's name. Aspiring to become the greatest swordsman, a man's words can often be deceitful. Winshire slowly descended from his bed, his wounds healed significantly faster than before. Yet his appetite had grown correspondingly. It seemed he would need to venture out in search of sustenance. As he stealthily padded along the wall in his wooden clogs, he inadvertently overheard a voice, Kapu's. Well, the old man's voice was indeed thunderous, nearly deafening. Gungshiro, I bring tidings from Marineford. This matter bears no relation to my original intentions. Regarding Sengoku's notion of collaboration, it is imperative to utilize your understanding of Wano's internal affairs to orchestrate an infiltration with like-minded individuals. We might even rescue the innocents from Kaido's grasp and eliminate this baseless threat. To be honest, I have little interest in it. The decision rests with you. Mr. Kapu, I have long been aware of your esteemed reputation. However, I have one lingering question that I have yet to resolve. Please, do share. After a moment, Winshire listened intently, captivated by Kapu's tales of the many calamities he had thwarted. Truly, he was a living legend. Mr. Kapu, the child you brought with you possesses the bloodline of a devil. There were those with a similar lineage who once reached our Wano, promising to usher in a new world. Could you elaborate on that? Mr. Gungshiro, you should know that I too share that bloodline, bearing the name. With a hearty laugh, Gungshiro felt increasingly convinced of the extraordinary nature of this enigmatic visitor, who not only brought news from Marineford, but also bore the weight of hostility from the Red Line, alongside a profound mystery. Vinci was outside, voraciously devouring his meal. Indeed, the secrets of the D-clan, the blank century, who among us does not yearn to uncover them? Admiral Karp, your son, Dragon, has visited. We have long been collaborators. He has made promises to me, and thus would never acquiesce to demands from the Navy or Marineford. Yet, for you, I suspect that you, Dragon, and even Roger are all in search of an answer. After a prolonged silence in the room, Karp spoke with an uncommon calmness. The world awaits our response. The generations past cannot simply fade away. This is a 900-year quest, a resolute testament of unwavering will. Please, answer me, Mr. Gungshiro. Very well. I shall share what I am capable of, though my knowledge is limited. During the blank years, there were two seekers of answers. One was the hero who promised equality to Fishman Island and extended a congratulatory handshake to the golden country of Sky Island. Indeed, he is a remarkable figure, one of your D-clan. What remains obscure is that the Ark of Promise, Noah, once had two masters. Besides him, there was another, one who allied with 20 ancient kingdoms to obliterate the realm of D. What a tempestuous tale. Vinci pressed his ear against the wall, fearful of missing a single word. Yes, when the hero's great vessel carried the oath, uniting countless races scattered across the world, in that accursed land beset by demons. The kingdom of D stood tall, with Poseidon guiding the sea kings, heralding the ascent of Noah from the depths. Amidst the tumultuous waves, Pluto shall thwart the malicious intents of all wrongdoers, while the decree of the heavens, amidst thunder and lightning, shall never compromise the belief in the divine. As humans, we must unite in our endeavors. Carp recited ancient proverbs, leaving Vinci dazed and bewildered, pondering the old man's ramblings. Conversely, Gungshiro laughed heartily, and Carp's laughter was particularly deafening. Thus, you shall never obstruct Dragon's aspirations, for this is the essence of the D clan. Regardless of the enigmas faced during that blank century, the losses endured, even if kingdoms fell and homes were destroyed, and the greedy ravaged the ancient demon tree, you shall never yield. The will of D, transmitted through generations in their own ways, remains steadfast. Even without blood ties, as long as this conviction is resolute, he is a demon. He is the archenemy of the gods. You have sought answers for 9 centuries, once again stirring the great waves. Roger birthed the tumultuous era of pirates with his demise, drawing countless powerful individuals to its embrace. What of the most perilous seas? When the answers are revealed to the world, shall it tremble in fear? After witnessing the departure of the era's strongmen, Dragon 2 awaited the emergence of one who would inherit Roger's will, and he himself commenced the inquiry. 900 years, never before has there been such a perfect alignment. Ha 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 ha. Carp sipped his tea heartily, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. I do not understand your words. It seems as though we are conspiring together. Gung Silang's tone shifted subtly, evoking an air of undeniable inquiry. Mr. Carp, you are merely upholding the baseline, tidying up the mess left by the two of them. In this tumultuous union of blood and chaos, there exists both good and evil, whether it be deliberate or a product of the times. The weight of righteousness you carry is immense, and we are but pitiable souls of the same kind. With a sharp crack, the teacup shattered, and silence enveloped the room, leaving no one to utter another word. In Vinci's ears, the sound of his own heartbeat resonated. A steady thump. He felt as though he were ensnared in an inescapable tide, caught in a predicament where retreat was as difficult as advance. The seemingly indifferent Carp found himself in such a situation, did he not? After a prolonged silence, Vinci finally heard Carp's last words. The will inherited through the ages. The dreams of humanity, the changes wrought by time, none of these can be impeded. As long as people continue their pursuit of freedom's answers, this quest shall never cease. With a soft creak, the seasoned mariner, adrift for decades, gently opened the wooden door and paused for a long moment. Mr. Gungshiro did not step out to greet him. Instead, he broke the silence with an unusual roar. I, too, have been in search of answers. Vinci, Cap shouted, jolting himself awake from his reverie. Let us depart. Before we leave the East Sea, we must meet a little rascal who has a penchant for smoking. I haven't yet had the chance to bid farewell to Lord Sue. Farewell, my idol. Wenceslas waved his hand, grimacing as he clutched his bandaged abdomen, yet continued to devour food with abandon, his vitality rapidly regenerating. Old man Carp, should we not be continuing our efforts to rescue the common folk of the East Blue? Or perhaps confront those audacious new pirates? Carp scoffed at Wenceslas's deliberately mocking tone and delivered a sharp blow to his head. Fool! It has not rained in Alabasta for a month, which is certainly abnormal. Moreover, that scoundrel Crocodile has recently sneaked into the area. Who knows what mischief he is up to? Wenceslas recalled the timeline. When Luffy and his crew encountered Princess Vivi, Crocodile had remained in Alabasta for 3 years under the guise of a hero, which was approximately 5 years ago. Logically, this situation was not standard. Moreover, Robin was still on the run at that time, and Crocodile sought the Pluton. Without the assistance of the archaeologist Robin, his cautious nature would prevent him from acting recklessly. What was the purpose of going there? To stake out the area. As for Carp's mention of the smoking lad, it was undoubtedly the notorious smoker. This habitual offender, who ought to have held a higher rank and status, had squandered numerous opportunities due to his mistakes and stubbornness. As a naval hero and disciple of the Black Arm Zephyr, the early rising smoker mirrored his mentor, albeit with a touch less gentleness. After his encounter with Luffy, he gradually acquired more color, resembling Carp in demeanor. With approximately 8 years until Luffy set sail, one could only wonder if the smoking rogue, pursuing the future Pirate King, was particularly bothersome. Lost in thought, he succumbed to a deep slumber, bubbles of snot escaping his nose. Carp erupted in hearty laughter. Look at that. The little rascal has fallen asleep while eating meat. What a fool, haha. In the wake of his words, Carp yawned, and the ensuing sound was a thunderous snore. Bogart, feeling a bit embarrassed, mused that both of them were cut from the same bizarre cloth. After half a week at sea, as they finally anchored, Wenceslas was just being fished out of the water by Bogart, resembling a pickled cucumber, lethargically sprawled on the deck while counting the stars. Come on, little Wenceslas. We are going to meet your senior. By the way, he also practices dual wielding. You might as well seek his insights on swordsmanship. As Vinci pondered, he mused that it must be the insights of the staff techniques. Foolish old man, that fellow clearly wielded 2C stone-crafted police batons. Consequently, Carp, without a moment's hesitation, hoisted the despondent Vinci and leaped off the ship. Initially, he had managed to catch his breath, but after that blow, he appeared to be in excruciating pain, retching violently. Does he truly wish to end my life? Old man, silence. You show no courage whatsoever. Damn it, this has nothing to do with bravery. I'm nearly shaken to death by your antics. Are you not attempting to hasten my demise with your conceptual sleight of hand? Dream on, vice captain of the Pirate King. I am resolute. Suddenly, a punch of affection landed squarely on his head, leaving a painful bump that rendered him unable to cry out. No wonder the first martial skill he grasped was the iron fist of love. It was, after all, the most frequently sensed form of attack by his body. As for the second martial skill being the iron plate, that is easily explicable. His body soon realized it could not possibly overcome this individual and deemed it wiser to endure a while longer to acquire a defensive skill. Admiral Carp, what brings you to Rowtown? Wow, you truly are a chain smoker, he remarked, standing at the port to greet Carp. A cigar arrogantly clenched between his teeth to save face. Impudent brat, do you dare to challenge me? Without hesitation, Carp landed a punch that made Smoker obediently extinguish his cigar and stand behind him, awaiting instruction. What has that fool Zifa been up to lately? Do you have any contact with him? No, none at all. Since he began training the recruits, he has been utterly meticulous. TCH, that fool. I had intended to send this lad to him for 3 years. It seems I shall have to wait for the next batch. In 3 years, I shall leave him with Zifa, who lately has been sulking, claiming that Marineford increasingly resembles a lapdog of the celestial dragons, failing to uphold justice. What does that have to do with me? Carp retorted, his frustration palpable as he clenched his fist, as large as a sandbag, revealing his genuine urgency. Fortunately, the blow did not land on Vinci's head, or he might have been utterly terrified. What was he so indignant about? The lack of communication with Zifa? Was there no one to converse with? It was Smoker, the chain smoker, who appeared somewhat reserved upon the mention of Black Arm Zifa. He glanced at the pirate hat at Vinci's waist, his expression one of curiosity, and after a moment's contemplation, he inquired, that hat looks somewhat familiar. Could it be? Carp turned to glare at him, striding forward with purpose. Could it be what? You are not mistaken. This is the pirate hat once worn by my former nemesis, the Pirate King Roger, during his illustrious reign. However, this lad, like you, is also a warrior of the Navy. Oh, Smoker is still quite young, or rather in his prime, and he harbors a peculiar curiosity towards the child, particularly regarding the 2 rusted kitchen knives. However, Garp's footsteps eventually came to a halt at the execution platform, thunderously striking down like a bolt of lightning. Yet the hero remained unmoved. The retching Wenceslas was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixated on the platform that had witnessed the execution of countless villains, coldly remarking, Smoke, remember? We are entering a transitional period, where numerous notorious pirates will emerge from the shadows, and their every action will herald a terrifying era of chaos. Perhaps the pirate frenzy ignited by that madman Roger will wane in 10 years, and the fervor for the great treasure will diminish as well. But whether you or I must remain vigilant about one thing, the next Roger. Really? Smoker could hardly believe it. He had witnessed the demise of the strongest pirate, Roger. Firsthand, the fearless and composed smile etched in his memory to this day. Will there truly be another Roger? A madman capable of altering the course of an era? Yes. The next person to smile upon the execution platform must be understood, a person who can accept their fate with equanimity, even in the face of death without regret, is either an irredeemable lunatic or a colossal titan of unprecedented influence. With another resounding crash, a silver lightning bolt streaked across the sky. Garp clenched his fist tightly, lifting Wenceslas before turning and sprinting away. Admiral Garp, what is your purpose in leaving the East Blue this time? To eliminate potential crises as much as possible. Leaving necessary hints for this world? Ugh, I can't take it. Don't jump. With that, Garp leapt onto the deck, and the nearly unconscious Wenceslas managed to utter but a single phrase before losing consciousness. Old man, your eloquent speech is nothing but nonsense. Do not expect to halt the arrival of our pirate era. Shut up. You little brat. At best, you're merely a string bean. Vinci met his untimely demise after a conversation that bore no significance to him. He fell into a deep slumber for 3 days and nights, awakening to find himself on a snow-laden isle. The Winter Island, a realm within the kingdom of magnet drums, perpetually enveloped in winter-s embrace. Today marked a momentous occasion, the successful construction of the pirate ship, the Brilly King, under the command of King Walbo. This vessel was a colossal, submersible sailing ship. The reason for Carp's fleet anchoring was due to an unforeseen ailment afflicting a trainee sergeant. Indeed, it was Vinci, whose body had begun to rust. During his days of unconsciousness, he suffered from a high fever, his head ablaze with heat. The mortal coil, astonishingly, began to corrode, a side effect of the vegetable knife fruit. He was not merely scorned by the sea, rendered powerless in its depths, but his body would gradually rust away, mirroring the appearance of a worn-out kitchen knife. At the precipice of life and death, Carp commanded the warship to accelerate, making a hasty decision to dock here. The Winter Island, at this moment, diverged from Luffy's timeline by approximately 8 years, a peculiarly significant interval, coinciding with the time when King Walbo, having consumed the swallowing fruit, established his fleet. 2 years prior, he had commanded the selection of 20 of the finest physicians to serve him, tarnishing the reputation of the medical kingdom, and thus, the title of the 20 doctors emerged, with the illustrious Dr. Doriel becoming a witch and the sole physician. In the ensuing 2 years, the thieving doctor, Dr. Hiralik, would encounter a peculiar reindeer with a blue nose, bestowing upon it the name Tony Chopper. Half-heartedly, whence he squinted his eyes, listlessly gazing out of the ship's cabin, shivering at the sight of the heavy snowflakes. The prince declared, henceforth, each individual would be required to contribute an additional 10,000 burley per month for the maintenance of the Bully King. Remember this. Valpo's words sparked discontent among the crowd, and it was unclear who muttered a complaint. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, a bullet piercing the air, causing an innocent soul to collapse. Your Majesty, a naval fleet has anchored, and their superior seeks treatment, requiring our doctors and advanced medical expertise. Valpo, with his mouth agape, furiously retorted, What? A dream? These doctors are solely at my service. Others must step aside. Begone, none shall remain. The guard leaned closer, whispering, But your Majesty. He claims his name is Monkey D. Garp, and insists we respond within the minute. Valpo's brow furrowed as he bit into a piece of raw iron, cursing vehemently. Who does he think he is? I am the King of Winter Island, ruler of the Kingdom of Magnet Drum, one of the 20 nations in the World Conference. How dare a mere vice-admiral command me? Begone! Even with a fist of iron, I shall not yield. With a crunch, he bit into the iron, leaving a row of teeth marks on the original block, which he then handed to the guard. Take this to Doriton. If they dare linger on my territory any longer, they shall consume their own ship, not leaving a single piece. Behind him stood 3 individuals, one of whom was the captain of the guard, Doriton, a user of the bulbul fruit, known for his composed demeanor. Upon hearing this, he frowned slightly, taking the iron block and leaping off the ship. Thud! The half-bull man, clutching the bitten iron, approached the cabin. You must be Mr. Garp? This is the work of our king, who warns that should you dare to linger any longer, you will find yourselves consuming your own ship. Bogart smirked coldly, sword in hand, poised to strike, but was halted by Garp's sharp admonition. Do not act rashly. None among the 20 nations of the World Conference can be trifled with. The gold from above comes from their hands. Mr. Garp, if young Wincy continues to rust in this manner, I fear he may sever the bridge to manhood. Vinci was taken aback, pondering the dreadful truth. Had he truly rusted to such an extent that even his treasures might break? Alas, he was not merely in peril. This was a matter of life and death. He longed to cry out for help, but only 2 streams of hot tears flowed forth. His throat was parched, rendering him speechless. Oh heavens, how could the future vice-captain of the Pirate King be reduced to a mere eunuch? How could he possibly navigate the world beyond? Whitebeard was the strongest man in existence, Kaido the mightiest creature. So where did that leave him? Help! Divine Healer, where are you? May I inquire your title? Peculiar bovine individual? I am Doriton, the captain of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom's Guard. To be candid, does this realm harbor any other physicians? Doriton paused momentarily, producing a map adorned with 2 crimson dots. Indeed, there are 2 doctors, albeit both rather eccentric. One is a thieving doctor named Chopper, and the other, a witch named Guriva. The former resides in a cave, while the latter dwells within a hollow tree. I can assist you only to this extent. My apologies. Thank you. Peculiar bovine individual. In his embarrassment, Doriton reiterated his name, only to be met with Carp's foolish, hearty laughter. Let us depart in search of another port, though it would be prudent to seek Chopper first. As the ship changed course, Bogart inquired with curiosity, Mr. Carp, do you happen to know this so-called thieving doctor? Carp lifted his head, gazing into the distance, and replied with a mysterious smile, quite the contrary. I am acquainted with that old oddity, Giriva. Hearing the word oddity from Carp's lips was a rarity. Aside from Whitebeard, there had been few others. Perhaps so. Is a woman of over 30 years truly an oddity? Who, besides the user of the surgery fruit, possesses such capabilities? She holds a wealth of knowledge. Perhaps even having witnessed the shadow of the will of D. Having traversed through the eras of Rocks, Red-Haired, Roger, and Whitebeard, she had visited countless places even prior. The next era's inheritor remains shrouded in mystery, yet I suspect this old woman shall be a witness. Bogart swallowed hard, recalling a recent article by Vegapunk which proclaimed that the average lifespan of a typical person ranged from 120 to 130 years. However, due to maladies, accidents, and various emotional tribulations, reaching such an age is a formidable challenge. Giriva, truly a monstrous being. Yet, Vinci, with wide eyes, fixated on a singular thought, to swiftly locate one of them, even if it meant consuming Chopper's toxic mushrooms or explosive concoctions. Damn this body. Increasingly akin to a rusted kitchen knife. It was all Carp's fault for insisting he swim, hastening the rate of his rusting. If I perish on Winter Island, I shall not spare you, old Carp. Coughing, his tears fell upon the floor, prompting Bogart to shield his eyes. Hey, what are you doing? What if you close your eyes and cannot reopen them? Rest for a while, dear Wincy, we shall rescue you. All right, once I, your esteemed Wincy, have recovered, I shall shield your eyes as well. The sensation of nearly being buried alive is truly unbearable. After 3 hours, Wincy awoke in a small cave, beside a cozy little stove. A doctor with an extravagant afro, Bogart, stood guard on either side with Cap. He slowly opened his eyes, immobilized, only to see Zilialuk approaching with a bowl of bubbling green concoction, a smile adorning his face. You are afflicted with rust disease, quite rare indeed. Simply consume this bowl of green iron frog soup, sourced from Iron Block Island, and you shall be well. Fear not, open wide, it is not bitter. Merely a tad odorous. Tears blurred Vinci's vision as he incessantly consumed the poison, his heart roaring in protest. This was not merely unpleasant, it was exceedingly, extraordinarily foul. Gulliva, how dare you return to me? I had intended to entrust this patient to you. A group of thoughtless children. Are you all merely seeking to uncover the secret of my eternal youth? Vinci opened his eyes, feeling a marked improvement in his condition, yet instinctively unable to move. His entire body besieged by a sensation akin to lethargy. Logically, he should have recovered from the rust affliction by now, had he not? Kapu, how remarkable it is that you would beseech me on behalf of a mere child. Truly, a tenacious fellow you are. Gervier strode into the cave with grace, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she regarded Vinci. Uffed, as if I would ever plead with you. I merely request a favor. Is it truly so arduous to seek assistance? While your prowess may not diminish with age, when it comes to the elixir of eternal youth, only I, Gervier, can claim expertise. She pried open Vinci's mouth, scrutinizing his tongue before measuring a series of parameters. In a fit of anger, she turned and exclaimed, Fool, Shirlock, what potion have you administered to him? The green iron frog soup. It treats rust disease. Shirlock retorted. His injuries have already compromised his internal organs. This is far beyond a mere skin ailment. The green iron frog soup merely alleviates symptoms without addressing the root cause. We must hasten to my place. Internal surgery is imperative. And you, Kapu, have the sum of 50 million berries ready. Otherwise, his life hangs in the balance. Understood, you tempestuous woman. What? My affliction has reached my internal organs? Good heavens, Shirlock, you incompetent quack. You have jeopardized my life. In a swift motion, he was lifted. Having been mute for over 10 days, the rust having permeated to his very bones. Not long after, Vinci found himself in another location. Nurse Doriel prepared to disinfect him, readying for the internal surgery, sharpening her instruments as if for a slaughter. Wincy gazed skyward with a long sigh, realizing that not only could he not lament his plight, but he was also incapable of shedding tears. The detestable Hiru Ruck had transformed a blind man into a deaf one. What a calamity! This journey through realms had taken a dire turn, seemingly failing to disguise himself as a predator while endangering his very life. Should there be a next life? He vowed to lead the existence of an ordinary person, eating, sleeping, and reading the newspaper. Ding. The data analysis revealed that the forthcoming attacks would predominantly employ bladed weapons, inflicting substantial damage with remarkable speed. Yet, his body lay incapacitated by anesthesia, rendering him unable to retaliate. Master, please brace yourself for a series of lethal assaults. Silence. Vinci had long since detached himself from the concerns of life and death. His sole preoccupation was whether, after his demise, this cursed devil fruit could be rendered permanently extinct, ceasing to wreak havoc upon others. Bayu. Galewa wielded the blade, the initial strike proving relatively effortless. Before long, Vinci beheld a piece of iron being cast aside, his own kidney, with rust consuming a significant portion. Ding. The attack had damaged his internal organs, inflicting a staggering 150 points of harm, while his defense increased by 10. Galewa pondered momentarily, murmuring in perplexity, how odd. It feels as though this fellow's insides have grown stronger, making them more difficult to slice through. With a swift and forceful strike, the procedure continued at a leisurely pace. Wow, Carp, this kid has far too many rusted parts within him. What on earth have you done? Carp, reclining with his legs crossed and casually picking his nose, replied unhurriedly, what of it? He enjoys swimming. I had no choice but to assist him, as he would heed no counsel. It seems you two are the ones who ought to be subjected to 1,000 cuts. One caused me to rust, another exacerbated my condition. And now this surgeon is literally dismantling my kidney. Ding. This attack was a critical hit, inflicting 180 points of damage and augmenting his defense by 30. Cursed be this method of fortification. 1,000 cuts. What have I done to deserve this? At such a moment, what good is an increase in permanent defense? Must I force Doriel, the physician, to escalate her brutality? Alas, it appeared this fellow's constitution was indeed extraordinary, growing ever stronger. It seemed a change of instruments was in order, otherwise he would not endure much longer. Vinci fell silent, pondering whether he was truly growing stronger or merely being disassembled like a mechanical contraption, with its components carelessly extracted. The dilemma lay in how to replace the old with the new. Galewa, after having his parts removed, would he still regenerate? I was not well acquainted with his fruit abilities, as they had primarily been wielded by chefs who did not engage in combat, rendering the information inadequate. Galewa grasped a scalpel and plunged it down forcefully, responding, indeed, those who were initially alive must have perished, and as the death toll rose, certain truths became apparent. Most chefs wear gloves, and the mastery of the kitchen knife fruit is notoriously difficult to attain. Each culinary endeavor necessitates prior sharpening, only for the blade to rust once more after use, gradually affecting the wielder's abilities. As for the internal components, it is said that some have managed to achieve this by being consumed by the gulp fruit ability user and subsequently emerging alive, allowing for a complete reconstitution within, thereby enhancing resilience. One ought to regularly consume green iron frog soup and limit carbonated beverages. In essence, one should prioritize health and preventative measures. Waiting until one's skin has rusted to begin treatment is merely addressing the symptoms rather than the root cause, and by then, it is far too late. The gulp fruit, cursed fate. Vinci cursed inwardly, cursing Valbo for causing him to miss the optimal time for treatment. As for Valbo, it seemed this matter was one Vinci would have to face alone, as the old man could not participate due to his position. Such is destiny. The rusting nature of the kitchen knife fruit necessitates that the user relies on the powers of the gulp fruit to consume everything and reassemble, achieving a transformation. And it just so happens that we crossed paths here. Vinci gritted his teeth, feeling no pain, however, in order to vent his frustration. He directed all his animosity toward Valpo, who resembled a hippopotamus. Dr. Shiraluk stroked his chin, observing the surgical procedure while swiftly jotting down notes. Galiva. Does this ailment necessitate frequent consumption of green iron frog soup after the devil fruit user's abilities have been reconstituted? No, not for the time being. Once the fruit awakens or the mastery of Haki becomes sufficiently robust, it can mitigate some of the formidable and troublesome side effects. Though theoretical, there have been 2 historical cases of success. Both were renowned chefs who had once made the celestial dragon's drool. Undoubtedly formidable. They held the summoning of the celestial dragons in disdain. In every profession, there are those who excel. And some individuals are simply irked by that indolent lot who bask in luxury without labor. Well, since there remains a chance to achieve this, hope is not entirely lost. Vincent closed his eyes, the clamor of the kitchen knife system echoing in his ears. Ding. Attack power 200, defense increased by 20. Oh dear, the flesh is growing tougher. I cannot slay you. Oh no, I cannot slice through you. Ding. Critical hit damage 215, surpassing the maximum defense. Defense enhanced. In this hazy moment, Kiki D. Vincent could only recall being disassembled by an old woman, pieces flying one after another, the system notifications multiplying incessantly. His defense soared, yet his consciousness began to fade. What on earth have I done to deserve this? Even swimming feels like grappling with rusted scrap metal. Truly, one cannot expect quality from something so cheaply acquired. The kitchen knife fruit indeed lives up to its reputation as a divine fruit, costing a staggering 90 million berries. After a week of recuperation, Vincent, on the 8th morning, prepared to ascend a mountain, fueled by a simmering rage against that king, Walbo, who had devoured him alive. Wait, something feels amiss. Am I, the great Vincent, truly lacking in wits, or do I simply possess none? Before dawn had yet to break, pairs of crimson eyes fixated upon Vincent amidst the darkness. Raven, a monstrous rabbit, possessing the agility of a hare and the strength of a bear. Is this for real? I, the great Vincent, am on the brink of death, gravely ill. And yet you still wish to feast upon me? Vinci, with a runny nose, found himself in a state of disarray. His defenses were unnecessarily elevated, while both his attack and speed languished. The Lapin rabbit before him appeared to be courting death. For heaven's sake, I am a good person. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the overzealous Lapin rabbit charged at him recklessly, causing Vinci to tremble in fear as half of his leg sank into the snow. Curse it all. Just wait until my captain arrives to deal with you. In the art of warfare, one must employ strategy, retreat. Vinci took off running, knowing he could never outrun this horde of rabbits. Yet he had no other choice. The resilience of his body was waning, and even the act of running elicited a cough. Climbing a steep incline felt akin to an insurmountable challenge. Useless brat, allow me to assist you. With a swift motion, Carp finally appeared, using his formidable strength to hurl Vinci away from certain doom. Hey, you're trying to kill me, you old coot. Before he could finish his retort, he crashed into the mountainside, instinctively gripping his blades, one of which plunged into the icy ground. Compared to Luffy, my sole advantage lies in wielding two knives suitable for scaling this frozen peak, with each breath turning to frost in the frigid air. All he could manage was to gradually embed his blades deeper, inching his way upward. Damn it, do they really want to devour me? Is it so easy to feast on this old man? Undeterred, Vinci's resilient spirit inspired the Raven rabbits, who resolved to give it a try. If humans were striving, why should rabbits be complacent? The sound of wind rushed past Vinci's ears, and oddly, a more intense gust would occasionally whip through, increasing in frequency. When he turned to look, he was nearly startled to death. Had the Raven rabbits truly jumped that high? Huh, you silly creatures, he scoffed as a large rabbit, with its tongue lolling, made a sudden leap, only to be followed by an overwhelming chill after a brief moment of warmth. I'm not tasty. Why don't you? As rabbits, just munch on carrots and greens instead of fixating on a piece of scrap, murmuring complaints. His pace never faltered as he climbed with determination until he noticed the Raven rabbits no longer leaping, but retreating in a frenzy. Humph, foolish rabbits, have you grown fearful? I, Vinci, a formidable figure, can conquer both the seas and the skies with a mere snap of my fingers. What could a handful of insignificant rabbits do? Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed overhead. He glanced up, only to be met with a blinding white expanse, an avalanche. Damn it. The raucous jumping of these rabbits had triggered a catastrophic slide, something even the most audacious novelist would hesitate to pin. It's over. I'm done for. With a swift motion, he withdrew his knife, plunging it deeply into the snow, mirroring the action with his other hand. He exhaled heavily, slowly closing his eyes. My fate is sealed. Nothing penetrated the silence. His vision faded into obscurity as the relentless snow enveloped him. Had he secretly boarded Shank's ship back then, he might have avoided the madness of Carp. It was no wonder Luffy thrived with such vitality. Surviving in Carp's presence must have left few unscathed. Damn it. There is still some strength left. The alternating sensations of warmth and cold, are these the omens of death? He struggled to keep his eyes open, only to find the Raven rabbits surrounding him, howling. Ah, I see now. Your raucous cries and wild leaps were merely to warn me of the impending avalanche. If a mere sound could trigger such a disaster, the kingdom of Magdrum would have long been buried in snow. Coughing, he lamented his wretched body. The rabbit's saliva had dried, and an immediate chill gripped him, sending shivers down his spine. Vinci gazed intently at the largest of the Raven rabbits and implored, My friend, I beseech you, deliver me to the foot of the mountain. There is a matter of utmost urgency. for saving a life surpasses the merit of constructing a grand pagoda. When I attain enlightenment, I shall ensure your ascent to the mountain, granting you eternal bliss. Alas, my fevered mind is in a haze. I suspect you too harbor disdain for Walbo, that hippo-headed tyrant. Rest assured, one day I shall return with companions to expel him once and for all. The chief of the Raven Rabbits, with his rotund belly, seemed to comprehend only partially as he supported Vinci with one hand and swaggered toward the mountain's base. Phew. These rabbits are infinitely preferable to that hippo-headed Walbo. Mark my words, should you dare to refuse my request, I shall ensure your demise. In a flurry of strikes, Vinci ascended the mountain, slow yet resolute. To be devoured, he must exert every ounce of effort. As he climbed higher, the biting cold intensified, rendering his limbs nearly immobile. Phew, Walbo, I am coming for you. At long last, he reached the summit, his final breath escaping him as he trudged toward the castle. In a moment of desperation, he hurled a kitchen knife, which struck the castle gate with a resounding clang. The morning light illuminated the winter island, freshly ravaged by an avalanche. The guards, drawn by the sound, emerged and were nearly taken aback by the sight before them. It was known that one could reach the summit via the cable car. Yet the royal guard had long maintained control over it. The boy's hands were frostbitten, suggesting he had scaled the mountain by sheer force. This was indeed hard to believe. Only a monster would undertake such a feat, conquering a near 90-degree peak. Who among ordinary folk could achieve that? Hey, this is quite the challenge. Oh, I feel somewhat better, though my limbs remain utterly paralyzed. After some time, Vinci awoke, bound and restrained within the castle. Doroton stood nearby, his expression fraught with concern, while directly across from him was the object of his deepest loathing, King Walbo, the hippo-headed monarch. Who are you? We have no record of your presence in the kingdom of Magu. Speak quickly, or I shall cast you from the mountain's peak. I have come to seek you. Your Majesty, I am, in fact, a pirate who has long admired you, and I have a rather unusual request. Proceed, Walbo replied. Though I must inform you that the physicians have declared your condition dire, and I shall not offer you any treatment. With a peculiar smile, Vinci, his eyelids half closed and still heavy with sleep, remarked, I have heard that His Majesty the King can consume anything. I wonder if there is any truth to that? It was a redundant inquiry, for I could devour this very castle, along with the artillery capable of reaching every corner of Winter Island. Well then, might I implore His Majesty to consume me? Would that be agreeable? After a brief silence, he lapsed into an even longer stupor. Bruton stood in astonishment, pondering if the boy had lost his senses, while the other two ministers exchanged glances, seeking guidance from Valpo. Are you truly serious? You wish for me to eat you? Yes, it should pose no problem. His Majesty Valpo can consume anything. Surely he can consume a person. After all, you are my greatest idol, and I have traversed vast distances to be devoured by you. Valpo, typically tyrannical and unreasonable, felt as though struck by lightning. Most would humbly submit to him in their quest for survival, and none dared to resist. Even the most skilled physician was at his mercy. For the first time in his life, he was confronted with such a degrading request, yet he felt no sense of accomplishment. Are you certain? You do not resist or fear, and you would allow me to consume you alive? Indeed, I humbly request your Majesty to dine on me. In an instant, Valpo, who had been audacious just moments before, deflated, waving his hand in despair before questioning him. Do you not have any requests of me? Perhaps for healing? No. Not at all. That could not be the case. I have come solely for you to consume me. With a sigh, Valpo helplessly surveyed his surroundings and, in utter resignation, instructed Captain Bruton, keep him here. I shall have him for breakfast later. Bind him securely, and I shall swallow him whole. Before Bruton could respond, the castle echoed with Vinci's boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. At last, I am to be eaten. Not only Valpo but even Physician 20 looked on with certainty, convinced that the boy was indeed troubled. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the castle, an impenetrable frost settling upon the hearts of all present. Their long-held beliefs were crumbling. This distant guest had shattered their fragile confidence with his absurd demands. Valpo, in particular, felt compelled to converse with this eccentric youth about the intricacies of life. In the sunlit chamber, a soft and comfortable bed awaited. Vinci, with a haggard expression, sipped his hot cocoa, while the king, Vabel, seated directly opposite, appeared somewhat troubled. What is it? Is something the matter? You haven't touched your food, and soon it will be noon. Not a word from you. Are you not feeling despondent? Does the kingdom of Magnet Drum have any psychiatrists? No? What is depression then? Can it elucidate your behavior? Vinci tightly clutched the blanket, savoring a sweet donut. perplexed by the peculiar behavior of the group surrounding him. They huddled nervously within the room, not straying for even a moment, which was quite irksome. Aren't you eager to devour me? Hurry up, perhaps in one swift bite. Logically speaking, your stomach is akin to a fortress, brimming with potent gastric juices, theoretically. It possesses the capacity for assimilation, aiding in the reconstruction of the body. Valpo, the hippopotamus, swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Do you truly have no demands? One must possess some rationale when embarking on an endeavor. For it is rather absurd to approach someone solely with the intent to consume them. Moreover, I have never partaken of human flesh. Indeed, Vinci nodded, patiently elucidating. Your gum-gum fruit cannot consume humans, but I am an exception. This is a matter of mutual assistance. Now, open wide, and I shall crawl inside. You need not even chew. Valpo was utterly disheartened, resolutely determined to ascertain a justification for this oddity. Was this fellow truly sane? An unexpected visitor appeared at dawn, awakening with a smile, declaring, "Brother, feast upon me," and eagerly awaiting the opening of one's mouth. Goodness, I have encountered many absurd tales. Yet none would dare to craft such a narrative unless this individual harbored significant issues, perhaps even insanity. He is unequivocally a madman. How can one possibly rationalize his absurdly illogical behavior? Your Majesty, after our observations, we conclude that this individual speaks incoherently, exhibits lethargy, and seems intent on self-destructions. He is undoubtedly deranged. We recommend exile, as consuming him may lead to unforeseen afflictions. A representative from the medical team, the 20th, respectfully presented their analysis to Valpo. With a furious strike, Vinci's fist slammed against the wall, consumed by anger and humiliation. Silence. I am not ill, you inept doctors. How could madness be contagious? It is not rabies. Your Majesty, based on his remarks, he may simultaneously be afflicted with rabies. Valpo abruptly rose, gesturing for the captain of the guard, Bruton. Quickly. Banish him. For the first time in his life, Vinci perceived a glimmer of brilliance in the man before him. Was it not merely that you sought to devour me with your words? Why indulge in such paranoia? Thus, one cowered behind the guards in trepidation, while the other, ablaze with fury, stood and bellowed, "Come, devour me, if you dare." The King of Winter, Valpo, known as a tyrant, felt a twinge of fear towards the commoner for the very first time. In my dreams, I would rather perish than be consumed by you. You have no choice, today. Whether you wish to or not, you shall partake. Vinci sprang to his feet, swiftly hurling the flying kitchen knife, which transformed into mere illusory shadows. He pivoted and leaped behind the guard, brandishing the knife against Valpo's throat, exuding an aura of utter madness. In a state of delirium, he bellowed, "Get out. All of you, get away from me. Today, Valpo, your king, must consume me. Otherwise, I shall take his life." Valpo, drenched in cold sweat, trembled and replied, "Calm down. Is it not merely a matter of consuming you? It poses no issue. Just give me a moment, for I overindulged in iron last night and feel somewhat bloated. Allow me to digest." Silence. Open the door. We must ascend to the rooftop. No one else is permitted to follow. Otherwise, I shall end your life. With a knife in hand, Vinci cautiously advanced towards Valpo, gradually retreating. The cleaver struck down with a flourish. Yet, with a mere nick, Valpo suffered minimal damage. Curse it. A power user at the initial stage of gold, his health bar was extraordinarily resilient, and his unique ability to regenerate was unparalleled. If it weren't for the blade lodged precariously at his throat, there was no chance he would comply so readily. On the rooftop, he kicked the door shut. As footsteps echoed from outside the castle, suggesting that guards were preparing to coordinate their efforts. Outside the door and by the windows, groups of individuals were stationed. The circumstances surrounding Vinci are rather grim. With a voice trembling with urgency, he bellowed, "Fool, open your mouth wide, wide enough for me to fit in whole." Seizing the moment, Vinci grasped Walpo's tongue, his foot pressing down on the head of the hippo. "Hurry, open wide and lie still. I intend to leap inside. If you dare to shut your mouth and refuse to swallow me, I shall swiftly sever that tongue with a cleaver." Walpo, once having transformed into a miniature fortress while contending with Luffy, could be described as a diminutive version of the stronghold fruit, known also as the castle fruit. Associated with Becky, his gaping maw was no smaller than a door, and Vinci stood atop his belly, poised to jump in. Tears streamed down Walpo's face as he sobbed uncontrollably. "Why are you crying? I bear no poison. Simply open your mouth and digest properly." The king, Walpo, shed his final tears of defiance, closing his eyes as Vinci seized the opportunity to leap. With a gulp, the light vanished, and the great mouth snapped shut. Within the depths of the abyss, Vincent found himself engulfed, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. With a swift motion, he produced a flashlight, illuminating the path ahead. As he had surmised, although the Munch fruit did not possess the capacity to manifest freely like a castle, nor could it create windows or manipulate space. It was indeed quite expansive. Miraculously, it resembled a grand castle, juxtaposed with a murky pool bubbling with green foam. The interior was stratified into 3 distinct levels, teeming with an assortment of goods meticulously categorized: wood, iron, and provisions, all occupying their respective spaces. At the center of the pool lay a diminutive mountain, gradually sinking. Oh, this was his stomach. Its acidic environment was formidable, threatening to erode the soles of his shoes with each step. The gastric walls, akin to impenetrable fortifications, proved exceedingly difficult to breach. Vinci, in a state of bewilderment, found a pile of iron blocks to sit upon, hoping to avoid being consumed. Yet, he remained perplexed, unable to fathom the unfolding situation. Firstly, throughout the vast expanse of time, the likelihood of a meeting between the users of the kitchen knife fruit and the abilities of the gulp fruit is exceedingly rare, almost negligible, with only 2 individuals having escaped alive. In my haste to evade being devoured, I neglected to consider this crucial detail. How can I successfully reconstruct myself, mitigate, or even suppress the rusting reaction within? Historically, the majority of those endowed with the kitchen knife fruit powers have been chefs. What culinary experiences could a chef possibly gain from residing within another's belly? Cooking, of course. The kitchen knife fruit serves as an innate culinary tool. And when it comes to preparing meals within another's stomach, Walbo undoubtedly stands as the prime candidate. His belly is abundant with firewood, a plethora of ingredients, ample space, and free from the interference of those with castle fruit abilities. It appears I must linger within the belly of the hippo for a while. Although there is no horse to feed, I must chop wood, construct a house, and fashion a small boat to navigate the acidic pond in search of sustenance. Oh, the blissful days are upon me. More food, more cooking, and a slow recovery from illness. Everything within this belly belongs to me. And the items processed by the gulp fruit can be synthesized. After being sent flying by Luffy, I unexpectedly generated a form of alloy, which could very well serve as a remedy for my rusting condition. As for cleanliness, there is no doubt. This creature devours voraciously, selecting only the cleanest for processing. This should enable the alloying and reconstruction of my form, leading to my transformation. As Vincent's spirits soared, he wiped the sweat from his brow and immersed himself in diligent labor. Whether it was constructing houses or crafting boats, setting up barbecue grills, frying pans, cooking pots, or pressure cookers, he finally found an opportunity to showcase his culinary skills. It was a true delight to create a kitchen within others' bellies. At this very moment, King Valpo lay in a state of unconsciousness, beset by a relentless fever. Dr. 20 indicated that this would pose a formidable challenge to his physical endurance. It was highly probable that the individual who had been consumed had managed to survive within the king's belly, and a means to extricate him must be devised. In a state of urgency, a notice was posted, reading as follows: to the great king of the magnetic drum, Valpo, who, having been forced to swallow a nefarious schemer, now finds himself in a prolonged state of unconsciousness. We implore everyone to unite in thought and devise a method to extricate this villain without causing harm to his majesty. A bounty of 20 million belly awaits. Drown him swiftly, let this wretched fiend meet his demise. Dr. 20 instructed Bruton to administer water to Valpo, and thus a great deluge began to surge within his belly. On a small boat, Vinci was startled and bewildered. This was a disaster. Reconstruction was inevitable. The ailing tyrant raised a trembling hand and uttered a single word: hungry. Quickly, let the king be fed, so that this villain might choke on his own gluttony. The following day, Vinci meticulously selected provisions within the confines of his belly, laying them out atop layers of steel. He reclined with one leg crossed, savoring roasted meat, while also constructing a small reservoir to store fresh water. Once satiated, he stood and inscribed characters onto the copper and iron walls. 2 characters, to be precise. He had evidently resided there for some time, occasionally awakening to check the time. A day was calculated as 24 hours, and sometimes, in a daze, he scribbled aimlessly. He was quite at ease, and his internal state, once rusted, was gradually improving, though Valpo was not faring as well. The common folk presented a myriad of strategies, while Dr. 20 and the 3 ministers pondered various methods daily. This approach was unfeasible. Drinking poison water was perilous, inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 in return. A young boy suggested they consume explosives instead, proclaiming that such reckless writings could not continue. It was tantamount to murder. Doroton was sweating profusely, nervously inquiring, "Have you succeeded in developing the medical equipment? We must urgently establish contact with the pirate inside." The room was filled with various apparatuses, among which the most striking was a peculiar machine with an unusual display screen, specifically designed for communication within others' bellies as a countermeasure against Vinci. Minister Jess hurriedly approached, presenting a wanted poster. This child was no ordinary individual. His bounty stood at an astounding 30 million belly. He had come with a purpose, and we were remiss not to have noticed or verified his identity. Fear gripped the assembly. Who could have foreseen that a mere child would turn out to be a notorious pirate? Valpo, increasingly gaunt and lethargic, was deprived of the nourishment he desperately needed, which had instead been consumed by Vinci. Renowned for his gluttony, he was slowly perishing from hunger. In the realm of the belly, Vinci awoke at 9:20. Unable to discern whether it was morning or evening, yet habitually tidied the acidic cafeteria. Much improved. It's considerably cleaner now, and the water is clear. Well then, let him be given some bread, lest he perish from hunger and leave me without sustenance. As Vinci casually tossed a few pieces of bread from his small boat before gracefully returning, a notification chimed. "Master, your body has recovered remarkably well. Your internal organs have healed due to the alloying effects of the fruit he consumed, and the rusting has remained within controllable limits." Does this imply that the rusting is irreversible? One might ponder, aside from the enhancement in prowess and abilities. Indeed, the true method of eradication lies in the awakening of the fruit, yet this is a daunting challenge, and I would advise seeking alternative paths. Had I known earlier. Are there no other solutions? To avoid water for a lifetime. And what does that entail? Wouldn't that lead to my inevitable thirst and demise? Foolish system. I sincerely hope you refrain from uttering nonsense today. Vinci, filled with vexation, rose to his feet and made his way to the edge of the realm of his belly, the source of sustenance. He knocked and tapped for quite some time, as he was currently engaged in constructing a dam to prevent the chaotic flooding that ensued. A door to obstruct such calamity would certainly make life more bearable. The daily act of cooking, along with the wielding of a chef's knife, greatly contributed to the refinement of his skills. He resolved to remain a while longer, allowing his body to fully heal before venturing out, lest he be left with unavoidable repercussions. He appeared to be enduring a struggle akin to that of Robinson Crusoe, etching a dozen perfect characters upon the wall of his stomach, having spent a full 2 months in this endeavor. As Wincy leisurely paddled across the pond, he could not help but recite the verses of the Song dynasty. He reminisced about the illustrious days of Gong Jin, when Xiao Qiao had just married, her beauty radiant and her spirit indomitable. With a feather fan and a silk scarf, he engaged in lively conversation. Presently, however, he found himself in a temporary state of discontent, but he was confident that the days of hardship would soon pass, and he would once again emerge as a formidable hero. As Wincy engraved the second character for Zhong, a visitor arrived. The doorpost obstructed the guest, who gently knocked. The master of the belly, Valbor, stared wide-eyed. Once a portly and irritable man, he had now diminished to a wretched figure, skin stretched taut over bones. A screen occupying an entire wall displayed the condition of his belly. No wonder he had been regurgitating his recent meals. Able to consume only a meager amount, he had indeed fashioned a door, an act of sheer madness. On the screen, a youth with pallid skin, deprived of sunlight for far too long, approached and opened the door, gazing in astonishment at the device that transmitted sound. The scene progressed, revealing further astonishment. Behind the door lay a dam designed to intercept the flow of water and food. The bright, spacious stomach, the crystal-clear pond, all bore witness to Wincy's accomplishments. He had successfully erected street lamps, hanging lights, and spotlights. What madness! He had even subjected His Majesty to torment. The minister, Jess, was teary-eyed and choked with emotion. After all, Valbor was still alive, and he had to maintain some semblance of dignity. Additionally, a small harbor docked 2 boats, along with a quaint villa. The belly furnished with iron plates and wooden boards, featuring an outdoor barbecue stall, a hot pot table, and a fully equipped kitchen. Most alarming were the conspicuous 20 characters for Zhang. You are a demon. The once mighty tyrant, Valbor, who boasted of his insatiable appetite, could not contain his tears. Who else could revel so joyfully in another's belly? Meanwhile, Wincy heard voices from the transmitter outside. With a grin, he remarked, "Silence. Do not compel me to inscribe another character within your belly. Sir, we have uncovered your true identity, and there is no need for further flattery. Speak." How many belly do you require? We believe 60 million belly to be sufficient. After all, this amounts to double your worth. Is there still money to be had? This venture is not a loss, but rather a lucrative gain. When she nodded slightly, feigning nonchalance. Ah, quite perceptive, aren't we? Only a lunatic would harbor illness within another's belly. You have astutely grasped my intent. Very well, step aside, toss the money into his stomach. I shall depart by tomorrow morning. Do remember to prepare a grand feast to welcome me, with a hefty bag of berries cast down. When she picked it up and began counting the money within the room. To his astonishment, it was precisely 60 million berries. Valpo certainly had no shortage of funds. Please uphold your end of the bargain, sir. Rest assured, the exchange shall be seamless. I pride myself on my integrity. Vinci lay in bed with his eyes closed, contemplating the necessity of slipping away under the cover of night. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly fall into an ambush. He remained oblivious to the number of adversaries outside, nor the firearms aimed at him. His 3 to 4 months of training had yielded commendable results, having transformed the very essence of his being and savored the finest delicacies of a kingdom. He accessed his attribute panel, a peculiar expression crossing his face. It seemed prudent to arm himself with some means of defense upon venturing out, preferably something formidable. Fruit proficiency, silver tier 1. 855, 1000 health, 1000 attack, 95 speed, 80 defense, 220 dominance, none fruit, not yet awakened fruit skills, active vegetable shadow, vegetable concealment. Passive, vegetable knife chrysanthemum slash, with a 100 critical strike rate, sword mastery, bronze tier 2, 325, 500 gun mastery, bronze tier 1. 3050 body technique mastery, bronze tier 2, 357 500 experience, 102 500 taking a deep breath. He reflected on how the vigorous surgeries conducted by Dr. Doriel had bolstered his defense, enhancing both his sword mastery and fruit proficiency. His marksmanship skill was passive, titled Zodiac of 12, with the airy strike. Aiming for the head increases critical hit probability. His swordsmanship skill, I-802. 0, allowed for swifter sheathing of the blade, though it inflicted splash damage within a 1-meter radius. It appeared that none of the skills held any particular utility. Perhaps it was best to adhere to conventional methods. Disheartened, Vinci sheathed his knife and took the detonator he had prepared in the villa, wrapping it around his abdomen. Maneuvering amidst the carefully dried wooden pieces and the haphazard assortment of items consumed by Valbo, the scent of gunpowder was palpable, and Vinci resolved that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would detonate Valbo. In the dead of night, the king, who had been sleeping with his mouth agape, awoke in terror. A young boy, clutching a long fuse, had just emerged from within him. Shoo, be quiet, or I shall pull the fuse and blow you up, he warned. Take care, Valbo replied, tears welling in his eyes. After all, they had shared a rather unconventional bond for 3 months, and a semblance of affection had formed between them. Vinci perched upon the window frame, casting a glance back at him. The sensation of life dwelling within you feels rather pleasant, truly delightful. Thank you. I shall never forget you, my esteemed tenant. Valbopi wore a facade of amusement, while the guards lurking in the shadows trembled, hesitant to make a move. Suddenly, he leapt down, dashing through the snow. The swiftest way down the mountain was not by cable car, but rather by taking the plunge directly. Vincent, having survived even in the most constricted of circumstances, found himself emboldened by the vastness of the world beyond. He deftly rolled up the curtain he had just torn down, fashioning it into a makeshift parachute, and leaped into the void. I, Vincent, still thrive, having miraculously recovered from my ailments, and I am ready to venture forth into the sea. With a resounding thud, he plummeted, creating a substantial crater in the snow. Rabbit, with gentle determination, grasped his leg and extricated him from the icy embrace. Alas, the movies deceive. A curtain as a parachute leads only to a swift demise. As Vinci sneezed and rose to his feet, he found himself encircled by a throng of individuals atop the mountain, presumably the guards of Bruton. Within the castle, the physician, drenched in perspiration, expressed his relief, saying, Your Majesty, fortunately, we were well prepared. I never imagined that this pirate could be so ruthless. Silence. Quickly procure food for your king, as much as possible. We must at the very least obliterate the houses and street lamps within, commanded the king. Alas, your Majesty, he has left behind a message within you. Vincent visited here. And with a light-hearted laugh, I must apologize for my excessive use of punctuation in an attempt to commemorate the moment. Valpo was initially assisted to sit upon the bed, as a servant diligently fed him morsels of food. Upon hearing those words, he spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, the royal belly is hardly a tourist attraction. What a ridiculous notion. Every peak surpasses another, and it appears that Vincent has not achieved his objective. Rather, the three ministers merely borrowed the doctor's knowledge to discern his plan, transforming conflict into harmony to avoid unnecessary complications. Farewell, dear rabbit leader. I assure you I will fulfill my promises. When next we meet, I, the captain, shall not show mercy to Valpo. He squinted, smiled, and yawned as he strolled towards the forest. How foolish to think I would fall for such schemes. The purpose of the fuse is twofold, to pull and to ignite. Whichever way it may be, it will become ineffective once I have departed from your belly. Simply close your mouth and sever the fuse. Humph. Can a few months of frailty truly rob a person of their reason? Vinci swaggered into the abode of Gulliva, while the minister of Walbo was reporting the matter to Marinvondo. Our kingdom of magnetic drums has just endured a tumultuous upheaval, having been seized by a nefarious pirate for a duration of 3 months. His name is Vinci. Yes, that very individual. Please initiate his apprehension post-haste, for he has plundered 60 million berries. Minister Jess hung up the phone, casting a beaming glance toward Walbo, seeking some favor, yet the king, who appeared as pitiful as a child, had no time to attend to him. In the forest treehouse, Vinci hastily knocked on the door. Shiraluk, you are here as well? I cannot believe you are still alive. Truly remarkable. I thought those bizarre strategies would have led to your demise long ago. Spare me the banner, you thief. This is some fever-reducing medicine to promptly deliver to your patient. As for little Vinci, I have something for you. Dr. Doriel produced a permanent pointer from her pocket, explaining, the direction indicated by this will lead you to Alabasta. Approximately 2 months ago, that lad Carp was urged by his superiors to head there, and he instructed you to take this and proceed swiftly. 2 months? By now, the opportunity may very well have passed. Will Carp still be there? Even Crocodile, who was merely scouting, should have retreated by now. Do not inquire further. I am quite busy. As for the secret to eternal youth, do not even think about it. With a clatter, both Shiraluk and Vinci found themselves unceremoniously thrown outside into the frigid winter of Winter Island, their hands and feet numbed by the cold. Little Vinci, a creature has recently emerged in the kingdom of magnetic drums. Should you depart, exercise caution lest you be devoured. Oh, is it a blue-nosed reindeer person? Shiraluk exploded, to which he responded that he did not know. Indeed, it would be a while before they would cross paths again. After bidding farewell to the quack doctor, he received a substantial bag of green iron blue frog jerky and was gifted a permanent pointer leading to the ironclad Iron Block Island. As Vinci traversed the forest, he was persistently haunted by the sensation of being followed. Upon glancing back, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a blue-nosed reindeer, which sent him fleeing in terror. Chopper, dear friend, do not be afraid. Soon, we shall extend an invitation for you to join our ranks, for you, I, and the captain are all creatures of the extraordinary. He murmured to himself, ensuring the presence of his kitchen knife, revolver, pirate hat, and an oversized backpack. Good sir, would you consider selling me this fine sailing vessel? Young rascal, do not jest. I am preparing to set sail for fishing. Vincent cast aside 1 million berries and leapt onto the ship, unhesitatingly setting sail towards the vast ocean. Alabasta, where the young Princess Vivi resided, filled him with exhilaration at the thought of these adventures. He resolved to seize the initiative. Although he was uncertain about the several months' journey to St. Shining Island, one thing was unequivocally certain. Vinci is likely to face starvation once more. He has always ventured forth relying solely on his own strength. The vast and perilous sea poses great risks, and a single slumber could lead to his demise. Sailing is a perilous adventure, a contest of life and death. Let us embark, heading towards the eternal compass, having not encountered another soul for half a month. He was engaged in fishing when his phone, which had been silent for an age, unexpectedly rang. Vinci, you great fool, why have you not arrived yet? I shall inform you. There are merely 7 days remaining. Should you fail to make it by then, be prepared to face dire consequences. The irascible old man continued. You've got to be kidding. I've been striving to reach my destination. If you provide me with just one more navigational cue and deny me a swift vessel, even if I drift, it will require time. The exchange between the elder and the youth devolved into a cacophony of insults before the call was severed. One must ponder. How long must this continue? Suddenly, the blaring of a trade ship's horn jolted Vinci, a smile of confidence spreading across his face as he decisively set his vessel ablaze, leaving no escape route for himself. Approximately 10 minutes later, a sailor delivered a resounding slap to awaken Vinci. A throng of merchants encircled him, their gazes fixated upon him, murmuring amongst themselves, "What a ruthless individual!" In his desperation for salvation, he ignited his own ship, nearly drowning in the process. Wait. Why is he seeking rescue if he possesses a vessel? Questioned a bewildered man with a bushy beard. If no one notices him, wouldn't he perish? Impossible. He fired a shot to attract our attention, and the captain patrolling the deck has been rendered unconscious. Is he alive? Indeed, the bullet veered off and ricocheted, striking him on the head, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. These sailors are merely here to apprehend him. Enough of this nonsense. Whether it's setting fire to a ship or firing at the captain, nothing about this is normal. With disdain evident on their faces, the crowd parted, and the robust sailors hoisted the still retching Vinci towards the cabin for interrogation. The esteemed Vinci, did not discharge a firearm. His previously indifferent gaze suddenly sparkled with recognition as he noticed, lurking behind the onlookers, a gunman adorned with a monocular scope. He recognized him as the later infamous Blackbeard crew member, the sharpshooter Van Oka. This wretch has betrayed me. The latter, unfazed, picked up a wanted poster, a bounty hunter. You dare to falsely accuse me and seek to capture me for a reward? Dream on. As soon as Vinci finished his reprimand, the door to the captain's quarters slammed shut, and more than a dozen individuals simultaneously aimed their firearms at him. Had I known, I should not have set the ship ablaze. The youth, now without a vessel, once again found himself in a perilous predicament. Dear brother and sister, spare my life. I have recently indulged in excess and taken on a subordinate, a pirate hunter, who insisted that the captain was, in fact, a notorious scoundrel. In a moment of folly, I heeded his words. When Vinci lied, his face remained unflushed, his heart undisturbed, exuding an air of calm assurance. With a gaze filled with skepticism, he turned toward the outside, standing at an imposing height of 340 centimeters, clearly not an ordinary individual. While there are many formidable figures along the Grand Line, such stature is beyond the realm of the commonplace. The sailors, witnessing this scene, were instantaneously convinced by him, yet, on the other hand, they harbored concerns. This young lad with golden hair seemed manageable, but the figure outside wielding a gun was an entirely different matter. Did he intend to harm our captain? Why? Their esteemed captain had lived a life devoted to goodness. Vinci pondered. You inquire of me. Yet whom shall I question? This fellow has yet to conspire with Whitebeard. Regarding his past, my knowledge is akin to yours. The identity of a pirate hunter is but a fabrication of my own making. No, gentlemen. The truth is he has always harbored ambitions of usurpation. My ship was set ablaze by him. We are, in essence, kindred spirits in our plight. To eliminate him is not an arduous task. No matter how formidable an individual may be, they are ultimately constrained by their limitations. The adage 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands rings true. If we concentrate our firepower from all directions, unleashing a barrage of bullets, he is certain to meet his demise. The first mate, taken aback, exclaimed in bewilderment, Pray tell, have you been contemplating the demise of your subordinates all along? For how else could you possess such clarity? With an awkward smile, Vinci pondered, What a peculiar inquiry. No, you have misunderstood. It was merely a spontaneous flash of inspiration. No. The sailors who brought him here were equally taken aback. Hey, do you possess any other expressions? A look of astonishment would suffice. Yet all I see is a face molded from the same cast. First mate, observe that he carries but a single pistol at his waist, yet wields 2 cleavers. He is not adorned with a pirate's hat, leading me to surmise that he must be a chef, while the sniper outside is, in fact, the captain. They are, without a doubt, pirates. With a resounding clatter, a multitude of firearms fell to the ground, prompting a flurry of anxious chatter among the crowd. How insidious of you to masquerade as the leader to divert attention. This ship may very well be encircled. Wow, your imaginations run wild. There are truly only 2 of us, and the one outside seeks to frame me. I implore you to engage those meager brains of yours in contemplation. To the pirates lurking outside, heed my words. We are indeed surrounded. If you desire anything, speak swiftly and refrain from violence. This vessel is en route to the kingdom of Alabasta on St. Ding Island. Do not underestimate us. Then Oka's expression, initially one of trepidation, transformed in an instant. For he surely did not anticipate the unfolding scene before him. The deck fell into chaos as merchants and noblewomen scurried to seek refuge in their respective cabins. Futile. For he is formidable, deriving pleasure from vanquishing his foes. You have guessed correctly. I am but an anonymous soldier, originally hailing from the ironclad island of the Grand Line. Captured by him, it appears my turn has come to meet my demise. I have heard that a chef who cannot rely on bread is of no use. Vinci rambled incessantly, tears streaming down his face, his self-invented identity brimming with emotional resonance, quickly garnering the sailors' sympathy. No, we cannot surrender this child to the pirates. This is our unwavering principle. We shall protect him with all our might. The resilient captain, who had finally regained consciousness for a fleeting moment, uttered a single phrase before succumbing to the inevitable. Captain, in the blink of an eye, Vinci's persona transformed from that of a brazen and detestable pirate to that of a homeless little chef. The first mate, summoning all his courage, shouted defiantly, "You shall not take this child's life. His fate does not lie in your hands. Do not think to exploit him. We have already alerted the Alabasta Guard, and they are dispatching a warship, along with the Navy." Then Oka hesitated for a moment, unsure of how he could possibly exploit Vinci. Having merely tossed out a wanted poster accompanied by a newspaper, he slipped it under the cabin door, and the first mate cautiously retrieved it. The newspaper featured a small circle around an article in the lower left corner. The schemer, Vinci, has darkly seized control of Winter Island for 3 months, leaving King Valpo in dire straits, emaciated from hunger. His methods are terrifyingly evident, hence the increased bounty. The wanted poster clearly depicted Vinci, who lay rusted and ailing on a sickbed, accompanied by a vice admiral's sleeve, forming a peace sign with his fingers. Within the depths of his heart, Vinci seethed with a bitter resentment, fully aware that this photograph had undoubtedly been taken by Carp while he lay in a state of near death. That wretched old man. He vowed to settle the score one day. The bounty poster, entitled Conspirator, proclaimed a staggering reward of 77 million berries. The sailor swallowed hard, glancing back in disbelief. Although the figure depicted appeared rusty and weathered, the fundamental outline bore an uncanny resemblance. Little did they know, Vinci was choking back tears, crouching in a corner. And with a pitiful smile, he lamented, "You even went so far as to forge a bounty notice. I am but a mere 10-year-old child. Why would he do such a thing? Times have been exceedingly tough. Indeed, how could a mere child of 10 be worth a bounty of 70 million berries? Having occupied the kingdom of Maggot for over 3 months?" His tears sparkled like precious gems, clearly marking him as an innocent. "Do not presume we will believe you. You despicable scoundrel. Our ship is en route to Alabasta, and the accompanying escort vessels are on their way. Do you still wish to test your luck, cunning deceiver?" With a peculiar grin, when she mischievously remarked, "You dare to play with me and frame me? This infuriates me. I might as well take a boat to Alabaston." Achieving 2 objectives at once. For a full 5 minutes, then Oka remained silent, offering no explanation. He rummaged through his bag and produced a thick stack of wanted posters. "Recently, out of sheer boredom and in pursuit of destiny's guidance, I ventured forth, only to unexpectedly strike at this pirate. To my astonishment, circumstances took a turn. His ship ignited in flames, and the ensuing chaos led to the captain's misfortune. My aim is infallible, and at merely 10 years of age, he amassed a bounty nearing 80 million, possessing remarkable cunning. Yet, when faced with the bullets directed by fate, he miraculously evaded capture. This individual cannot be spared. He is destined to incite a cataclysmic upheaval, and every action he takes could alter the course of the world." When she was nearly at the brink of bloodshed, exclaiming, "Brother, your sudden verbosity is astonishing. Do you possess an all-seeing eye or a divine perspective? My arrival from another realm is on the verge of being uncovered. Reflecting on it, this fellow often declares, this is destiny. With every shot fired, he perceives himself at a crossroads of fate. How ridiculous. It turns out he merely fired a shot in passing, intending to eliminate me for profit, and when his skills fell short, he branded me an anomaly, claiming I must perish. What a far cry from the fixed targets he usually practices on. Moving targets are an affront to destiny." Vinci felt an excruciating pain in his head. Indeed, the Grand Line seemed to grow ever more perilous with each step forward. Suddenly, the Alabasta Guard fleet arrived for assistance. And Van Oka sighed lightly. Reluctantly, he leaped up, his destination unknown, leaving behind a single phrase, "Surviving is merely a matter of fate." And the misfortune lies in the fact that this is also the fate of the world. At the same time, a battleship commanded by a vice admiral approached, announcing from a distance through a loudspeaker, "You harbor ruthless pirates and conspirators aboard your vessel, Vinci. Surrender them promptly, or you will be regarded as accomplices." The description provided was of a youth wielding 2 cleavers and donning a pirate hat, with remarkable acting skills. The first mates turned slowly, and the captain's quarters fell into an abrupt silence. "I apologize. My name is actually Wendong, the brother of the pirate Vinci. Do you believe me?" In a collective outburst, the enraged crowd shouted, "Liar! Carp, it's truly him, the the naval hero, although they had misjudged the earlier gunman. Entrusting matters to Vice Admiral Carp was undoubtedly the wiser choice. The crew aboard the ship felt a sense of relief with such a renowned hero escorting them, ensuring their safety. The pirate Vinci was escorted aboard the battleship, glaring at Carp with displeasure. "Hey, did you mention being in Alabasta over the transponder snail? Have you clarified the situation? Don't abandon it halfway through. You foolish lad, is that something you should be saying? I have long since gathered nearly all the details. We are merely one step away from resolution." Bound and seated on the ground, Vinci recognized that gaze. It was the same inscrutable expression he had encountered when he was instructed to infiltrate and join Buggy's crew, shared between Bogart and Carp. Furthermore, Crocodile possesses an intellect far exceeding yours. Do you think this is merely child's play? Once discovered, it would mean certain death. Indeed. Thus you must ensure your identity remains concealed. Rest assured, we have already devised a plan for you. What? As Vinci listened to Cap's so-called plan, he felt that the old man must be out of his mind, engaging in sheer nonsense. The ship gradually sailed closer to the port of Naharna at Sainton Island, a place renowned for its exquisite perfumes. Silent as the grave, Vinci found himself in a precarious gamble for his very existence. It was no wonder that Carp had brought him here. He was merely a pawn in a deadly game. "Old man, what becomes of your schemes if I fail to leave the kingdom of Drum alive?" Carp, oblivious to Vinci's plight, coldly replied without turning his head. "You are not the only one. Do as you please, you eccentric old man. Once this mission is complete, I demand my freedom." "Very well." With newfound clarity, Vinci rose abruptly. Had he been nothing more than a tool all along? As the coastline drew near, he suddenly sprang to his feet and dashed towards the harbor, leaping into the fray. Amidst the bustling crowd, Vinci fled with the speed of the wind. Regardless of the outcome, we are even after this. Gunfire erupted at the port as soldiers burst from their quarters in pursuit of him. Soon, word spread that the notorious pirate and schemer Vinci, with a bounty nearing 80 million, had sought refuge in the kingdom of Alabasta. To ensure his capture, Vice Admiral Carp would collaborate with King Cobra in a relentless hunt for the elusive Vinci. The peril lay in the fact that this young rogue had previously occupied the kingdom of Drum for over 3 months, subjecting King Walpo to unspeakable torment. It was highly probable that his true aim was to overthrow the desert kingdom of Alabasta. 3 days later, in the oasis city of Elmaru, situated downstream of the Santo River, Vinci entered a tavern clad in a robe designed to shield against the biting winds. With the assistance of a caravan, he was set to embark towards the western trade hub of Yuba, a land of wealth far removed from both ports in the royal capital. It was here that the future rebel leader, Kusha, had once reigned as a child king. Given the timelines, Princess Vivi would have been no more than a mere child, their relationship flourishing in the innocence of youth. "Owner, a large cup of juice and the finest fare you have." As he awaited his meal, a figure shrouded in the tavern's dimness loomed with an air of intimidation. Vinci recognized the individual as soon as he entered, spotting the robust Mr. One, the wielder of the chop fruit. The overwhelming aura emanated from the power of this superior fruit, reminiscent of the contrast between Akainu and Ace. Indeed, his arrogant demeanor, coupled with the meticulously crafted backstory orchestrated by Carp, successfully captured the attention of the infiltrator, Crocodile, who dispatched a capable associate to initiate contact. Before long, the imposing figure made his way to the bar, while Vinci, engrossed in devouring his meal, paid him no mind. "Sir, my master wishes to discuss a matter with you. Please exercise discretion, as I believe you are an astute individual." A diminutive snail phone, small enough to fit in the palm of one's hand, emitted a soft, gurgling sound. With his left hand grasping a transponder snail and his right hand lifting a glass of orange juice to his lips, Vinci downed the beverage in one swift motion. "Greetings, Mr. Vinci. I am Crocodile. Whether you have heard of me is inconsequential. However, there is one thing that will certainly pique your interest. I can provide you with all the resources you desire to seize the kingdom of Alabasta in a secure environment. Is that so? On what grounds should I trust you? Merely because of your title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Do not jest. The 7 warlords are nothing but a laughingstock in the eyes of the world, traitors scorned by the great pirates and pawns of Marineford." Mr. One remained impassive, his hands covertly forming into the shape of blades, glinting ominously. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Mr. Vinci, your understanding of me only serves to enhance our collaboration. Come, let us capitalize on my advantages and renown to pave a prosperous path for your future. I could even place you upon the throne. Feigning astonishment for a few seconds at such an enticing proposition, Vinci mused. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This offer is indeed compelling, but what do you seek in return? Crocodile fell silent for a moment before responding from the other end of the transponder snail. Deliver to me the mausoleum located to the west of the Elbath Palace. There lies treasure hidden within. With my status and authority as a warlord, what I pursue is merely a matter of gold. For who among pirates would not be intrigued by ancient treasures? Humph, simple enough. You claim an entire kingdom as yours, yet you seek but a trifle of treasure? How trivial. Agreed then. Vinci chuckled as he casually tossed the transponder snail to Mr. One, resuming his voracious consumption. Crocodile, the sand alligator, was intent on uncovering the truth hidden beneath the mausoleum, the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton, and perhaps even the invincible warship itself. By employing cunning tactics and leveraging the Navy's cooperation to divert Crocodile's attention, the experienced strategist Vinci was well aware that the sand alligator was merely scouting the area, hesitating to take action. This indecision indicated that Crocodile's plans were not yet fully formed. He undoubtedly sought a more reliable and effective approach. Wincher's journey to Winter Island was merely to craft a captivating backstory that would capture Crocodile's attention. As for his infiltration within the buggy pirates, it was a matter of fortuitous timing and circumstances. Nonetheless, Wincher found himself manipulated by Carp, and the moment he realized he had become a mere pawn at the port, he had no choice but to comply with orders. Mr. One swiftly departed the tavern after leaving an address, while Wincher ordered another glass of juice. Under the dim light, he swirled his glass and chuckled softly. Carp sought to exploit him, just as Crocodile did. Before the true Titans, he had always been but a hasty performer, a jester. Undoubtedly, his situation was even more ludicrous, for while Buggy only performed for those who mocked him, Wincher was compelled to entertain those whom he himself was ridiculed by. Alas, Wincher fancied himself a master of this world, capable of masquerading as a fool to deceive the formidable, only to find himself ensnared in a timeline that predates his ambitions. It was disheartening. Should Carp truly escort him to Zifa, his fate would be sealed. After all, among this cohort of interns, only 2 had survived, all possessing abilities. Yet there had been no mention of a vegetable knife fruit. Did this not imply his demise? Wincher was drenched in a cold sweat. He realized he could not return to seek out Carp. After completing this mission, it would be best to part ways and spend a few years navigating the Grand Line. Ideally on Iron Block Island, to be well prepared. Only when the timeline of Luffy's adventures unfolded could he, with his profound understanding of the narrative, truly aspire to become the first mate of the future Pirate King. I would like a glass of rum, a young woman softly uttered while seated at the bar, causing Wincher to pause and glance over. How beautiful! To his astonishment, it was none other than the goddess, Robin. Wait a moment. Her sudden appearance must be related to him. So why was she pretending not to recognize him? Even Mr. One acknowledged him. As the vice president of Baroque Works, Robin surely could not fail to recognize Wincher. Unless, it seemed to be a precautionary measure, assuming that he, Wincher, could not possibly know Robin. Plotting against me. Have you heard of the infamous pirate, Wincher? Cunning Crocodile, you shall await your downfall, having lost both the lady and your men. Would you be so kind as to treat me to this drink? If you are willing, I shall take you to a more splendid place for a drink later. Vincent's lips quivered slightly, and he thought to himself, Robin truly lives up to his reputation as a seasoned wanderer, speaking with a practiced eloquence. One could never tell when he might find himself in a narrow alley, suddenly twisting his neck and meeting an untimely demise. He feigned ignorance, savoring the sweet juice that lingered on his lips. Your cloak may shield you from the wind, but it cannot conceal the predatory glint in your eyes. How about this? I shall treat you to a drink. Whence he paid and departed without so much as a backward glance. Robin, who was always successful in his endeavors, was utterly astonished. Was this man deaf or blind? A schemer? Wincy, your reputation has soared among the recent newcomers. Surely, you cannot be someone so mundane and unremarkable. Did you call for me? I apologize. I mistakenly thought you were addressing someone else. Vincent smiled radiantly, leaving the professional Nicole and Robin utterly astonished. Momentarily at a loss for words. Would you care to join me for dinner? He inquired. No, I refrain from eating in the evening. It's part of my health regimen. It seemed that this conversation had hit a dead end. May we at least become friends? He asked. I'm afraid not. I am unwell. What ailment do you suffer from? Robin pondered, unable to recall any mention in the records regarding this young pirate from the east, suffering from any illness. Whence he feigned calm as he stepped outside, gazing thoughtfully at the sky, 2 scorching tears cascading down his cheeks. Unfortunately, at the tender age of 7, I fell victim to a rare and dreadful affliction, rendering me incapable of forming friendships, a condition ominously termed, I am ill, and I do not engage socially. How absurd. This time, it was Robin who found himself at a loss for words. After such a declaration, what more could he say? I apologize. I am unfamiliar with your childhood. My intrusion is regrettable. Robin, visibly vexed, was rendered speechless by Vinci's brazen indifference. At such a young age, devoid of desires, you truly are remarkable. In a corner, watching Vinci follow the caravan into the distance, Robin picked up the phone. Mr. Zero, this individual is quite challenging to recruit. His yearning for power and influence is markedly intensified, rendering me insignificant in his eyes. Mr. One leisurely emerged, addressing Nicole and Robin. Continue to surveil and infiltrate the caravan. We must not relent until we reach Yuba. The less one indulges in desire, the greater their avarice becomes. Is it truly impossible to be devoid of desires? Robin inquired. To this, Mr. One lightly rubbed his bald head, responding, unless he has been chanting scriptures since the moment of birth. In the distance, Vinci sat atop a camel, drowsily reflecting on recent events, mentally calculating. Princess Vivi must be frolicking with Kusha and Yuba, he pondered. Ah, Nami, Robin, Princess Vivi. Whom should I choose to accompany? Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, swirling yellow sand into the shape of a gaping mouth in the sky. The caravan leader exclaimed, "This is dire." According to the legends of the Alabasta Desert, someone must be daydreaming, a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat, thus incurring the wrath of the celestial ancestors. Is that truly the case? Vinci expressed skepticism, questioning how a mere sandstorm could be entwined with supernatural entities, pondering who could possibly be frightened by such theatrics. As everyone around him stooped to navigate the tempest, he sensed an absence of sand encircling him, as though enveloped by an empty sphere. Suddenly, a colossal hand of yellow sand lunged forth, seizing him, and he felt himself racing through the whirlwind, akin to being yanked by a rope attached to a nimble yacht. Crocodile, do you wish to bring about my demise? He instinctively unsheathed his kitchen knife, realizing that against a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, lacking the ability to harness haki was tantamount to courting death itself. With Vinci's disappearance, the members of the caravan exchanged relieved glances, for henceforth a legend would echo through the desert. Once, a young lad wielding a kitchen knife ventured into the sands, only to meet his end while daydreaming atop a camel. Indeed, it was not until Luffy heard of this tale, filled with concern for Vinci, that he remained unaware that the protagonist of this melodramatic saga, who had perished while lost in reverie, was none other than his own first mate, Vinci. What a twist of fate, to be ensnared in such a scheme. With a swift bite to his fingertip, Vinci smeared his blood upon the blade of the kitchen knife. What surged towards him was a wave of swirling sand, the crescent-shaped dunes. To make contact would not result in a clean cut. Yet it could drain every drop of moisture from his body, rendering him a desiccated husk in the desert. He reclined backward, evading the onslaught, and seized the opportunity to surge forward, confronting the sand crocodile, a man with slick-back hair, a cigar clenched between his teeth, and clad in a fur coat that could suffocate in the heat. The venomous hook thrust forward, unmasked hostility evident, but Vinci countered with a blade, then hurled another forward. Shadow of the blade. With a swish, Crocodile leaped away at an angle, a tempest of sand swirling at his feet, wielding the great sword of sand. Cloak of the blade. The thrown knife, now shrouded in invisibility, aimed to strike. The sand crocodile, initially poised to retaliate, found himself motionless as the blade sliced cleanly across his neck, the sand healing instantly. Inexorable, he realized that he was no match for a master of the natural elements. Compared to Luffy's relentless tenacity, his own techniques were still lacking. He understood that the Baroque works would not easily place their trust in him from the moment negotiations began. He had been under intense scrutiny, tested at every turn. To his surprise, Mr. One and Robin kept making appearances. Even the old sand would ambush him along the way. Should he surpass this trial, he would become a member of Baroque works. Should he fail, he would meet his demise, desiccated in this vast desert. A knife that could vanish, an illusory blade. Your arsenal is indeed impressive, but this is where it ends. I am Crocodile, with whom you have crossed paths. With a thud, a kick barreled towards him. Vinci, though small, managed to slice with his left hand while concealing his right behind him. Blood gushing forth and soaking the blade. Figures approached from behind, gradually encircling him. This was disastrous. Even Phone Keelii and the Candleman were among them. An ambush? Sand Crocodile. What has happened to your business integrity? With a swift motion, Wincher drew his sword, executing a powerful strike as he closed in on the enemy. The blade cleaved through the air, effortlessly severing the sand crocodile in two. Unfazed, the creature displayed its indomitable spirit. Indeed, this technique unleashed a surge of sword energy, carving deep, elongated gashes into the yellow sands within a 1-meter radius. Yet, it was futile. You cannot trace my movements, nor can you employ your domineering presence. Such attacks, no matter how potent, are ultimately in vain. Is that so? How about this move? In a fleeting moment, the tide of battle shifted unpredictably. Wincher sprang from the ground, his right hand finally unsheathing his sword for yet another formidable strike. Bang! The attack landed squarely on the crocodile's face, this time resulting not in a cloud of yellow sand, but in a spattering of blood. Most of it belonged to Wincher, but a small portion was undoubtedly that of the formidable warlord, Crocodile. Damn it, these young ones are all mad. Crocodile methodically wiped the blood from his face with a handkerchief, acknowledging the necessity of moisture in combat. Wincher had provided it, albeit through blood. This technique, inspired by the blood of Luffy, was vividly executed but yielded minimal effect. Exhausted, Wincher gasped for breath, acutely aware that in moments of life and death, one's nerves tighten, allowing no room for relaxation. He struggled to rise, resolved to fight to the bitter end. Seizing the opportunity, Crocodile delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him staggering to the ground. The warlord loomed once more, his golden hook menacingly directed at Wincher, his black boots pressing down on the young man's stomach as he declared in an unmistakable tone, "Let us collaborate, Wincher. Ah, my dear Wincher. You truly are a striking figure. Your robe cannot conceal such a handsome visage." The Candleman jested as the beleaguered Wincher, bloodied and battered, was drawn into Crocodile's fold. "Wincher, they admire your tenacity and spirited nature. Your efforts are indeed commendable." Little Foam mimicked the movements of a swan, leaving Wincher feeling quite helpless. He pondered despairingly, "My brothers, it is evident that I have no choice but to cooperate, especially since I am at such a disadvantage, with the reins of power firmly in your leader's hands." Yet, Crocodile, though bearing wounds to his face, strolled nonchalantly across the desert, approaching a large stone that provided shade. He smiled and said, "Come now, Mr. Wincher, from this moment forth, you shall be the CEO of the Baroque Works, our mastermind." As he walked, he spoke words that Wincher could scarcely believe. "We aim to establish a utopia in Alabasta, reviving the glory of those stifled by the constraints of the desert. Will you join us?" "Oh, how laughable. I would be a fool to believe you." "Of course, whatever you say is correct. I shall answer any questions you may have." The cynical Wincher sheathed his knife, his right hand being bandaged by the effeminate Foncli. The journey to Yuba was still far, and if he surmised correctly, to dismantle the trade hub of this kingdom, Crocodile's homeland would surely become a sacrificial pawn. "Mr. Wincher, do you have any invaluable suggestions?" Crocodile extricated over a dozen wooden planks from beneath the boulder, seemingly well prepared for this dire situation, having wholly fallen into the machinations of the schemer. "President, why not share your thoughts first? Perhaps we shall find common ground." The gaze of the sand alligator was as inscrutable as a tranquil well, betraying no intentions. Seeing others standing on the planks, Zayawangsi selected a piece for himself and stepped upon it. A tempestuous wind swept across the sands. Accompanied by the roar of an earth-shattering command, the desert undulated wildly, and suddenly, the sands surged like a colossal wave, lifting the planks high into the air. In an instant, the once desolate desert transformed into a boundless sea, particularly beneath their feet, where the sand ocean, under the sole control of the sand alligator, surged forward with fervor, resembling the grand maritime trains of the seven seas. This is the true might of Crocodile, a master of nature's powers. My recent skirmish with him was but child's play, merely a lesson to illuminate the chasm between us and beckon me to become his subordinate. How infuriating it is to realize how far I still fall short compared to the elder titans of strength. In the desert kingdom of Alabasta, his powers can be maximally unleashed, especially when coupled with the ancient weapon, Pluton. What a shrewd calculation. Wincy, do you know what is paramount for survival in the desert? It is water. As long as I wield the dance powder to manipulate the rainfall over Sandring Island, everything shall be within my grasp. With a fleeting glance, Vinci expressed disdain, remarking, "Indeed, compared to the grotesque card of Doflamingo, your tactics are rather simplistic, are they not?" "Undoubtedly. Even if I were to appear here as a hero, it would be of no consequence, for their trust in the king runs exceedingly deep." Vince Smoke, seizing the moment, interjected, "Ha! Don Quixote graced Dressrosa a few years ago with his heroic presence, and what of you? At that time, their king ruled with tyranny, providing an opportunity. What gives you the right?" Alarmed, He realized he had spoken too freely, for Crocodile's piercing gaze was fixed upon him. This was a trap, exploiting his careless words. What if, I say, what if Mr. Two were to masquerade as the king and wreak havoc? Truly a schemer, only three stood at the forefront: Vice President Robin, President Crocodile, and CEO Vinsmoke. It was Vinsmoke who discerned the fire ignited in Crocodile's otherwise languid, reptilian eyes. Like the grim reaper of the desert brandishing a scythe, he erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "Congratulations, welcome to your doom." In contrast to Luffy's timeline, this world's Crocodile, influenced by Vinsmoke's emergence, altered his strategy. Seeking to cast the blame upon this mere boy of 10. Did he possess any shame? He pondered, yet dared not voice it. Indeed, Vinsmoke bore the burden of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom incident, making him the optimal candidate among the cunning and formidable warlords of the sea. However, neither he nor Garp anticipated that Crocodile had devised an even more ruthless ploy, intending to render him a puppet. Having played the role of Princess Vivi's father, the king, he would not only incite the rebel forces using dance powder, but also craft an image of an evil pirate to enhance his own legitimacy. For in Luffy's timeline, Crocodile had secretly supplied weapons to Koza to combat the royal army, although his reputation surged among the common folk. He remained a figure of controversy due to his status as a warlord. As Vinsmoke was deep in analysis, Crocodile placed a hand on his shoulder, offering reassurance. "Your strategy is sound. We shall proceed as you envision." He withdrew a cigar and turned to address the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, we will henceforth follow Mr. Vinsmoke's plan. Let us not squander his efforts." Thus, with a single phrase, all responsibility was deftly shifted onto him, for the reputation of the schemer was indeed flourishing. "Let me take the blame. A gentleman seeks vengeance," he scoffed. Wincey's blood surged, and he expelled a mouthful of dark blood. "We resolved to prepare everything to return to the kingdom of Alabasta in 5 years. Until then, we hoped that Mr. Wincey could adeptly assume a role." "What role?" Wincey inquired with a furrowed brow, clutching his chest. "A pirate, a notorious scoundrel of the seas. Then, 5 years hence, we shall rendezvous amidst chaos and drought, under the pretense of confronting you while secretly aiding the nefarious. Fear not, for in that instance, I shall be the unequivocal hero." The laughter of Crocodile, a notorious figure, echoed across the desert. The sound sent shivers down Wincey's spine, rendering the blazing desert sun excruciatingly cold, akin to a vast ice cellar. "Kapu, you wretched old man. You've left me in this dire predicament. How can I escape this cursed ship? My reputation is of little consequence. The true dilemma lies in how to return to the timeline." He crouched on the wooden planks, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, sinking into the endless yellow sands. The blood seeping from the corner of his mouth proved impossible to cleanse this time. Even plunging into the yellow river would not suffice to wash it away. As the system emitted a series of beeping sounds in his ears, he gradually lost consciousness. Ding! In the battle against the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, the proficiency of his devil fruit and swordsmanship advanced. Devil fruit proficiency increased by 215, swordsmanship specialty increased by 211. Devil fruit proficiency, silver intermediate, 702,000. Health, 2,000. Attack, 95. Speed, 80. Defense, 220. Hockey, none. Devil fruit, not yet awakened. Devil fruit skills, active, vegetable shadow. Vegetable concealment, passive, vegetable knife chrysanthemum slash, 100 critical hit rate. Sword mastery, bronze high tier, 256, 500. Gun mastery, bronze initial tier, 3050. Body technique mastery, bronze high tier, 402, 500. Experience, 235, 500. Allocatable points, 80. After a brief moment, silence ensued. Ding. Consciousness collapse detected. Points will not be allocated for now. The drawn skill is active. Vegetable shield enlarges the vegetable knife into a shield 20 times its original size, capable of blocking formidable attacks. 3 days later, after a fever had just receded, Wincey had yet to allocate his points. Having taken a sip of water, he casually picked up a newspaper and, having read less than a third, his complexion turned ashen, devoid of any color. Bounty notice. Conspirator, Wincey, bounty of 89 million berries. He leads a band of over 500 villainous pirates, having committed crimes in major ports and cities of the Kingdom of Alabasta, with the most severe offenses in Yuba. The pirates have declared that within 5 years, they shall seize St. Ting Island. Crocodile, you shameless scoundrel, I shall surely slay you. As the veins on Wenxi's temples throbbed with intensity, an uproarious clamor erupted from the streets, accompanied by the acrid scent of gunpowder. His place of convalescence was none other than the critically beleaguered Yuba. "Mr. Wenxi, have you just awakened? Your health is remarkable. It appears you can recover in just a few days." Mr. One strode directly into the room, unabashedly revealing his razor-sharp arms. The quick slash fruit endowed him with the ability to transform his entire body into a blade, showcasing his formidable prowess, second only to the sand crocodile. Once he understood the implications of his actions, it was merely a warning to maintain silence and obedience, lest he face dire consequences. "Ah. But let us speak truthfully, since we are collaborators. Once he accepts his fate, yet I surely have the right to inquire about the whereabouts of the president, do I not?" Young Wincy preferred not to engage in pedantic disputes. He had no recourse against his adversaries and could only feign an air of elegance and amiability. Mr. Zero was in the capital of Alabaston, occupied with matters of greater significance alongside Robin, as the president had entrusted him with the affairs here to manage entirely. "Very well. Then, shall I obey and kneel? What pretense is this? I am the CEO of the Intelligence Council." With a creak, the door swung open, and Phone Kale circled around Wincy's bed. "Little Wincy," he said, "do not be angry. The three of us shall assist you in becoming a king in the time to come." "A king? What a jest. Even a child would not believe their nonsensical words." Standing at the doorway was another figure, Mr. 3, the Candleman, who leaned against the wall with arms crossed, smiling, flanked by the three strongest members of the Baroque studio. Their presence served both to monitor and to intimidate, for these three were indeed clad in black robes. "Come, Mr. Wincy," they urged, "let us attend an important meeting, where 20 pirate captains shall gather today. Step forth and declare your plans to them." Without further ado, the three donned their masks. And although Wincy wished to wear a black robe as well, he was halted by Mr. One. "No, sir," he insisted. "You must present yourself. How else will others come to trust you?" Wincy wished to unleash a torrent of curses, yet behind him lay a pair of icy hands. One on the left and one on the right, belonging to Phone Keelii and the Candleman. The scapegoat, how could I, in this lifetime, find myself so woefully subjugated as to bear the blame for you? By all that is holy, do not let me find an opportunity. As Wincy stepped into the living room, he discovered a hidden passage concealed behind a cabinet. After traversing the pitch-black corridor for some time, he soon arrived at the underground sewer. In this foul and dark realm, 20 men, fierce and menacing, lounged on wooden chairs, their lit lamps casting light upon the grimy walls. Lord Wincy, a young man, discontented, ventured into the crowd, followed closely by 3 loyal guards. "My lord, to be frank, I believe this endeavor is futile. How can 500 men contend with the soldiers of an entire nation? Indeed, the funds you provided are audacious, and risking one's life is a common practice among pirates. But why engage in an undertaking that is patently impossible? These individuals are hardly virtuous. Those who commit wrongdoing for the sake of wealth cannot be trusted. They are here merely for the coin Wincy has offered. And it is evident that this is the work of Crocodile masquerading under Wincy's name." Suddenly, a chill of realization coursed through Wincy. He recalled a crucial detail. Unless Crocodile had previously comprehended the origins of this undertaking, the plan to confront Crocodile must be known to others, suggesting that someone had betrayed Wincy, depriving him of the time necessary to prepare adequately. Mr. Bogart, his aide, no, his presence beside Carp confirmed everything. The Navy Admiral Sengoku, the Chief of Staff, Tsuru? Upon further reflection, the implications were chilling. Understanding dawned, and though it was difficult to accept, he had no choice but to confront the truth. On the surface, Wincy covered his face, trembling, his smile gradually turning maniacal. Abruptly, he burst into raucous laughter, leaping onto a chair, and proclaimed, "Yes, everything is achievable. What do you fear? I have provided the funds. You shall fulfill your duties. Who among you looked down upon me just moments ago?" With a swift motion, he turned to Mr. One and commanded, "Eliminate him." The previously indifferent Mr. One was taken aback by this sudden shift in demeanor. What was happening? This youth's audacity had transformed in the blink of an eye, as if he had ascended a grand stage. Quickly, he urged, "That lad has displayed discontent since our first encounter. Dispatch him, or it will be difficult to maintain order." "Will you take responsibility for that?" Phone Kale was startled, murmuring softly, "Little Wincy is truly terrifying." With a single stroke, blood splattered, and the defiant pirate leader collapsed, lifeless, leaning back against a high chair. Vinci crossed his legs with an air of confidence, gesturing grandly with his hands. Listen closely, everyone. Remember this. I possess the wealth to hire you, and equally, the means to have you eliminated. Cooperate well, and we shall be partners. Otherwise, you shall become prey. His commanding presence swiftly transformed the atmosphere, leaving the three guards in disbelief. They realized the dynamics had shifted unexpectedly as this young man, despite his puppet Fade, exuded the aura of authority. He must be eliminated, for it was imperative to establish credibility over this group. Moreover, he had adeptly utilized Mr. One to forge this credibility, emerging as the true schemer before these pirates. In the subterranean waterways, Vinci spoke eloquently, articulating a wild plan that had struck him. He chose silence regarding the truth, vowing only to elucidate it directly before Carp. Otherwise, he would confide in no one. Simply put, the Alabasta of Sainting Island originated from the 20 nations, whose ancestors could have ascended to the lofty status of celestial dragons but ultimately opted to return here. Coincidentally, one of the three ancient weapons, Pluton, lies concealed beneath the palace outside the royal capital. This is no mere coincidence. Could the celestial dragons truly be unaware of what their former allies are up to? Even if buried deep, would they remain oblivious to the indestructible historical text resting beneath the palace? Unless, of course, Crocodile has a hidden patron. Who could it be? Surely not the Marines of Marineford, as it was Admiral Fujitora who later proposed the abolition of the warlord system. While the elders have long been seen as the true power brokers, Crocodile's ambitions have always had supporters. Individuals providing intelligence, those who harbor resentment towards the betrayers of the celestial dragons. The quest for Pluton must align with the directives of the elders, who supported the warlord system. This is evident from the disdain they exhibited during discussions about them when the Alabasta delegation attended the meeting at Marigios. Their contempt for the ancestors of Princess Vivi, who defected 9 centuries ago from the founding 20 nations, is telling. It proves they have continuously monitored the Alabasta kingdom from the shadows. Even after 9 centuries, their lingering animosity raises the question, why did they not eliminate her at the time of her betrayal? Unless Alabasta possessed a power that threatened them, Pluton, an ancient weapon, had already been in existence. Even if one recognizes the malevolence of their actions and withdraws from the alliance in remorse, gaining acknowledgement from the creators of the historical texts could easily attract the attention of the celestial dragons, regardless of the circumstances. It highlights that Crocodile's plans are in stark contrast to those of Don Quixote da Flamingo. The former seeks to obliterate secrets, while the latter aims to reclaim them. No wonder that after the Alabasta incident, Luffy astonished the 5 elders. Logically, the presence of a dozen or so supernovas gathering at Sabaody Archipelago should have terrified them. The shattered plan was doomed from the onset with their involvement. The chaos instigated by the name of D has given them considerable distress. The 5 elders closed their eyes, conferred their instructions regarding the plan, and then rose to return to their quarters. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on the successful enhancement. Attack 120, Defense 95, Defense 260. Rejoice, my ambitious master, for you are about to unveil the grand narrative of your illustrious saga. Vincent smirked, silently cursing. Silence. Anyone who dares to treat me as a mere pawn will face dire consequences. Crocodile cannot, nor can the elders. Luffy, prepare to help me bring these self-righteous fools down a peg. Mr. Vincent, why have you summoned all the pirates to the desert? This contradicts the president's plans. In the comfort of his bedroom, Vincent savored a cup of coffee, grumbling, nonsense. There are only 500 of them. Soon they will be vanquished by the assembled guards. Unless we unite them all to camp in the desert, none shall easily conquer us. Moreover, desert pirates has a certain romantic allure, advantageous for the president. Alabasta excels in commerce, and nearly every transaction traverses the desert. Disrupting this route would create a gaping hole in the entire network. He scratched his ear dismissively. Let me tell you, I am the true CEO, the strategist, understand? Fool, go speak with the president. He will undoubtedly endorse my plan. And quickly, urge him to procure more funds. My circumstances are dire. Even meetings are held in the sewers, utterly lacking prestige. You, Mr. One seethed, wishing to strike this fool down for suggesting that all pirates gather and charge into the desert. Vincent casually picked up a pen and began to sketch on paper. Beckoning phone Cailan and the Candleman. Do you see? We are not merely constructing a palace in the desert. It will surpass even the grandeur of the Alba Palace in his kingdom. Young Vincent truly is remarkable, harboring aspirations to erect a desert palace. However, the Candleman, with a dismal expression, retorted, Fool, how could that possibly happen? Do you have any idea how many berries that would require? With a scoff, Vincent seized the telephone bug and instructed Mr. One to connect him with Crocodile. He lay languidly on his bed, nonchalantly responding, "Hello, President? I have splendid news to share. Yes, I am awake, though it's nothing of great consequence. I intend to further expand our influence by sabotaging the trade networks in Alabasta. But I will need substantial funding, a considerable sum. If we are to do this, we must do it grandly. Me? Of course, as your CEO, I must consider your interests. Wouldn't you agree? This is easily resolvable. 100 million berries. Promptly, please. No need to thank me. Alleviating the President's worries is my duty. And your compliments are quite flattering." With a decisive click, Vincent ended the call, casting a glance at everyone present before thumping the table and exclaiming, "The President has agreed. On the condition that I remain by your side at all times." His tone must have been quite earnest, wouldn't you say? Indeed. I could practically hear his teeth grinding. He must have been munching on soybeans. With a deliberately innocent and carefree smile, whence he elicited a seething frustration from Mr. One, who felt as if his head might split. Meanwhile, the indifferent Candleman shook his head and sighed, remarking, "This fool truly believes himself to be the CEO. Constructing palaces in the desert. Why not build a 1,000 square meter swimming pool in the sand instead?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, whence he aimlessly approached the window, hands clasped behind his back, pondering aloud. The desert is far too arid. No matter how favorable the material conditions may be, what does it matter? What are we? We are pirates. How utterly dull it would be to be devoid of the sea. No, I must construct a swimming pool exceeding 1,000 square meters for my brothers. Mr. One, quickly, contact the President. After a moment of hesitation, as if struck by an epiphany, Mr. One felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if his very blood were boiling. No, don't disturb the President with such trivial matters. When Shidoin had an epiphany, he slammed his hand upon the table and shook Fong Keeley's shoulder, exclaiming loudly, "What is a swimming pool? Pirates must gallivant freely upon the seas. We shall transform the desert into an ocean. Quickly, connect me to the President. I have conceived a magnificent plan to channel water into the desert, to generate profit from sea salt, and to purify seawater into fresh water. We shall create the utopia of which the President speaks." Alas, Mr. 3, the Candleman, shook his head in disbelief. This fellow had completely lost his mind, and it seemed almost beyond redemption. Mr. 1, unable to make a move, nearly collapsed, but managed to support himself on one knee. This lad was not merely shameless, he was utterly devoid of shame, his mind filled with nothing of value. He suspected that this boy had not engaged in any serious business within the magnetic drum kingdom, perhaps even having pilfered food from the gluttonous king there. Only the androgynous Fong Keeley cheered with enthusiasm, viewing Vinci as a reliable individual. "What is that, President? Are you too busy? It's just a trivial matter. I merely require a small sum, perhaps 300 to 500 million berries. Ah, President, did you just refrain from cursing? Has someone angered you? Inform me, and I shall personally deal with him another day. Oh dear, I wish to initiate a grand project in the desert, to convert seawater into fresh water for the benefit of the region. President, please don't hang up." As Vinci cast aside the telephone bug, he swung his feet languidly on the bed. The three guards had suddenly transformed into genuine sentinels, yet they found themselves unfortunate victims of a puppet who eschewed conventionality. A month later, the notorious pirates of Alabasta mysteriously vanished, with widely circulated tales suggesting that the schemer Vinci was orchestrating a far more sinister plot to seize the Albana Palace. However, the reality was quite different. The young man traversed the desert, trailed by 500 pirates and 3 guards, passionately spinning dreams to satiate their hunger for ambition. "Fear not, my brothers. We are about to venture into the heart of the desert, the indispensable route for merchants, where opportunities for immense wealth lie within our grasp. Do you remember our plan?" Suddenly, 500 pirates erupted in unison. "Firstly, we shall not act impulsively. Secondly, we are not the dragonfly captain. Thirdly, we will channel the currents to create a great lake. Fourthly, we shall construct our own palace." Such fervor ignited their spirits, and my faith in the young Vinci boy grew stronger. Fong Cly leapt about in excitement, while the Candleman, with a resigned smile, observed the chaos. How maddening! I seem to be the only sane one among these hundreds. He then closed his eyes in silence, seated cross-legged, focusing his breath. Over 20 individuals hoisted a waterbed, and he obediently sat upon it, for Vinci had declared that candles must endure the cold to solidify properly. Meditating on the waterbed was advantageous for mastering the wax fruitability, An insight gleaned from a grand martial arts tome, though the original practitioner rested upon a nice bed. Mr. Vinci, is my meditative posture incorrect? Quite the contrary. Persist, Candleman. You are exceptional. Mr. 3, wiping his tears, exclaimed, Thank you, Mr. Vinci. You are the finest strategist I have ever encountered, worth 3 men. Indeed, through Vinci's brainwashing rhetoric, each individual was swayed. A throng of pirates, envisioning the establishment of a utopia, surged into the heart of the desert, their inaugural challenge being the construction of their own palace, followed by the installation of pipelines to divert water from the sea. Of course, it was apparent to anyone that such notions were absurd, yet Vinci had enlightened them all, asserting that the red soil continent was isolated from the 4 seas solely because the celestial dragons had built walls of bricks, merely cloaked in a layer of red earth. This assertion demonstrated that nothing is insurmountable if one possesses determination, truth or falsehood. Regardless, the pirates, already displeased by the mention of the celestial dragons, chose to believe it. On the 4th night, utterly exhausted, the Candleman stretched and opened a secret missive. Eliminate Vinci, this uncontrollable factor. He has become an obstacle. Surrounded by Vinci's subordinates, he stood early at the door, preparing for his grand performance. Clearing his throat, adjusting his attire, he feigned profundity and spoke, Indeed, the president would never allow me to remain in this world. The more capable a person is, the less he favors them. The so-called establishment of a realm named Utopia is merely a deception. Vinci emerged from behind the door with an unhurried demeanor, confidently addressing those around him. What commands do you have for us, Lord Vinci? They inquired. Nothing much, merely that someone wishes to take my life. What do you propose we do? Let us eliminate him first. The pirates outside drew their blades, reminiscent of a scene that had transpired a month prior, when the reins of power still seemed to rest in Crocodile's hands. Everything had transformed. Vinci wielded an unexpected dominance over these individuals, and the more absurd the notion, the easier it was to instill fear. Consider the ludicrous idea of conjuring an inland lake from the sea. Even castles and palaces seemed unattainable. Yet, Vinci painted a grand vision for these people, leaving them yearning for more, regardless of whether they could attain it. They were resolute in their determination to try. For Vinci held leverage over each of them, and their inner defenses were alarmingly fragile. Why become pirates? They pondered. Because of the celestial dragons. In the years following Roger's demise, the quest for the great treasure felt almost like a distant dream, with few willing to believe in such an elusive pursuit. Save for those on the Grand Line. The places they inhabited demanded tribute to the complacent celestial dragons, often leaving them with no alternative. Friends, let us establish our utopia, akin to the great pirates, claiming our own territory free from the oppressive whims of the celestial dragons. Would that not be a delightful prospect? Vinci possesses an acute understanding of the plot trajectory of One Piece. He is undoubtedly aware of the desires of these individuals. Indeed, he has captured the hearts of 500 pirates, firmly establishing himself as the sovereign of the desert, truly the illustrious Lord Vinci. At this moment, Vinci rapped gently on the door, speaking in a calm tone. Mr. 3, you must comprehend the consequences of failing to accomplish your task. Your abilities are formidable. Yet even the mightiest fists cannot rival the strength of many. Should you attempt to flee, the president will inevitably deal with you. The Candleman's expression was one of distress. It was alarming that this task had been entrusted to him so promptly, for it signified that Crocodile was aware of Mr. 1 and Mr. 2's incapacitation in battle. It was over. This fellow had turned the tide. Although these pirates were fond of berries, the majority were fickle and lacking in discernment. Little did we anticipate that Vinci was indeed a schemer. We underestimated him, falling victim to his machinations. The Candleman, lamenting his fate, sighed in resignation and reclined upon the waterbed, realizing how adeptly Vinci manipulated the hearts of others. Comfortable as he was, with death being an inevitable conclusion, he thought it preferable to indulge in this fleeting pleasure. You have triumphed, Vinci, he resolved, surrendering himself to slumber. Behind Vinci, dozens of individuals were ever present, shadowing his every move as he approached the hospital room. Mr. 1, has your injury improved at all? He inquired. The pale-faced wielder of the quick-cut fruit weakly gestured with his hand, while Fong Cly lay in a deep slumber, sprawled in a relaxed manner, snoring soundly. The joy on Vinci's face gradually faded. The actors were all born performers. His subordinates would send word to the Candleman, letting him know that from that moment on, he realized that these 3 individuals were merely collaborating in a performance orchestrated by him. Drip, drip, hot wax fell onto the ground. Vinci did not even need to turn his head. He understood that someone was standing right behind him, and the reason for such stillness was quite simple. It was the absence of any company. If his predictions were correct, they must have all been turned into wax figures. The wax fruit, a unique power fruit, had the ability to create candles for combat, solidifying to a hardness comparable to steel. How vexing. If you are so determined to kill me, why partake in this charade? There is no alternative. It is far easier to succeed when you are in a relaxed state. I can handle them without difficulty. But the challenge lies in ensuring your escape is thwarted. Are you so certain that the sand crocodile surpasses me? Otherwise, why would you think so? A fledgling who can only boast, eliminating you would be child's play. Let me ponder this. Why not strike directly? Firstly, I fear that making a move in public would invite a counterattack. After all, I have already borne a significant portion of the sins upon my demise. I could bestow all honors upon the sand crocodile. However, losing a substantial number of men would be counterproductive. Secondly, while these individuals were hired at great expense in my name, you know better than I what a band of unanchored pirates might do. Surrendering casually is a disgrace. Mr. 3 approached him coldly, wax powder swirling in the air, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Your downfall is your own cunning. With a defiant smile, Vinci raised his hand without a trace of fear. How can you be so utterly certain that the astute me has not made prior arrangements? As for people, it was impossible. Monitoring these 3 individuals was already at its limit. Concealing an ambush with additional personnel was simply unfeasible. Blade shield. Clang. The hefty kitchen knife was deftly positioned before him, successfully blocking the path. Blade shield. The circus has arrived. One knife after another descended in rapid succession. As a silver mid-tier, he could wield up to 8 knives, a skill derived from the legendary figure, the Jester Bucky. This simultaneous use of multiple knives was aptly termed circus. With 8 knife shields before him, Vinci turned to flee, but with a resounding crash, he kicked the door open, only to be met by Finklai, who approached with the grace of a swan. Little Vinci, you have 2 choices. Perish here or obediently comply and fulfill your duties. Do you understand? Caught between a wolf and a tiger, he found himself with no way out. The Candle Man, a wax fruit user of golden mid-tier with 20,000 health points, stood alongside Finklai, a mimic fruit user of equal tier, also with 20,000 health points. A floating sign adorned his head, blooming like a flamboyant flower. With a single punch, he shattered the glass, and the feigning Mr. 1 strolled in leisurely, his body glimmering with the sheen of blades. Even Robin could not harm him with her flower fruit, as the risk of being cut was ever present, making this devil fruit notoriously difficult to handle. This entity, who had easily overwhelmed Zoro, bore information that was even more despairing. Mr. 1, the swift-cut fruit user, is a golden high tier with 50,000 health points. Lacking a floating sign, his health was 5 times greater than Vinci's, a staggering increase that was truly terrifying. No wonder pirates worth over 100 million berries scarcely regarded those with mere tens of millions. When Luffy surpassed 500 million, diamond, it astonished many, especially with subordinates boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. A star-level bounty of 1 billion, Starlight, felt far superior to high-ranking officers with bounties of 7 or 800 million. The disparity was immense, and it was no wonder that the strength standard of a Yonko could obliterate an entire nation single-handedly. Shaking his head, he cast aside the chaotic thoughts of this critical moment. His choices lay between fighting to the death with dignity, only for his subordinates to be dealt with by the 3 guards, or to comply obediently, preserving the strength of his followers but submitting to another's will. Rather than unwillingly becoming a useless puppet, I would gladly choose to submit. With a thud, Vinci knelt, immediately yielding. In disbelief, he stared at Mr. 1, even as the blade of the swift-cut fruit inflicted a wound upon his abdomen. Don't dream. If I don't show you some colors, you'll keep bouncing back. Blame your own weakness. With a crack, Vinci collapsed face-first onto the floor, bruised and battered. Ding. System notification. The recent attack inflicted a damage of 590, surpassing your defense. However, your defense did not fall below half of the damage sustained. Consequently, your defense has been elevated to 295. What? I almost overlooked this detail. Act swiftly, Mr. 1, and slay me. His arrogance swells as he once again turns the tide. Ding. Congratulations, Master. In the face of dire circumstances, you have bravely challenged 3 formidable opponents, successfully unlocking the bloodline passive of the esteemed Kiki D. You are now compelled to engage one of them on equal footing. Choose wisely, my master. Haha. In Vinci's eyes, A brilliant light erupted, and who could have anticipated such a passive awakening? A fleeting glance at the health bar revealed 17,202,000. No, I still possess martial arts. The iron fist of love, and an auto attack that disregards defensive measures. There is hope. I may still survive. With the kitchen knife system, I shall engage Mr. 1 in a forced equal confrontation. Beep! As I activated it, a red arrow materialized above Mr. 1's head, indicating that he would soon lose significant advantages. The clash of blades and swift strikes ensued. This time, Mr. 1 did not overpower Vinci through speed and strength, but rather engaged in a stalemate. Attempting to utilize martial arts against Mr. 1 would certainly result in injury, for this fellow's sword-wielding physique was akin to a natural counteracting armor. With your staggering 50,000 health points, it is utterly impossible for me to defeat you, even if your damage retaliates against me to my demise. Yet, if I can endure and swiftly enhance my defenses, even if I have but a breath left, I shall strive to break through. I wager that you would never willingly relinquish me, your valuable pawn. Crocodile has witnessed my absurdity, and he too recognizes my equal utility. Back and forth. Vinci's martial heritage stems from Carp, his swordsmanship from Bogart, and his marksmanship bears the influence of Usopp. His prowess is commendable, albeit his youth renders him susceptible to misfortune. Bang! As the Candle Man shattered the sword and shield and confronted the chaos, he beheld Vinci, bloodied and battered. 31 punches, a purely martial assault, dealt over 3,000 damage to Mr. 1, while he himself suffered grievous wounds, his fists and feet tearing through flesh, and a deep gash marred his chest. Vinci is left with merely 200 health points, his defensive capabilities having reached 330. Yet, a single additional blow would spell his demise. Throughout the encounter, aside from enduring a brutal strike to his chest, Mr. 1 has scarcely taken the fight seriously. He allows this young man to strike him with a mere tickle. After a stalemate, their martial and swordsmanship skills have reached a remarkably similar level, though Vinci still suffers from a disadvantage in foundational points. In comparison to his attacks, his defense is thrice as formidable. The synergy of enduring countless strikes in the even match has proven significant, further augmented by the teachings of Carp's iron fist of love, which can even draw blood from formidable opponents. Of course, this assumes he does not possess the innate ability of Mr. 1, who is equipped with reflective armor, bestowed by the swift-cutting fruit, rendering him capable of withstanding blows effortlessly. Hey, when the day comes that I master the armament hockey, will you still dare to endure my punches so nonchalantly? Wincher squinted one eye, his left hand hanging limply, chuckling mockingly. Mr. 1, overpowering him with sheer strength, raised both hands and issued a final warning. Are you willing to submit? TCH, a temporary alliance. Wincher retorted. Very well, let me teach you a lesson. Firmly believing that no one would willingly obey without reservation, he felt that betrayers deserved punishment. Quickly, fruit, destructive slash. The strike was powerful enough to shatter stone into fragments. Defiantly, Wincher rose with a roar. Blade shield, the circus has arrived. This time, only 3 blades descended from above, shielding him and mitigating most of the damage. I'm not dead yet. I still have breath left. Even if we continue this collaboration, I will not forfeit my chance to escape. Sooner or later, you 3 will become my defeated foes. Impossible, Mr. 1 coldly declared with finality. In the workshop outside the palace construction base, Wincher lay face down in a pool of blood. Mr. Zero, we have dealt with him. I suggest we eliminate him directly, as this brat refuses to yield and will continually attempt to escape. No, on the contrary, such a person must be kept alive. The accumulation of crimes against him will leave him no way out. A slowly obedient clever individual is far more useful than a fool. Understood. Upon awakening, Wincher found the reinforced ground adorned with newly planted trees. His body was wrapped in bandages, wounds healing significantly. Generally speaking, blood volume and defense correlate with the speed of vitality recovery, especially since his martial arts followed the path of Carp. Bring me food and clean, cool water. As he called out, attendants promptly brought him a tray, indicating that he was evidently under soft confinement. The palace was bustling with construction, and even the absurd marine incident was gradually progressing. Today, the newspaper in Alabasta prominently featured the headline, "The conspirator Wincher remains defiant." A pirate crew of 1,000 was establishing a port, with vast amounts of seawater being drawn daily. Speculation arose that this infamous pirate aimed to induce desert salinization for immense profit. The royal guard had surrounded the port, preparing for battle. Tension mounted as Wincher declared, "War will commence in 3 days to seize the port named Saha. Damn it, he clenched his fists, the veins bulging and drawing blood. Crocodile had ceased to engage in petty skirmishes and opted instead to instigate large-scale conflict. The palace, which I had intended to drive him mad with, had instead become a prison. A clever strategy, indeed, far beyond my expectations. The wheel of fortune turns. There will come a time when you face consequences. With a soft thud, Mr. One stood behind him, stating coldly, Lord Winshire, Sawaport is attempting to reach you via the snail phone. He handed over a snail phone adorned with 2 cleavers, which connected after a brief pause. Lord Winshire, is it true that you intend to construct a palace in the desert that rivals the royal palace of Alabasta? He answered with a single word and abruptly hung up the phone. How absurd. A simple alteration of meaning has completely transformed the essence. The palace is no longer a senseless consumption of resources by Bailey, but rather an entity that further unites the hearts of pirates. In terms of martial prowess, he is no match for Crocodile, and in intellect, he finds himself ensnared in a web of deception. Life has become unbearable. Yet what can one do when faced with such weakness? Weakness is the original sin in the world of pirates. Outside, there are voices of discontent, grumbling and debating under the wall's shadow. What madness! I should never have trusted his deceit, venturing into the desert to construct a palace, only to suffer from the scorching heat by day and the biting cold by night. The climate is unbearable. I long to find someone to unleash my frustrations upon. Enough of this. The Foundation employs the legendary solidification techniques of Vegapunk, and the trees planted for sand defense grow at a terrifying pace, reportedly acquired at an exorbitant cost. Lord Winshire possesses a considerable amount of berries, sufficient for our earnings, far preferable to the daily trepidation of the sea. The construction project progresses, yet upon hearing this, Winshire furrows his brow, overwhelmed with joy. Soon, a new decree emerges, and this time even Mr. One does not question it. For he too requires Winshire's edict to temporarily establish a gladiatorial arena, providing combat for pirates accustomed to bloodshed, their identities concealed behind masks during the contests. A prize is to be established. Victors shall receive a substantial amount of berries, while spectators may wager on the outcomes, starting at 1,000 berries per bet. Simultaneously, an order is given to immediately construct taverns and restaurants. What is his true intention? Pure indulgence? Mr. 3 is perplexed, while Finklai joyfully performs his ballet. Young Winshire is indeed a good lad. He adores taverns. 2 months later, the general outline of the palace is successfully erected. Yet the arena and entertainment facilities are completed first. The inaugural battle commences amidst the cheers of pirates, with Winshire donning a black iron mask as the first combatant, having prepared for a full 60 days. As the eager adversaries charge forth, they are met with a decisive strike, a grand slash. Since escape is not an option, let the trials begin. Defeating these 500 pirates shall be the first step toward strength. Amidst the chaos of war, Winshire bears an inescapable stigma. He must harness the arena to grow stronger, transforming his prison into a stepping stone. Victorious once more, he is indeed a combat fanatic, fighting at least thrice daily in the arena, with last week seeing him there 7 or 8 times in a single day. Truly, his prowess is remarkable. Ironically, he wields a kitchen knife, 2 rusty blades, no less. I have high hopes for him. Initially, he won half and lost half, yet now his victory rate is nearly certain. Pirates wager large sums of berries, and as half a year passes, the palace is completed, surrounded by encircling trees. 2 iron pipes transport vast quantities of seawater daily, purified at the port. This water is then processed once more, transforming into a grand river encircling the palace, providing a flowing space for fresh water, with trees proliferating, forming concentric circles of riverbanks. Numerous merchants have visited, and while they have not been robbed, they still bring considerable profits to Winshire. The 2 water supply pipes signify that at least 2 locations in Alabasta are under Winshire's control. Despite his captivity, he battles daily. The duel arena in the desert possesses an irresistible allure, attracting many to its gatherings. Although the number of opponents increases, Winshire can defeat any among the 500 pirates. Yet facing formidable challengers seeking to investigate is another matter entirely. In the dead of night, he tends to his wounds, forcefully kicking open Finklai's door. With remarkable speed, he employs the ballet fighting style, a blend of grace and ferocity. As he narrowly evades, Finklai unleashes another flawless strike, executing the ballet technique with a flamboyant swan dance. Vincent does not wield a cleaver. Instead, he touches the wall with the tips of his toes. His left hand is clenched into a fist while his right hand is open, launching forth with remarkable speed. Navy 6 style, slash. In an instant, his figure vanishes. only to reappear as he delivers a powerful punch to Little Fang's nape. How astonishingly swift, young Vincent. Your speed has quintupled since before. Ballet fist technique. The swan spreads its wings in the breeze. With arms outstretched like a white crane in flight, he fiercely blocks the impending strike. Van Gogh once again found himself in the arena, where his martial arts training partner had elevated from 500 pirates to the esteemed Mr. Tubon Clay. The record of battles in the Colosseum alone amounted to an astonishing 974 encounters. With a specialization in martial arts, he achieved the initial tier of silver 720-1000. Acquiring the same skill as Kobe, Zoro. Damn it, I shall confront Mr. One and make him feel the sting of defeat. After enduring a grueling battle for half a day, Wincher's sole achievement was to summon enough strength to persist. With blades in hand, he sought to strike while Mr. One lay in slumber, yet he found himself unable to breach the formidable defenses. The user of the quick/fruit-possessed skin is tough as steel. And upon entering the immovable state akin to an iron wall, his resilience only intensified. Fool, how could you ever hope to match me? After 6 months of conflict, Wincher had never triumphed over him, and it was evident why he brimmed with confidence. This young man invariably emerged from their encounters bloodied and bandaged, only to rise the following day to return to the arena. Curiously, Mr. One perceived a decline in his own physical prowess and agility with each bout against this adversary, whose physique was unnaturally robust. 6 months prior, a casual slash would have left him wounded and bleeding, yet perplexingly, each subsequent encounter found Wincher growing stronger. Now, he was compelled to engage Wincher in earnest, as the damage inflicted by his attacks paled in comparison to the casual strikes of the past. Lost in thought, are you? You hunk of iron? With both hands gripping his blades, Vinci let out a thunderous shout, Iato, dual blade technique. But who could fathom why his swordsmanship revolved around a singular move? This technique excels primarily in honing the dexterity of both hands, allowing for the simultaneous execution of Iato with dual blades. When confronted by multiple foes, he could unleash an X-shaped assault, yet when facing a solitary opponent, his mastery mirrors that of Mr. One, who delights in transforming his arms into lethal weapons during combat. In the relentless and murky battles, Vinci gradually grew stronger. Learning from those closest to him, mastering the art of blades, he reached the initial stage of silver proficiency with a skill level of 8,321,000. Wielding the dual techniques of Iato, you, like Crocodile, sheltered under the vast umbrella of the 7 warlords, have lost the will to grow stronger. While I persist in my relentless training, with an attack power of 520 and damage inflicted at 201, I finally managed to wound him with my blade. Achieving this without harming myself, unlike my usual physical attacks. In truth, the rebound damage from attacks could hardly breach Vinci's defenses, yet he is not impervious. Each blow leaves him battered and bruised. The true source of his grievous injuries, however, stems from the ruthless edge of Mr. One's blade. Do you all regard me as heir? You never engage with me. Is it so easy to underestimate a melee mage? The Candleman, scratching his ear, was astounded by Vinci's rapid progress, yet felt disheartened that this young man never chose to spar with him, leaving him utterly perplexed regarding his true capabilities. Ding. Master. Proficiency has reached its zenith. The initial stage of gold serves as a threshold, commonly referred to as a profession transition. The second evolution of purple crystal. The third evolution of diamond, and the awakening of starlight. Although fruits are categorized by ranks, this does not impose an absolute limitation on strength. The vegetable knife fruit, being of the lowest tier among the devil fruits, has consistently constrained personal power. The stronger the individual, the more diminished their strength when wielding this knife. This is a curse from the devil fruit tree, and it can be said that only your fruit suffers from the dual curses of the sea and the devil fruit tree. Enough with the trivialities. Why is such information relevant in a fight? Is it not simply a matter of reaching proficiency to level up? The blade, stained with crimson, glinted as he flicked it toward the wall, the left knife pointing horizontally at his adversary while the right angled upward, poised to strike with an elegant fluidity. What thoughts occupy your mind? Do you sense an insurmountable limit to your power? Yet, what of it? Not everyone is destined for effortless ascendance. I shall surmount this challenge. Ah, you guessed correctly. The esteemed Mr. One, a paragon of golden hierarchy, finds himself at the precipice of his own capabilities. Ding. My master, 3 months prior, you successfully transcended to the silver echelon, honing your skills through relentless battles. However, the journey toward golden status cannot rely solely on proficiency. Fruit proficiency, silver high level, 27, 655. 000 health points, 5, 000 attack, 160 speed, 380 defense, experience pool, 500, 500. Passive skill, cauliflower, a rust flower that blooms upon the enemy, inflicting continuous damage with each strike, leaving behind a trace of corrosive rust. Upon healing, a small rusted flower remains. After half a year of arduous toil, the accomplishments are neither sparse nor abundant. The retaliatory damage inflicted upon Mr. One has subconsciously instilled in him a desire for a skill that could breach defenses or inflict persistent damage. With a swift motion, he found an opportunity as he evaded behind Mr. One. His raw strength may not be his forte, but his mastery in both martial arts and swordsmanship is exceptional. One strike, he had awaited this moment for nearly a year. The passive ability, Cauliflower Blade Slash, activated, allowing the cauliflower effect to persist as he unleashed a horizontal slash of grand technique. His sword was characterized by speed. Even his ordinary attacks burst forth with the instantaneous ferocity of a draw. All three of his sword techniques were executed with precision, enabling him to strike effortlessly. His reverse grip allowing for a powerful follow-up blow. The blade remained unsheathed, the air serving as its sheath, flowing with grace. Suddenly, Mr. One hesitated for a fleeting moment, only to turn in astonishment. A critical hit of 300, with damage totaling 930. Blood cascaded down his calf, pooling on the ground. The atmosphere grew tense, and even the formidable foe Cailan instinctively took a half-step back. Mr. One, having only lost 1/50th of his health, erupted with fury. It is often said that a warrior may be slain but not humiliated. Are you angered? Come then. Vinci remains undaunted. According to his deductions, Mr. One's most formidable attack could potentially reach approximately 3,000. As for the terrifying attack of 10,000, it would be sufficient to eliminate an entire ship's crew in an instant. Only those within the billion bounty tier, such as the amethyst rank, possess the absolute power to annihilate a vessel, while the golden tier merely distinguishes between warriors and mere fodder. In the world of pirates, the significance of health points is largely diminished. With injuries sustained, blood loss, and the depletion of stamina, the rate of health decline accelerates. Only a select few possess robust defenses, such as Big Mom and Kaido, while others, like Luffy and Carp, tend to conserve their health. Considering these facts, Vinci, equipped with a system akin to a vegetable knife, can perceive the health bars and strength tiers of these individuals, rendering the data more explicit, albeit not absolute. Therefore, it is entirely normal for health bars to appear inflated. An attack of 3,000 health points is sufficient to cause the demise of a high-tier silver. If a golden tier with 10,000 health points loses 3,000, it equates to a third of their vitality being lost, making survival exceedingly challenging. The bloodline of Vinci's D is the reason he possesses strength even at low health, allowing him to consume food and regain vitality. Moreover, after a significant depletion of his health bar, Vinci often succumbs to unconsciousness, losing all awareness. As long as I can withstand this wave with a 50-50 chance and bolster my defense using the technique of enduring agony, the threat he poses to me can be considerably diminished. While I may not be able to vanquish him, it is certainly preferable to being relentlessly battered. Not everyone can maintain their ultimate form at all times. Mr. One, aside from his formidable dust slash capable of demolishing structures, can unleash the foam daisy slash that repels enemies, as well as the shattering slash, which inflicts a maximum damage of approximately 780. Should the peak power of these two techniques reach 1,000, they would be sufficient to obliterate a silver tier opponent with 2,000 health, rendering them powerless to resist. Yet, I can deflect his assaults while remaining unscathed in a normal state, as long as the dust slash enhances my defense. A defensive value of 1,500 allows me to stride confidently away from the heart of the desert, impervious to their attacks. This encapsulates Vinci's true strategy. The culmination of a year of arduous training. His goal is to endure relentless injuries, unyielding in his resolve, solely to withstand Mr. One's mightiest blow without succumbing. Ha, fool! Let your anger consume you. Abandon all reason. When you awaken, you shall discover my unparalleled defense. Here, I hold the reins, striding with unwavering authority. Within the depths of Van Gogh's psyche, Mr. One stood with hands clasped before him, eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, as dust swirled at his feet. In the next moment, a swift strike. The micro-dust slash. With a whoosh, Kiki D, Van Gogh soared through the air, blood splattering in an immediate eruption. His body twisted grotesquely, as if plummeting from the sky. Had he met his demise? This undercover agent of agents, would all his actions ultimately bear significance? Ding. Warning. blood levels critically low, clinging to life at 3,555,000, bleeding out. Silence. I'm not dead yet. Engaging rusted bloodlock. I must preserve this breath of life. Confirmation required. Once the rusty bloodlock is activated, your skin will begin to decay, gradually penetrating your innards. Should you awaken without assistance or fail to consume the green iron frog soup in time, you shall perish. For it is surmised that the chance of regaining control over the tyrant Walbo is 0. I shall not permit you to approach even a fraction. For even landing on Winter Island would subject you to stringent surveillance. Moreover, even if you awaken within a day, you will not survive until Winter Island. Your bones will rust and lead to your demise before you arrive. Silence. Upon receiving the Master's absolute confirmation, activating rusted life-preserving status. Ding. Bloodlock successful. All life signs suspended, entering a state of false death and shock. Ding. Successfully deflected Mr. 1's micro-dust strike, inflicting 200 damage. As the host's defense fell short of half the damage, defense rises to 700. In the dead of night, Fong Kale cradled Van Gogh, wiping his body. The boy's corpse was icy cold. It appeared he had truly passed away, a regrettable fate for one so bright and diligent. Master, are you there? The knife is rather dull. Might you silence it? Master, are you truly absent? If you don't awaken soon, your bones will rust and lead to your demise. How will you become the future vice-captain of the Pirate King? The knife system incessantly nagged in the unconscious Van Gogh's mind, yearning for her irritable, cheeky master to awaken and share a conversation. Mr. 2 held a fondness for this scapegoat of a boy, for his optimism ran parallel to his madness, akin to a jester celebrating the tumultuous tides of an era. Little Van Gogh, awaken. Mr. Zero Boy awaits you. He delights in the company of failures. In his youth, he once dared to challenge Whitebeard, only to falter. It marked the first time in his life when fortune turned against him and he faced utter defeat. Since then, he vowed never to allow himself the luxury of failure. He said you possess a certain danger, a gallant presence reminiscent of his younger self. Survive. Silence. Unconsciously. Whence he cursed, feeling as though someone was incessantly clamoring in his ear, unable to discern who it might be. Most likely, it was the kitchen knife system. How utterly vexing. He longed for silence. Alas, his eyelids felt heavy, movement eluded him, and he was devoid of strength. Rather, it was as if he could not sense the existence of his own body. Little Wincy boy, are you still alive? Fong Kale excitedly leaped to his side, inquiring with genuine concern. Food, oranges, milk, he murmured, listing every edible item that came to mind. I shall fetch everything from the kitchen for you, little Wincy boy. Hold on, you cannot perish. I have a fondness for your oceanic plans. With jubilance, Fong Kale dashed toward the kitchen, arms laden with a multitude of provisions. Ready to rush back inside. Does he still possess breath? Mr. Candle, standing coldly at the door, fixed a steely gaze upon him. Indeed, the little Wincy boy is not so easily extinguished. You see, one who can withstand Mr. 1's most potent strike and survive is far too perilous to be left unchecked. He must be eliminated. I cherish him. We are friends, you know. A blossom of camaraderie unfurled. Friends? We are assassins, pirates, and bounty hunters of the Baroque works. Such sentiments are unnecessary. Mr. Candle gradually retreated, and even though he did not share Wincy's perspective, he refrained from striking at his most critical moment. Vinci had lost the strength to chew. Initially, Fong Kale only fed him milk and fruit juice, but by the early hours of the morning, he managed to consume his first piece of cooked meat. This signified that he had regained some capacity for sustenance. By dawn, after a night of liquid diet, Vinci sat on his bed, indulging in a feast. The blood that had been cleaned away re-emerged, manifesting as wisps of vitality. The knife system not only granted him enhancements akin to a game, but also bestowed upon him a regenerative ability, allowing him to recover through food and medicine. Suddenly, he paused, his movements slightly delayed, murmuring, "What are you saying, knife system?" Master, the moon is exceptionally bright tonight. Fool, the moon signifies fullness, and besides, the sun has already risen. Master, are you still alive? Of course, be quiet, you harbinger of doom. In an instant, the incessant chatter of the knife system returned to its usual calm. Mr. 2, the androgynous Fong Kale, lay asleep beside him, while Vinci tossed several green iron frogs into a bowl, soaked them, and drank them down in one gulp. The dawn, radiating golden light, enveloped the small abode. He let out a satisfied belch and quietly left a note for Mr. Fong Kale. He had eaten his fill, and his wounds had healed. Unfortunately, his body was severely exhausted and required a long rest to regain strength. Yet, to survive, he had to traverse the vast desert, a journey that would cost him at least 5 years of his life. The wind howled, piercing his ears, and Vinci pondered deeply. I am still alive, of course. Otherwise, I would be a demon from the depths of hell. Inside the desert cabin, the doctor glared at him in frustration. With some strength remaining, he risked his life to escape the desert, only to collapse before my doorstep. Thank you. Is this far from the desert border? What? You wake up and think of leaving without paying? Need money? No. After a brief exchange, Vinci suddenly recalled something. The bird fruit user, Bell, the deputy commander of the Alabasta Royal Guard, had fortuitously fallen into a desert cabin after plummeting from the sky. He had received medical assistance, marking a stroke of luck for him. Stop grinning. Your lifespan has irreversibly diminished by 5 years. However, had you not pushed your body beyond its limits, you would have perished in the desert long ago. Vinci sighed deeply. As long as I am alive, there is hope. Though he had regained blood and healed, he was still gravely injured and utterly fatigued. Doctor, how far is it to the nearest port? Certainly, it takes 3 days and nights to reach the sea. The sound of a ringing bell echoed as someone knocked at the door. Vince casually opened it, only to be greeted by a seagull. The morning's first newspaper bore no significant news, save for a prominent announcement on the reverse side. The warlord crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea has become a hero of the Alabasta Kingdom, successfully apprehending the nefarious conspirator, Vince. Executed. During discussions with the king, it was declared that a garrison would be established at the pirate-founded Port Sahara to safeguard the region, and citizens were encouraged to settle there, contributing half of their income tax to the royal treasury. A clever scheme indeed. The one executed must surely be a disguise of Von Clay, who could easily quell matters with his bounty by hiring others. TCH, I am dead. What more can be done? The bounty should have been rescinded by now. Taking a ship to Water 7 seems a splendid choice, after all. Reaching Sky Island demands exceptional skill, which I do not possess. In that mingled domain of fishmen, I shall hone my martial and swordsmanship skills, while also seeking out Frankie to construct a grand vessel, destined for the enigmatic triangular sailboats. Before reuniting with Luffy, I must devise every means to grow stronger. He muttered to himself as he descended from the bed, exerting effort to sip some water. Yet, by mere chance, he caught a glimpse of his bounty poster. Suddenly, the doctor found himself in an awkward silence, unsure of how to address the situation. He handed over a piece of paper. There are individuals outside, from the Alabasta Guard. 2 vice captains, Bell and Gaka, are present. I apologize. I could not make a definitive decision. While aiding you, I informed the royal court. However, after the incident of your execution 3 days ago, I have come to understand the truth. You must have been used or threatened. Trust in the benevolent king. He will patiently listen to your explanation. Having betrayed oneself, he rides such reassurances, merely fearing a villain's threat upon him. With a disdainful expression, Vinci downed the plain water and irritably remarked, rescuing me is your choice, while exposing me is your duty. There is no need for excessive words. Rest assured, I shall not resort to violence. He gently pushed open the door, stepping into the blinding sunlight that made one dizzy. After taking merely 3 steps, warriors of the guard, concealed within the sand, sprang forth, brandishing their blades at his throat. Pirate Vinci, I advise you against making rash decisions, otherwise your head shall surely be covered in yellow sand. As he spoke, Bell gradually transformed into a falcon-like figure, while Jaka manifested a hybrid of human and beast. Both possessed the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits at the initial stage of their golden potential. Their health bar stood at 10,000. Zoan-type users exhibited remarkable vitality and regenerative abilities, allowing them to recover more swiftly from equivalent attacks, and even to survive dire situations. In contrast, a fragile paramecia user would be significantly weakened by losing 1/3 of their health, rendering them ineffective in battle. However, a Zoan user could endure the loss of at least 2/3, a distinct advantage. Logia-type users, while not inherently resilient, rely on their elemental transformations to evade attacks. Should they endure direct hits, their resilience is only marginally greater than that of paramecia users, albeit they possess unparalleled destructive power. The strength of paramecia lies in their flamboyant and intricate abilities, exemplified by the exasperating Princess Ghost or the toy manipulating Sugar. Nevertheless, it must be noted that all devil fruit users have varying strengths and weaknesses, determined by the extent of their development. In his youth, Luffy wielded the rubber fruit with little prowess, rendering him merely a bouncy ordinary person, propelling not his foes, but himself, into the air. TCH. Just say what you intend to do. Spare me these superfluous embellishments. Vince lowered his head with a faint smile, pondering the prospect of recuperating in the dungeons of the Alabasta Kingdom. His current predicament left him nearly speechless, unable to articulate his innocence. Thus, he resolved to escape and return to expose Crocodile's nefarious schemes when the timeline normalized. Just then, Jaka presented him with the transponder snail, and King Cobra spoke in a grave tone. Pirate Vinsmoke, I implore you to speak candidly. I have substantial reason to suspect that you are allied with the warlord, Crocodile. Is that not so? Our informant has revealed that you forged an early partnership with him, driven by ulterior motives, and he has promised you generous rewards, correct? At this juncture, it was imperative to respond ambiguously, for both affirmation and denial could be construed as a defense. Cobra, I wish to discuss matters with you in person. Should you truly seek to uncover some truths? Very well, prepare yourself to answer all inquiries, and to face the scrutiny of the Alabasta Kingdom. After this resolute exchange, the conversation came to an end. Vinsmoke, having fulfilled his desires, closed his eyes as the sea stone handcuffs were fastened upon him. With a resigned bow, he permitted himself to be taken away, free from the worry of starvation or thirst. Currently, at least two favorable aspects emerged. Firstly, Alabasta was not idly awaiting its fate. They had preemptively eliminated infiltrators. Secondly, there remained a vigilant awareness regarding this warlord of the sea, renowned for his conquest of the port of Sahara. On the fifth day, he was extracted from the royal prison, where he found himself face to face with King Cobra, who had been waiting in a secret chamber. He was no stranger to this benevolent monarch, yet he lamented having prematurely conferred the title of hero upon the Sand Crocodile, for it had inadvertently accelerated the realization of his plans. Pirate Vinsmoke, let us discuss your conspiracy, commanded the king. Dismiss them. Absolutely not, your majesty. He poses a threat to you. Very well, I concur. The guards retreated, and Vinsmoke maintained his composure. You have dispatched someone to surveil Crocodile, who in turn will keep an eye on you. Thus, I insist they depart, for I harbor a question regarding this matter. Alabasta was one of the original 20 nations in the World Conference, was it not? It should have been among the celestial dragon nobles. Yet now it stands as merely one of over 50 affiliates. Beneath the palace beyond yours, there must lie secrets that ought not to exist. King Cobra's countenance darkened as he suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Do you seek the ancient weapon, Pluton? No, it is Crocodile. I am but a pawn threatened by him. My true identity should be that of a naval undercover trainee, Captain Monkey D. went in, revealing this grand secret. The king's eyes filled with uncertainty, and he wavered in indecision. A decisive action was imperative. I implore your majesty to contact Vice Admiral Garp post-haste. I require a personal meeting with him, for there lies an infiltrator among his ranks, one who has allied with Crocodile, harboring animosity towards you and the celestial dragons. The crisis of impropriety loomed. Should a misstep occur, Alabasta would fall under the dominion of the Sand Crocodile, with Pluton becoming his bargaining chip against the celestial dragons. After a prolonged silence, beads of sweat formed on King Cobra's brow as he spoke with an unsettled gaze. Just yesterday, news reported that Garp had swept through the East Blue, which has now become a symbol of peace. Realization struck Vinsmoke as he leaned back against his chair. According to the timeline, Sabo had encountered trouble, and Garp was conveniently absent from Windmill Village, yet he remained in the East Blue, and so did Dragon, isolated and vulnerable. The door creaked, a foreboding sign. An infiltrator was among them. Vinci stood up anxiously, immobilized. A dragon, indeed, must confront Crocodile in a manner befitting its nature. Your Majesty, I implore you to remove the sea stone cuffs. Before Garp returns, I shall personally engage Crocodile, embracing the identity of a pirate. Yes, as a pirate. Let us establish a rebellion. Since the theoretical Vinci has perished, allow Wannan to emerge. The Royal Guard need not intervene, nor do you have any justification to act. Yet I can. The king fell silent, caught in a dilemma alongside Vinci. 2.5 months later, a faction claiming the title of the King's 7 warlords and aspiring to become prominent pirates in Alabasta emerged. The leader, known as Kiki Wannan, proclaimed himself Vinci's elder brother, journeying from afar for vengeance. In the royal palace of Alabasta, King Cobra gazed down upon the land, sorrowfully raising his hand to declare, "We shall fully cooperate with the King's 7 warlords, our hero Crocodile, to capture the villain Wannan and eradicate the malevolent lineage of the schemer Vinci." With a flourish of his sleeve, he retreated into the grand hall, ensuring this matter would remain a secret shared solely between Vinci and himself. Bear the burden of infamy. Vinci, In the desert town of Yuba, the commercial hub of the West, the rebel leader, when she arrived first, mounted on his steed, he raised his hand, cloaked in a gray robe, without a single flaw visible. The countless troops behind him immediately halted their advance, encircling the affluent town with 1,000 men. "My lord Wenan, let us charge in and seize all the riches." Silence. I have stated before, such thoughts belong to aimless pirates. To confront the King's 7 warlords requires more formidable means. Provoking the common folk is merely courting disaster. What then? Let us enter the town, replenish our provisions. We must set forth to the port of Sahara before nightfall. As Vinci galloped swiftly into Yuba, the streets were deserted, and the thoroughfares were sealed off, rendering the acquisition of supplies nearly impossible. The pirates he had employed were funded by the support of Cobra, having spent a month at sea recruiting. Among them, the strongest was merely a silver-tier marksman. To his left stood a sagacious individual, whose meticulous thoughts made him difficult to manage. While he surpassed every individual behind him in sheer strength, he would easily become a mere sieve under a sudden ambush within seconds. With a gentle sigh, Vinci commanded the procurement of funds from Bailey, offering double the profit for the purchase of grain. He then ventured alone to a location etched in his memory, where the future rebel leader, Kusha, and his father, the eminent merchant Dado, resided. On the arid ground, the young boys and girls stood poised, fully aware of Vinci's impending arrival. Suddenly, a stone struck him on the head. "Damn it, you must be Wenan, Vinci's brother. Neither of you is worth a damn. Almost 2 years ago, Vinci attempted to seize our kingdom through treachery, while you sought to assault Mr. Crocodile." Vinci stood frozen, a stone having struck his forehead, causing blood to flow as his entire body trembled. Indeed, he was a villain. Not only had he failed to invite Kusha to join him, but the very stone that had hit him was cast by Princess Vivi. Later, Shasha would become Kusha's right-hand companion. Princess Vivi joined the Baroque works, and it was only with the arrival of Luffy that the entire dynamic was shattered. Princess Vivi stood before him, her anger palpable as she delivered a punch to Vinci's face, leaving the person hidden beneath the robe utterly heartbroken. Vinci felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Indeed, it seemed he had endured an abundance of grievances. "Do not act rashly, Vivi. It is perilous. He is the leader of the rebel forces, a man driven by vengeance for his brother." Kusha swiftly shielded his beloved girl, preventing Vinci from taking any action. "I have embraced my fate, yet I find myself with naught to show for it. Then why must I continue to abide by the dictates of destiny?" Vinci turned away with an obstinate resolve, his demeanor increasingly resolute. His strength was insufficient to vanquish the sand crocodile. All he could do was establish a presence outside the port to impede its further advancement. As dusk fell, the rebel army bathed in the crimson remnants of the sunset, donning a mantle of orange-red armor. This ill-fated battalion, destined to find no resting place, encamped outside Sahara port, truly embodying the essence of desert pirates. "My lord Wenan, the King's Guard has dispatched 500 men. What shall we do? Fight?" The weather shifted dramatically. Should they seize the opportunity to assault the port? Kill. His aide-de-camp, Brandon, would invariably initiate an attack at the opportune moment, while Vinci's role was to maintain a stalemate. His subordinates were divided into 3 factions. 1. Concealed in the desert, ready to provide support under Brandon's command. 2. Moving to disrupt Crocodile. And 3. The contingent he personally led. The Sand Crocodile, in his quest to gather dance powder and preserve his heroic reputation, found himself locked in a struggle against the rebel Wenan, making territorial expansion a formidable challenge. How vexing it was, day in and day out, to fend off the King's Guards Bell and Gaka, or to clash with his old acquaintance, Mr. 2, Little Foam during the assaults. On this particular day, as Vinci was on the brink of slumber, a figure rushed in hastily from outside. "My lord Wenan, the Candle Man, a subordinate of Crocodile, has triumphed over numerous adversaries, all of whom have, without exception, been transformed into candle people. The situation is dire. At last, you have arrived. It has been far too long." Vinci was not angered. On the contrary, he was invigorated, for it signified an opportunity to enhance his prowess. The figure approached. The Candle Man, a killer, lingered outside the door, flames flickering atop his head. "Mr. 3, my old comrade, I have awaited your arrival for a year. Do you still think you can be my rival? Fool, how could a weakling transform so drastically in merely a year? Humph, taste my cleaver before uttering such nonsense." Candle Spear. The spear, as solid as steel, lunged forth, yet Vinci caught it effortlessly, his expression unyielding as he retaliated with a swift slice. Who remained stationary throughout their life? That would be akin to a turtle. Cleaver Grandiato. The blade's energy sliced through Mr. Three's shoulder, tearing his garment, blood splattering skyward. You underestimate me, old friend. In a year as the leader of the rebel forces, my skills have reached their zenith, and constant combat has honed my abilities. Zodiac sign. Taurus. Foot assault. He spun the revolver in his left hand, aiming to incapacitate the Candleman gunnery mastery. Bronze advanced, 350,500. Candle barrier. A wall of iron candles rose abruptly, blocking the shot. Candle shackles. Flowing, molten wax surged towards him, attempting to ensnare him entirely. Phantomiado. Wax. In its fluid state before solidifying, lacked the hardness of steel. This technique bore a resemblance to Vinci's own. His Phantomiado was indeed an offensive maneuver, feigning a strike. Seemingly ineffective, yet armed with swiftness and ferocity, it could instill fear even in a fleeting moment. It was a diminished version of a grand shockwave, akin to the technique Zoro employed against the Snow Woman, which, although not striking her, left her paralyzed with dread. In the battle against Gaka and Mr. One, he had acquired skills through his breakthroughs. Swordsmanship, Silver Intermediate, 1307200. Blade skills, Phantomiado. Indeed, it proved effective. The Candleman recoiled in fright, the molten wax severed. Candle Beast, Iron Bull. An iron bull rapidly solidified, plummeting headfirst from the air, resembling a charging beast. Did you think I squandered this year in vain? Shave. Gale Foot. He evaded first, leaping into the air to kick the Candle Iron Bull aside. He executed a shave and stood before Mr. Three, delivering a powerful iron fist to his left cheek. Martial Arts, Silver Intermediate, 1460200. Navy 6 Styles, Gale Foot. He spat, rubbing his fist as he coldly gazed at the flung Candleman. I have been pursued and battered by you two for a year, narrowly escaping death on numerous occasions. Do you truly believe I have made no progress? Humph. Mr. Three clasped his hands, forming a mass of white wax, his eyes briefly closing in concentration. Vincenzo, the worthless little wretch you saved has indeed become stronger, just as you wished. Henceforth, I must approach my adversaries with utmost seriousness. Do not weep, dear Vinci. Foolish one. The tides of time are shifting, and the moment of reckoning is nigh. How can you dare to remain complacent in your corner, lost in dreams? No, Vinci. We have already weathered great storms. The era in which our president existed was that of the pirate king, Roger, yet that man met his demise before the executioner's platform. By what right do we claim victory? Dual blades. The two kitchen knives erupt with swiftness, intercepting the massive waxen snowball. Wax sculpture gallery. MR3's meticulously prepared technique is unleashed, and he stands surrounded by an array of diverse movements. You cannot find me, yet to me, you have never vanished. Even the swift shave cannot harm me. How can you ascertain my true form? Fool, does your half-truth imply that mine must be a complete verity? Vegetable shield, the circus makes its grand entrance. A shield of knives protects from every direction, and in a moment, the multitude of wax candles above comes crashing down, intent on burying him. Ah, MR3. Your speed is your greatest weakness, yet you dare to look down upon others' martial arts? I am aware that I possess no extraordinary skills, and my fruit ability is rather lackluster. Hence I have striven to maintain equilibrium in all aspects, leaving me with scarcely any vulnerabilities. This strike, Gale Kick, brace yourself. A flurry of kicks ensues, the wind howling with ferocity. Each blow lands upon the chest of the Candleman, as Vinci, having set up the knife shield, utilizes shave to launch an offensive, seizing the moment due to the obscured view within. MR3's true form has been identified, and Vinci unleashes a series of attacks. Candle Champion Cup. Plow Fist. The Candleman is enveloped in wax, solidified into an armor reminiscent of a trophy, with only his head exposed. Yet his punching speed is astonishing. Though executing punches in this state is laborious, his indestructible physique combined with iron fists elevates his power. What distinguishes this move from that of an iron turtle? I cannot be broken, and can you truly evade me? Moreover, do you genuinely believe your defense surpasses mine? Vinci regarded the situation with disdain, gripping the kitchen knife tightly in hand. 8 illusory knives soared forth, yet the Candleman merely raised his hand to shield his face. Unperturbed. However, he soon discerned a crucial detail. The attacks were ineffective, the flying knives mere shadows. With a swift motion, true blades emerged from concealment. Again, there were 8. Though in a state of invisibility, despite his prompt defense, one blade nearly cleaved the Candleman's head. Such a terrifying weapon. It seems even your most rudimentary fruit has been developed to this extent. Truly an impressive feat. Your stamina must be running low. I have been conserving my energy all along. Do not be absurd. You have unleashed more attacks than I have, thus your stamina has also dwindled significantly. Moreover, I possess a move that restrains you. The Candleman scoffed at the notion that Vinci could uncover his weakness. Compared to MR1 and MR2, their encounters had been the fewest, thus they were least acquainted with one another. Yet, Vinci often engaged in duels with the Candleman's colleagues, and his techniques should have long been well understood. Nonsense. If I were to perform tricks daily, how could I possibly grow stronger? Am I to wait for you to crush me? With a swift motion, Vinci tugged at the long line, unveiling the gunpowder concealed behind him. Do you suggest I perish here? You must be mad. These explosives you carry daily are not intended to kill me, are they? Indeed. He nodded knowingly. Vinci was well aware of the Candleman's aversion to heat. However, to ensure no unforeseen incidents, the gunpowder was non-explosive. As he ignited it, the temperature in the surrounding air surged abruptly. Curse you. You have grown increasingly cunning, indeed. Huh. Since we are old friends, why not experience my renowned technique? The composed Vinci approached the Candleman, who found himself cornered. A chill crept down MR3's spine. This position. This move. Could it be the one that had driven MR1 to the brink of madness? Enough of such thoughts. He has gritted his teeth in frustration every time we have crossed paths. I hope you do not harbor hatred towards me. As the wax of the candle began to drip under the rising heat, Vinci readied a knife in each hand, letting out a piercing howl. Dual residency, the chopping dahlia. No. Too late for regret. The Candleman's eyes brimmed with tears. Why must he attempt to assassinate this host of a grand banquet? A despicable villain. Would he ever adhere to the rules of combat? With a heavy heart, he resigned himself to fate, prepared to face the imminent assault, akin to Roger meeting his demise. Wait, how are you still behind me? Vinci shyly scratched his head, unsure of how to begin. In truth, the previous encounter with MR1 had been due to his overwhelming strength. Logically, he ought to have delivered several more strikes to ensure victory. Oh, no, you madman, you scoundrel. Hush, do not utter such words, lest they tarnish our reputation. The kitchen knife chrysanthemum slash dual techniques. Great technique. Kitchen knife chrysanthemum slash Aido. Why do you only possess a single move? There is no choice. My strikes are swift, my explosive power formidable. Each move is a new swordsmanship. Marking my path as a swordsman. Why speak so earnestly? What kind of swordsman employs such despicable tactics? It seems I have successfully vanquished someone. Do not weep. Candleman, consider this your fated destiny. Vinci sheathed his kitchen knife, his reservoir of experience brimming with 2,000 points. What should he upgrade? He gazed up at the starry sky and decided to retreat swiftly to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. The warhorse stirred from slumber, accompanied by a group of weary fighters who struggled through the desert night. Lord Vinci was extraordinarily formidable, having vanquished a user of a devil fruit. His strength was undeniable. Often toying with and annihilating our comrades, this time, it was truly a breath of fresh air. I wondered why the captain always slept surrounded by explosives, only to realize it was a precautionary measure. With thoughtless praise echoing around him, Vinci bowed his head in contemplation. Alas, he would need to endure for over a year until the crocodile plan was fully realized, at which point he would wield the dance powder and return to the embrace of the sea. Currently, the most pressing matter was the promotion of the fruit. The initial stage of gold represented a transformation for him. Enlightenment and breakthroughs, such an unfathomable notion for a mere kitchen knife. Captain, my knife has broken. What shall I do? Awaken, Jerry, who uses a broken knife, mending it daily. Just replace it with a new one. The honest and simple pirate Jerry grinned foolishly. No. I shall have it reforged. Once melted down and infused with quality iron, it would become a fine blade, crafted by a smith in my homeland, something I cannot forsake. Hush. There he goes again, thinking of his son who became a naval soldier. The crew chuckled. In the world of pirates, it was quite common for one to be a pirate while their offspring served in the navy, or vice versa, an ironic jest of sorts. Oh, reforging. Is that not akin to the trope of breaking before rising anew in web fiction? Speaking of the kitchen knife fruit, despite its rust and frequent inadequacies, it had never once broken. No, I must seek out MR1 for a duel someday. Surely, he can break it. It must become a reality. Lost in thought, Vinci envisioned the days ahead, seemingly closer to the four emperors than ever. The following dawn, MR3 lay in a pool of blood, his fingers trembling slightly, consumed by despair as tears rolled down his cheeks. You still breathe? How does that feel? MR1, aloof and distant, inquired, to which MR3 could only nod, utterly defeated. Before losing consciousness. After encountering the rebels who were disrupting Crocodile, Vinci finally found a moment to rest peacefully. Where's the captain? He is asleep. He just dealt with MR3 and is utterly exhausted and needs a break. Curse it. The situation is dire. The base guarded by Chief of Staff Brandon was breached by the King's Guard a day ago. To conceal this news, they allied with the 7 warlords and dispatched operatives to disrupt you. Is that true? Mr. Brandon is the captain's closest confidant. They share nearly everything. This matter must remain concealed from Lord Wannan. We shall keep it hidden for a time. The intruders retreated, as Vinci, in a light slumber, inadvertently rolled over and fell to the ground, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. The roof leaks just as the night rains pour down. Is this fate conspiring against me? Given the cautious nature of the sand alligator, it is unlikely that only a mere candleman would be dispatched to eliminate me. Perhaps the formidable MR1 lurks behind. A vexing adversary, and a bloody battle is inevitable within a fortnight. Ah, well, I shall first return to check on Brandon. His communication device has fallen silent, and I can only hope he remains unharmed. Time is still on my side. On the 3rd day, a dozen individuals stealthily infiltrated the rebel stronghold, where the King's Guard had retreated, leaving behind a scene of devastation, riddled with destruction. I had insisted on intercepting Lord Wannan. Surely they could not withstand such an assault. Silence fell as the leader, having remained quiet for an extended period, seemed to be contemplating a strategy. Vinci hesitated for a moment, gazing into the distance. Let us proceed to the former assembly hall. Remember, a few of you must remain outside. I require a moment of tranquility. Furthermore, should any trouble arise, refrain from taking action. The priority is to report. Boss, they're all gone. On what ground should we worry? Besides, they were our brothers. Can they truly return as vengeful spirits to harm us? With a chuckle, Chimu Vinci stepped into the only sanctuary he had known in over a year. His mutterings grew increasingly audible in the dilapidated chamber as the pale moonlight filtered in, illuminating his form. Brandon, you should not have betrayed the brothers who fought alongside us. I have always maintained that we must not involve the innocent. Silence, Wannan. Do not adopt such an authoritative demeanor. My new client is the warlord of the 7 seas, Crocodile. He has offered me a far more lucrative reward and promised what? To make you a king? He has also presented me with this irresistible condition. The leader of the rebels turned to glare at his lieutenant, who had ascended to the silver ranks and betrayed his comrades with the cunning of a fox, merely to set a trap, luring Vinci into a deadly ambush. Indeed, your marksmanship surpasses mine. With your skills alone, I fear I would not survive 3 exchanges. He hurled a kitchen knife, pivoting to crouch, his shield drawn to absorb the assault, executing a swift maneuver. Fool. Only an imbecile would engage in a mere contest of marksmanship. My martial arts and swordsmanship far exceed yours. With a dual fusion of techniques, an X-shaped arc of sword energy manifested. Damn it, this treacherous wretch shall not go unpunished. Bang. Brandon pulled the trigger one last time before his demise. TCH. Yet you two have been struck. Vinci bowed his head in pain, a groan escaping his lips as blood continued to flow unabated from his chest. The Navy 6 style. Iron plate. It is no wonder that the poet Bei Dao remarked that depravity is the passport of the despicable. In a desperate attempt to hasten his recovery, he sat upon an oak barrel, voraciously consuming the provisions he had brought with him. The urgency to mend his wounds arose from the knowledge that a guest awaited his attention, an assassin who had pursued him tirelessly for many days. MR1. May I enter and eliminate you? The unwelcome visitor feigned politeness. Do I truly wish for your presence? I could simply tell you to leave, he thought. But such notions were merely a dream. Prepare to die? With a swift motion, he unleashed the destruction slash, shattering the already dilapidated door. His hands curved like scythes as he executed his technique, the masterful slash. In the next instant, blades sprang forth from his feet. Gliding across the ground with the grace of a whisper, the dust slash swiftly inflicting harm upon his adversary. While lacking the grandeur of flamboyant maneuvers, his speed was unparalleled. Striking like lightning. Trash. Were it not for the bullet I took, I could stand here and let you strike me without resistance, he retorted, utilizing the razor wind kick. In a flash, he unleashed a flurry of kicks. However, when faced with Mr. One's counterattack, his iron plate was severely compromised. Huh. Do you think it glorious to bully someone who is injured? He scoffed. My mission is to eradicate you completely, leaving no future threats. TCH. Such cold-bloodedness. Utterly devoid of human sentiment. Having just hurled insults, Vinci coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. It was impossible to feign indifference when one was truly in pain. With an uncharacteristic grin, he laughed maniacally. However, he had not claimed victory. On the contrary, he demanded a crushing defeat today. Come on. Inflict upon me an even more devastating blow than last time. Shatter my cleaver. MR1 perceived this as a blatant provocation, summoning the dust slash. Once again, the ground would be soaked with blood, yet this time, Vinci chose to withstand the assault. As his body endured the impact and blood flowed from his lips, cracks began to appear on his cleaver for the first time. Overjoyed, Vinci, coughing blood, surged forward in a frenzy, his roar echoing into the heavens. MR1. If you cannot kill me tonight, you are truly my grandson. Just as I wished. The battle continued, with sword techniques igniting fierce resistance. Yet, there was but one technique of Aido. Each draw of the blade was swiftly followed by its sheathing, a display of speed akin to thunder amidst a tempest, demanding immense physical and mental fortitude. His physical prowess facilitated recovery and evasion, but he chose to withstand attacks with his cleaver, defying logic. Strangely, this rusted blade, in its fragile state, exhibited an unexpected ferocity. Just a little more, he only needed to endure the final strike, the dust slash. As Vinci awaited his demise with a morbid curiosity, the composed MR1 expressed his bewilderment. The powers of a devil fruit user do not vanish unless they perish. Thus, a new devil fruit will emerge somewhere in the world. It can be asserted that once your weapon is shattered, your life is forfeit, as this signifies the complete loss of your abilities. How could you possibly conjure a new blade in your final moments? Would it be through the last remnants of your blood? Alas, should not the summoning of a new weapon occur immediately upon the breaking of the old? Why then is there a lingering threat of death? Did not Don Quixote da Flamingo simply create a new line once his was severed? Ding. The system provided an answer to this conundrum, though it typically chose to remain selectively mute. Master, Don Quixote da Flamingo's power comes from the string fruit, which allows him to create and manipulate lines. In contrast, your ability derives from the cleaver fruit, while all other blades are merely extensions of your cleaver. This does not imply that you can survive if your sole weapon is broken. You possess only one true blade, and all others are mere extensions that bear equivalent power. What? Why was this not mentioned sooner? Does this mean that if my cleaver breaks and I cannot conjure a new one in time, I shall perish? Had I known, I would have sought alternative paths. Suddenly, he felt a tingling in his right hand, followed by the sound of cracking as cleaver fragments littered the ground. Oh no! Could it be that my weapon's destruction signals my demise? Which fool uttered the phrase, first break, then stand, leading one astray with such fantastical tales? With a thud, Vinci collapsed to his knees, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, his gaze vacant, and soon, his pulse ceased to beat. MR1 laid down a blade at the edge of their encampment, and after a quarter of an hour, the unconscious Vinci struggled to rise amidst the flames. Cleaver system. I am still alive. Was it not said that a broken blade results in death? Indeed, but the hilt remains unshattered, still clutched in your grasp. Spare me the pleasantries. Do I still have a chance to reforge this cleaver? Indeed, Jerry is preparing to melt the broken blade and combine it with fine steel. You would do well to use the blood scattered about to temper it in the intense flames. Vinci, bewildered, thought, temper? Should it not be quenched? Master. The cleaver fruit is the most basic of devil fruits. Reforging it is a luxury it does not deserve, to put it simply. How arduous it is. Not even worthy of tempering. Vinci's lips bled as he dabbed a bit of blood and began to roast the cleaver over the flames. Yes, a man on the brink of death calmly set about his task. What was he doing? Was he truly attempting to feast on a roasted cleaver? No. Vinci had no desire for such a dish, thank you. The inferno surged, and a young man, stooped yet steady, emerged from the flames. His first words were, "He did not kill you?" To which he replied, "We are not within the mission parameters, it is of no consequence." Vinci fell silent, turning away with purpose, prepared to retrace his steps. The dozen or so individuals behind him, initially brandishing their firearms and swords, suddenly halted in their movements. This man appeared doubly indifferent compared to his former self, particularly with that rusted kitchen knife, its blood-red corrosion exuding an inexplicable aura of foreboding. "Hurry, fire your weapons, or our mission will surely fail." One among them shouted in panic, rousing the others, which resulted in a barrage of gunfire. The silhouette of the youth flickered momentarily in the flames, and in the next instant, he stood before them, dual blades in hand, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. "Oh, did you truly believe you could outpace me? Fools, once you have picked up your guns, you must have contemplated your own demise. Destiny, do not guide my path. My rusted knife forbids its master from indulging in idle chatter." Rusted blade. He was enveloped in dust, every inch of his skin marred by persistent corrosion. Transforming Vinci into a kitchen knife, entirely rusted, akin to a blade forged in blood, the vitality evaporating and manifesting as rust, each strike amplifying the pain inflicted. Though my Vinci possesses a feeble kitchen knife fruit, it is precisely at this nadir that all you do serves to elevate me, while enduring blows. My defensive and life force intensifies indiscriminately, unbound by the limitations of merely sustaining damage. It is akin to tempering a blade, storing a certain amount of attack, and then returning it in kind whilst in the state of a rusted blade, growing ever more formidable with each conflict. The downside lies in the combination of the MR1's slashing fruit form and the usage style akin to Luffy's second gear, resulting in significant depletion of vitality. Bang, bang, bang. As bullets rain down, the cacophony only served to bolster Vinci's defenses. In your next life, do not be a traitor. With his final strike, he eradicated the betrayer. Ironically, a rebel betrayed by his own subordinates. Surely, that is a jest that mocks the very fabric of fate. He exhaled deeply, the rust peeling away from his skin as he mounted his steed, wandering alone in the vast desert. With a clang, the kitchen knife was successfully reforged, choosing the path of strength over speed. Proficiency in the fruit, novice gold stage, 5, 301, 000. Strength attribute, 10, 000. Attack, 220. Speed, 190. Defense, 1, 620. Dominance, non-existent. The fruit remained dormant, its abilities yet to awaken. Active skills included Kitchen Shadow, Kitchen Concealment, and Kitchen Shield, while the passive skill, Kitchen Knife Chrysanthemum Slash, boasted a 100 critical hit rate. Kitchen Blossom inflicted continuous bleeding, with inflicted wounds carrying the corrosive essence of rust. Strength attribute, Rusty Blade Body, Swordsmanship Mastery, Silver Intermediate, 1. 670, 200. Firearms Mastery, Bronze Intermediate, 95, 100. Martial Arts Mastery, Silver Intermediate, 1. 780, 200. Experience, 3, 200, 200. Distributable points, 200. A notification chimed, Master. The experience pool is full. Prompt action is advised to prevent collapse. He resolved to seek out Crocodile for a boost in defense, augmenting both attack and defense by 100. Additionally, he planned to allocate experience points to enhance firearms mastery as much as possible. Distribution complete. Experience pool reset to 0. Attack, 320. Speed, 290. Experience pool, 5, 000. Swordsmanship, Silver Advanced, 205, 000. Enlightenment skill, Spiral Iato, allowed him to conjure a circular sword energy for self-defense, annihilating foes within moments. Martial Arts, Silver Advanced, 205, 000. Enlightenment skill, Navy 6 styles, Finger Gun. Firearms, Silver Intermediate, 2, 302, 000. Zodiac signs, Gemini, dual wield, Cancer, shoulders, Leo, face, enhancing critical and evasion rates. The desert was desolate, and Vinci discerned a likely outcome. If they anticipated his arrival to confront Brandon, there must be a traitor among the wanderers. Who could say how many had perished upon his return? Perhaps all had surrendered to Crocodile. Yet, was it foolish bravery or the spirited resolve of a scholar battling against the world? He mimicked the tone of the fantastical web novels he had read, muttering to himself, feeling a twinge of melancholy within. A solitary journey through the desert, a wave of sacrifice loomed ahead. Wrongfully accused, he had fallen from hero to infamous villain. Betrayal from his subordinates had thrust him into a life-and-death struggle to survive, defending the secrets known only to himself and King Cobra. What have I accomplished in these years? He mused, realizing he must confront the aftermath personally. With an exaggerated grin, he devoured his food voraciously. Since this was but a game-like, otherworldly adventure, he would revel in the chaos of battle. As his vitality surged, his gaze became increasingly resolute, yet it was disrupted by the data analysis of the culinary weapon system. Master, after conducting a thorough analysis, your chance of survival by venturing to the old encampment is a mere 61%. However, should you seek out Crocodile, the probability of death escalates to 87%. Is his strength truly that formidable? Ding. The title of the 7 warlords of the sea derives from their unparalleled renown and immense power. The mightiest, Mihawk, and Shanks, continue to uphold their status as the strongest through their fierce duels. Weevil, known as the second Whitebeard, possesses strength that rivals a youthful Newgate. And then there is the enigmatic figure, Bartholomew Kuma, This elite echelon boasts individuals capable of engaging the emperors of the sea in direct combat, with formidable powers that are not to be underestimated. Regardless of any disregard, Crocodile remains a distinguished figure of diamond caliber. Vinci cast a glance, expressing his displeasure with a shout. How did Luffy manage to defeat him? At that time, Luffy had just finished fighting and was rewarded with a bounty exceeding 100 million, merely due to the purple crystal. He exploited the opponent's fear of water. Much like you took advantage of MR3's weaknesses in martial arts and swordsmanship, while also employing gunpowder to escalate the temperature. To be candid, after I deal with the traitor, who shall be my next adversary? The chopping system fell silent for a moment before responding with a chuckle. Master, this decision is rather foolish. Now is an opportune moment to depart from Alabasta. Should you choose to eliminate the traitor, MR1 and MR2 will undoubtedly pursue you. This is a path you must choose for yourself. Regarding MR1, his most formidable attack could withstand at least 3 strikes from the Golden Tier Vinci, while Crocodile loomed like an insurmountable mountain. As for MR2, Xiaofeng proved to be quite a challenge. They had encountered each other on the battlefield over a dozen times without ever resorting to lethal force. However, if Sand Crocodile issued a lethal command, a confrontation between the two was inevitable. He inhaled deeply, attempting to soothe the warhorse, which was apprehensive in the pitch-black night. It seemed that the path ahead was indeed fraught with difficulties, obscured to the point of utter darkness. Why cower? It will take another year to restore the normal timeline. As long as I survive, that suffices. Moreover, a playful smile crossed his face as he recalled someone he longed to meet. Chopping knife, will Ace be heading to Water 7? If you survive until the timeline normalizes, you could wait there for Ace's arrival. However, I am curious, Master, what is it that you wish to achieve? To engage him in battle. But before that, I must address the traitor. How can one sweep the world if one does not first tidy their own room? When Vinci arrived at his base, it was already deserted, and he found no ambush waiting for him. Overwhelmed by a sense of desolation, he felt utterly lost. Indeed, in the eyes of MR1, he possessed no vitality whatsoever. At that moment, these individuals had seemingly succumbed to Crocodile, rendering the fruits of his labor over countless days into mere nothingness overnight. The blade was all that remained. He had lost everything and had once again become a solitary figure. Master, the expansion of Crocodile's influence is not what is truly terrifying. Rather, it is the absence of others from Baroque works, including the Vice President, Nico Robin. One last confirmation. This is your final opportunity to escape. Should you become embroiled in the conflict over Alabasta, peril will abound. What follows will be an onslaught from former subordinates in the assassination attempts from elite killers. Just as the Blade system concluded its message, a long-awaited notification arrived. In the desolate campsite, Vinci opened the message. A bitter smile gracing his lips. Nico Robin is on her way, with a probability of killing you at 53%. Since you have been confirmed as the vice captain of Monkey D, Luffy, there is a special alert function regarding future companions. So what? Are you suggesting she comes to eliminate me? By the way, how did MR1 fall for this? Where did Robin acquire such intelligence? Well, in fact, Master, your observation haki has yet to awaken, and your strength is lacking. Otherwise, you would be able to immediately perceive your surroundings. What do you mean by that? Vinci was perplexed and bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation when suddenly, with a loud crash, numerous individuals emerged. What was happening? I have already mastered a significant portion of the Navy's sixth style. How could I not perceive their presence? Ding. Master, in truth, they were successfully bribed by Crocodile approximately a month ago. You lost the financial support of King Cobra half a year ago, and these sycophants have shown remarkable patience, lingering with you for an additional 5 months. Should I then express my gratitude to them for their formidable ambush? Although Vinci expressed such sentiments, he nevertheless advanced with the back of his blade. Aside from the few who sought his demise for the sake of a bounty, these individuals were merely a rabble. There was no need to eradicate his former brethren entirely. Truly, he was an utter fool, speaking one way and feeling another. The crowd parted to form a long pathway, and Robin approached, her heels clicking rhythmically, exuding an ethereal grace. Kasuk went on, today marks your end. With her hands crossed, she prepared to unleash the powers of her Hana. Nomi panic seized Vinci as he broke into a cold sweat. He immediately transformed, his rusty blade taking form, his blood surging with fervor. Suddenly, 4 arms sprouted from his body, twisting fiercely. Forgive me, Robin. With a swift motion, he slashed at the limbs conjured by her fruit, drawing forth blood. The limbs created by the Hana Nomi could indeed suffer injury, returning a portion of the pain to the user. Ah, such swift reflexes. And what is that peculiar essence surrounding you? Do not think to ambush me. Your techniques are futile against me. Oh, but what if your former subordinates join forces? I could seize the opportunity to strike. Without further ado, Vinci witnessed a wound appear on Robin's forearm, blood seeping forth. Perish, Wunan. You traitor who disrupts the kingdom of Alabasta. Familiar faces surged forward, and Vinci swiftly parried with the back of his blade. Soon, he realized that these individuals did not intend to harm him. They were merely putting on a fade, attempting to drive him away one after another. My lord went on. Flee. Your brother has already met his demise here. You cannot afford to follow him to death. We shall risk our lives to save you once more. Fools. We are each beholden to our masters now. When we meet again, I shall not hold back. Nonsense. Even one as formidable as you, Lord Winan, shall not be spared our contempt. The clamor of insults echoed amidst the mournful flight of youth. The fallen, once a rebel without a home, now a misnamed villain. The pirate Winan's curtain fell. He leapt onto a horse and cried out with fervor, escaping into the night, a fortunate outcome indeed, especially under the cover of allies. With unrestrained pride, he proclaimed from his mount, Blade, you know they will not harm me. Hence you offered no warning, right? It was Robin who sought my end. Thus the alert. No, I had no such obligation. To speak candidly, it is the bonds forged by your master that have bolstered your courage. Not every fledgling pirate dares to challenge the illustrious warlords of the sea. Courage, you say? Pray tell, do I possess the conqueror's haki? Ding, no comment. TCH, miserly system. Yet, fortunate to have escaped with my life. Crocodile, you shan't have it easy. Wait, who is pursuing me? She runs swiftly. Alas, why are there so many hands on the ground? My steed has halted. Run, my noble black horse. A large throng of people brandishing knives surged forward, sending a chill of fear coursing through Vinci. I have assured you, there is no escape. After all, you must return with me to account for your actions. From the back of the war steed, dozens of hands sprouted from his own body, ensnaring him completely, transforming Vinci into a mere bundle, and he tumbled from the horse. In a moment of negligence, he had forgotten the perilous presence of a fruit user not far off, a grave miscalculation. As he furrowed his brow, his rusted blade of a body struggled to endure for long. Fortunately, his defensive points were substantial, and a mere twist of the neck would not suffice to bring about his demise. Little Vinci, do you still harbor thoughts of escape? Do you truly believe it possible? Robin's pronounced nose accentuated her striking features, and her thin lips hovered merely inches from Vinci's face. With a gentle peck on his cheek, she gazed at him for a moment before gesturing with a grand sweep of her hand. Take him away. The president requires him alive. Yes, as you command. A group of individuals awkwardly bound Vinci and escorted him away. My lord Winan, we deeply apologize. We did not anticipate your misfortune. Just as you managed to escape, you were recaptured. Let us maintain some decorum and regard this incident as though it never transpired. The fervent farewell scene, once so impassioned, felt utterly absurd in such stark contrast, inducing a headache from the awkwardness. Indeed, merely 5 minutes prior, those who had bound him were tearfully bidding farewell, speaking of future encounters and life or death stakes, only to unwittingly reunite, rendering the situation so awkward that words failed to emerge. Vinci was left behind on horseback while Robin rode ahead, mocking him all the way. Vice President, pray tell, what purpose does the president have in capturing me? Is it merely to acquire what he desires? I find myself intrigued. What does that imply? Do you seek my culinary knife fruit? Robin cast a sly glance at him, her tone laced with irritation. Your culinary knife fruit is the weakest of all, diminishing the strength of its wielder. I have heard that donning sea prism stone may, after a period of adaptation, result in a power enhancement. Then what is the purpose of capturing me? Is it merely to exhibit me like some black-haired gorilla? Robin, no longer indifferent, smiled with subtle significance. Cobra has spoken to you, has he not? Your assistance surely comes with conditions, such as uncovering certain historical truths. The ancient weapon, Pluton, is but one example. Do not feign a selfless desire to assist. Our objectives align. That is not the case, my goddess. I genuinely wish to help. Do you believe me? Ha! Who in this world is so utterly dull? I am. Silence, deceiver. We will find a way to make you hush. At a loss for words, Vinci wore a grim expression, realizing that even a leap into the yellow river would not cleanse him of this predicament. In childhood, I gazed at the moonlight, reaching out as if to pluck it. Now, Standing 7 feet tall, the heavens remain unattainable. Do sway, miscellaneous poems once. Vinci had often dreamed of a day when he would achieve fame and fortune, simply transcending into the world he knew so well. He envisioned himself as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, effortlessly slapping faces and exuding arrogance like a breeze. In truth, he did achieve this dream. But the one receiving the slaps was none other than himself. With a crack, a whip lashed across him, causing his skin to bleed and the wound to turn a mottled purple. Since being captured, he had steadfastly claimed ignorance of the legendary figure. The King Cobra had said nothing, and Crocodile merely smirked before ordering his imprisonment. After over a month without sunlight, he had nearly forgotten the warm, citrusy taste of orange soda. Each member of Luffy's crew had their own childhood tales, each filled with sorrow. Luffy wagered his life on the promise of the Straw Hat. Nami desperately sought to swindle 100 million berries, and Usopp spun his tale of pirates. Sanji carried the dreams of 2, while Zoro aspired for his name to echo through the heavens. Frankie attempted to halt the sea train with flesh and blood. Robin ran from a heart that had been adrift for 20 years. Chopper longed for a miracle drug that blossomed into pink cherry blossoms. And Brook performed a solo of Bink Sake. As for me, having been an undercover agent for 15 years, I spat blood, my limbs bound by sea stone chains. My strength diminished by half. Yet that was merely the beginning. I could feel the power, once restrained by the cleaver fruit, returning in full force. Moreover, such torment inflicted upon him was trivial, unless it were at the hands of Mr. or Crocodile himself. Is your body made of iron? After all this time, still no cries for mercy? Acting tough in this place is akin to courting death. The jailer appeared somewhat familiar. He was once a figure from the heart of the desert. Thank you for not dealing lethal blows. Why have they sent you today? Could it be a play for sympathy? That man clenched his fists, mocking him. Fool, smiling in the face of death. Hey, you 2 brothers are true men. Lord Vinci has treated us well, but rumors say he was slain by the sand crocodile. After his demise, our castle was seized by Crocodile, who governed alongside the king. It was a fine place where seawater was purified into fresh, and the forest grew ever denser. Lord Vinci is undeniably a man of audacity and action, much like yourself, possessing a fortitude that is truly commendable. He boasts a prominent beard and is a high-ranking bronze swordsman. As he placed the branding iron into the fire, sparks erupted. And amidst the unwavering glow illuminating his visage, he shook his head. You 2 brothers are indeed madmen. One seeks to confront the kingdom of Arabasta, while the other dares to oppose the 7 warlords of the sea. To encounter you both in this lifetime is, without a doubt, a stroke of fortune. Alas, it is regrettable that you are still lacking in experience. You are yet too youthful. He exhaled a smoke ring, chuckling softly. The captain did not disclose your identity. Yet it is imperative to protect you this time, as it is an order from the highest authority. He rose to his feet, his aura surging, ascending in rank until he settled at the level of a swordsman, a high-ranking golden tier. The key unlocked the seastone iron lock with a resounding clink. Vinci was taken aback, utterly at a loss. What on earth was happening? With great effort, he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, only to realize that the others had long since lost their capacity to resist. Suddenly, a figure before him extended a hand and spoke with gravity. I am Jerry, a member of the Navy Headquarters Covert Special Unit, SWORD. It was he, the old pirate whose son was a naval warrior. Upon reflection, it seemed that he had been by Vinci's side since his defection to the rebel forces, and according to his recent words, even earlier than that. Jerry had been present while Crocodile still held sway over him. It is worth noting that the subsequent supernovas, the fallen Rear Admiral X, Drake, and the newly promoted Rear Admiral Kobe were both members of SWORD. Moreover, prior to that, Corazon, who had instilled hope in Law, and Aokiji, who joined the Blackbeard pirates, might also have been affiliated with this unit. The founding figures behind it could very well be Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru, a mysterious force unknown even to the celestial dragons. TCH, I thought Garp had completely forgotten about my existence. Since they have sent you, it must mean you carry a new mission, for I had declared that my last task would indeed be my final one. Jerry handed him a cup of water, his sword hand unwilling to relax. The celestial dragons sought to acquire the Pluton. As it stands, they have covertly dispatched the warlord Crocodile to seize it. Due to your remarkable interference, you have single-handedly delayed their efforts for nearly several years. We have uncovered some extraordinary information, yet a new dilemma has also arisen. Vinci was acutely aware of Jerry's impending words, foreseeing that in a year's time, the meticulously prepared Crocodile would clandestinely seize control of all affairs. just as the Underground Emperor. Flamingo collaborates with the formidable four emperors like Kaido, and the generals of Wano engage in dealings with CP0. Crocodile's ally is none other than the Five Elders. Do the elderly gentlemen at Navy headquarters dare to oppose the Celestial Dragons? Such folly. It would be far more prudent for those nearing their demise to pass quietly rather than stir up unnecessary trouble. We are all shadowy figures in the dawn, merely awaiting the awakening of greater powers. Before announcing this mission, there is another matter I must convey to you. In recognition of the outstanding execution of the infiltration task, Navy headquarters has promoted Kiki D to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel and inducted him into a confidential special unit, making him a member of SWORD. With a soft sigh, Vinci realized that he must partake in this mission, a desperate struggle before returning to the normal timeline. Without further ado, he articulated the task entrusted to him by the Elder. In 2 months, MR1 and MR2 would be dispatched to the Royal Palace. While Crocodile would progressively employ dance powder to manipulate the rainfall, they would masquerade as the king to incite chaos, ultimately paving the way for their own ambitions. Ordinarily, the dance powder would induce drought a year later, followed by Xiao Feng impersonating Cobra. However, the opportunity had merely been advanced. No problem, it was straightforward. I would certainly miss the chance to thwart the dance powder's deployment, as it formed the bedrock of the subsequent conspiracy. However, we require you to assassinate MR2. In doing so, your escape would merely be perceived as the devoted rescue of a loyal subordinate, thus thwarting the plan. If you were to destroy the dance powder, it would imply, to a degree, that you possess extensive knowledge. They would undoubtedly return to investigate the source, and we at SWORD cannot afford to be exposed. For the adversary lurking behind is not solely the pirates, but also the celestial dragons who enjoy everything without consequence. As their gaze is locked, a flicker of fire ignited within both their eyes, the Wincies also glimmered with unshed tears. Assassinate Xiao Feng? He murmured softly. 3 days later, Crocodile's pent-up fury erupted after 3 long days. MR2, you must kill someone. The task assigned by MR0 shall be flawlessly executed. Xiao Feng, performing a ballet, picked up the bounty notice, which bore his own name. Now removed from the wanted list, a conspirator rumored to be dead, Vinci, at a loss for words. The sight of him, with tears streaming down his face, bore an uncanny resemblance to Vinci drinking juice in a small tavern in Yuba. Alas, must we turn against one another? Yuba, particularly the Sand group, was abuzz with excitement, as a thrilling piece of news spread widely throughout Alabasta. The infamous rogue, Vinci's brother Wanan, had perished. Indeed, Crocodile is a true hero. He has defeated the leader of the rebels. I told you, the warlords of the sea are not necessarily all malevolent pirates, yet you would not believe me. Kusha and Vivi quarreled. The youthful face of the boy marred by a prominent scar that denoted his manhood, a wound likely sustained while rescuing Vivi from a gang of ruffians. Vinci stood beside them, occupying the same position as before. You claim that Wanan has perished. What of Vinci? Princess Weiwei chuckled lightly. What a fool to ask. Of course, he too has succumbed. Wanan met his end seeking vengeance for his brother. Yet, both of them had it coming. Ah, indeed. The Vinci you once knew is truly gone. Then who do I confront? He unveiled his robe, revealing a visage both familiar and alien. How can this be? Who are you truly? He demanded. Ha ha ha, he smoothly rewrapped his robe, deftly evading Kusha's direct assault. Who am I? You inquire about my identity while I ponder the very essence of this world. Flustered, Weiwei pressed forward insistently, yearning to uncover the truth. It is futile. None can hinder me from commencing the prologue of an era's tumult. The rise of the sand crocodile will herald the impending collapse of the 7 warlords of the sea. Await the return of Kiki D, Vinci, to this desert kingdom, for the chosen one destined to shatter over a decade of maritime order shall emerge. Who is this person you constantly refer to? Your puppet master? No, he is the enemy of the gods, the one who shall join me in overturning the world. Vinci strode away, burdened with the new accusation of regicide that would accompany his next fierce battle. In the royal palace of Albana, King Cobra questioned him in disbelief. Have you dared to impersonate me to commit vile deeds and then cast the blame upon me? How do you intend to prevent this? Should you strike, it would indeed be an act of assassination, and you would bear an even graver charge, Vinci. And what of it? After this battle, I shall depart bearing all the blame. Your gratitude is unnecessary, but trust that the one who will save you shall undoubtedly arrive, and you will witness his unparalleled charisma. By what authority do you assert this? Humph, for I am known by the name of D. And I am the only man who comprehends the trajectory of this world as history. Henceforth, Address me as the Oracle. The Oracle Vinci leapt from the heights of the palace, where his adversary awaited at its base, none other than Mr. Finkley, who was there to rescue him. Oh dear. That hurts. Little foam, lend me a hand. His failure to master the moonwalk led him to focus excessively on his presentation, resulting in a rather comical fall. Hey, little Vinci, why did you leap from the palace? Such recklessness could lead to your demise. Foam, having taken on the guise of the king, possessed the ability to transform after shaking hands with each key member during earlier negotiations between the Baroque Studio and King Cobra, thus gaining the power to assume the king's form. With the support of Little Foam, Vinci rose to his feet, rubbing his head, and exclaimed, "Of course. I am here to stop you, you fool. Why on earth would you agree to such foolishness proposed by the crocodile? This is my stance, you simpleton. Are you not the same? Ultimately, you cannot truly be one of the Navy, can you? Who exactly saved you? I thought for certain you were doomed this time. Humph. I shall not perish, my friend." Amidst their banter, the two unexpectedly embraced and wept profusely, for the very reason they had reunited was to confront one another. Little Vinci, are we not infringing upon the principles of friendship by doing this? Little Foam, when our paths diverge and we must stand as adversaries, let us strive to bloom the flowers of friendship amidst the fray. Around the palace, a tempest of commotion arose, a testament to the ripples of their blossoming camaraderie. Let us battle, each pursuing our own destinies. Even if we are enemies at this moment, when we meet again in the future, we shall remain as brothers bound by life and death. Beastly fist, the ballet fist of vegetable boxing. Rusted blades, the instantaneous strikes of gale kicks and finger spears. As they clashed, Vinci and Little Foam were already inseparable comrades in life and death. Thus their tearful strikes were executed with complete abandon, each fully aware of the other's martial techniques. Onlookers, unaware of the true context, were captivated. Look, it is His Majesty the King. That man in the cloak appears formidable. He dares to strike against His Majesty Kabira. The guards, hurry. Stop this assassin. As the crowd grew larger, the guards, prioritizing the protection of the king, hesitated to act recklessly. Only two vice-captains possessed the strength to intervene, yet they could only wait for the opportune moment. After transforming, Little Foam could not freely employ his original beastly boxing techniques. However, he often adapted and learned to utilize other styles. This time, having assumed the appearance of the king, he mimicked Vinci's abilities, dubbing it vegetable boxing. In the interest of fairness, Vince, while unleashing the rusty blade of his body and transcending the boundaries of lesser realms, relies solely on pure physical combat. His thrusting technique is potent enough to create a significant breach even in solid rock, and his swift kicks are equally formidable. The Navy's 6 styles, which surpass human limitations, indeed serve as formidable skills prior to mastering hockey. Presently, the rapid explosive force of his swordsmanship, the brute strength of his physical techniques, the augmentation afforded by the knife fruit, and the enduring skills of prolonged combat, rusty knife, all suggest that the first type of hockey he may master should be armament hockey. Above in the palace, King Cobra wore a worried expression. Your Majesty, are you concerned about the day Mr. Vince foretold? Indeed, thus far, every prediction he has made has come to fruition. Then we should place our faith in him and await the arrival of the man who will alter everything. The captain of the guard, Kailan, stood beside him to offer comfort. The secrets surrounding Vince, the prophet, may take a long time to unveil. Until that moment, he is destined to bear the title of villain. By the way, Kailan, what traits did Vince attribute to that cheerful man? He wears a straw hat and has a hearty appetite. The king mused that he seemed to be an intriguing and amiable individual. At that moment, Bell and Kaga struck simultaneously. Halt, you mysterious intruder. The Wolfman moved with alarming speed and ferocity, while the Falcon Man enjoyed the advantage of elevation. Fortunately, repeated skirmishes had afforded Vince a thorough understanding of their techniques. This battle was fated to be lopsided, against old friends. Vince could only strive until they were all thoroughly exhausted. Facing 3 adversaries, he had encountered a similar predicament 2 years prior, though that instance had resulted in utter defeat. However, times have changed. He now possesses the strength to resist, making victory elusive yet defeat difficult. 2 Zoan-type users and 1 slightly superior Paramecia type. Who have I offended to deserve this? Suddenly, his robe was sliced open, revealing his appearance. Look, it's him, the schemer Vince. He is not dead. Chafon, do you still have the strength? You can't kill me just yet, can you? If you hold on any longer, your identity will be exposed. It seems that the young Vince boy has little energy left as well. How will he escape? Once you leave Alba, You will be subject to the full pursuit of the Alabasta Kingdom. No worries, I have a small boat, a result of my savings over the past year. And someone will assist me in setting sail. Shave. Still pursuing? Take my thrusting technique. Your fists cannot penetrate my iron defense. Winci dashed forward, pursued relentlessly by the guard team and an irate populace. Nina, the principal port of Alabastan, is immensely prosperous, and the perfume trade envelopes it in an unforgettable tenderness throughout the year. After a week of flight, Winci was relentlessly chased by the elite duck squad for several days, awaiting this moment in Jerry. Alas, is this vessel not rather dilapidated? The shivering little wooden boat before him filled Winci with despair. The more unassuming it appeared, the easier it would be to escape. Here, take the eternal compass of the city of 7 waters that you desire. Winci wiped the sweat from his brow and took a swig from his water bottle. He casually picked up a newspaper, which detailed the audacious schemes of the conspirator, Winci, who had dared to infiltrate the kingdom of Alabasta. Ultimately, he retreated under the combined might of formidable adversaries, yet he did not perish. Rumor has it that when Nan and he are one and the same, having evaded death through the deceitful ruse of feigned demise on multiple occasions, displaying an unparalleled level of treachery. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the warlords of the sea and the kingdom of Alabasta, he managed to escape unscathed. The bounty notice read, Conspirator, Winci, reward, 100,300,000 berries. Coughing, Winci spewed a mouthful of water, his eyes widening in disbelief. Am I truly worth over 100 million in bounty? Jerry, the city of Water 7 feels quite distant. We've been adrift for nearly half a month. I think it's time to dismantle this ship. Impudent brat, you show no decorum. As of now, both you and I bear the title of pirates. Once I deliver you to the uncharted territory of Water 7, we shall part ways. What are your plans? To build a ship, to prepare for future adventures. Indeed, there are skilled shipwrights there. What do you intend to name your vessel? Winci basked in the golden sunlight, a rare warmth enveloping him, as if he had finally found a place to call home. The sunshine of 10,000 miles. Jerry mused for a moment, repeating the name. What a splendid title. It sounds so invigorating. Indeed, Winci thought to himself, this vessel is destined to be etched into the annals of history. Alas, old Jerry sighed. Taking a sip of his drink, melancholy etched upon his face. Come now, old Jerry, do not dwell in despair. You are a member of the elite special forces, Sword, of which even CP0 remains unaware. What could possibly trouble you? Is it the fact that your undercover pay cannot be sent to your family? With a laugh, old Jerry nearly spat out his drink, unable to contain his amusement at the boy's incessant, light-hearted jests. My son is in the Navy, serving under Admiral Garp. By the way, his name is Little Jerry. He has always thought of me as a wayward father. If you ever have the chance, do remind him that I am indeed a good man. Understood. I often cross paths with old Garp. Even if I don't, he has a way of appearing uninvited. Winci averted his gaze and sighed, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. Indeed, after years of working undercover, he felt a sense of grievance, especially when considering that old Jerry had risen to become a member of the Navy's secret special forces. A seagull soared through the winds, dropping a newspaper that startled Winci into jumping. To his astonishment, the headline proclaimed, GOLD, Ace. The article detailed the following: the pirate Supernova, armed with the Nami and formidable physical prowess, has captured the attention of the Navy due to his overwhelming strength. It is said that he declined an invitation to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Currently, he has gone missing after battling Vice Admiral Weasel dispatched from Marineford. His ship may have sustained damage, and his whereabouts are unknown. Ace. He must be in Water 7. His ship is broken, and he is drifting aimlessly in the Grand Line. What better place for repairs than there? However, the scene that unfolded next left him in shock. The youth, whose smile was as warm as a summer breeze, rested his chin on his hands, gazing at him from the deck of the ship. Hey, you look exactly like your wanted poster. What a relief. I've been searching for you for ages. Hey, why is your face so red? Old Jerry exclaimed, astonished that Winci was displaying such shyness for the first time. It's nothing. I've just been feeling a bit hot lately, and the weather is too warm. The strongest newcomer. Ace, do you know him? Old Jerry asked, puzzled, as his intelligence did not suggest that Ace and the schemer Winci were old acquaintances. Ace's crew members climbed onto the deck, looking down at Winci, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Come aboard. I just heard you're heading to Water 7. We're going in the same direction, and I have plenty of questions. All right. Then Smoke sat upon the deck, swaying gently as he gradually lost himself in reverie, feeling as though his very soul had departed. Old Jerry, tasked with infiltrating the Big Mom pirates in the New World, took his leave first, setting off in a small boat. Are you the brave vice captain that Luffy speaks of, Kiki D? Vinsmoke? How is Luffy faring these days? He must be well. I have not heard from him since I set sail. However, I have heard tales of your exploits, remarkable indeed. To venture out to sea at such a tender age and command a bounty exceeding 100 million is no small feat each time I come across news of you. Luffy exuberantly declares, "This is my vice captain." I was skeptical at first, but his fabrications cannot remain concealed for long. Speaking of Luffy, Ace always displays a joyous demeanor, even as he clumsily tosses aside one of the fish he caught while tidying the deck. The ship's deck lacks the solidity of a forest, proving quite slippery underfoot. So, you are set to depart shortly after a brief respite in Water 7? Indeed. We shall repair the vessel and then venture forth to confront a man known as Whitebeard in the New World. As Vinci indulged in a hearty meal, he naively inquired, Ace, Whitebeard Newgate is renowned as the strongest man, often referred to as a monster. Are you truly so confident? The essence of an unyielding adventure, devoid of subjugation by others, and the aspiration to become a formidable force, this encapsulates my pirate journey. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the cabin, exclaiming, Ace, we have received a challenge letter. It states that if we dare confront Whitebeard, we must first defeat him. Oh? Ace took the challenge letter, sharing a bowl of noodles with Vinci as they read it together. It was indeed a challenge from the famed pirate Jinbe. To recount, the two had previously engaged in a fierce battle on land that spanned 5 days and nights, ultimately concluding in a stalemate. Their ability to contend with one of the 7 warlords of the sea at such an early stage speaks volumes about their prowess. The schemer Vinci unexpectedly bombarded Ace with numerous questions, engaging in idle chatter, seizing the rare opportunity to converse closely with the highly popular second-in-command. Their camaraderie flourished, further enhanced by Vinci's occasional culinary contributions. Within a month, the City of Water was within sight, during which they encountered 2 unfortunate pirate crews, utterly defeated in battle. At this juncture, Ace's strength surpassed that of a mid-tier diamond-level ability user, considering that when Luffy sets sail, he will have undergone numerous experiences. Ace's youthful brilliance is indeed remarkable. Such prodigious talent, should he escape from the impending conflict and dedicate 2 years to avenging Whitebeard. It is difficult to fathom the heights he could achieve. Yet, it is certain he would be on the threshold of greatness. By the way, Vinci, what kind of person is the shipwright Frankie you were seeking? Without a moment's hesitation, Vinci exclaimed, Oh, what a weirdo. The crowd fell momentarily silent, taken aback by the boy's unfiltered words. Farewell, I shall inform you before we depart. Do remember to keep an eye on the phone bug. Goodbye, Ace. Until we meet again in Alabasta? Ace pondered, this lad is truly a thoughtless fool. Having just escaped death, he seems intent on courting peril once more. After bidding farewell, Ace meandered for 3 days before he finally gleaned information about Frankie in the expansive port. Eagerly, he embarked on a peculiar creature known as a blue, renowned for its impressive carrying capacity and fondness for aquatic delicacies, in his quest to locate this Iron Man. At the dismantling shop, he was delighted to encounter Frankie, the man with the iron nose, whose first words were, Hey, kid, are you here to work, to become my subordinate? Welcome to the Frankie family. I'm going to construct a magnificent ship, and its name shall be the Thousand Sunny. He presented a rough sketch, conjured from memory, devoid of any additional information. With a loud thud, the door slammed shut, leaving him outside. The block-headed sisters, Kiwi and Mozu, flanked him, poking at his chest in indignation. Read the sign clearly. We are dismantlers. We only tear down ships. How dare you expect our boss to build a ship for you? Are you unaware of his past? You reckless child. Do not seek your own demise. Oh, Vinci suddenly recalled a fragment of information. The legendary shipwright, Frankie, had lost his mentor, Tom the Iceberg, who perished after sustaining grave injuries while carrying a sea train, leading him to become a cyborg. He had become a shipwright who, rather than constructing vessels, dedicated himself to the destruction of ships. Mr. Iceberg, I desire a ship. Of course, that's not a problem, but didn't you say you were seeking Frankie to build one? Vinsmoke shook his head in resignation. He is now a ship dismantler, no longer a shipbuilder, and has commanded the members of the Frankie family to expel me, shutting me out. Iceberg, the secretary of Espagu, adjusted his glasses with his fingertip, casting a disdainful glance at Vinsmoke before setting down his coffee and departing the office. Years before the unveiling of CP9's identity, Rob Lucci was still steadily working as a shipwright. The 5 elders have consistently contemplated 2 strategies regarding the Pluto. One involves collaborating with the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, to acquire it from Alabasta. The other seeks to seize the blueprints in Water 7, preemptively arranging CP9's involvement. The Sea Kings emerge only once in centuries, and the Mermaid Princess's pact with Joy Boy centuries ago failed, leaving the sunken island bereft of the true rights to exist upon the ocean's surface. Though ancient weapons appear to be producible, controllable only remains the Pluto, which is why two paths were laid. The one to obliterate it all is none other than the Straw Hat Luffy, bearing the name of D. 20 years ago, Pirate King Roger earned the admiration of the legendary shipwright Tom, who crafted the Oro Jackson from the precious atom tree, enabling him to traverse the Grand Line freely. 2 decades later, one of his proud disciples, Frankie, constructed a vessel purported to accompany Luffy in his quest to become the Pirate King, the Thousand Sunny. Destined to incite envy and forced into a corner, the celestial dragons will undoubtedly seek to claim the ancient weapon, Pluto, likely hidden in Alabasta. Following the destruction of the blueprints, Mr. Iceberg, I am not short of money. Just give me a ship that can sail. I wish to return to the East Blue to find my captain. The expression of Espaga shifted slightly, and he inquired with a puzzled tone. I heard about the notorious pirate causing a stir lately, Ace, who traveled with you. I assumed he was your captain. Is the person you speak of even stronger? Vinci rolled his eyes, contemplating that while it was difficult to ascertain the strength of the situation, he was indeed causing quite a stir by declaring enmity with Marin Vondo and even the Dragon Tribe. This matter must be addressed. Even if I do not provide Bailey with assistance, I shall grant you a vessel capable of braving the tempestuous seas back to the East China Sea. What do you say? Ah, but Brother Frankie is disinterested in shipbuilding. Must I truly approach him and plead for his attention? The enigmatic Iceberg, though terse in speech, rarely indulged in idle chatter. Mr. Vinci, Frankie is my junior apprentice and a favorite student of my esteemed teacher, Tom. I am loath to witness him forsake shipbuilding for a lifetime. I sincerely hope you can assist me in this endeavor. What do you intend? Surely, you do not wish for me to confront the perilous train upon the sea? No, the frigid Iceberg replied, sliding a letter across the desk toward him. Follow this course of action, and he shall comply. Frankie's name is synonymous with flames. He is indeed a fervent spirit. Thank you, Uncle Iceberg. As Vinci rose to his feet, a gun was suddenly aimed at the back of his head. The icy demeanor of Iceberg was chilling to the bone. How could you know Frankie? The name he once bore was not this one. And the reason he did not leave after being struck by the sea train was due to the guilt he felt towards his mentor, which compelled him to remain in Water 7. The name change was forced upon him, a secret known only to us at Tom's shipyard. You arrived just a few days ago, declaring your intention to find him. What exactly is going on, and what is your true identity? At that moment, Kiki D. Vinci found himself at a loss for words, having overlooked the most fundamental detail. After Frankie became a cyborg, Iceberg had entrusted him with the plans for Pluton and urged him to adopt a new identity and leave Water 7. Frankie, disheartened by the damage his ship had caused to his mentor, had reluctantly taken on his current name and established a ship dismantling yard. In theory, even CP9 was unaware that Frankie's family, which provided refuge for the homeless in the backstreets, was actually comprised of Tom's most esteemed apprentice. Reflecting on the earlier conversation, Iceberg had only spoken after the departure of CP9 member Khalifa, deceiving him into revealing his thoughts. Even with Khalifa, whom he interacted with daily, he did not fully trust. The true custodian of the secret was Frankie, the most significant person in his heart. Therefore, when Vinci sought to find Frankie to build ships, and with the ensuing actions leading up to today, he had become someone Iceberg deemed necessary to eliminate. Regardless of the intent, this enigmatic young man, whose words were disjointed, could not possibly harbor good intentions. I surmise you might consider me a villain, am I correct? You certainly have quite the formidable reputation, conspirator Vinci. In this precarious situation, if he could not clarify his position, the trigger would inevitably be pulled in an instant. Vinci remained motionless, acutely aware that his speed could easily evade the impending shot. He understood that Mr. Iceberg could never rival him at full strength, yet he also recognized that revealing the truth would complicate matters significantly. Mr. Iceberg, your mentor Tom crafted a magnificent ship for a remarkable individual 2 decades ago, did he not? If I were to claim that I have come here for a similar purpose, to construct a vessel worthy of the next pirate king, would you believe me? Humph. I know not from where you glean such words, but since the demise of Pirate King Roger, this sea has witnessed countless pirates recklessly pursuing their doom. The 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, and even that supernova Ace, who among them does not aspire to become the strongest pirate king? Can a mere utterance dispel my skepticism? No. I possess a secret that will undoubtedly vindicate me, for only you and the late Pirate King Roger are privy to one particular truth. With a slight quiver of his toes, he darted to Iceberg's ear and whispered 2 words. The latter, momentarily stunned, gradually lowered his weapon. Pluto. How do you know? Because Roger, whom Master Tom revered, was aware. And what of you? Because the ship I wish for Frankie to construct shall be destined for the next Pirate King. Vinci's gaze was steadfast, his eyes sparkling with intensity, and their mutual stare effectively dispelled any doubts harbored by Mr. Iceberg. This whispered exchange was conducted in hushed tones, deliberately muted to prevent eavesdropping from the outside world. While persuading Frankie to construct a vessel may seem improbable, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. He is drawn to audacious fools. One merely needs to engage this naive individual in a wager that appears utterly unattainable to him, and upon its successful completion, he shall undoubtedly regard you with newfound respect. But what if this gamble ascends to the heavens and remains unfulfilled? That is of no concern to me. Vincent was nearly driven to expletives and frustration. If Frankie were to ask him to block a train on the sea, he would likely find himself plummeting straight to the inferno. Simply put, it would be an impossible task. In fact, when he stood once more before Frankie's household, he fervently declared his intention to wager with Frankie, who dabbled in ship dismantling and acted as a pirate hunter. Should he lose, he would be obliged to construct the Thousand Sunny. Without hesitation, Frankie yanked him inside, where all eyes were upon him, except for Frankie, who turned his back and suddenly executed the classic gesture of hand meeting hand. Whirling around, his spirit ablaze, he exclaimed, "Are you aware of a certain individual named Ace? He seems rather arrogant, and defeating him could yield a bounty of 500 million berries. If you wish to create the Thousand Sunny, it's simple. Overcome him, and prove your worth to me." What? His bounty is an astounding 500 million. Indeed, you little rascal. You are also a pirate with a bounty of 100 million, are you not? Surveying the peculiar smiles of Frankie's crew, Vincent quickly grasped their foolish scheme to set him against Ace in a deadly clash while they reaped the rewards. Very well, he thought. Defeating Ace, is it? A trivial matter. Just you wait. Vinci casually brushed off the matter, thinking it was merely a pretense to craft a ship for his brother, Luffy. You foolish and malevolent group. Await your inevitable miscalculation. Recently, a sensational event has been circulating in the Water 7, causing quite a stir. It involves the strongest representatives of the supernovas and the schemers from 2 rival kingdoms, showcasing their prowess and cunning. In essence, the 2 individuals, who are usually quite ostentatious, have found themselves at odds, with Vinci directly issuing a challenge. The schemer Vinci versus the fiery Ace. Vinci, do you truly possess the confidence to defeat Ace? Cut the nonsense. Soon you shall witness my strength firsthand. Is that so? Then I shall place my bets on Ace. Get lost. Why are you asking so much? You lunatic? Vincent sat alone on an old wooden crate, while Ace was surrounded by his crewmates, engaged in lively conversation. Strangely, both parties were sharing laughter, and onlookers anticipated the audacious Vincent to speak, perceiving his silence as a reckless gamble with fate. Ace had received an invitation to join the warlords of the sea from Marineford, a testament to his prowess that rivaled crocodiles. With a sly grin, Vincent finally broke the silence, his lips parting to stir the hearts of those present, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Ace, remember our agreement. Do not kill me." "Oh, I expected you to utter something grand, yet you resort to shouting the most timid words." Frankie, who was watching from the sidelines, retorted angrily. Even his eccentricity could not formulate such a statement. In stark contrast, Vincent, who had mysteriously vanished for over 10 days after establishing the wager, had spread the news of his duel with Ace throughout Water 7 before making his entrance. Even the shipwrights under Mr. Iceberg sneaked out to witness the battle, including the formidable Lucci, who could not be overlooked. "This is my fight. I ask you all to bear witness." Vinci, with a knife in one hand and a revolver in the other, still refrains from donning the pirate hat, believing to this day that he lacks the merit to wear it. With a swift motion, he flashes behind Ace, delivering a reverse strike while half-crouching and already retracting his blade. The swordsmanship, a grand display of Aido, executes a decisive slash. Yet his opponent transforms into a mere wisp of flame, turning back with an unscathed smile. "Vinci, your speed is remarkable. That strike possessed formidable power. You are deceiving yourself. You have not been wounded at all." Vince was lamenting, and others shared his sentiments, especially the onlookers. "My goodness, such is the formidable power of the burn fruit. It possesses an inherent advantage, as natural-type devil fruits are notoriously difficult to counter with blades or swords unless one wields hockey." A glimmer of doubt flickered in Rob Lucci's eyes. This young man is adept in the Navy's 6 styles, displaying remarkable prowess. Recently, intelligence on new pirate recruits has been scant, yet it is abundantly clear that the schemer Vince is no mere strategist. In the heat of battle, Ace stepped back with a deft movement, effortlessly igniting his fingertip into flames while his arm crossed in defense. Solar flare, block the attack. Fire pistol, rapid assault. The array of techniques was indeed varied. Veggie shield. With a resounding thud, the descending Veggie shield effectively thwarted the fire pistol, yet before a new tactic could be devised, a figure leaped into the air. Divine fire, unknown flame. Gathering flames in both hands, he hurled a fiery spear, wounding his opponent with a piercing attack. How infuriating. As a novice at the golden stage, I can summon at most 16 Veggie shields. Unless you can steam me like a bun, don't even dream of victory. The iron plate could not withstand the flames, compelling him to utilize the Veggie shield directly. Bayou. The revolver unleashed 3 bullets in quick succession. Ineffectual, Vince. Blades and bullets struggle to harm me. Fire fist. With a powerful punch, he unleashed a cataclysm of scorching heat that engulfed the surroundings. Vince deployed 8 Veggie shields and, utilizing the shave technique, retreated in a frenzy, battered and bruised. Am I not the protagonist? It is I who should be playing the role of the cunning underdog. Ding. The Veggie knife system chimed in, interjecting. Master, his father was the former protagonist of this world, and his brother is the next protagonist of the pirate realm. Well then, what about me? You are the protagonist's subordinate. Did you not choose this path for yourself? Get lost. In the midst of a dire crisis, Vinci could only utter a single word. Ace unleashed a blazing inferno, erecting a wall of flames to shield the two from the outside world. Vinci. Based on the information I possess, the Marinvondo Navy has dispatched 2 vice admirals from the naval headquarters, Weasel and Ghost Spider. Our ship has been repaired. In accordance with the plan we agreed upon, once the flames recede, I shall make my escape. You must pursue diligently, for at that time, my companions and I will set sail from Water 7. Even if the outcome remains uncertain, in my departure, it shall be deemed a victory of sorts for you. Vince Smoke nodded thoughtfully. After elucidating the particulars of the Thousand Sunny and his own plans, Ace concurred and devised a strategy. However, the gravest challenge lay in confronting the formidable vice admiral from the opposing faction. Both Gecko Moria and Itachi were distinguished among the admirals of the Navy. Former disciples of the renowned Admiral Zifa, they had participated in numerous extermination missions, including the events surrounding Robin's homeland, O'Hara, and the aftermath of the Judicial Island incident, culminating in Zifa's final battle. Suddenly, the towering wall of flames collapsed, and a figure surged forth from the battlefield, racing towards the coast without hesitation. Ace's crew swiftly followed suit, maintaining a resolute silence. Despite being at a disadvantage, Vince Smoke pursued them relentlessly, exuding an air of determination. Frankie was left astounded. Indeed, his jaw had dropped in disbelief. Was the mighty newcomer Ace truly fleeing? What had transpired within the fiery barricade? It seemed inconceivable that this individual could possess such formidable strength. Rob Lucci seethed with frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it. These two are undoubtedly toying with those present. Is this some sort of test of our intellect?" Even with the impenetrable wall of flames obscuring the situation, Lucci sensed not a hint of battle emanating from within. "Ah. Don't leave, Ace. Witness my magnificent revolver." He fired several shots, all of which missed, revealing an unmistakable intent to miss. However, Frankie was oblivious to this scene, dejectedly retrieving a crudely drawn blueprint from his cola-filled belly. The Thousand Sunny? It has a rather splendid name, but must I truly reconstruct a ship for a stranger? Tom, could you possibly provide me with a definitive answer? Suddenly, the square-headed sisters fervently shook the despondent Frankie. "Captain, there's a naval vessel approaching. And it belongs to a vice admiral." "A warship? I absolutely loathe those things. Leave me be." "No, it's not that. How can I explain? The one who wagered you to build the ship is Vince Smoke, and Ace is currently fighting alongside him against the formidable vice admiral. Out at sea." Ace had just set sail, with Vince Smoke in close pursuit, intent on assisting Ace who had aided him, providing cover for his escape. "Ace, you have refused to become one of the warlords of the sea. Your crimes are unforgivable. Surrender now. If it's a fight you want, then let us engage. Spare me your empty words." "Surrender? Do you truly believe that's feasible?" "What? Those two are actually confronting the vice admiral?" exclaimed Frankie, startled, as he leaped into action, propelling himself towards the shore using a gust of wind. This moment would be etched into his memory forever. Towering flames evaporated the seawater, revealing a rust-covered swordsman wielding dual blades, flickering like stars, unleashing devastating slashes against his foes. Gecko Moria, you possess 8 arms, while I wield 16 cleavers. Come on, attack me with all 8 blades at once. Vinsmoke truly exemplified what it meant to be a man, extending a hand of assistance to his earlier adversary. I had misjudged him. Oh, splendid. His tears fell upon the parchment, and he resolved to construct a vessel for the self-proclaimed prophet, aptly named the Ship of Boundless Sunshine. Oh, the schemer, Vinsmoke, thou villain who has disrupted the tranquility of numerous kingdoms, how audacious of thee to consort with the nefarious Ace. Today we shall eradicate you both. The hat atop the head of the ghostly spider is adorned with a double dragon emblem, fierce and formidable. Most loathsome of all is his unwavering allegiance to the Red Dog faction. After Ace's unfortunate defeat against the dark and treacherous Blackbeard, it was he who escorted Ace to Marineford and ultimately to the Great Prison. During the Marineford War, he seized upon the slightest lapse of the immortal bird, Marshall, capturing him in handcuffs forged from sea stone. With 8 spider-like legs capable of wielding swords, and hair that moves with the agility of limbs, complemented by his original 2 hands, he embodies the essence of the Navy's 6 powers and the dual hockey. I must admit, you are formidable. It is no wonder Marineford would send you forth. Frankly, our initial encounter should warrant cordiality, yet I am compelled to eliminate you to prevent future troubles. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. For me, your collaboration must also be eradicated. Vinci wielded an array of fleeting blade techniques, striking with fervor. Despite possessing 16 kitchen knives, he was acutely aware that the ghost spider, with its dual hands and 8 arachnid legs, truly commanded the weapons. He was limited to just 2 hands. The shadow of the knife, accompanied by a euphoric effect, coupled with the spiral technique, made his attacks feel nearly futile, as it was a struggle to land even a single blow. Oh, what is happening? The intel indicated you should possess the kitchen knife fruit. How is it that such effects manifest? I cannot help but laugh uncontrollably. Yet, my emotions cannot hinder the display of my formidable power. Perish, schemer. The typically stoic ghost spider, now laughing maniacally, created an unsettling atmosphere, even more so when witnessed firsthand. Had I known this technique would be unnecessary, I would have reconsidered. What a dreadful oversight. With a swift turn, Vinci wielded his sword while simultaneously firing with his left hand, countering the sword strike. Curse be it. The kitchen knife can only be utilized in pairs. Any additional ones must be employed as thrown projectiles, a clever technique for assassination. In the Navy of Marineford, many vice admirals are skilled swordsmen, some even bearing the title of swordmasters. The ghost spider is no exception, boasting a commendable level of prowess, currently indicated by a high-tier purple crystal icon. Whether there remains any fluctuation in strength is uncertain. For instance, when confronted by the Empress Hancock, the Weasel, in a moment of self-inflicted sword thrusts to bolster his spirit, likely reached the pinnacle of low-tier diamond strength. Unlike the absolute strength of the 3 admirals, the capabilities and performances of the vice admirals often appear somewhat inconsistent. Their advantage lies in commanding a warship filled with soldiers, coupled with their relatively well-rounded abilities. Conversely, candidates for admirals such as the Guinea Pig and Peach Rabbit seem to possess strength at least at the level of a ship's first mate, creating a noticeable gap in power. Subsequently, figures like the Smoke Man, Tina, and the former undercover agent Virgo exhibit commendable strength. Even among the rear admirals, the likes of Kobe and X, Drake are formidable. It is a challenging matter, as the 2-year conscription can lead to vacancies for new admirals, alongside the retirements of titans like Garp and Sengoku and the new fleet admiral, Akainu, whose depth of experience is profound. Reflecting on this, it is noteworthy that this was prior to the Summit War, with the enhancement of human weaponry still under development. Boom. Ace's flames scorched the sea surface, vaporizing moisture in the air, causing Vinci to break into a sweat. It is becoming increasingly troublesome. Should this lad reach the New World and undergo further training, even mastering the 3 types of hockey, he would undoubtedly become an extraordinary threat that must be eradicated swiftly. The ghost spider's 6 blades struck down with such force that they sent Vinci flying. He aimed to capture Ace. For a formidable adversary with such expansive potential must be quelled early. Otherwise, once they mature, they could pose a significant threat. According to the official narrative of Ace, he mastered the art of armament hockey during his battle against a commodore named Dolo, acquiring this skill through combat. Born to be a king, he awakened Conqueror's hockey at the tender age of 8 in an attempt to rescue Luffy from peril. As for observation hockey, it was honed in the very battleground where he clashed with Blackbeard, a place where he was once deemed a variable in fate. To suppress the chaos of destiny, He had to eliminate his sniper, Inu, and Van Oka, taking a direct shot. As a later subordinate of the Four Emperors and the counterpart of the red-haired pirate's deceitful father figure, Jesus Burgess, the sniper's observation haki was undoubtedly formidable. It is not that the Logia type is invulnerable, but rather that its essence conceals itself within elemental forms. Locating the true body with observation haki and striking it with armament haki proves sufficient to evade Van Oka's attacks, demonstrating that Ace's observation haki is not lacking. Thus, the notion that the Marineford War lacked haki is utterly absurd, akin to the misconception regarding Robin's skin tone. The former was merely a distinction to indicate the presence or absence of haki, while the latter stemmed from an error by the animation team, who mistakenly altered Robin's originally fair complexion to a darker hue. This understanding is precisely why 1C remained unfazed, even at this moment. Ace possessed the strength to contend with these two elite commodores with ease. At this juncture, the Ghost Spider was compelled to extricate himself to assist the Weasel, lest his solitary combat prowess falter. TCH, do you look down on me? Vinci lamented for half the day, ultimately resorting to drawing his blade to confront the other soldiers. Vinci, come with me. The mask-wearing ship's doctor, Dias, gallantly charged into the warship, rescuing Vinci from encirclement. The Ace Pirates, also known as the Spade Pirates, boasted formidable crew members, having collectively endured numerous adventures of varying magnitudes. Why did you save me? These brats actually look down upon my strength. I must teach them a lesson. Fool, Vinci, your abilities are inherently limited, and there is no shame in that. For now, you are no match for the Ghost Spider. That fellow is remarkably agile, and a moment's inattention could lead to him ensnaring you with his many hands. As a devil fruit user, it is prudent not to engage with such opponents until you possess absolute power, lest you suffer defeat. Upon hearing the mention of the devil fruit, Vinci's temper flared. Dias, I am actually cursed by the fruit. My innate strength is suppressed to a mere 10th by this kitchen knife. Do you believe that after being bound by Seastone for half a month, my power will not increase? The literary-minded ship's doctor was at a loss for words regarding this young man, though it was no small feat to help them draw fire as they set sail. Ace's intentions were straightforward. He merely wished to lend a hand by serving as a temporary shield. Stay steady on the surfboard. Soon Ace will unleash a colossal sea of flames. You can ride the heat waves to escape amidst the chaos, and no one will notice you. Hey, I haven't said my goodbyes yet. You will have your chance, young Vinci. Dias turned back to the fray, while Ace engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with the agile Weasel and the Ghost Spider midair. The sea of flames surged forth, and Vinci rode the rising waves on his surfboard, swiftly departing. White steam enveloped the area, successfully concealing Vinci's escape. Pursue him. We cannot allow him to reach the New World. The furious Ghost Spider bellowed as the warship turned to chase the small boat. At the rear of the vessel, Ace and the crew held off cannon fire while loudly bidding farewell. Cloaked in his robe, the flag-bearing D, Vinci slowly approached the astonished Frankie, dragging his sandals behind him. Farewell, Ace. Hey, you startled me. I thought you had gone off with Ace. Frankie's newly installed jaw fell off again, and in frustration, he raised a finger. Building ships is no issue. 200 million berries. Are you robbing me? Can I get credit? Sure, but you'll have to pay interest. Oh, I'll work for it. But your limitations in battle are evident. When that 8-handed vice admiral leaped over you, he was in midair. And you must have felt quite helpless. Indeed, Vinci nodded. In that case, I shall rely on labor to hone my skills. The next destination is to reunite with the Straw Hat Pirates. I cannot afford to lose to you, Luffy, after all. I am the future vice captain of the Pirate King. After nearly 2 years of hands-on experience as a shipwright, Vinci frequently stirred up trouble at the shipyard in Iceberg, engaging in daily skirmishes with the concealed identities of CP9, giving the impression of a mindless shipbreaker. In truth, his actions were a deliberate endeavor to enhance his martial and swordsmanship skills. This seemingly chaotic pursuit ultimately catalyzed Vinci's brief career as a pirate hunter. After a 2-year absence, he leisurely returned to the East Blue, having spent nearly 2 months at sea to the designated meeting place. Culinary system, could you kindly locate my companions? It appears rain is imminent, and I possess only enough belly for a single newspaper. I would rather not become drenched. Ding. Master, your concerns are unwarranted. Theoretically, no matter how large the umbrella, this rain cannot be averted, for it is a torrential downpour orchestrated by the revolutionary leader, Monkey D. Dragon, who intends to personally escort Luffy. TCH, so it's Dragon. I had thought my presence would command the retreat of all others. He gazed upward, Feeling the initial droplets of the yet unstable rain, donned his cloak, and strolled toward the execution platform, which was crowded with onlookers, among whom Buggy was preparing to execute Luffy. The ruffian Bartolomeo, with his lush green hair, stared in astonishment at the man who smiled even in the face of death. Vincent gently patted the head of future Luffy's foremost admirer, offering him a smile. "Behold, Bartolomeo, for you are about to witness the birth of the future Pirate King. He shall rectify the truths submerged beneath 9 centuries of history." Lobetown, renowned as the place of beginnings and endings, was where, 2 decades prior, the Pirate King Roger met his demise, thus heralding the dawn of the great pirate era, the will of inherited eras, the dreams of humanity. In the evolution of time, all exist in truth. As long as there are souls yearning for the answer to the notion of freedom, nothing shall fade away. A thunderous roar echoed as lightning illuminated Lobetown in a brilliant white flash. Bartolomeo stood in awe at this spectacle as the straw hat fell, with a serene smile. Vincent leisurely picked up the hat and walked toward the mist. "Who might you be?" he inquired. "I am Kiki D, Vincent, the future Pirate King's first mate." When Shidoin paused momentarily before exclaiming, "Part-time, president of the Straw Hat Pirates fan club. Hey, Captain, your straw hat." The two stood facing each other. Luffy stared blankly for a few seconds before bursting into laughter and throwing himself into an embrace. "When Shidoin, you truly are alive. But alas, there are numerous Marines here. We must depart swiftly. That Marine is not to be trifled with." He took off running, followed by a bewildered Zoro and Sanji, who were astonished to encounter their childhood companion when Shidoin in Rogue Town, especially since Luffy recognized him. As ominous clouds gathered, he slowly turned back, picking up the pirate hat at his waist, intending to place it on the charred Bakij. Suddenly, a dark hand grasped him, revealing a face with a large red nose emanating black smoke. "When Shidoin, is the Straw Hat Kid the one you have chosen all along?" "Indeed, Mr. Bakij, but regrettably, I am not the person you await. My apologies. Here is your pirate hat. With your abilities, escaping should be a trivial matter. Being captured means a one-way ticket to the undersea prison." "Ha ha ha, foolishness. How could that be?" "Little when Shidoin, Luffy is also the one chosen by Shanks. You are the one I have selected. Remember this hat is not meant for the bloodline of Captain Roger, but for the one who inherits his will. Don it. The hat of freedom, and the pirate hat burdened with sin. Is that not the role you have always embraced? Meanwhile, I have my own role to fulfill. The world will not cease its progression, and neither shall we. When we meet again, we must be stronger. Little when Shidoin, you shall forever be my trump card, Shovel." With a thunderous roar, lightning flashed, and torrential rain poured down. Vincent's lips curled into a slight smile, reminiscent of the flamboyant clown who once captivated audiences in the circus many years ago, eliciting cheers and applause. He chuckled, a rather unappealing sort of laughter, even descending to persuade the reluctant clown, Buggy, to don a pirate hat for him. "Farewell, Mr. Buggy," he exclaimed, before dashing into the torrential rain. "Hey, Golden Mary. Wait for me." A tempestuous wind, seemingly conjured from nowhere, billowed the sails. In a narrow alley, another cloaked figure, Dragon, the father of Luffy, pressed one hand against the smoke man. "Are you also one of Luffy's companions? How has he been faring lately? Are you inquiring about Admiral Garp?" came the reply. "I cannot say. I have only encountered him 3 or 4 times in Water 7. He nearly pummeled me for my insistence on becoming a pirate. But his health has remained robust." As Vinci dashed past, Smoker bore a look of exasperation. "Kid, I recognize you. I never imagined that Mr. Garp would continuously nurture a band of ruffians. Had I known, I would have taken care of you sooner. We shall meet again in Alabasta, Mr. Smoker." "Why that? What are you planning? Do you still harbor nefarious intentions towards Alabasta?" Smoker pressed anxiously. Yet, Vinci merely shot a bullet in his direction as a form of greeting, before swiftly making his escape. "You're a bit slow. It seems you may miss the boarding incident." Upon reaching the shore, he found that the Mary had already drifted some distance away. Luffy stood at the bow, shouting, "Hey, Vinci, grab my hand, quickly." "No need, Luffy. I'll make it on my own. You're also a devil fruit user. You can't swim, you fool." Without further ado, Vinci stepped forward, placing one foot ahead and then the other. Ascending into the air, his left foot trod upon nothingness, followed by a subsequent step into the void, gracefully soaring into the sky. Step by step, Vinci swiftly traversed the air towards the Golden Bailey, the Navy 6 Styles Moonwalk, a technique of body arts. At the elementary stage, 358410000, acquired through the lessons of survival amidst daily battles against CP9. Luffy, in a fit of excitement, delivered a punch to his face, sending him crashing against the edge of the deck. Damn it, Rubber Man. Could your greetings be any more enthusiastic? Vinci, amidst laughter, exclaimed, Look. He is the first mate I mentioned. Naturally, everyone aboard was familiar with Kiki D. Vinci, however, Nami appeared somewhat perplexed. Could the schemer Vinci truly be you? Indeed. Do you miss me? Luffy, bewildered, questioned the nature of the man he had recruited into their pirate crew. Nami delivered a punch to Luffy, while Sanji and Zoro surprisingly celebrated, having just narrowly escaped Luffy's antics and now reuniting with Vinci after many years. What is the matter, Nami? Are you that astonished? Usopp, unfazed, remained oblivious to Vinci's past escapades, well aware of the bounty of 30 million berries. Vinci, how did you manage to escape from the hands of a naval rear admiral? Before he could receive an explanation, he gasped upon discovering Vinci's bounty soared to a staggering 170 million berries, a fact attributed to his 2 years of silence following a joint confrontation against 2 elite rear admirals alongside Ace. Vinci, what heinous acts have you committed? Remarkable, Vinci. My bounty will soon surpass yours. Luffy jubilantly draped his arm around his shoulder, while the ever-melodramatic Frankie sulked in the background, anxiously pacing in circles, muttering, This will surely catch the Navy's attention. It's bound to be perilous. With a thud, Luffy stomped on an oak barrel, laughing heartily as he proclaimed, I strive to become the Pirate King. I aspire to be the world's mightiest swordsman. I shall find the ALLBLUE. I will emerge as a brave warrior of the seas. I will chart the world map. When it was Vinci's turn, he hesitated for a moment before raising his voice, declaring, I shall become the greatest prophet. The Grand Seer. The entire crew erupted in laughter. The Straw Hat Pirates, with Vinci reinstated as first mate, set sail towards the Grand Line. Oh dear, such a tempest. When will it end? I long for the sun. Inside the cabin, Luffy wandered restlessly, akin to a specter in distress. Suddenly, Nami delivered a firm punch to his head. Fool, cease your stubbornness. We are about to traverse the formidable mountains that sever the world. This surging current will carry our vessel to Twin Cape. She spoke to this inexperienced crew, while Wenceslas listened to Usopp boast, particularly about their confrontations with the skies and the earth, their efforts to rescue Nami, and their triumph over Arlong. Wenceslas, you have no idea how powerful Arlong truly is. I exerted tremendous effort to defeat him, Usopp bragged, undeterred by his own fabrications. For the first time, Wenceslas felt a sense of belonging. Regardless of the tempest that the Mary would face, he was unafraid, for he had finally returned home. After overcoming numerous challenges to reach the current, they were inevitably swallowed by a colossal whale, Laboon. Luffy inadvertently stumbled into a secret passage, with Wenceslas following closely behind using his moonwalk technique, as he sought something of importance. Strange, Wenceslas, if we assume that Usopp and the others have been devoured, does that mean we must venture forth alone? In that case, I must surely pummel this fish, Luffy exclaimed. Quiet down, Luffy. Do you hear that peculiar noise? As Luffy and Wenceslas walked leisurely, Princess Vivi was set to make her entrance once more, now assuming the role of Ms. Wednesday, accompanied by Mr. Nine, a man adorned with a magnificent crown. Wenceslas, having ventured to many places, you must know how to swiftly elevate our bounty, right? Indeed, it is quite simple. We merely need to visit a kingdom known as Alabasta, where one can quickly enhance their notoriety. Moreover, it is a splendid place, rich and beautiful. What Van Gogh referred to as undoubtedly the idyllic St. Shining Island, untouched by the devastation wrought by crocodile. During that time, everything appeared resplendent and teeming with vitality. Is that so? What needs to be done? Quite simply, one must vanquish the strongest man there, the warlord of the sea, Sir Crocodile. Vincent's words came to an abrupt halt as he beheld a door ahead, beyond which stood a familiar face he had not seen in many years, Vivi, now in hiding, who had infiltrated the Baroque work studio. Their first encounter was marked by chaos, as he wreaked havoc within Luffy's stomach. In a flash, he vanished, only to reappear behind Vivi, just as the door was forcefully kicked open by Luffy. Amid Mr. Nine's confusion, Ms. Wednesday Vivi insisted on taking him away. Ms. Wednesday, what do you truly fear? I've never witnessed such terror in your eyes. It was no surprise, for the schemer Vincent, having orchestrated 2 rebellions, left Alabasta shrouded in an array of unsolved mysteries. Shortly thereafter, peculiar events unfolded. The king commanded the guards to harm the innocent while he engaged in malevolent deeds, culminating in a terrifying 3-year drought that afflicted the entire island. It was only then that the kingdom's guard captain, Igram, revealed to her the unsettling truth about a long-suffering undercover agent. Do not hide. In the end, What is lost cannot be recovered. It is better to cherish what is before you, is it not, Princess Vivi? Silence, Vincent. Why did you not speak the truth back then? You have forced me into this predicament. She could say no more, lest her identity be discovered by Mr. Nine. Bowing her head, she spoke with a quiver. Kosha has become a rebel, raising arms just as you once did. This is all your fault, you villain. Suddenly, Luffy burst in, perplexed by the unfolding drama. Miss. Wednesday fled in a panic, the conversation replaying incessantly in her mind. Is it true that you will return to Alabasta? I cannot guarantee it, after all. I once suggested that Kosha join the rebellion, only to have him vehemently reject my proposition, did he not? Igram remarked that rather than a schemer, she preferred to consider herself a prophet. And who is the person you await so eagerly? Call me the great prophet, you rude fellow. Do not presume that being a princess makes you exceptional. The two, feigning unfamiliarity, brushed past one another. Luffy's shout interrupted Vincent's thoughts. What peculiar individuals! Do I truly appear so fearsome? The captain contorted his face, attempting a ghastly visage, as Vincent, unperturbed, delivered a punch to the fool. Before long, the sound of cannon fire erupted as they encountered the unfortunate duo once more, accompanied by the recently blasted doctor of the Roger Pirates, Kurokas. Curse it. All I wanted was to pummel them. Luffy effortlessly dispatched the two adversaries, while the elderly Kurokas rose unscathed, brushing off the dirt. Upon returning to Twin Cape, he recounted tales of the Rumar pirates and the pact made between Brook and Laboon, as Luffy forged a new agreement with the great whale Laboon. The unperturbed Vinci quietly approached the lighthouse. You need this, don't you? Indeed, every individual who has journeyed to the fabled island of Laugh-Tale possesses this eternal log post. If I am not mistaken, you are the one chosen by Buggy. Kurokas mused, fingers caressing the log post. Regarding the one who had facilitated Luffy and his companions' direct path to their destination with a mere smile. No, I do not require this. Rather than reaching our goal effortlessly, we prefer the exhilarating adventure that comes from giving our all. I have come here for a secret. Speak, and if I am able to assist, I shall, Kurokas replied. Setting aside his harpoon, curiosity piqued by the young man. I wish to inquire about a matter during your adventures alongside Roger. Your role was not solely to maintain his physical well-being, was it? There was something of paramount importance. You believe the Baron pirates retreated from the perilous Grand Line, yet, as I understand it, their captain fell on midway, adrift and alone. Are you certain that this individual perished? For a moment, Kurokas was rendered speechless. His seasoned spirit momentarily taken aback before he regained his composure. He should have perished. This sea is indeed merciless, much like how Shanks chose your captain. That audacious young lad, while Buggy chose you. Fate is an enigmatic force, forever beyond articulation. Vincent let out a gentle sigh as Luffy sketched the emblem of the Straw Hat Pirates upon Laboon's head. Nami and the others had just rescued the pretentious Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday from their faux predicament. Mr. Kurokas, it seems there are 4 Twin Capes in this world. I wonder if there are 3 others like you. Patiently awaiting the tides of change. Were they ever members of the Roger Pirates? Not a chance, you inquisitive brat. Your curiosity leads you to the most closely guarded secrets. I regret to inform you that I have nothing to divulge. Vince's veins throbbed with fury. He yearned to hurl this deceitful individual away. TCH. Such a response undoubtedly implies that Roger's demise was not merely a catalyst for the onset of the Great Pirate Era. He had made extensive preparations, and the disbandment of his crew was merely a step towards a new strategy. Since you are unwilling to divulge anything before departing from Twin Cape, I must pose one final question, which I shall ask regardless of your silence. Mr. Kurokas, aside from the so-called Gold Roger and Silver Rayleigh, the true right-hand man of the Pirate King, Copper Jabba, must be lurking in the East Blue, correct? What purpose does his concealment serve? Is he, like Shanks and Buggy, also in search of a successor to Roger's will? This time, the ship's doctor finally relented, exhaling deeply and uttering a single phrase. Shanks and Buggy are seeking those who will inherit the captain's will. Rayleigh and I await the tides of change, while he is merely awaiting the dreams of others. May I strike you, you evasive old fool? Silence. How can you, with such arrogance, question others? You disrespectful brat, you truly lack reverence for your elders. With a swift punch, Vince was left with a considerable bump on his head, the pain searing through him, as if struck by lightning. Vince could not fathom the meaning of those words, and even during their farewell on the ship, he found himself ruminating over that phrase, ultimately arriving at a singular conclusion. Oh, this old man is deceiving me. In the end, he still failed to clarify what Jabba truly intends. Vince, did Nami give you that bump on your head? Luffy. with his usual naivety, was digging in his nose when he was sent flying by Nami's punch. "Stop slandering people, you fool." "What? Hey, harpoon uncle. How dare you strike my first mate? I will send you flying." Kuroka's, lounging on the shore, replied lazily, "If you dare lay a hand on me, someone will die? Very well, let us see who that will be." "It is I." The ship's doctor bellowed, eliciting a unified roar from the Straw Hat Pirates. "Tisich, old fool." Upon entering the Grand Line, the first island they encountered was named Whiskey Peak, a town that, apart from sharing its name with the mountain, also bore the moniker of Welcome Town. Following an abrupt winter, Vince, having spent half the day building a snowman, would soon find Mr. 8. The captain of the Alabasta Guard, Igram, laying a trap under the guise of a town mayor. After a raucous banquet, everyone except Zoro succumbed to inebriation. The most repulsive of all was the man capable of explosive nasal emissions, Mr. 5, alongside his partner, Miss Valentine, who had the ability to increase her weight. Wincher cast a fleeting glance at the throng that welcomed him, barely acknowledging them, even spotting a few who had conspired alongside him. "Is Chopper and Robin nearby?" "Indeed. My dear master, in fact, Princess Vivi's identity has been confirmed. Mr. 5 and his associates are on their way to eliminate her along with Igram. Robin is tasked with the aftermath, specifically igniting the pirate ship. This marks the first encounter between her and Luffy's crew." "Understood. I shall leave the matter to Esta. I must seek out Robin." The fervor in his gaze rivaled that of Sanji. After a night filled with jubilant cheers, everyone succumbed to deep slumber, while Wincher wandered alone outside, searching for Robin. By the shore, a familiar figure arrived as expected. "Little Wincher, you truly deserve the title of the brains of our Baroque work studio. You anticipated my arrival." "Ah, Wincher is indeed an ardent admirer of the sea. How could he be oblivious to such hidden narratives?" Yet, he feigned indifference, crossing his arms and flashing a nonchalant grin. "No, Robin. I severed ties with you 3 years ago." "Oh, then why have you returned? Seeking a resurgence, do you still harbor thieving intentions?" "The true rogue is Crocodile. That fellow who delights in raising giant crocodiles." "Humph, who would believe you?" With a swift motion, 2 additional hands sprouted from Robin's waist, discreetly firing a shot, while Wincher remained still, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Iron plate." The bullet fell, crumpled into a small mass. "You've grown considerably stronger. Where have you been these past 3 years?" Vince Smoke utilized the Gale step, his legs lashing out like whips to sever the musket. "The organization you are most familiar with, CP9, has perfected this formidable marine technique through their life and death confrontations. The thrust of the spear. The sand crocodile shall inevitably fall, and at that moment, the demon child Robin will become an ally, but do not forget that this hinges on the defeat of the sand crocodile." Huh. Robin did not anticipate Vince Smoke's rapid ascension in power. Prior to her mission to eliminate Princess Vivi, she had heard reports of a dual-wielding swordsman armed with a kitchen knife. And indeed, her guess was correct. It was Vince Smoke. "How much strength do you possess? If this endeavor is solely to bring about the downfall of the sand crocodile, it is impossible. What do you fledgling novices have to boast of? He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, one of the 3 great powers of the world." Silence enveloped Vinci as he drew his sword, executing a Iaido technique, a grand vertical slash. His mastery of swordsmanship was unparalleled, achieving the golden initial stage with a staggering power of 325010000. The skill he grasped, the grand vertical Iaido, unleashed a razor-sharp linear sword aura, akin to a relentless force, effortlessly breaching defenses with the precision of a long vertical line. Such strength! What trials have you endured? Remain still, and a single strike will impart the necessary understanding. When Vinci uttered these words, he had already positioned himself behind the astonished Robin, one hand resting on her frail shoulder. A web. In an instant, the massive stone was lifted by countless hands and hurled directly before her. With a thunderous crash, the stone shattered, and the sword's aura abruptly ceased. "Do not move, Robin-san, or my revolver may not be so forgiving." Wincey's marksmanship is solely focused on critical hits and precision. However, with the awakening of Virgo in the Zodiac, his expertise in firearms has blossomed. Over the past few years, he has engaged in fierce battles with the lurking CP9, relentlessly capturing nefarious pirates to exchange their bounties for the interest owed to Frankie. Everyone assumed he was merely a shipwright, yet Wincy, a madman in their eyes, never had his motives questioned. What they did not anticipate was his relentless training, which allowed him to catch up on various vital attributes. The enhancement of his mastery in swordsmanship, martial arts, and marksmanship resulted in a doubling of his attack, defense, and speed stats. Having remained hidden for 3 years, he found himself at a plateau, yearning for battles that would transcend his limits. Robin, if we were to return 3 years back, when I was about to depart from Alabasta, your capabilities would have sufficed to dismantle me with hundreds of hands. But do not presume that I have remained stagnant. With a revolver aimed at her head, Robin remained unfazed. Throughout her numerous escapes marked by betrayal and deceit, she had faced a gun pointed at her more than once. Little Vinci, I am curious, have you awaited that person in vain? Spare me the pleasantries. Why not see for yourself? Can you truly defeat Crocodile? Robin was stalling for time, perhaps curiosity had sparked within her, yet she would never fully trust Vinci's words. Moreover, those who had pursued you for 2 decades, against a banner that symbolized the entire world, would he dare to challenge it? Ha ha ha, little Vinci. Your ambitions remain as audacious as ever, much like your plan to draw seawater into the desert, along with your desert castle. Her tone shifted to one of seriousness. However, unlike before, your strength has been on the rise. The one who has endured humiliation for so long must be extraordinary. As for the straw hat boy you mentioned, my curiosity extends beyond mere interest. In an instant, over a dozen hands sprouted forth, snatching the revolver from Vinci's grasp. Until we meet again, Robin. Vinci waved his hand, his strength now surpassing that of Robin, a testament to the fruitfulness of his endeavors. The town was in a tumult, likely due to Zoro and Luffy engaging in fierce combat with the members of Baroque works. Interestingly, Vinci's chosen path and the hat he wore bore a striking resemblance to that of its original owner. The Pirate King, Roger, mastered physical combat, the 3 forms of haki, and exhibited extraordinary prowess. Furthermore, he wielded the Conqueror's haki against the formidable Marine Admiral Garp, and his mastery of the armament haki was remarkable, alongside the observation haki which allowed him to sense all things. In the vivid imagery of the legendary sea battle against the old era's great pirate, Kiki the Golden Lion, Roger donned this very pirate hat, wielding a sword in one hand and a gun in the other. This implies that, aside from the knife fruit which reduced his combat effectiveness by a fifth, Vinci had inadvertently aligned his developmental trajectory closer to that of the Pirate King. With a comprehensive advanced data board, he was indeed a sophisticated player. Unfortunately, Vinci reckoned it was utterly impossible for him to reach the pinnacle of power in merely 3 years, 1 year until the Summit War, followed by 2 years of training. And he had only just attained the golden tier after such a duration. To expect him to ascend to kingship thereafter? Either he would be mercilessly defeated, or he would need to resort to cheating. Contemplating this, Vinci found himself with a grim expression, aimlessly wandering back. Master, why the long face? Is it because you feel an overwhelming potential due to your strength? Silence. On the contrary, I am woefully inadequate, my future shrouded in uncertainty. Akin to a middle-aged man with a bald head. It's all your fault for hindering my brilliant future. Knife. Ding. Master, stop it. Clearly, you're the weak one. At over 10 years old, you have yet to awaken the Conqueror's haki, whereas Ace awakened it at 8, and Doflamingo even earlier. And you? Useless master. Why not reflect on your own shortcomings? Enough of this nonsense. That wretched system diminishing my combat prowess. I must hurry to meet the charming Princess Vivi. With a heart full of fury, Winshire strode back to the town with great determination. The scene was one of utter chaos. The nasal explosion man lay half dead, and a ship had just erupted in a deafening explosion, suggesting that Igram had indeed sent Vivi to her demise. Winshire, what is the matter? Am I not welcome? Do you not fancy my companions? Vivi paused, casting a glance at the Straw Hat Pirates. Regardless of whether her smile was genuine or feigned, she refrained from outright rejecting this motley crew. As the Golden Mary, poised for departure, welcomed an unexpected guest, she perched in the cabin, resting her chin on her hand, gazing down at the assembly below. Are you Monkey D. Luffy? What is the matter? Do you wish to fight? Robin chuckled lightly, her casual demeanor striking fear into the crew, yet Luffy, with his rubbery physique, stood undaunted, exuding an air of brazen confidence. Vincent sat with his legs crossed on the main mast of the ship, squinting and smiling, contemplating that the next destination would not come easily. What on earth are you up to? He is truly amusing. You are absolutely right. I find myself even more intrigued by him. Suddenly, Robin vanished without a trace. Vinci rose to observe her departure, realizing the truth behind Robin's uncanny ability to escape each time she found herself in peril. It was indeed through such a precarious method. On the horizon, a sailboat, scarcely larger than the small craft occupied by Hawkeye, was ensnared in a swirling vortex at its stern. Remarkable. It had donned a grand facade, utilizing the powers of the flower fruit to conjure a flurry of hands spinning at astonishing speeds. Luffy leapt onto the main mast, beads of sweat forming on his brow, soon causing wisps of smoke to rise from his head. His mind wrestled with complex thoughts, while his lips babbled incessantly. Who is she? Why did she flee in such a manner? Does she not feel embarrassed? How intriguing. Should I invite her to join my crew? Though she appears to be an adversary of Vivi? Days later, they arrived in a region blessed with fair weather. Little Garden. The second island that Luffy and his companions encountered in the Grand Line earned its melodious name due to the multitude of dinosaurs and gigantic prehistoric creatures inhabiting it. Notably, the illustrious master of deception, the legendary explorer, Nolan, was believed to be the one who named this place. For centuries ago, he proclaimed that the heroes of the sea were not merely jesters, a claim still unproven until the day the true history is restored, and the tales of Sky Island become common knowledge worldwide. At this moment, the island bore witness to the remnants of two sea kings, alongside the giant warriors of Elbaf. Over a century ago, the mighty giant pirate crew battled fiercely, still embroiled in a contest of strength. Wow, what a splendid place! Winci, have you visited here before? Is it just my imagination, or do I hear the clashing of iron used in battle? Luffy and Usopp shouted joyously, while Winci sighed, realizing she would once again encounter old acquaintances. It seemed the journey to Alabasta was indeed fraught with twists and turns. Before reaching Rogue Town to find Luffy, she had once set foot on a small island, Little Garden. In that moment, the threads of logic suddenly unraveled in her mind. Back then, Luffy had a bounty of 30 million, and Hawkeye had returned to a certain island in the Grand Line, where he found the drunken red-haired Shanks. Long time no see. Hawkeye, unfortunately, I have just encountered a rather unfortunate incident. Would you care for a drink? Shanks had said, reflecting on it, when Luffy departed from Little Garden. The two giant captains, Red Demon and Blue Demon, had mentioned that a certain creature had devoured nearby islands. Firstly, Hawkeye had just left East Blue. His languid demeanor would not allow for swift travel unless he employed some means of acceleration after his encounter with Robin. Could it be that the world's strongest swordsman, wielding the supreme blade, was creating a spiral acceleration in the water? Secondly, it was summer, and the forest surrounded them. Beyond this place lay the next destination, Chopper's Winter Island, also known as Iron Barrel Island. The islands near Little Garden had been consumed, and the magnetic drum kingdom had just been plundered by Blackbeard. Moreover, his arch-nemesis, red-haired Shanks, was in a foul mood. Nestled near the East Sea, characterized by a summer climate and adorned with lush forests, lies a location not far from where Blackbeard recently departed. Upon learning of Ace's pursuit of Blackbeard Teach, Shanks took it upon himself to intervene, requesting the return of his elder brother, who may have also been capable of halting Blackbeard's endeavors. However, it appears that Blackbeard's ambitions extend beyond merely assembling his crew. He is also in a frantic flight. Shanks' sigh upon encountering Mihawk underscores a poignant truth. There are certain things he cannot attain or prevent, leading him to relinquish something of significance. What could that be? Certainly, it pertains to the notorious Blackbeard pirates on the eve of their rampage. Are you in search of something to thwart Buggy's impending actions? Or perhaps you intend to pursue Blackbeard on that fateful day? He paused at Little Garden before heading to the East Sea. Unable to suppress his insatiable curiosity, he sought an audience with Shanks alone. The Emperor of the Sea, clad in a one-armed black cloak, approached with sword in hand, causing the surrounding trees to shatter under the weight of his formidable conqueror's haki. And beside him stood the illustrious Mihawk. Who are you? Are you merely a child playing house with Crocodile? Vincent's heart raced as he wagered 3,650 guaranteed tickets. At that moment, a single misstep in his words could spell instant doom. I am Kiki D, Vincent, hailing from Windmill Village in the East Blue, serving as the first mate to Monkey D, Luffy, determined to thwart any who might impede him, thus fulfilling my prophecy. It is all rather trivial. After all, the early bird catches the worm, being the steadfast second in command to the future Pirate King. With the prowess of Zoro and Sanji to shield me in battle, and the divine presence of Usopp in dire straits, what joy lies in effortlessly reaching the pinnacle of life. Luffy, huh? Upon hearing that name, Shanks visibly softened, turning around and tossing aside a cup of wine, while Vincent stood in silence, transfixed. Haha, indeed, you were just like that little brat, unable to hold your liquor. Of course, I recognize you, little Vincent. It's good to see you. TCH, Straw Hat Luffy, what a formidable fellow he is. How could he possess the allure to attract such extraordinary beings? Mihawk glanced at Vincent and Shanks, realizing they were old friends. and found their earlier pretense of unfamiliarity amusing. Little Vincent has grown. He seeks to return to the East Blue to sail with Luffy. That boy has finally matured, haha. Jesus raised his cup in raucous laughter, while Zoro joyfully feasted on meat. Only the first mate, Beckman, smiled wryly, sipping from his cup. The two young rascals had matured, one, a cunning Vincent, and the other, a hot-headed Luffy, a perfect combination. Let us celebrate. Welcome, little Vincent, to seek out that weeping boy, Luffy. As the revelers cheered, Vincent understood that Shanks would reveal no further information, for it remained beyond what his current strength could safeguard. However, before the banquet concluded, the two captains of the giant pirate crew engaged in brief discourse with Shanks. What? The inheritor of Rogers has emerged? How could that be? After all, he once invited us, but alas, the ship was too small, haha. Invite you? Broggy, spare me your nonsense. Odin, was their prime choice. Let us duel and see who is stronger. With a helpless sigh, Shanks tousled his crimson hair, saying, if that day arrives, I hope you two can set aside past grievances, just as you did 900 years ago. Raise your weapons to summon the warriors of Elbaf and ascend once more to the sacred land of Mariehua. The temporarily halted duelists, the red and green demons, pause their weapons. Will that day ever come, Shanks? Certainly, the day of reckoning shall arrive. Or rather Luffy, shall require the strength of the giants. Very well. We trust you, as we did Roger back then. However, this boy named Luffy must first prove himself. Agreed, captain of the giant pirates. 2 days after the red-haired pirates set sail, Vincent arrived at the East Blue's Lobe Town, where he would once again encounter Luffy. Returning to the present timeline, Luffy and his companions embarked on a new adventure, while Wincher climbed onto the skeletal remains of a sea king, seeking the whereabouts of the colossal sea king fish. Cutter. The prerequisites you mentioned for activating the cutter's skill panel cannot be a deception, can it? No, my master. I assure you that as long as you acquire a single drop of blood from the sea king fish, along with a drop from the ability user, Walpo, and infuse it into the blade, you will truly unlock the skill panel and freely choose your skills. Do not mislead me. You initially claimed that merely reaching the golden phase would suffice, yet it only allowed for viewing and selection without the ability to learn. It seems one must offer the two most vital life essences to awaken the blade. Before he could voice his grievances further, he was spotted by the blue demon, Dongli. Wincher, you have returned? Yes, I need a favor. I have also brought the person mentioned by red-haired Shanks, but you must, all right, no problem. The giant readily agreed to his request, clearing the sea king fish that obstructed the doorway. Since acquiring the blood of the sea king fish was now guaranteed, there was no need for further effort. He decided to check on Luffy and the others. Perhaps Mr. 3 had improved his strength as well. He leaped down and hurriedly made his way back to the Going Merry. Little Mary, when will your ship spirit make its appearance? Is it in the Sky Island? After we defeat Crocodile, we shall go there and swiftly vanquish the false god, Enel. He rested atop the main mast, completely oblivious to Shanks still being aboard. Wincher, are you referring to Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? And who are the Sky Island and the false god Enel? These are visions I have seen in prophecies. I am indeed a prophet. Sanji leaped onto the lookout of the main mast, lighting a cigarette and sitting beside him, his tone grave. Wincher, currently, there are only the 2 of us on the ship. We are friends and partners. I diligently read the newspaper every day, and I have heard of your exploits. This so-called Baroque works is directly linked to the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. I wish to know if this is part of your scheme. Do not set traps for Luffy, or I shall not spare you. His gaze was fierce, leaving no room for Wincher to protest. Sanji, Luffy is my first friend in this world, and I am a great prophet. Do you truly believe he can overthrow the 7 warlords of the sea? Well, as for the Sky Island I mentioned, I hope you can keep it a secret. It is quite an intriguing place. A cold sweat trickled down Vinci's brow as he pondered. I have never ventured to the Sky Island. It would be unwise to inquire further, lest my true identity be revealed. Suddenly, he carelessly changed the subject. By the way, it has been quite some time since I've seen Nami and the others. I hope the Haven Tea encountered any trouble. Cursing himself for forgetting, he recalled that the dinosaurs on the island were formidable creatures that Nami would struggle to confront. Sanji, ever the gallant hero, dashed into the forest, determined to locate Mr. 3, the Candle Man, and establish contact with Mr. 0. This did not concern Vinci. His objective was to delve into the depths of the primeval forest to meet an old acquaintance, his former adversary, Mr. 3. Where is he? Vinci wondered aloud. Having searched for quite some time without a trace, Miss Golden Week? That little girl must have been knocked out, dreaming of her scallops. When will she awaken her observation haki to investigate this area? As he muttered to himself, Vinci swung his blade with abandon, clearing a path through the trees. Spiral tactics. With a swift motion, he severed a tree trunk, startling a fierce beast that had intended to ambush him from behind. Straw Hat Kid, welcome to my wax museum. Can you discern my true form? A familiar voice rang out, and Vinci looked up to see a jubilant Luffy, who had previously appeared perplexed. Vinci, is that you? Which Vinci? The candle man asked, turning to glance back, only to stumble and fall. Trembling lips uttered in disbelief. Kiki D, Vinci, you are indeed alive. I heard you joined the Whitebeard pirates alongside Fire Fist Ace, much to Mr. Zero's chagrin. It seems the rumors were true. You scoundrel, I shall make you pay dearly. With a resounding thud, Luffy landed a punch that left him dazed. I despise you. Silence. You dare target my first mate without my consent, fool. After swiftly defeating the unfortunate Mr. 3, as they tidied up, Zoro suddenly pointed to Vinci's back. Do you know that candle man? He seems to harbor a deep animosity towards you. Indeed, he is my defeated foe, and I single-handedly vanquished him, Vinci replied. Curse it. Just how strong have you become? I cannot afford to lose to you. Our childhood duel remains unresolved. Remember this. Fuming, Zoro stood on the deck, bracing himself for the tumultuous waves ahead. Yet he was unprepared for a monstrous fish that was even more terrifying than Labone. Captain of the giant pirate crew, the blue demon, Dori, and the red demon, Broggy, raised their rusted weapons high, laughing heartily at the sight of the gargantuan fish capable of swallowing entire islands. Before we embark on our new adventure, let us bid farewell to this amusing lot. The duo unleashed their signature move, Titanic Onslaught. Subsequently, the formidable Emperor Big Mom once employed an attack known as the Elbaf Spear while pursuing Luffy and Sanji. This awe-inspiring technique is modeled after the assaults of giants, earning it the moniker Might of the Nation. The subtle distinction between might and dominion is vast, reminiscent of the lingering influence of the deceased first emperor, whose martial prowess remains unparalleled. Even the monstrous island-devouring Sea King succumbed to this strike, blood raining down like a torrential storm. Vanderdecken deftly caught a drop, smearing it upon the blade of his rusted knife. However, the price of such might was steep. The weapon, having endured centuries of conflict, could no longer withstand the strain and shattered into two pieces. It appears that the giants will play an incalculable role in the final battle. If every giant soldier could wield the might of the nation, the power would be extraordinary. One cannot help but wonder if it could withstand the onslaught of the Dark King. The unpredictability of the future is truly intriguing. As Vinci pivoted and leaped onto the main mast, Luffy settled comfortably in the captain's VIP seat at the bow of the ship, crossing his arms and succumbing to a deep slumber. In the midst of his repose, he was jolted awake and accidentally tumbled overboard. Yet fortune favored him as he swiftly regained consciousness and evaded the embrace of the sea. Little did he anticipate that this nap would lead him to a formidable encounter with the colossal submarine, the Iron Two Pirates. Their leader, famously known as White Iron Skin, was Valbo. It seemed he had overslept, and it appeared that Nami was unwell. Their next destination would likely be the nearest winter island, the residence of Chopper and Dr. Kureha. A gentle reminder, dear master, the final requirement to unlock your skill panel is a single drop of blood from a user of the Gum Gum fruit. Acknowledged. Vinci strode gracefully through the air towards Valbo, which was heavily guarded by pirates. Your Majesty, no, this is terrible. He has returned. Oh, who is he? Do not bother me. We must destroy that little boat. It is Vinci. He has come back, gliding through the air as if walking upon it. Surely, it cannot be that Vinci. Where is he? Quickly, tell me. Valbo then noticed the tiny figure steadily growing larger before him. In the next instant, the fiend was upon him, delivering a swift strike that sent him crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Indeed, thank you, Valbo, for your unwavering assistance every single time. Whence he solemnly applied a drop of collected blood onto the blade of his kitchen knife, expressing his gratitude with utmost seriousness. The pirates present were eager to berate him, exclaiming, "What are you apologizing for? You have harmed our magnificent king." In the end, Whence he disregarded them all and turned to leave. For each one remembered a nightmarish event from years past, the schemer who tormented Walbo. What should we do? The two ministers chorused in unison to their subordinates, dive deep. Flee for your lives, and do not provoke this madman. The Mary drifted upon the unknown seas, giving rise to countless mountains resembling iron barrels, perpetually cloaked in thick layers of snow. Nami, suffering from a fever, was in dire need of medical attention, the situation becoming increasingly critical. Vinci was equally distressed by another matter, the bewildering skill panel before him. What on earth were these toxic and absurd skills? Ding! The skill panel opened successfully. Skills available at the Golden to Amethyst stage: body techniques, Navy 6 styles, paper drawing, Fishman karate, Fishman judo, primitive martial arts of Sky Island. Transgender fist techniques, devil wind kick, life restoration, special techniques, requiring at least the Amethyst stage. Swordsmanship, great horizontal slash, dust slash, iron cutting slash, circular slash. Triangular slash, vertical and horizontal slash, little thousand slash, special techniques. Marksmanship, zodiac of the 12 houses, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. Devil fruits, heavenly vegetables. Earthly vegetables, human vegetables. Rust-free, rusty, super rusty. Vincent wept silently, feeling a sense of grievance, setting aside the fact that he had yet to choose a new skill. Even after upgrading, what difference would it make? Why must my skills be so ridiculous? My swordsmanship is merely Iaido, and my marksmanship has assembled the 12 zodiac signs. What comes next? Uranus, Neptune, Pluto? Why do my devil fruit abilities resemble a stroll through a vegetable market, lacking any sophistication? Beep. Master, you must understand. There are merits to this. It is a reflection of your subconscious choices, came the response. As a cursed fruit of the devil fruit tree. The knife fruit appears rusted and worn. It is said that your marksmanship discovery is best suited for enhancing accuracy and speed. Moreover, the knife fruit significantly diminishes your attack power and carries the side effect of rusting, while Iaido's critical hits are quite advantageous for you. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Are you mocking my misfortune for consuming such a fruit? No, master, you should feel fortunate. The reason the knife fruit is cursed by the sea and the devil fruit tree itself is due to its origins. Long ago, the first blade to strike the fruit tree was wielded by the user of the knife fruit. One could argue that before any curse was cast, the knife fruit was the mightiest of all fruits. Oh, and what of its status now? Ha ha ha, undoubtedly it is now the weakest. Vinsmoke was rendered speechless by the remarks from the knife system, and indeed, silencing this partner proved to be the wisest choice. As the ship docked, Luffy, after a spirited dispute, knelt alongside Vivi. Upon receiving permission, they set out to locate the only doctor on the island, Dr. Correa. While appearing to meander, Vinsmoke was actually in pursuit of valuable information. Previously, a pirate crew of merely 5 members, led by Blackbeard, had plundered the island. Had he stripped it bare? While evading Ace's relentless pursuit, he sought out companions and hunted down bounties exceeding 100 million, aiming to seize devil fruits. Could it be that he had his sights set on the Gura Gura Nomi? The answer is glaringly evident. What Blackbeard truly coveted was not just the exceptional medical skills found here, but even more so, Dr. Correa herself. After Luffy's party departed, Dr. Correa received Luffy's bounty notice. Through Bruton, she learned of his lineage, and with a smile, she remarked that Chopper had indeed aligned himself with an extraordinary individual. Rogers will has been inherited. This echoed the sentiments of Dr. Correa's counterpart, Dr. Kuroka's from Twin Cape. Gold. Roger? Is that what people now refer to him as? From this exchange with Bruton, it is evident that at the age of 139, she is likely privy to the true significance of them. One day, before Sabo causes a commotion at the World Conference, and even prior to the Marineford War, no one would anticipate that the 2 major foreshadowings in the pirate world first emerged on the seemingly insignificant Winter Island. During the World Conference, Bruton, the commander of the guards from the Kingdom of Magnet Drum, who would later ascend to kingship, recounted a time when he witnessed a 10-year-old girl displaying remarkable composure in handling matters. Fortunately, 2 years later, he would once again encounter Vivi at the conference. The Marineford War, where the seemingly chaotic actions of Blackbeard and Ace's concern for Luffy unfold, all make their entrance here in a little-known manner. The simplest truth lies before us, the ultimate island's permanent pointer that Twin Cape can attain, the Marineford War. And even the significance of the name were all laid out from the very beginning. Truly terrifying. Vinci stood with his hands in his pockets, sitting in the room to warm his hands. As he pondered, a sense of dread enveloped him. Those who were privy to the entire truth had long since taken their positions, while those just embarking on their journey remained blissfully ignorant. Is this your scheme? Why not refer to it as a prophecy? They say I should be dubbed the Great Prophet. In the room, only Vivi was present. Vinci had traversed many places on the island before the avalanche, with one task remaining, ascending Iron Barrel Mountain to reminisce at the monument of the one who nearly poisoned him. A pot of green iron frog soup simmered on the small stove. How repulsive. You actually consume such a thing, and you've entangled Luffy in your ambitions. Merely to fulfill your own dreams from 3 years ago. Vivi, you two have contemplated exploiting Luffy, wishing for them and Crocodile to suffer mutual destruction, have you not? What is the matter? Is the sand crocodile no longer the towering hero in your eyes? Even Crocodile has embarked on a path of no return. You, Vivi, furious, was about to rise and scold him when Vinci gently tapped her forehead, smoothing her hair back. Thank you for just now restraining that impulsive fellow Luffy. Regardless of your past thoughts, you must now comprehend the nature of these individuals. Do not fear. I, along with the Straw Hat Pirates, will help you reclaim what has been lost. As for the charges, I bear the weight of them. The accusation of assassinating a king is one I shall never clear from my name, is it? He lifted the steaming pot of soup and gulped it down. With a crash, he shut the door, exhaling a plume of white vapor as he stepped into the snow. The rabbit law bang has fallen quite a bit. It must have been that scoundrel Walpo at work. Just recently, Captain Bruton of the Guard was also gravely injured. Moonwalk. As Vinci ascended the mountain, he sought to offer a flask of prepared wine. Both you and Goulet have bestowed upon me the gift of life, dear Mr. Dr. Hilk. I, Kiki D. Vinci, come to express my gratitude. The snowflakes danced upon his face as the malevolent minister, after merging with his dark counterpart, was thoroughly beaten by Chopper, rendered nearly lifeless. Just as he managed to catch his breath, he found himself under Vinci's foot. Oh, was that you? No. TCH, those words must surely have come from you. Silence. A resolute gunshot echoed, extinguishing the breath of that unfortunate soul. Vinci, hurry here. Do not linger there. You might become a target for Luffy. Sanji called out, while Dr. Goulet stood beside him, lost in a daze. Vinci, which Vinci? It truly is you. You are my eternal nightmare. Have you succeeded, you schemer? This band of pirates has taken my kingdom, you conspirator. Valpo cried out in despair, awakening to a grim reality. The first encounter had seen him lodged within Valpo's belly for several months, much to his chagrin. The second time, without further ado, a blade was drawn. And the third time, Vinci's companions were poised to send him flying. Indeed, the tale of the schemer Vinci returning years ago to usurp the rightful king, Valpo, resonated with truth. Valpo was sent soaring by Luffy's strike, likely cursing these two even in his dreams, lamenting that he should have dispatched more men to hunt him down. With the battle concluded, Vinci approached Dr. Doria carefully, eager to uncover hidden secrets. Goulet, can you enlighten me? I cannot, unless you are willing to relinquish all your wealth and pledge to serve me for eternity. With a furrowed brow, Vinci realized that his hopes were dashed. The old fellows were as tight-lipped as ever. That night, the reindeer soared across the vast sky, carrying the dreams of a universal remedy, while behind him bloomed the brilliant cherry blossoms of winter, healing all ailments. Farewell, Mr. Hilk. The day you long awaited has finally arrived. The wine spilled before the monument, solidifying into ice. In this frigid kingdom, there would no longer be a chilling cold from the heart, for at the highest point stood a gravestone, marking the resting place of the most passionate fool. The everlasting thief of a doctor. Rabbit Labong recalled a child wielding a kitchen knife many years ago. Back then, he was merely a small rabbit. That person had said that a fellow in a straw hat would chase away the loathsome Walpo, and lo and behold, it truly came to pass. Watching Chopper depart, Dr. Goulet wore a contented smile. The D lineage, inheritors of Roger's will, the great prophet whose predictions consistently came true, behold. Chopper had indeed aligned himself with a delightful and reliable group. In this world, there exists but one marvel, the blossoming cherry blossoms of the snowy country. I have come specifically to seek my friend. Have you seen him? The young Vinci boy. Mr. 2 transformed into Luffy at the bow of the ship. And soon the group was enjoying themselves immensely. Xiao Feng, long time no see. How's Mr. 1? Your companions seem quite impressive. Is he the one foretold in your prophecy? Let us not stray from the topic. Please inform him that I shall soon come to deliver a thorough beating. Xiao Feng nodded confidently and joyfully departed from the Mary, having initially passed by only to eliminate Mr. 3, yet he found himself with a fine group of friends. As for the sudden appearance of Mr. 2, Vinci sensed his opportunity. It was time to temporarily part from the Mary. Shortly after landing in Alabasta, the nearest port was still a considerable distance from Albana, and he would encounter two formidable natural-type users. The long-awaited Ace, along with the persistent Smoker, hot on his trail. Vinci, Won't you join us? Ah, I am quite familiar with this country. I shall reach the Albana royal palace before the decisive battle. But there are certain matters I must attend to first. After the operational plans were designated, Vinci was the first to disembark. He had much to do, such as seeking revenge on those previous adversaries one by one. Mr. One, and the sand crocodile? TCH. With the doubled attribute points Vinci had amassed over the years, if he did not act recklessly, it would truly be difficult to grow stronger swiftly. In a tavern, Ace, while pursuing Blackbeard, dozed off midway through his meal. First mate of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace, I shall capture you. Smoker, in a wretched twist of fate, transformed into a smoke man, kicking at the grinning Ace. Stop, do not harm my friend, Smoker. Amidst the charred walls of the tavern ravaged by flames, Luffy, a seeker of a free meal, burst onto the scene. The four of them momentarily displayed expressions of astonishment. Smoke guy? Luffy. Straw Hat. Come and hit me. Vinci has activated the rusty blade form, embracing the pain it brings. Though this state is taxing, it allows for the indiscriminate application of the passive ability. Enduring 1,000 cuts. Who else on this island can rival his strength? Mr. One, Crocodile, and the Smoke Man are formidable opponents. He must endure strikes to bolster his defenses, transforming into an indomitable iron turtle, and subsequently deliver unyielding blows with his iron fist, disregarding all defenses. Master, your demeanor remains rather cheeky. I had anticipated that the past 3 years of hardship in Water 7 would foster your growth. Surprisingly, you have not merely stagnated but regressed at an alarming pace. Silence. First, you incite the wrath of Smoker, then provoke Mr. One, and ultimately engage Crocodile in battle just before the decisive confrontation. My defensive capabilities will reach their peak in Skypiea. Isn't that sufficient to withstand the might of the Enies lobby? Regardless of Lucci's formidable prowess, his attacks would still be rendered futile against my defenses. Ding. Master. Who are you? Will this mark the beginning of your long journey of enduring hardship? Haha, the passive ability enduring 1,000 cuts is indeed tailored for you. Spare me the trivialities. I shall endure the most brutal assaults and emerge as the most resilient entity across land, sea, and air in 2 years' time. The one with the thickest blood shall undeniably be me. My father's bounty stands at 5 billion berries, while Kaido's is 6 billion. What should my worth be then? Ding. The system, having detected an overwhelming disturbance, has automatically terminated the dialogue and will restart in 1 hour. Humph. No matter the magnitude of the challenge, if it cannot vanquish me, it shall only serve to fortify my strength. This is the ultimate plan meticulously devised in accordance with the enduring 1,000 cuts talent. Hey, Vinci, did you not claim you would handle certain troubles on your own? What brings you here? As Vinci regained his composure, he realized that Luffy was beside him, poking his face with a spoon. The formidable Starsky approached with his sword drawn, prompting Vinci to push Luffy aside. Hurry, leave this person to Ace and me. Do not forget, we shall meet again at the battlefield of Elbaf. Be cautious of Smoker. He is quite a formidable opponent. Vinci nodded thoughtfully, then cheerfully picked up 2 kitchen knives. Why flee for one's life when one's defense is thrice that of their offense? Even if Mr. One unleashed his dust slash before him, standing resolutely would only cost him less than 1,000 health points. This was a far cry from the past. Do not interfere, Sergeant Dasky, for this is my battlefield. Dual swordsmanship. It turns out that the Straw Hat crew harbors another swordsman skilled in the art of dual blades. How could my sword be so easily shattered? Dasky had encountered numerous adept swordsmen, yet none wielded their blades with the speed and ferocity of Vinci. Have you ever seen a swordsman capable of drawing and sheathing their blade with each strike, perpetually employing the art of Iaido? Great Iaido. The sword's aura tripled in range, and Dasky's blade left a deep gash, forcing him to retreat 7 steps in desperation. Have you heard of the swordsman who remains unharmed even when stationary? In that moment, the imposing figure of Vinci, standing at 1.87 meters, faced Dasky, allowing the latter's strike to come down upon him without flinching. The air was eerily silent. Under the watchful eyes of all, Sergeant Dasky's attack could not even breach the skin of this audacious pirate. With arrogance, he turned and stepped into the realm of smoke and flame. Stop, schemer Vinci. What is it that you truly desire? You vile wretch who fled 3 years ago after attempting to assassinate the king? Have you returned for the Alabasta kingdom? Oh, just watch closely, for I shall reveal my intentions. With a body rusted like a neglected blade, he was poised to confront the trials of the natural element of fire, akin to a sword forged in a furnace. Ace, in a bid to protect Luffy, had deliberately engaged in battle with Smoker, the man of smoke. This clash left behind a myriad of criticisms. The notion of an inconclusive outcome led to doubts about the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division commander, while Smoker, under the scrutiny of Admiral Aokiji, became a benchmark for measuring strength 2 years later, facing various defeats. As for Ace's own prowess, there was no question. He spoke of the indistinguishable nature of fire and smoke. Even Sabo, with his formidable martial arts capable of employing the Dragon Claw, encountered the Man of Smoke. And his response echoed the sentiment that fire and smoke are indeed hard to separate. Ace, you go ahead. I will cover your retreat. Smoker will never catch up. With that, the sea of flames parted, the fiery barrier obstructing the soldiers. Yet this time, Vinci was present. Vinci, when we next meet, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Enough of this chatter. I am ready to fight. He cracked his knuckles, contemplating that their next encounter would occur during the Summit War. Fear not, for I shall become the Iron Tortoise with the strongest defense. Perhaps I could even withstand Akainu's mighty punch. The Straw Hat has fled, and the fiery fist has also vanished, leaving only the solitary Vinci, abandoned amidst the rust in the desert. Do you truly believe you are my adversary? Absolutely not. Vinci spoke the unvarnished truth, leaving the warriors present as if turned to stone. So from where does your confidence stem, you fool? Do you perhaps seek to be deliberately struck? Indeed. With a cheerful grin, Vinci tilted his head and bashfully remarked, I hope everyone can join in, and it would be best if you could defeat me. Promise me. Will you? What on earth? Is this fellow unwell? At that moment, even Smoker found himself at a loss for words. He exhaled a puff of smoke, inwardly cursing. Having spent too long with Garp, it seems every serious individual adopts a semblance of his demeanor. And indeed, Kizaru's laid-back approach mirrors that of the free-spirited old man. Enough is enough. My fist will surely impart to you the suffocating sensation of reality. In an instant, the pupils of Wincher dilated, filled with anticipation as he exclaimed. Elusive one, Smoker. With a swift stroke, the blade cleaved through, seemingly severing Smoker in twain. Yet, a wisp of smoke surged forth, as the Logia user restored his form to wholeness. My draw is swift enough. Despite more than a dozen strikes, I have yet to touch your true self. Pray tell, where do you conceal your body? The youth taunted, do not presume that merely spending a few years in the Grand Line makes you a formidable figure. Vinci endeavored to incapacitate the smoke man using physical prowess and a revolver, yet his efforts proved futile. He failed to discern the true form of his opponent through observation haki, and his attempts to strike the corporeal body with armament haki fell short. Confronting a natural-born advantage such as that of a Logia user is akin to scaling a mountain. Fortunately, Smoker's assaults appeared rather ineffectual. What is the nature of your body? My punches cannot inflict damage upon you. Enough already. It seems your mastery of the 3 types of haki is rather lacking, and I remain unscathed. 2 years later, during the clash on Punk Hazard, Smoker, as a natural type, possessed the inherent advantage of elemental intangibility. However, upon the hardening of armament haki, he becomes corporeal and thus vulnerable to capture. Prior to this, the 3 admirals were reluctant to harden their haki, mindful of exposing themselves to potential vulnerabilities, focusing instead on honing their observation haki. This was due to the fact that natural elements are not ordinary. They embody formidable destructive power in the pirate world, with the molten form of Akainu conferring unparalleled single-target offensive strength. Smoker, could you muster a bit more effort when you strike me? Upon being struck by the Sea Prism Stone Baton, Vinci did not exhibit signs of weakness. Rather, he appeared to grow in strength. Was this merely an illusion? As a Paramecia fruit user, Vinci seemingly possessed remarkable resilience and regenerative capabilities, reminiscent of his Zoan type. Furthermore, when struck with the Sea Prism Stone Baton, it was evident that he could rapidly enhance his strength. The knife fruit, unlike other devil fruits, bore the curse of the devil fruit tree in addition to its limitation in the sea, its rusted exterior concealing diminished power. Although restrained, he still retained 1/5 of his original strength. He had merely adapted to the torment of the Sea Prism Stone. Otherwise, he would not require the frequent consumption of green iron frog soup. While he was less feeble, in a place like the underwater prison's 6th level, entirely composed of Sea Prism Stone, he would undoubtedly succumb to defeat. White Smoke Launcher. The smoke transformed into a turbine-like acceleration device, and Smoker charged forth, delivering a strike to Vinci's face. Strike the body, not the face, you smoke addict. Smoker, a user of a devil fruit, with his advanced purple crystal abilities, firmly suppressed the current Luffy. White Gale. A tumultuous cloud of smoke threatened to engulf him, and if he were to be cast away, he would be akin to a lamb caught in a tornado. rendered dizzy and unconscious. Shimp a moonwalk. Smoke man, you rely on the advantages of a Logia type. Yet your offensive capabilities are woefully inadequate. You cannot expect to suffocate every opponent you encounter. Like Kizaru, you depend on your fruit, yet lack his speed and power. Vinci leaped swiftly to evade the strike, only then realizing that 2 years ago, Luffy's defeat to Smoker was never a matter of strength, speed, or even explosive power, but rather the intangible nature of his smoke form. For Vinci, such an attack held no significance. It was utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. With a passive ability that endured countless blows, possessing a defense of 2 against an opponent's attack of 3. Any damage exceeding 50% would enhance his defense to match the attack power. If the opponent's attack power was 6 and the threshold was not met, his defense would remain at 3. The essential condition was survival, as long as he drew breath. Otherwise, a single strike from Akainu's Hellhound would seal his fate. Worthless. He thought disdainfully, not engaging in battle with you, lacking both output and resilience, you were nothing more than a pathetic support masquerading in a tank's attire. Surrounded by numerous adversaries, Vinci found himself with no escape, yet even allowing Smoker to strike proved futile. This foe, despite his considerable rank, would not reach his full potential at this moment. The singular attack power was insufficient. Vinci possesses an attack power of 640 and a defense of 2120, while Smoker and his subordinate, Tashigi, both have an attack power of 2000. Yet, lamentably, they lack a formidable ultimate move. Mr. 1, on the other hand, wields an exceptionally high destructive capability. Fire. Smoker commands decisively after his attack has rendered him fatigued. Iron Wall. With both hands firmly grasping the blade, Vinci remained as steadfast as a mountain. The bullets struck his body as though they were merely grazing resilient steel, and the impact on his injuries was met with an astonishingly swift healing process. Visibly mending before the naked eye, he exhaled, realizing that engaging in combat was a folly. What was this trifling damage? What use was it to be surrounded by dozens? What purpose did their gunfire serve? If they had never encountered true strength before, today would be an enlightening revelation for them. Vinci possessed formidable defensive and healing abilities, and with the activation of his rusty blade and iron plate, he endured over 100 bullets. Yet, one sensation remained inescapable: pain. A fall might not break his resilient skin, but that did not exempt him from suffering. Cold sweat beaded upon his forehead as the kitchen knife swordsman, reminiscent of a Western cowboy, forced a fade of silence upon his trembling visage. Sweat trickled down his cheek. The desert heat compelled him to yearn for hydration. But this was a decisive showdown among cowboys, demanding unwavering composure. At last, a nimble figure pushed aside the enraged soldiers and, with blinding speed, delivered a punch directly to Vinci's abdomen. "You lunatic, do not think you can evade responsibility," shouted the young man in the straw hat. The money was supposed to come from that fiery lad, but he fled. Who will cover the cost now? Humph, this ruthless boss truly lacked awareness of his own limitations. Vinci bellowed, "I will." Subsequently, he sneered at the startled crowd, his expression shifting to one of mockery as he playfully asked, "Uncle, could I trouble you for a glass of juice?" The tavern had been breached by Ace and Luffy, leaving a gaping hole, and in addition to the food, he had relinquished half of his hard-earned berries. The encircling soldiers outside showed no signs of retreat. He sat at the bar, alongside his juice, while Dasky gripped his longsword tightly, and Smoker, puffing on a cigar, was thoroughly displeased by the insolence of the impudent youth. Cigar enthusiast. "I even owe you the title of senior brother. Show some courtesy and let me go. Times have changed. You are a traitor, former lieutenant of the headquarters, Vinci." He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten my other identity. What significance does a man have if he does not pursue his dreams? Should I become a mere sycophant to the celestial dragons? Apologies. But I am not so easily swayed." Dasky listened to their exchange, rendered speechless by surprise. "Lieutenant, how is that possible?" "Sergeant Dasky, there are many matters here you remain unaware of. Do not be overly curious. The truth is akin to buried history, ready to engulf you like sandstorms." With a crash, a short stick of sea prism stone stood before him. Smoker's stance forbade him from allowing this junior brother to escape. The Black Legend hero was on the verge of severing ties with his past. As he enacted his own brand of justice, this world would weep in ruin. Resolute magma would command the slaughter of demons, and the languid ice would erect tombstones, while the ambiguous executioner's blade gleamed, unable to conceal the tears behind his glasses. Black Legend? Teacher Zifa, Vinci, what do you truly mean? The magnetic drum kingdom had changed hands. Soon, the next target would be the warlords of the sea. And the downfall of Crocodile awaited the fulfillment of my prophecy from 3 years prior. Only then shall you ponder the veracity of my words in this moment. He placed a sum of berries on the table and addressed the proprietor. My good sir, I may inadvertently cause a bit of destruction, so allow me to compensate you with some berries in advance. With a resounding thud, he kicked open the roof, leaping into the moonlit night, escaping with a graceful moonwalk. Inside the tavern, the skeptical Smog remained silent for a considerable time before uttering a single phrase, "Bring me a large mug of beer." Have you heard? Recently, there's been quite a stir. It is said that a villain has arrived in Alabasta. Oh, can it be more fearsome than the rebel army? Could it be that the founder, the former leader Vinci, has returned? That is, of course, impossible. With Lord Crocodile safeguarding the Sand Kingdom, who would dare show their face? At the Spider CAF, the venue where Baroque Works announces its missions, Mr. One and Ms. Two Fingers, who possesses the spike fruit ability, gathered this evening. A guest arrived, nonchalantly taking a seat amidst the stifling air. Madame Bora, I would like a glass of orange soda, with ice. Suddenly, a blade halted perilously close to his neck, less than 3 inches away. Do not be foolish, old friend. I have traveled through the night to meet you, so why the excitement? Mr. Chief of Staff, you truly do not belong in this place. This marks our 3rd genuine confrontation. Perhaps you should consider preserving your life. Vincent pondered that this refreshing soda would have to wait for a while longer. With hands curled in determination, he prepared to strike. Vinci cast a fleeting glance and swiftly drew his knife, executing a spiral sheathing technique. With a resounding clash, the kitchen knife met the sharp blade, the rusted weapon confronting the mode of slaughter. Vinci's prowess extended beyond mere swordsmanship. His physical techniques were equally formidable. This time, aided by the moonwalk, he eliminated the vulnerabilities of being ambushed, allowing for strikes even in midair. As he retracted his knife, the swift execution of his attacks, honed to perfections, multiplied his speed severfold. The rusted blade clashed against the ironclad assault of a foe as formidable as steel. Mr. One, after years of bridging the gap between us, what do you think? The power of this kitchen knife is not to be underestimated, is it? The dual-wielding swordsman, Kiki D, Vinci, awaited the opponent's most potent strike. When the devastating slash was unleashed, the fierce assault failed to shake Vinci. Though his skin ruptured, the bleeding quickly ceased, and his wounds began to heal at an accelerated pace. Hurry, I do not wish for you to realize your own insignificance only when fury overtakes you. With a playful smile, Vinci wielded his kitchen knife, aware that the ordinary blade could not pierce the ironclad physique of Mr. One. However, this did not imply a lack of alternative strategies. Ah, little Vinci, your strength remains an enigma. Conventional assaults have proven futile against your rusted form. Haven't they? Fear not, for I too have made significant progress. The blade's sanguine strikes often carry an excess of malice. Should I channel this force differently, the outcome would be entirely transformed. Behold, the whispering cut of malice. In that moment, Mr. One's arms and hands became enshrouded in a sinister aura, which, to be precise, was a manifestation of his haki, albeit one that was difficult to harness. It required the taste of blood to awaken his latent potential. It seemed improbable that he could employ this power again in the near future. A user of the blade fruit who could transform their entire being into a razor-sharp weapon would possess unparalleled might. The whispering cut of malice. Yet, the black haki could not fully envelop or intertwine. It merely hovered tenuously upon the edge of the blade. By the heavens, what magnitude of damage does this strike possess? Answer me, kitchen knife. Beep. Master, please refrain from inquiries whilst I am in slumber. However, you may access the attribute panel and skill panel independently. As for the task panel, it shall unlock upon reaching the violet crystal tier, and completion will yield mysterious rewards. Absurd. What slumbering system dares to rest? Analyze the damage of this technique post-haste. This is the first individual I have encountered capable of wielding haki. Beep. Master, do not fear. Being struck by a haki wielder may indeed aid in awakening the corresponding haki. So, what is the damage potential of this strike? Beep. Calculation complete. The whispering cut of malice inflicts a maximum damage of approximately 11,000. How is this conceivable? A mere addition of haki triples the damage. This could very well obliterate me. Host of the kitchen knife, generally speaking, upon awakening both observation and armament haki, one can amplify their specific damage points threefold. With proficient mastery, a fivefold increase is entirely feasible. Merely the ordinary haki can yield such enhancements. What might the advanced armament haki achieve? Whence he spoke to himself, entangled with the kitchen knife system. In reality, not much time had passed, yet it still incited Mr. One's ire. You seem somewhat powerless, you little rascal. This time, I shall not allow you to escape. The news of your arrival in Alabasta has long been conveyed to Mr. Zero by Mr. 2, and I have been awaiting you for quite some time. The circus has commenced, kitchen shield. 16 knives, summoned not to protect oneself, but to envelop Mr. 1 directly. Kitchen shadow. Another 16, mere phantasms, designed to conserve stamina. Adorned with the same skin effect, ecstasy. Boom. The might of armament hockey proved formidable, piercing through defenses. Although Vinci appeared to remain still, he had indeed summoned 16 kitchen knives. Kitchen concealment. The silent and stealthy assault of kitchen knives. The previous attacks had already incited a certain degree of irritation within Mr. 1, who typically stern and unsmiling, now bore a grotesque grin. He was suppressing laughter, yet the more he resisted, the greater his agony became. How dare you mock me? Vinci. Huh. The flying knives struck 5 times, merely breaking the skin. In comparison to Zoro's swordsmanship, Vinci's flying knives had yet to reach such an echelon. What a mere spectacle akin to his circus clown's performance, akin to your own abilities. I had initially believed that 2 years would suffice for your growth. Yet I see you remain a fool. Is that so? Vinci, in a state of bewilderment, charged forward with the resolve of a specter. Employing his iron plate and rusty blade physique, which augmented his defenses by more than half. After a moment of mitigation, if he were to confront this onslaught head-on, he would likely endure over 6,000 points of damage. If he could withstand it, he would be able to escape the clutches of the rusty blade and engage in combat. To stand against the menacing micron dust head-on was akin to a grasshopper attempting to halt a chariot, a display of utter hubris. This was the true essence of a strike that cleaves in twain. After 3 long years, Vinci's 2 kitchen knives were forcefully shattered, showcasing the formidable power of the awakened armament hockey. Even if not fully mastered, its potency was staggering. Blood gushed from the wound spanning from his abdomen to his chest, and he trembled as he staggered towards the entrance of the Spider CAF. To claim that Mr. 1 had vanquished Smoker was an impossibility. He couldn't even grasp the essence of his target, yet Vinci faced imminent defeat. Just as the powers of the devil fruits counter one another, Vinci, in a state of despair, did not succumb to the smoke, but could not withstand Mr. 1's frenzied, lethal strike. Humph, isn't he merely my superior fruit? What is so remarkable about that? That smoke man can't toy with me at will. Why does Mr. 1 possess such an edge? I thought I was truly formidable. He muttered contemptuously, unaware that in an instant, his foot slipped, sending him tumbling backward. He was aware of one truth. This time, he would not perish. For his health still held a third remaining, and he had feasted heartily before the battle. Thud. Once he fell, his breath faint, collapsing to the ground in a most desolate manner. A flickering shadow, ablaze with fire, soared past, lifting him up while delivering a powerful punch that repelled the pursuing Mr. 1. Vinci, you cannot die. I nearly forgot that I have something crucial to inquire of you. Green iron frog, quick. Ace hastily retrieved a dried green iron frog from Vinci's pack and fed it directly into his mouth. Having departed from Alabasta, he returned due to a prophecy Vinci had once nonchalantly uttered. 3 years prior, during their shared moments, Vinci had been mocked by Ace repeatedly, for none of his prophecies had come to fruition. You said that the sniper who sought to take your life in the name of fate would one day become my adversary. What was his name again? Oh, yes. Indu, Venoka. This jest, nearly forgotten, resurfaced in Ace's memory just as they were about to leave Sun Island, Sainting Island. For he recalled Vinci stating that their next encounter would occur in Alabasta. The long night loomed like a grand tapestry overhead, and Ace's fate might change quietly, all hinging on the awakening of Vinci come morning. Ding. The battle experience pool is full, 5,000. Defense has surpassed its limits. The damage from this attack is 6,700. And defense has been elevated to half its value, 3,350. What a bitter taste. Who stuffed this frog leg into my mouth? When Winter awoke, his wounds were still in the process of healing. Ace was seated in a modest medical hut at the heart of the desert. To my astonishment, after so many years, I find myself encountering you once more, Mr. Oneshire. I trust you are well. Uncle, are you not afraid I might take action against you? It was I who orchestrated the assassination of the king 3 years ago, an event that sent shockwaves throughout the kingdom of Alabasta. The doctor met his gaze, and they were both rendered speechless. Who truly cares? The essence of saving lives, whether as foe or ally, is it necessary to provide an explanation? The act itself is the most eloquent response. Ace gently pushed the door open, stretched lazily, and with a hearty slap on Oneshire's back, remarked. Are you trying to kill me? Wincher, are you not yet deceased? I am grateful for your life-saving intervention. However, to expedite my recovery, I require sustenance or ample medicine. This humble abode of yours is surely insufficient. We must hasten to find a suitable refuge. The desert doctor hesitated for a moment before suddenly suggesting, let us go to Rainfall. That is the residence of the heroic crocodile. Incidentally, it is connected to you. There was once a castle that, after your escape, was transformed into a gambling den, not to mention an arena for gladiators. With a resigned sigh, Wincher reflected on the current state of St. Ting Island, where the only place still blessed with favorable weather belonged to the territory of the 7 warlords of the sea. He contemplated making his way there, intending to endure another blow once his injuries had healed. At that point, his defenses would truly reach an impenetrable level akin to that of an iron tortoise, allowing him to withstand several strikes from Crocodile. It was laughable how the chaos he once caused had ultimately transformed into a means of exploitation and a realm of indulgence for the sand crocodile. Oh, and by the way, I still have plenty of medicine. Do remember to take it, along with the fresh bandages. With a furrowed brow, Vinci seized the medicine and began to chew it fervently. His health points surged back to life, while his wounds emitted a warm steam. The culinary system not only endowed him with game points but also facilitated the character's maneuvers, allowing food and medicine to replenish health. This should never be emulated recklessly. Always adhere to a physician's advice regarding medication. As his stomach grumbled audibly, the restoration of health consumed a fair amount of energy. Sir, this is the last 300,000 berries I have. I thank you in advance. Foolish lad, I require none of this. What matters most is to heal the patient. Be cautious. I have an inkling that you are not one to act carelessly. In contrast to the rumors of malevolence and depravity, the Vinci I know is a jovial and tenacious individual. Indeed, once he closed the door, gazing at the heat rising into the desert he had not seen for 3 long years, soon to embark towards the castle he had forged with his own hands. Ace, is there something you wish to know that warrants retracing your steps? Wincy, do you recall a fellow named Inwe, Vinoka? The first time I encountered him, he was alongside the Blackbeard I was pursuing. His strength has been burgeoning, and one of his crew members is the individual you mentioned. Moreover, when we parted ways in Water 7, you spoke of meeting again in Alabasta. There is something I wish to ascertain. Thump, 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 his heart raced. And Wincy's mind became a tumultuous whirl. How should he articulate this? Persuading Ace to abandon his pursuit of Blackbeard was an impossibility. It was his obsession. Betraying one's family within the Whitebeard pirates is an unforgivable transgression, especially since Blackbeard had slain the former captain of the 4th Division. Should he divulge the events of the Marineford War? Are you familiar with Wano country? During my adventures in the New World, I stumbled upon a village that thrived on the production of straw hats. In that isolated kingdom, long dominated by Kaido, there exists a prophecy that has endured for 2 decades. The 9 red scabbards will overthrow the 4 Emperor Kaido's influence and restore Wano. Wincy had not anticipated that Ace would broach this subject. He recognized it as a potential momentous event lurking beneath the surface. During my years of adventure, I have increasingly sensed that this could very well be a fabrication. 40 years ago, Kaido, Big Mom, Old Man, and the Golden Lion all sailed on the ship of the notorious Rocks. In comparison to the peak strength of Big Mom and Kaido, even the so-called monster, Old Man, is in a deteriorating state. Defeating that inebriated fellow is no trivial matter. Can you truly predict the future? If so, please enlighten me as to when, where, and who might bring about the downfall of Kaido and Big Mom. I had thought you steadfastly believed in Whitebeard's power, yet it appears that as his son, you who knows him best and cares for him most, are merely seeking to uphold his dignity as a sovereign of the seas, as well as to fulfill a promise to little you. Ace, is this the burden you bear? Even your tentative invitation for Luffy to join the Whitebeard pirates was ultimately aimed at better protecting your brother. With a bitter smile, Vinci reflected that had it not been for the sweltering heat and arid air, his tears would surely have been noticed. Prophecies, much like fortune-telling, often serve merely to soothe the heart. He candidly spoke of certain future events while deliberately concealing some truths. Within a span of no more than 3 years, little you would encounter Luffy, and the red scabbards of Wano would also return. The threats you dread, Kaido and Big Mom, would ultimately fall, and at the hands of Luffy no less. As for Whitebeard, you need not worry about his health any longer within a year's time. Vinci, do you really need to exalt Luffy so? He is not even present. Ace's laughter abruptly ceased, his fervent gaze akin to an abyss, much like the dualities depicted on the emblem of his orange cowboy hat. I cannot intervene excessively in the affairs of Alabasta. This is Luffy's journey, one he must traverse on his own. As for Blackbeard, I must bring him back, for he has committed unforgivable sins. Are you seeking solace? It appears that even Ace harbors insecurities about the future, along with his own apprehensions. In that moment, Vinci comprehended the anguish Ace had endured since childhood, believing himself to be the unpardonable descendant of a demon, which is why he felt warmth under the expansive embrace of Whitebeard. He also witnessed Luffy's furious roars. Embroiled in peril during the Marineford War, having lost his family and thus yearning desperately for them, intensifying his struggle for power to love them. To the unloving Blackbeard, he saw a reflection of his own mischievous youth, and he must bring him back, while also preventing Luffy from stepping into the chaotic battlefield. Just as Whitebeard, a remnant of a bygone era, had not intended to return alive before reaching the battlefield, he played the most glorious battle hymn. Even Kaido, consumed by jealousy, roared that Whitebeard had indeed found the finest resting place for himself. Vinci, what I truly wish to convey is that Luffy truly lacks foresight. Your composure and serenity provide me with solace. Please, do not allow this weeping fool to act foolishly. Well, apart from silently bidding farewell, what more can one say? In moments of parting, the warmest and most ardent of demon descendants seek the dark emperor of a chaotic age. The deeply entrenched prophet ignites the flickering light of a lamp. The schemer Vinci is about to embark on a journey to the desert fortress. And even if it leads to the Marineford War, he remains unafraid. With Emerenel, the god of thunder, the mightiest CP9 Rob Lucci, Moonlight Moria, and even Kizara. Come forth, most formidable foes, wield your proud fists and indomitable blades, and forge the most terrifying adversary of the past 9 centuries. In the Rain District, perpetually shrouded in a curtain of rain, the formidable hero Crocodile of Alabasta reigns supreme, having established the grandest gambling den in the region. Here, fortunes are won and lost, with both the destitute and the affluent frequenting his establishment. A prolonged drought has incited rebellion, forcing Kusha to become the very embodiment of his loathed adversary. After spurning the request of Wancher from years past, he has unwittingly embarked upon an irrevocable path of his own. Yet, the Rain District possesses an unexpectedly auspicious aura. The rains continue to fall, and the Sand Crocodile has even constructed an underground aquarium within his pyramid-like casino to nurture crocodiles. It is a bitter irony, on one hand. There are the youthful warriors, furious and armed due to the scarcity of water. On the other, their idol, the Sand Crocodile, indulges in the reckless extravagance of water resources. Logically, the Baroque studio is convening a meeting, while those 3 old companions feign ignorance of his presence. Truly a remarkable display of thespian skill. How to approach them? An uninvited entrance would surely seem rather impolite, wouldn't it? Although Vinci entertained such thoughts, he did not dawdle and boldly strode into the territory of the Sand Crocodile. Chef's knife, allocate all my experience points to fruit proficiency. The points were distributed equally between attack and speed, while defense remained unchanged. Ding. Fruit proficiency level has increased. Points allocation completed. Please review the current attribute panel. Specific values. Fruit proficiency, golden intermediate. 1750 20,000, strength, health, 20,000, attack, 790, speed, 730, defense, 2120, dominance, none fruit, not awakened, fruit skills, active, vegetable shadow, vegetable concealment, vegetable shield passive, chef's knife chrysanthemum slash, a guaranteed critical strike with 100 assassination rate, vegetable flower, attacks inflict continuous damage, with blade wounds carrying corrosive rust. Strength category, rusty blade body, swordsmanship specialization, golden beginner, 40-110,000, firearm specialization, golden beginner, 2354 10,000, martial arts specialization, golden beginner, 45-30 10,000, experience, 0 10,000 ding. You may freely choose fruit skills. Please cherish this first opportunity. With such trivialities aside, 3 vegetables and 3 rust left me with only the option of stainless steel. Just hearing the names of the other skills felt abnormal. Ding. Skill activated. Stainless steel. Consuming stamina at least 3 times the usual rate. The chef's knife, even the rusty blade body, is enhanced to a state of stainless steel. The higher the level of stainlessness, the greater the consumption. The intensity of the slash and the augmented attack are sufficient to rival the combat power of rapid slashing fruit. Puff. As Van Gogh just took a sip of orange soda, he nearly spat it out. Was he really suggesting that he could confront the high-tier Mr. One using the strength of his golden mid-tier? Theoretically, yes, and your defensive capabilities would indeed surpass his. However, one must not overlook the issue of consumption. A consumption rate nearly 7 times faster would suffice to render you devoid of combat strength within half a turn, rendering it an unsustainable strategy. Indeed, with skills that are excessively draining, one cannot endure for more than a few rounds. Hey, kitchen knife. Is there no skill description available aside from a small icon and name? Beep. Affirmative. Due to the host's low level, the activation of the purple crystal tier task will also include a skill explanation feature. Fool, how many functions of this wretched system are beyond my current reach? Ding dong. Dear Master, it should be 2/3. To put it plainly, aside from the ability to freely select skills, you have yet to access any genuine features of the kitchen knife system. With gritted teeth, Vinci contemplated his next move, resolving to select a less formidable opponent next time. He had discerned a pattern. The more powerful the skill, the more unassuming its name. Excuse me, sir, you just drank vodka. You've taken the wrong drink. What? Goodness. No wonder there was no straw, Vinci realized, only to tumble headfirst to the ground. Sprawled out in a starfish position, chaos erupted in the gambling den. Was this young man deliberately seeking trouble? Quickly, inform the owner. Someone is causing a ruckus, intoxicated and disorderly. Who? A drunken troublemaker with no decorum. Unaware of the hierarchy, I'll teach him a lesson. The security personnel could never have anticipated that the one causing the commotion was, in fact, the inebriated Vinci himself. This lad not only had a poor tolerance for alcohol but also a questionable demeanor. In a flash, as if vanishing into thin air, another individual collapsed, and then, in rapid succession, another staggered to the ground. An irate Vinci, akin to a madman, unleashed his fury. In his unconscious state, he astonishingly achieved a flawless amalgamation of martial arts, swordplay, and marksmanship, with swift and decisive strikes. Where is he? Behind you. Boom. The scent of gunpowder filled the air. And once again, the figure disappeared. It was indeed peculiar that the bartender had mistakenly served orange juice. Vodka was not a spirit suited for a lad of his age. Panic ensued as Vinci, emerging like death itself, executed precise strikes with his blade, seamlessly integrating his swift movements and impeccable footwork into a flawless slaughter. Who dares to disturb my domain? Before he could finish his sentence, his dual blades met their mark, severing his opponent's arms. In mere moments, the severed limbs transformed into swirling sand, reassembling as he bore a scar across his cheek, a cigar clenched between his lips. Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, mused that had he and Smoke not met as adversaries, they might have found common ground, given their shared interests. Youngster, full of yourself. I once thought you possessed extraordinary prowess after having a child. Your martial arts resemble the Navy's 6 styles, your peculiar swordplay primarily focused on Iato, and your marksmanship straightforwardly targets vital points. The absurdity of your phantom blades and the nearly imperceptible kitchen knives. What else do you have? You've made no progress, little Vinci. Boom. The sand crocodile was once again cleaved in two. Lost in his frenzy, Vinci was oblivious to his own actions, driven solely by an incessant desire to attack. Stop, you fool. No matter how powerful or swift your strikes, they cannot harm my natural sandy form, lacking the domineering presence and understanding of elemental weaknesses. Your efforts are in vain. Drunken Vinci cares not for such things. In his eyes, many stood before him. Among them the most detestable one, the golden hook-handed fellow, whose very essence was imbued with an odor far from human, reminiscent of dry sand and the briny scent of crocodiles. The diamond blade, a strike potent enough to cleave a section of the desert, Vinci charged forward, embodying iron resolve, rusted yet unyielding. The blow jolted him awake from his stupor. Regarding the strike he had just endured, his mind was devoid of any recollection, as those around him lay unconscious. Each one devoid of awareness. Who was responsible for this? Damn it, how have I acquired yet another wound? Who dares to ambush me? As Vinci's tirade came to an abrupt halt, the formidable sand crocodile stood before him, flanked by the members of the Baroque works. Last night was merely a stroke of luck for you, being rescued by a remarkably swift individual. Today, however, you shall not escape, he declared ominously. Mister. One's limbs transformed into lethal blades, poised to strike. Little Vinci, how did you find your way here? Alas, your fortress is no more. Concern etched on Little Fang's face as he witnessed his friend ensnared in peril. The situation appeared dire. Oh, so it was you who launched a surprise attack and slaughtered so many. Crocodile, you are truly despicable. Silence, you wretched brat. You were the one who charged forward to absorb the assault, My subordinates too were harmed by your hand. How long do you intend to create chaos, you impertinent fool? Sand Crocodile bellowed, turning with fierce intensity. Get out of my sight. Erosion cycle. With that, he unleashed a devastating force that transformed the surrounding realm into a tempest of yellow sands, siphoning the moisture from everything within its grasp, leaving behind nothing but desiccated remains. This technique, grand in its execution, surely required time to manifest, did it not? Indeed, soon this gambling den shall become your tomb. Buried beneath the remnants of your own castle, Vinci. Oh, farewell. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with you is utterly meaningless. Until we meet again, Mr. Crocodile, Vinci replied. His demeanor remarkably nonchalant as he turned to depart. The fury that had once consumed Sand Crocodile shifted to a state of stupor in an instant. With 20,000 health and over 3,000 defense, bolstered by 3 significant state enhancements, his defensive capabilities soared beyond 6,000. That strike, the Diamond Blade, was formidable, inflicting a staggering 10,000 damage. The ultimate damage he sustained amounted to 5,100, a reflection of his enhanced defense. Losing a quarter of his health was a trivial affair, yet the impending ultimate move posed a grave threat, should a critical hit follow with a venomous thrust. He would surely meet his demise here. Having achieved his objective, retreat was imperative. Strangely, Vinci could not fathom how he had endured such a blow. He had merely sipped a glass of orange juice. With a sudden kick to the face, Vinci's pace faltered, and he felt as though he had unwittingly stumbled into the lair of a tiger. Accept the challenge of my master, little Vinci. Since you have dared to lay hands upon Mr. Zero, your transgressions shall not go unpunished. A troubling scent of alcohol wafted through the air. Having met his demise in a previous life due to drunkenness, he found himself easily intoxicated in this life as well, a rather ironic twist of fate, indeed. When she lowered his head and smiled, then turned to grasp a glass of orange juice from the bar, consuming it in a single gulp. He smacked his lips and erupted into hearty laughter. His health bar was gradually replenishing, as ample food and beverages surrounded him, capable of restoring vitality. Yet there loomed the potential for an uncontrollable berserk state. Calculate the probabilities of entering a berserk state before and after departing from this place. The response chimed. The probability of berserk state before is 12%, while after it escalates to 35%. Understood. Vincent raised a bottle of white rum, aged for 7 or 8 years. A potent spirit from the Russian lands. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered upon hitting the ground, and he advanced, blade in hand. A grand charge. With an imposing presence, his sword radiated an aura of formidable ambition in that fleeting moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, glinting with intensity as he caught sight of Mr. 2 behind him. He murmured to himself, Sandman, danger, flee. In his inebriated state, the young Vincent resembled a primal beast. Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Vincent's irrational behavior and his reluctance to attack him. In the next instant, the previously relaxed crocodile's eyes widened in shock. Vinci stood resolutely behind, his entire being radiating an aura of bloodlust, embodying a body forged from rusted steel yet devoid of decay, a true embodiment of the sword and blade. In his hands, dual blades sparkled brilliantly, untouched by rust. In a fleeting moment, this beast, expending quintuple his stamina, unleashed a flurry of strikes. Great Iato, dual Iato, spiral Iato. The sand creature split into 2, then 4, then 8. Fool, you oblivious wretch. I have already proclaimed the futility of such attacks. The sand crocodile seethed with rage, one hand conjuring a storm of sand while the other morphed into a blade of sand. It was the very sandstorm that had once bested Akainu, along with the formidable diamond blade that had nearly reduced even the iron tortoise Vinci to a quarter of his health. In his frenzied state, Vinci bore an uncanny resemblance to Cavendish's second persona, the first captain of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet 2 years hence. His sharp dual blades mirrored the perilous claws of a ferocious beast. Sand creature, danger, summon water. With a crack, Vinci clutched a bottle of liquor in his mouth, charging towards Crocodile. His eyes gleamed with the ferocity of a raging dragon as the liquor shattered upon the sand crocodile, followed by a sandstorm slash. He parried with his dual blades. The sharper they were, the more prone to damage they became. Fragile in their sharpness, yet it mattered not. Even the liquor could ensnare the essence of the sand crocodile. 3-blade style, liquor Iato. The damaged blades, though ravaged by the arid winds of sand, could not withstand the fatal assault. He became emaciated, resembling a desiccated mummy, as his stamina waned, compounded by the relentless assault of the sand fruit. At last, he succumbed. Mr. 1 seized him and tossed him into the underground crocodile arena to join Mr. 3, the wax man, in a state of despair. Useless. Allowing such a clown to disrupt our plans with a mere drunken bout. Let it be known, should anyone dare to execute a failed plan again, I shall not be merciful. Crocodile left a mess for others to clean, his expression devoid of emotion as he retreated to his private chamber. With a spurt of blood, he furrowed his brow in vexation. The last time he had nearly annihilated this wretch, and yet he had only managed to inflict a minor wound upon himself, unexpectedly. This time he bore a significant injury to his abdomen. It mattered not. Those rebel forces were nothing but worthless fish, incapable of striking at his vital points. Blood dripped, and the sand crocodile was compelled to bandage himself. Swordsmen truly were troublesome creatures, particularly that insufferable Mihawk, who detested everything. Master, you are indeed the weakest host I have ever encountered, unable to best even a crocodile. Is he truly that formidable? Nonsense. He dispatched Luffy with a single blow. And years of neglect and physical combat left him vulnerable. Otherwise, blood would not have ensnared him into unconsciousness. No, do not forget, my master. All that was spoken pertains to the world of pirates, where you did not exist. Since you have arrived, should you not leave your own mark upon it? 38 years ago, Rox was vanquished in God Valley by the combined might of Garp and Roger. Even his formidable strength faltered on the eve of the new era. And what of you? My master, his stronghold, the Hive, has become the territory of Blackbeard. The past lingers like a shadow of silence. Have you chosen to remain in the shadows? The mightiest grants the enhancement of skills, enduring countless trials. Enough to bestow upon you a vitality and physique that transcends the animal realm. In times of overwhelming odds, the bloodline power can force a balance. Strengthen the attributes of your character. Do not remain silent. You are fully deserving of ascending to the new world. Do not hesitate, my master. For you are the great prophet of the pirate realm and should grasp everything firmly in your hands. It is the prophet who guides mortals to the sacred mountain, but it is the divine who ascends it. Ugh, the crocodile spat out Mr. 3, who had been discarded after a failed mission. Though seemingly unharmed, his body, covered in rust, was unappetizing even to the crocodile, who regurgitated him along with a sizable wax ball. Struggling to rise? Yet, despite resembling a mere husk, I still possess consciousness? Ding, dear master, your body is akin to a rusted kitchen knife. Slowly undergoing a transformation while being perceived by beasts as nothing more than a discarded lump of iron. How long must I wait to absorb some moisture? Ding. According to the timeline, in approximately 5 hours, Monkey D, Luffy and his crew will arrive here. To drown them in the sea prison, the sand crocodile will release water. You can seize this opportunity to escape. Foolish kitchen knife, I am a devil fruit user. How can I escape in seawater? Master, cling tightly to the wax ball. During Mr. 3's escape, you might still have a chance. TCH, consider it a favor. Can you check how much opportunity one have to enhance my defense in Alabasta? Ding. 50%. To withstand the erosion cycle, the damage amounts to approximately 30,000 to 50,000. Both Crocodile and Doflamingo have become sluggish and complacent in their positions and strength. Excessive scheming has rendered them incapable of advancement. In their prime, the erosion cycle could directly defeat a diamond-level opponent, yet now it merely eradicates those of the amethyst level. Understood. Enough of the idle chatter. Neglecting training and aging will lead to a decline in strength. Except for Garp, he is a monster. He defeated Rox and had the world chasing Roger. Why am I so weak? Master, awakening the armament haki can significantly enhance the power of your iron fist. You are the best heir to Garp's martial arts. Aokiji relies on unparalleled natural power, Vice Admiral Bogart is a swordsman, and Kobe awakened the observation haki first. Dragon forges his own path, resulting in the Dragon Claw. While you are the sole inheritor of his iron fist, why did you not mention this sooner? With such a magnificent advantage. Why am I still wielding a kitchen knife that diminishes my power? Ding. As you have yet to awaken the armament haki, your reliance on swords and martial arts remains paramount. Awakening your haki not only elevates your fundamental attack capabilities, but also empowers your iron fist of love to a staggering 5-fold, rivaling your defensive prowess. The mummy version of Vinci is overwhelmed with joy, resulting in a laugh that splits his parched lips. With the iron fist of the heroic Carp and the formidable physique of Kaido, once I awaken the armament haki, I shall wield both the mightiest spear and shield in tandem, merely a step away from the pinnacle of a successful life. Alas, Vinci, tasked with enhancing the defenses of Alabasta through the Iron Tortoise plan, can do naught but await Luffy's rescue, with only the awakening of haki standing in the way. Yet another exceedingly challenging dilemma presents itself, the kitchen knife. The question remains, how do I awaken the armament haki? It's simple, Swimming. Nonsense. A devil fruit user cannot swim in seawater. Oh, so how did you believe you awakened the Iron Fist of Love? Ah. Was this not a mere jest by the venerable carp? Theoretically, the armament haki manifests as an invisible armor enveloping the body. It is potent enough to transform into an offensive weapon, capable of being utilized at a distance, hardening as needed, or employing more fluid techniques like flowing sakura. Along with high-level haki that can inflict damage internally. Vinci's awakening of the armed color hinges on two fundamental prerequisites. As a character endowed with a gaming stat allocation system, he must fulfill certain conditions to awaken new abilities, surpassing human limits through the Navy's 6 forms, mastering the art of kenjutsu, and unlocking the special technique of consecutive strikes. The zoning slash are essential. Only through the dual enhancement of physical skills and swordsmanship can the armed color be awakened. After contemplating the words of the kitchen knife system for a brief moment, Vinci thought, this is manageable. Having a system truly alleviates the burden of arduous practice. Simply meeting the conditions will allow me to awaken my haki. No, my master, the system interjected, what I refer to as merely awakening. Not the proficient mastery of its use. The distinction between the two is vast. Investing in the system does not equate to gaining an unfair advantage. And such an advantage does not equal skill. At any time, talent and diligence are indispensable components. To swiftly enhance his physical skills, swimming is also a necessity, as it compels one to grasp the essence of Carp's Iron Fist of Love, which is intrinsically linked to the armed color haki. The armed color haki, akin to an invisible armor, theoretically enables one to distance themselves from seawater, diminishing its effects and potentially obstructing its flow. Does this mean that a devil fruit user can swim? Indeed, they can even dive. However, it is several times more challenging than for a non-user. If one's combat prowess is on par with an adversary in seawater, then on land, it would be at least tripled. Mummified Vinci found the outside world somewhat noisy. Yet his primary concern remained his haki awakening plan. Old Carp initially guided me on the path to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. However, I risk stagnation, which paradoxically may render me stronger. With each flaw conquered, one experiences exponential growth. Rusting is one aspect, yet the resilience against rusting simultaneously fortifies the body. After much contemplation, Vinci returned to the starting point meticulously arranged by Old Carp. Suddenly, the gate swung open, and a torrent of water surged in. He instinctively grasped the candle ball, realizing he must hold his breath for a while. Gulping, he soon found his body absorbing the water, rejuvenating his once feeble form, transforming him from a powerless mummy. However, Mr. 3 fared better. He emerged from the candle ball only to be swiftly seized by Sanji, who thrust him into a large cage made of sea prism stone. Vinci, is it truly you here? Could it be that the chaos outside is your doing? Vinci, still playfully spraying water like a whale, chuckled. Well, what a stroke of luck. Having escaped death, I must be destined for greater fortunes. Beside him, Mr. 3 had been beaten to a pulp, and they needed to vacate swiftly. Otherwise, Crocodile would surely pursue them. Flee. Why should I? I, Vinci, am alive and well. You all go ahead. I shall cover your retreat. Vinci, barely able to stand, was swiftly knocked unconscious by Luffy's punch, only to be carried away by the great Usopp. Not long after regaining consciousness, Vinci succumbed to unconsciousness once more. After navigating the waterways to safety, he found himself retching, his eyes rolling back in frightful agony, a sight that alarmed Sailing Boo. Luffy, our vice-captain Vinci has perished. Should we consider appointing a new vice-captain, perhaps myself? With a resounding thud, Luffy struck Vinci in the stomach, causing a geyser of water to erupt, jarring him awake amidst excruciating pain. What have I done to deserve this? I went from intoxicated to a mere husk, and now I awaken as a whale. Usopp, are you plotting my demise? Oh dear Vinci, we are still alive, and a decisive battle awaits us. At that moment, Vinci realized that Smoker stood before him, delivering a swift blow to his face. Are you out of your mind? Why won't you spare me? Target Usopp instead. His cowardice will surely make him beg for mercy. The cigarette of the smoke user had long been extinguished by the water, and he thoughtfully remarked, you have grown stronger. It had been merely 2 days since their last encounter, yet Vinci could distinctly sense a surge in his opponent's strength. Even an attack of equal force would not elicit a cry of pain from him. Piercing strike. In a breath's time, he unleashed a flurry of holes in the mist, causing Smoker to retreat a step. This time I shall let you go, but mark my words, Vinci, I will not allow you to escape my grasp. Do not even think of playing tricks before me. Suit yourself. Regardless of your thoughts, clarity is beyond reach. As Vinci pondered, once he awakened his armament haki. How could he not send you flying? The same applies to Crocodile and his Logia abilities. Speaking of which, Alabasta is indeed a fascinating place, hosting significant roles for the Flame fruit, the Sand fruit, and the Smoke fruit, all of which belong to the same elemental category. This corresponds strongly with the emergence of the three-color haki system and opens a window for Vinci's urgent desire to awaken his armament haki. The almost insurmountable nature of Logia requires a profound need for both armament and observation haki. The quickest way to level up is to take down a few more Sand Crocodile minions to accumulate experience. Luffy and Vinci were both taken aback. He had been laughing on my back for quite a while. Usopp, take the vice-captain away. He has faced Crocodile before. I must find an opportunity to knock that detestable Sand Crocodile away for daring to lay a hand on my vice-captain. Such an offense is unforgivable. The Straw Hat crew has 3 cardinal rules. First, do not make Navigator Nami cry. Second, do not insult Captain Luffy. And third, do not hit Vice-Captain Vinci. This ship's earliest bond stems from Vinci, who, in his youth, encouraged them to venture into the vast, boundless sea, even while lying on the back of the running duck. Vinci was oblivious to his actions. His body still required time to recuperate, still expelling water. According to the battle plan, the group would split up, with Sniper Usopp and Dr. Chopper tasked with taking care of the ailing Vinci. Thus, he dozed off under the blazing sun and awoke behind a stone wall. Where am I? Having thrown up all the way, I managed to snag a small life. Truly, I am Vinci the Great. Excitedly standing up, he discovered a stout man facing him with a baseball bat, accompanied by a sausage dog resembling a gun, and a mole woman, the naturally powerful Mr. 4, and the mole fruit user, Miss Christmas. Huh? How did I end up following Usopp here to seek revenge on Mr. 1? Enough with the idle chatter. Do not try to intimidate us. You are hiding here to ambush, aren't you, Mr. Vinci? I've heard you joined Baroque Works before us, a traitor, deserving of death wherever you go. The phrase enough with the idle chatter is not one you are entitled to utter. Your aim is as wild as your words. Gale Footstorm. Bah. After being pummeled, Vinci greeted Usopp and Chopper before charging straight to the Alabasta Royal Palace. Mr. 1, I will exact my revenge. Looking up at the increasingly small figure of Vinci in the sky, battered Usopp scratched his head. Chopper, Vinci is so strong, right? But those two still seem to have some energy left, Usopp. Is that so? Usopp grinned wickedly, rapid fire from the powder star, with vengeance in his eyes. Vinci dashed into the square where the rebel forces clashed with the King's army, only to be momentarily disoriented. Oh no, where did that guy go? With a swift slash, he instinctively dodged, wielding a kitchen knife to fell his adversary. The emblem of Crocodile's malevolent organization adorned his arm, which explained why they recognized him and attacked without hesitation. A band of scoundrels, none had posed a challenge to him 3 years prior. Whether it was the rebel forces of Crocodile or the royal army of Vivi, both were infiltrated by agents from the Sand Crocodile, yet only Vinsmoke could discern this. To outsiders, it appeared as if he was indiscriminately hacking away. Regardless, Crocodile's minions deserved their fate. He would relish the opportunity to slay a few more for experience. In a nearby alley, Desbones found himself in a quandary when suddenly, Smoker received a report from the Navy soldiers. The schemer Vinsmoke and his crew of Straw Hats were engaged in battle, with Vinsmoke attacking indiscriminately. Smoker exhaled a plume of smoke, drawing his weapon, and resolutely declared, "Let us set forth and capture the notorious pirate Vinsmoke, whose bounty exceeds 100 million. We have reason to believe that the current chaos is directly linked to him. Prepare for battle, everyone." "Yes, sir." White Smoke Launcher. As Vinsmoke harvested experience in the plaza, he was abruptly propelled against a wall by Smoker's attack, creating a sizable dent. "Hey, are you out of your mind? Are you looking for trouble? We are, in a sense, sworn brothers." As Wincy uttered a cry of pain, he deftly evaded and drew his revolver, swiftly eliminating the adversary he had just faced. "How dare you, an unforgivable criminal, commit murder before those who embody justice?" Dasky, filled with indignation, charged forward with her sword. In that moment, Wincy realized he had been pushed by Smoker onto this street, completely surrounded by naval soldiers. Ah, a scheme indeed. Little did I expect to be ensnared, despite being the so-called strategist. Ironclad, unyielding flesh. As white vapor emanated, Wincy's maneuver resembled Mr. 1's lethal technique, infused with the swiftness of Luffy's Gear Second. However, the immense toll it exacted could not be overlooked. Dasky's strike bore a damage potential of approximately 700, a result of her fervent determination following her previous defeat at Wincy's hands. With a defense of 5,000, Dasky's mightiest blow would scarcely leave a mark on his resilient hide. As her blade swept through, Vinci remained unmoved, instead letting out a sigh as he gracefully stepped into the air. Smoker, your spatial advantage is futile against me. I possess moonwalk for agility, shave for speed, ironclad for strength, and I wield both the pistol and the gale kick for ranged and close combat. You stubborn fool. Have you not learned to imitate the natural element as paper drawings? To contend with me, you must first master the Busashoka haki. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither able to gain the upper hand amidst their aerial skirmish. What? Colonel Smoker and the strategist Vinci are, in fact, brothers in arms? In a certain sense, that assertion holds truth. His formidable physique and almost comprehensive capabilities render him monstrous. Yet, one hails from the former Admiral Zephyr, while the other descends from the legendary hero Garp. Dasky, disheartened, stood to the side, her gaze dimming, as if she were gradually losing the will to grow stronger. The formidable defense of the Iron Tortoise, one sure, is devastating against any adversary. One can only imagine the extraordinary resilience of the most powerful creature, Kaido, whose form was once wounded by the great sword, Inma, wielded by Yamato. Dasky, regardless of the circumstances or the nature of the foe, must never succumb to despair. For there is always a vulnerability to exploit. If none exists, then one must strive to become even stronger. Smoker roared from midair, determined not to allow an originally optimistic subordinate to lose faith. Everything experienced in Alabasta had eroded Dasky's self-assurance. What nonsense is this? As you grow stronger, do you expect your opponent to stand idly by and be defeated? Who does not possess a nose and two eyes and sleep on a single bed? Silence. If you dare undermine my officer's confidence, I shall strike you until you bleed. Go ahead, try it. You do not live up to your former title as the White Hunter. In these years, have you found your dreams in Logue Town? Roger was your idol. Yet you witnessed his demise. It was merely the moment when Luffy was struck by lightning on the execution platform that rekindled your childhood memories. Fool. What you are pursuing is the very person you have already acknowledged. What right do you have to claim you shatter others' dreams, when you are yourself reconstructing your ideals? The exchange between Smoker and Oneshire amidst their fierce battle resonated with others, their hearts seemingly ablaze with intensity. Many began to question whether someone capable of uttering such words as Oneshire could truly be a remorseless villain. I do not have time to waste with you, Smokeball. Those who cannot enhance my combat prowess are utterly useless. Leave. Once he harbored a profound disdain for discussions of love in his presence. When Carp spoke of becoming the mightiest marine, once he felt a wave of agitation wash over him. With a swift resolve, he drew his kitchen knife and stood before the silent and downcast Dashki. Dashki, Sergeant? Flee at once. The other soldiers exclaimed, utterly convinced that Vinci's resilience was unassailable. Even Smoker, a natural-type user, could not genuinely inflict harm upon him. White Snake. Smoker's arms transformed into a great python, attempting to ensnare Vinci. Yet, without so much as a glance back, Vinci extended his right hand, striking wildly. A flurry of thrusts. I have warned you, do not shatter my aide's confidence. White Fist. As the smoke surged forward, Vinci waved his hand grandly, summoning 16 kitchen shields to encircle himself and Dashki. Strike me, Dashki, Sergeant. In the name of my rank as a major, I command you to attack. Draw your sword. Dashki. The kitchen knife of Oneshire rested against the neck of the despondent Dasky, who remained motionless, her head bowed. A fervent admirer of blades. She had exerted all her might, yet failed to leave even a scar upon Onshire's form. Confidence can be forged, yet it can also be shattered, particularly in the unseen realm. You have triumphed, schemer Oneshire. The grand line is fraught with formidable beings. Surely, there are those far stronger than you. Can I still persevere? Dasky's voice quivered as Oneshire grasped her hand and drew forth his sword. Pointing to his chest, he coldly declared, Look here, the heart is humanity's most fragile essence. Test it, even if merely to inflict a wound. Every adversary harbors weaknesses, just as one possesses their own. By identifying the flaws of the enemy and compensating for one's own, one can conquer their opponent. Stainless state, nullified. Rusted blade, nullified. Iron shield, nullified. Despite this, his pure defense still exceeded 5,000, yet the small hands clasped in his felt icy and penetrating. He simply believed that he must not allow this person to lose hope, thus he held Dasky's hands firmly, prompting her to thrust the sword towards him. Blood began to seep forth slowly. Superficial injuries were of little consequence, yet there was a twinge of pain. This sanguine fluid was scalding. cascading down the blade and onto Daski's formerly frigid hands, as she gradually raised her head, awakening from her nightmare. Originally, Vinci's rusted physique was sufficient to enhance his combat prowess by half, not to mention, with the activation of stainless steel, he aspired to deflect Mr. One's malevolent dust slash, thereby directly augmenting his defensive capabilities to match the damage of that very technique. Even in a state of drunken rage, he managed to injure Crocodile. Yet faced with a dispassionate adversary, he found himself utterly helpless. Why do you do this? Humph, Daski, grow stronger, strive to defeat me, and next time, pierce me with your sword, will you? As Daski raised her gaze, she was met with a pair of eyes as bright as stars, causing her heart to quicken in response. With a resounding crash, the vegetable shield was shattered, and a voice echoed, "White Gale." The shield was swept away by a swirling vortex of smoke, and amidst the tempestuous alley, Daski, who had once lost her confidence, appeared somewhat bewildered, especially since even Smoker could not breach Vinci's defenses, yet he was injured. "Daski, you did it." "Ha. He is not all that impressive. Pick up your weapons. We cannot allow this scoundrel to escape right under our noses." The Marine shouted, and the seemingly invincible pirate was bleeding. Not to mention that the monstrous physique he possessed was also coursing with crimson blood. Hiss. As Vinci took a step back, his wounds began to heal, and his expression transformed. Facing the oncoming foes, he brandished his twin blades, executing a spiraled Iaido technique. "Fools, you think you can harm me? You are a century too early. Yet, do not forget the words that lie behind. There exists in this world a villain stronger than I. Strive to defeat me." "What nonsense are you spouting, Vinci?" Smoker exclaimed, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Vinci bent down, blocking with his kitchen knife, crimson rust swirling in the air. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. "Do not pursue him. The throng outside is too chaotic to locate him again. We must do all in our power to prevent the explosion in the square." Smoker turned, issuing commands, and as he brushed past Ashiji, he whispered softly, "To be precise, he stands as an uncertain entity between pirate and marine. Grow strong enough to defeat him, and awaken this fellow to his senses." "Understood." Tashigi nodded solemnly, a faint smile escaping her lips. In the palace of Alabasta, Vinci's garments were drenched in blood, adding to his disheveled appearance. Had the battle between Luffy and Crocodile just concluded? It seemed he had not left for long. A predicament. It appeared he would need to head directly to the mausoleum, where the stone tablet chronicling historical texts and ancient weaponry lay. He had already eliminated numerous members of Baroque works amidst the rebel and royal forces, arriving only when not a single one remained. Beep. "Master, a total of 137 foes have been slain, ranging from the lowest bronze tier to the highest silver tier, accumulating 476,310,000 experience points. Acknowledged." It seemed other battles had concluded as well. Perhaps he could seek out Sand Crocodile for another round, as that fellow still bore wounds. He should take advantage of his weakness. Rushing towards the location of the historical texts, he analyzed the current situation in his mind. Both his physical and swordsmanship skills needed to advance another tier, requiring approximately 8,000 in specialization. Once the experience pool was filled, he could enhance all aspects comprehensively, subsequently honing his unique sword techniques, mastering the Iaido method, and awakening his armed color haki. As for how to gain greater mastery, he would push himself through swimming, enveloping his body in the entangled haki to enhance his resilience. Should he kill or merely defeat Crocodile? How could he accomplish that? No, it was not imperative. Luffy, with his innate bloodlock ability, could vanquish him. The kitchen knife system had activated, displaying the attribute allocation panel, skill selection panel, and information inbox panel. The purple crystal tier unveiled the skill introduction panel, along with the mission panel. Was there any game interface I had yet to utilize? The kitchen knife? What of my backpack interface? Beep. "Master, this information cannot be disclosed at this time. What of the marketplace and weapon enhancement, tempering panel? Beep. This too cannot be revealed. Very well. Since you did not declare its absence, it must exist, and it surely lies beyond the purple crystal tier. Wait, there is yet another detail he had forgotten. The kitchen knife. Do you possess a team formation feature? Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully activated the team panel. Note, you can team up with partners to collectively vanquish the boss, gaining the benefits of teamwork while sharing experience. It is noteworthy that if the killer earns 10,000 experience points, each teammate will receive approximately 1/3 of that. Wait a moment if I slay him. Can I obtain equipment drops? Thus far, I've only been accumulating experience points. Master, In truth, you can acquire a devil fruit, but only if there is a nearby fruit providing a parasitic connection. The issue lies in your weakness. You cannot even defeat a Mr. One. Silence. Vincent scolded the kitchen knife system with a frown. He activated the team formation feature, and the panel displayed Luffy, Zoro, and even Vivi. The health bars of every individual were displayed, and almost all were in critical condition. Only Luffy's status remained in combat, while the others had intermittently attacked, assisting Princess Vivi in dealing with minor adversaries. By the way, Luffy is in a poisoned state. This must be Crocodile's venomous hook. Ah, it's scorpion poison. This team panel is quite responsive. Standing at the entrance of the tomb, Vincent, having taken little damage, strode directly into the catacombs. Ha ha, you little rascal. Boastful brats like you are a dime a dozen on the Grand Line. Pirate King, do you comprehend the significance of those 3 words? Stop dreaming. It signifies that I can surpass you. Luffy bellowed, his status indicating rage, doubling his combat power. However, at that moment, Vincent approached with an indifferent gait, happily greeting the injured Robin lying on the ground. Vincent. Luffy was taken aback, then continued to fume. How is this possible? This guy can eat, sleep, and converse simultaneously, even while crying. Can an ordinary person achieve that? After the astonishment, he resumed his anger. Is it really that difficult for Luffy? Do not attempt to deceive me. That fellow has perished in the desert and will forever bear the weight of all sins. The accusations of Alabasta, as the founder of the rebel army, Kiki Vincent. He cannot absolve himself, for the next king shall be I, and history shall record it thus. The conspirator Vincent enters the beautiful kingdom, stirring up turmoil single-handedly, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of King Crocodile. Great sword drawl the blade cut through from behind him, leaving a streak of blood. The sword had already been stained with blood from Vincent's earlier attack on the Sand Crocodile's corpse, and now it bore more blood from his latest assault. Is that so? The Sand Crocodile, my dear president, long time no see. Vinci sheathed his sword, calmly brushing past Crocodile. Do you not consider it a disgrace to be ambushed by a swordsman from behind? In response to Crocodile's inquiry, Vinci nonchalantly waved his hand and strode towards King Cobra. As a natural type who has been wounded by a mere sword strike devoid of intimidation, do you not feel a sense of shame? Besides, I have already borne the weight of rebellion against 2 nations. What does it matter if an inconsequential remark is added to my list of offenses? The conspirator Vinci has once ambushed a warlord of the sea from behind? Ha, who cares? Vinci, you just interrupted my battle. Luffy seemed somewhat irritated, provoking a resigned chuckle from Vinci. Captain, he just insulted me. That moment was my battle with him, right? Luffy nodded earnestly, believing that his statement was partially correct. Indeed, Vincent gently caressed the tapestry of history, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Crocodile, does the ache of your wound still linger? Upon hearing these words, the Sand Crocodile was suddenly reminded of his abdominal injury, a sharp sting as Luffy's devastating blow struck. The fury that erupted from the depths of the earth unleashed a tempest of rubber. If he had merely been rendered unconscious by Luffy's assault, Vincent's arrival inflicted further torment upon this long-neglected diamond pirate. Remember the pain, Crocodile, and bear all the accusations you have heaped upon me. Boom. The final punch shattered the ground, and with the mastermind soaring high, resistance crumbled to dust. The unseen hero, Luffy, landed heavily on the earth, causing the subterranean chamber to tremble, the battle having destabilized it, poised to collapse into ruin. With one eye wide open, he foolishly declared, Vincent, I can still save someone. That woman saved my life in the desert. I entrust her to you. No problem. However, just as they had lifted King Cobra from the underground palace, Luffy succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. King Cobra carried Luffy on his back, while Vincent bore Robin. You did well, truly a man of fortitude. This is what we owe you in Alabasta, and your captain is indeed remarkable. Robin, still conscious, leaned wearily against Vincent's shoulder, lost in thought. Robin, join us. You must have developed a fondness for this straw hat fool, but I could bring you harm. Fool, how can you know unless you try? Do you truly believe those you fear can defeat us? Robin fell silent, angrily striking a fist against the air behind her. Let me down. I will seek you out personally later. It will be hard to explain if we encounter trouble now. Once Robin was settled, only Vincent and King Cobra remained awake on their journey. You must have endured much, burdened by so many accusations. I am sorry, Vincent. What a pity. It was merely a few years of being wronged, nothing more than infamy. After this fight, you cannot declare you were saved by pirates. Does saying these things matter? In any case, I do not care. With a defiant tone, Vinci's laughter grew increasingly joyous, tears streaming down his face reminiscent of a clown's painted tears. A clown who cannot remove his makeup, burdened with the weight of conspiratorial accusations akin to a bright red nose. Yet, amidst the long-awaited downpour in Alabasta, his tears mingled with the rain, for truly, how could a clown weep in public? Certainly not. After a group urged the king and princess to support the greater good, he alone held a blade, guarding his comrade who lay unconscious from exhaustion. The schemer Vinci, astonishingly, did not faint. What shall we do, Sergeant? We cannot capture them. That is my order. Dasky led the Marines swiftly onward to apprehend those from the Baroque works, with only a fleeting glance at the passage of time. Suddenly, Vinci recalled that their last hurried encounter had also been in the rain, as the sails unfurled in Roguetown. A smile crept upon his lips as he sheltered Nami and the others from the rain, pondering that perhaps this was an inexplicable twist of fate. A banquet? What banquet? Ah, it was the secret celebration held by Alabasta for the Straw Hat Pirates. After Luffy awoke, Vinci had barely tasted the food before dozing off, his head resting heavily on the table. You can't eat Chopper, Luffy, Nami exclaimed, delivering a punch to the back of Luffy's head, which ignited a raucous pirate party. Why is Vinci asleep? Wake up and eat some meat, Luffy called out in confusion, then leaned down from the table to confirm the presence of two dark circles under Vinci's eyes. The captain of the Royal Guard, Igram, laughed until tears streamed down his face. This vice-captain had watched over his crew for 3 whole days, only allowing himself to sleep once the foolish captain finally awakened. Ding! A notification echoed in Vinci's dreams. The one who defeated the boss has awakened. Experience is being calculated. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10,000 experience points. In light of previous instructions, experience points were stacked for skill learning and upgrades. Fruit proficiency, gold intermediate. 5730200000 health, 20,000 attack, 1050 speed, 930 defense, 5100 hockey, none fruit. Not yet awakened fruit skills. Active, vegetable shadow, vegetable concealment, vegetable shield. Passive, vegetable knife chrysanthemum slash, vegetable flower consumption, rusty blade body, stainless sword mastery. Gold intermediate, 1252000 guns, and cannons mastery. Gold beginner, 3750100 martial arts mastery. Gold intermediate. 2132000 experience pool. 020000 new skills acquired. Martial arts, Navy 6 styles, paper drawing swordsmanship. Great horizontal cut, can unlock special combo techniques. Cross horizontal cut. Requirement. One hand must wield the grand, sweeping great horizontal cut, while the other employs the relentless, forward-moving cross horizontal cut, forming a cross to balance attack and defense. In order to unlock. On the way to the port, Usopp was grumbling indignantly. Why was Vinsmoke always asleep? That fellow hardly ever participated in battles. How infuriating. I am clearly the most suitable candidate for the role of vice-captain. Liar's cloth, I've got good news for you. Vinsmoke foretold the next adventure before drifting off to sleep. Luffy suddenly erupted in excitement, shouting loudly. Nami interjected, forbidding him to speak, insisting that if this was indeed a glimpse into a future adventure, it would be utterly meaningless. Oh yes, Usopp, the Great, and Chopper, the Adorable, immediately aligned themselves with Luffy. Nami, a bit flustered, casually remarked, the Golden Land, the inscriptions of the sky. The name of D. I've been there. Ancient relics, secrets of 900 years, in the name of the divine, defeated by a nemesis, thunder rumbles, halted by the Straw Hat. Usopp, who had initially been indifferent, suddenly widened his eyes. The inscriptions of the sky, the Golden Land, what did they signify? Who were the Straw Hat and the nemesis that stood in opposition? How impressive. It sounds quite extraordinary. Chopper's eyes sparkled with wonder, yet he laughed it off, claiming he didn't care. Is that what it means? Vinsmoke always says such odd things. Luffy was lamenting that he hadn't understood a single word, only to be met with a swift reprimand from Nami. Shut up. I like gold too, but how could that possibly be true? Are there really sky islands in this world? Meanwhile, the one who had prophesied all this, Vinsmoke, was soundly asleep, as the Golden Mary set sail, confronting obstacles and commitments. Mr. Tubon Clay stood at the bow, impersonating Luffy and his companions. My dear Vinsmoke boy, Luffy boy, your friendship moves me deeply. Let it be so. As we face our final rendezvous before leaving Alabasta, vast oceans, may my friendship blossom. In the face of Tina and Smoker's pursuit, amidst the chaos of an explosion. The flower of the transvestite's path bloomed in the sea belonging to the desert kingdom. Hey, what are you all doing? I'm about to fall asleep. A half-awake Luffy raised one hand, his arm marked with a cross to bid farewell to his comrades. The crew tableau indicated that Princess Vivi had temporarily left the party but remained in a registered status. The next destination would be Autumn Island. After a while, Robin unexpectedly appeared on the ship, her arrival causing astonishment among those present. Yet, she quickly blended into the pirate crew. Vinsmoke, curled up and fast asleep on the lookout atop the main mast, was suddenly pinched on the cheek. Squinting, he muttered, "TCH, what a boring woman. Scaring people with a hand on the wooden floor. Don't eavesdrop, it's quite annoying. I admit your hand is soft, all right?" With a swish, the conjured hand and ear vanished in an instant. Let me rest for a while and ponder the philosophy of life. As Vinci was about to succumb to slumber, a shadow enveloped him, and a colossal ship descended ominously from above. Alas, it appeared that my swordsmanship was insufficient to sever this vessel. How vexing. Swiftly, seize the ship and prepare to alter its course. We must not be struck. Nami, serving as the navigator, skillfully directed the ship's trajectory, while Vinci, embodying a rusted blade, reclined once more, resembling a lifeless form. Gaia Island. It is home to the united armies of Monkey Mountain, renowned for salvaging the treasures of the ocean's depths, and the descendants of the great explorer Nolan from 4 centuries past, Uncle Oneblank Kulik, who is memorable for his adorably chestnut-like head. Here, figures such as Knight Yasha, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Blackbeard, and Marshal D. Teach made their inaugural appearances. Once regarded as the most despised of dreamless pirates, the hyena Bellamy also graced this stage. I yearn for a refreshing juice. Meat, I crave meat. Let us indulge in libations. The trio of Winces, Luffy, and Zoro swiftly reached a consensus to disembark and indulge in a hearty meal at West Town. You three must remember, under no circumstances should you cause any trouble. Should you dare to stir up any disturbances, I shall be compelled to teach you a lesson, he warned. Understood. They replied in unison, nodding obediently, but within mere seconds. They strode forward, seemingly oblivious to the earlier admonition. The atmosphere within the tavern was peculiarly strange, and Winces immediately recognized Bellamy and his crew. He approached the bar and ordered a glass of juice. What? The notorious Winces, a bounty of over 100 million, has come to this island of Gaia to drink juice? How preposterous. I want juice too, and meat, he declared. The three sat together, accompanied by Blackbeard, who was ravenously consuming pancakes. It was a fateful encounter. The very air seemed to thicken with tension. Strange uncle, your taste is quite peculiar. You're the odd one here, you little brat. Blackbeard and Luffy were sworn enemies, their preferences for food and drink starkly contrasting. A sudden pang of apprehension struck Vinci. The Blackbeard pirates were currently engaged in a frenzied hunt for bounties exceeding 100 million, and he was likely to become a target. Haha. 2 youngsters with a penchant for juice, and yet you speak of becoming the pirate king. I truly believed you were that scheming Vinci. It seems you are no different from that childish straw hat. A bottle shattered against Luffy's head, and as Zoro prepared to retaliate, the captain issued a resolute command. Do not engage, Zoro, Vinci. Here, we absolutely must not resort to violence. Why not? Fight back. These little scoundrels are no match for you. Nami shouted anxiously, only to see the 3 of them emerge with bruised faces. In the periphery of his vision, Vinci discerned that Blackbeard had already vanished from the tavern. Begone. You foolish pirate with dreams. Bellamy laughed heartily, having concluded that after witnessing Vinci and Luffy endure blows without retaliation, this lad was merely a juice-drinking child, incapable of being a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Nonchalantly rising, the trio from the tavern strode out, their laughter echoing behind them. Oi, straw hat! Blackbeard called out, halting their departure. In a fleeting moment of shared glances, Blackbeard, seated on the floor, suddenly smashed a bottle, and in that instant, everything around them dissipated into an expanse of white. Even Vinci could hear the frantic beating of his heart as the future heir to the Will of Rocks proclaimed with an undeniable authority, a person's dreams will never cease. On the eve of the ocean's tumult, darkness and light encountered each other for the first time, departing the west coast without a word. Kulik from the east coast appeared to be an anomaly in a place like Magic Valley Town, rife with nefarious individuals. He was a man cast out from Gaia Island, the leader of the Ape Mountain United Army, and a figure shrouded in the dual legacy of a great explorer from 4 centuries past, as well as the infamous title of a grand deceiver. Nolan Dawn is a name destined to be etched into history, not for his survival of the perilous Grand Line, but for his claim of a golden kingdom, the fabled Sky Island propelled into the heavens. Thus, his writings are not chronicles of adventure, but rather the tales of the great deceiver Nolan Dawn. Vinci remained steadfastly stationed at the lookout of the main mast, a vantage point designed for surveying the distant horizon and for managing the sails. The presence of bullet holes indicated that the vessel had been subjected to an attack, though for some inexplicable reason, it had gone unnoticed. Scorches marred the wooden walls, and upon closer inspection, Vinci discovered that his robe bore a bullet hole as well. Could it be that someone had recklessly fired a shot, attempting to take my life, narrowly missing? He leaped down to the deck, where Sword was still engaged in his training, showing no signs of respite. Zoro, do you recall any incidents of us being attacked? You fool. The three of us were assaulted not long ago in Magic Valley Town by those worthless scoundrels. Have you truly forgotten? That is not what I meant. Vinci stood outside his dwelling on the east coast, lost in contemplation, striving to recall the familiar nature of the attack. It was indeed a peculiar shot, by all accounts. The sniper must have been positioned on Gaia Island. After achieving a 2-for-1, where did the bullet go? Usopp muttered to himself, and as Vinci listened, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He was being targeted. Although Blackbeard refrained from voicing it, he simply felt the matter did not require his intervention. It had to be Van Oka, the sharpshooter of the Blackbeard pirates. Suddenly, Usopp forcefully shoved Vinci aside. As the Monkey Mountain United Army was engaged in conversation with Luffy regarding the affairs of Skypiea, I just felt someone was firing a gun. I never imagined it to be true. How despicable. Usopp's revelation astonished Vinci, for his innate observation haki was remarkable enough to surprise even in chance encounters. As Vinsmoke glanced towards the source of the gunfire, he beheld a formidable figure, brandishing his fists with fervor, striding forward with an unmistakable swagger. Van Oka, you were indeed correct. There truly exists a man here blessed with extraordinary fortune. Rest assured, he shall not strike again, for in his own words, the next moment will be a decisive turning point of fate. What a robust individual this is. He even possesses the golden championship belt of a boxing champion. Usopp, in a frenzy of exclamation, was a stark contrast to his earlier composure. Without further ado, I shall venture into the forest to engage him in combat. Do not divulge this to Luffy, lest it disrupt our journey towards becoming pirates. Are you certain you can triumph over that man with fists as large as sandbags? Vinci brandished a kitchen knife, the rust upon it steadily increasing as he stepped forward to clash directly with his adversary, attempting to drive him towards the forest. He was none other than the fighting champion Audacious, the notorious captain of Blackbeard's first crew, famed for his prowess as a devil fruit hunter. This fellow, with his fists clenched, exuded an air of arrogance that invited a beating. The captain proclaimed that there was a bounty of over 100 million on this young man, and it must surely be him. Doesn't see it look that way? Just observe how sharp my blade is. With a grandiose thrust, he aimed at Audacious, who positioned his arms defensively, a layer of Busashoko haki hardening his form to block the attack. Yet, under the force of the overwhelming swordsmanship, the previously cackling Audacious was forced to retreat 3 steps. A floating window overhead indicated his martial arts level as intermediate with purple crystals, while his haki skills were noted as Busashoku and Kinbunchaku. Perhaps I spoke a bit too boldly, had I known. I would have settled for just a couple of peanuts to avoid such disorientation. What vexes Vinci is not merely cornering Audacious into the forest to engage in solitary combat, but rather his own inability to execute both expansive and precise maneuvers. Perhaps it is due to his insufficient strength that he cannot unleash a series of continuous strikes, necessitating the use of both hands and blades for every technique. Ha ha ha, the schemer Vinci. I cannot sense an ounce of your martial fervor. Are you contemplating surrender? Then raise your hands. Please, refer to me as the great prophet, if you will. With a grand stance, Audacious found amusement rather than distress in the onslaught, seemingly deriving greater joy from Vinci's frustration, as if his attacks were mere tickles. If one strike fails to fell you, then I shall unleash several more, after all. My explosive power has never been lacking. Have you ever encountered a swordsman whose every technique is merely a draw? Such folly is beyond belief. As the battle unfolded, Vinci endured several strikes. He could not breach Audacious' formidable defenses, bolstered by his overwhelming presence, just as Audacious could not penetrate Vinci's extraordinary resilience. The clang of metal echoed as Audacious dealt a critical blow, inflicting 6,300 damage, surpassing the defensive threshold and resulting in an upgrade. Audacious' explosive might, combined with his inherent strength, rendered each punch and kick as forceful as possible. Once he requires no additional defensive attributes, as all points are allocated to attack and speed. inherently granting him an advantage at the same tier. Calculations reveal that a mid-tier golden rank receives 500 attribute points, while a high-tier rank acquires 800 points. Depending on the cultivation direction, the mid-tier basis of the purple crystal rank should possess an attack power ranging from approximately 2,500 to 3,000, nearly 3 times that of Vinci's attack strength. With the enhancement of armed color haki, it doubles, yet fails to inflict any lethal damage upon him, instead continuously augmenting his defensive prowess. Hey, are you some sort of monster? How is it that you grow stronger as you increase in size? I feel your physique has become even more formidable than before, and your healing ability seems to be escalating. Come now, you haven't lost much blood either, have you? Vinci unleashed his rusty blade, resulting in heightened physical exertion, yet he received attacks indiscriminately, thereby augmenting his defense. Champion's Fist. A critical hit dealt 9,730 damage, surpassing half of its attack power, further enhancing his defensive capabilities. Hiss, a white mist emanated from Vinci's surface. The terrifying rate of growth was astounding. Bahasas was utterly taken aback, realizing that his ordinary fist lacked any potency. You seem to be my most suitable partner in this endeavor. Vinci's eyes gleamed with the brilliance of a castle, while Bosch's offensive capabilities fell short of his defensive prowess. Consequently, the enhancement from his formidable aura allowed him to barely surpass the threshold, facilitating a gradual ascent. The triple critical strike, however, precisely crossed that line, resulting in a dramatic surge in defense. With a hiss, the champion Bosch's entire demeanor ignited with fury, his arms and even elbows encased in hardened armament. A warning echoed forth. The opponent was no longer merely entwined in armament, but had achieved partial hardening, amplifying his attack power 5-fold, resulting in an assault of approximately 17,000. What? A mere kitchen knife? Are you absolutely certain you haven't misspoken? 17,000 in damage? My defense, exceeding 9,000, surpasses half of that. Wait, after enduring such a blow, I would be left with scarcely 1,000 points of health, severely wounded. This was an operation of either life or death. Unyielding, ironclad. Master, you are far too passive. Offense is the finest form of defense. The dual enhancements of the rusted blade and the stainless steel should have multiplied the prowess of both martial and sword skills. Even a turtle, when provoked, will bite, let alone an iron turtle. A turtle biting signifies a golden opportunity to double one's strength. How could I merely endure blows to level up while also attacking? Without further ado, the champion Bosch's proclaimed, as the ground beneath him fractured inch by inch. A palpable shift in the atmosphere was unmistakable. A wave surged forth. An elbow strike. You are my quarry, Vinci. This exquisite hunt is on the verge of reaching its flawless conclusion. The turtle, with its resilient shell and indomitable spirit, coupled with a jaw that would not relinquish its grasp, relies on swiftness, one strike to eliminate. Thus, it is said that in the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. A grand strategy that solely attacks without defense, and a formidable presence that only endures without offense. Only their union forms the true Iron Turtle. With his left hand initiating a vertical momentum and his right hand executing a horizontal stance, Vinci unleashed the full force of his years of training in martial arts and aiajutsu, awakening his latent potential for the first time, the veins on his arms bulging prominently. He let out a thunderous roar and surged forward, his right arm forming a broad lateral block while his left arm charged forth like a valiant warrior. The art of aiajutsu transcended boundaries. A sharp hiss, a flash of black light, existence and disappearance occurring in the blink of an eye. Was the fleeting presence on the blade just now a manifestation of haki, the armament color? Vinci murmured to himself, his chest concaving, blood spilling from his lips. Bosch's, a player clad in purple gear, was mercilessly tormenting newcomers in the village. Drip, 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 blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. A system notification chimed. Ding. Ordinary armed color awakened successfully, low tier, proficiency 101,0000. His health bar dwindled to 500 points. Damn. With his cold gaze, he couldn't discern Bosch's condition, and fatigue had him sweating profusely. Had he truly overstepped this time? Could it be that he was on the brink of death? You little brat. You dare to injure me? I trust you now understand the disparity between us. He heard heavy footsteps approaching, accompanied by a metallic scent of blood. TCH. You're putting on quite the act. You must be wounded as well, Bosch's. Bosch's, poised to strike, hesitated for a moment. He had never uttered his name. Curious. Are you? Your captain goes by the name of Blackbeard. He consumed a dark fruit and was once a subordinate of the Whitebeard pirates. It is none other than Ace. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Who is hunting you? Who are you? Oh, muscle-bound behemoth. That question is better directed at your captain. Have you pondered why someone so well acquainted with you would suddenly appear on the island? And why Blackbeard himself has not come to slay me? My moniker is the schemer Vinci, but I possess another identity, the Great Prophet. I can foresee the future. With a sudden impact, Vinci felt himself kicked aside, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Are you frightened, Boschus? Soon, Blackbeard will become a warlord of the sea, and his next step will be to ascend as one of the 4 emperors. Utter nonsense. It's impossible, though he harbors great ambition. One cannot simply become an emperor without capturing numerous pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Humph, you doubt me, do you? Before long, a bloody conflict will erupt at Marine headquarters, Marineford, altering the very fabric of the seas. Why should I believe you? He was seized by the champion, lifted into the air, unable to utter a word. Tich's plan has only revealed part of the truth to you. After securing his position as a warlord, he will unveil a grander scheme. He is the spark that will ignite this battlefield. If you refuse to believe me, I shall stand before you in Marineford. How could you possibly know this? That man seeks nothing less than the destruction of the seas and the obliteration of the world. With a slight movement of his fingers, Vinci's body was increasingly covered in rust, even creeping up to his face. Despite his eyes being shut, he shouted with all his might, because the plan was devised by me. The conspirator Vinci is the true mastermind behind Blackbeard. He dares to kill me. One day, he will come for you, Basis. Tread carefully. Do not presume I would trust you. Bah, consider yourself dead. If you have the audacity, let Marin Fando say farewell. Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach possessed unparalleled audacity. He could gather individuals such as the fate-believing Inoue and Oka and the luck-driven Reaper of Death, Q, which was no trivial feat. According to the timeline, the process and duration in which he assembled these nefarious characters was roughly on par with Luffy's journey to gather his companions, both destined to cross paths at the Horn of Fate in Magic Valley Town. This indeed marked them as true-born rivals. Damn it. He even slapped me on the way out. Just wait until I hammer you into tears during the war on top. It was utterly impossible to provide Blackbeard with counsel, but his arrogance and impulsive nature evoked a twinge of concern. When cloaking Whitebeard Newgate in shadows, Rain Sherida had once remarked that should the plan fail, we would disband on the spot. Sengoku recounted that 38 years ago, the Rocks pirates gathered in the Hive were a brutal lot, even prone to infighting. The presence of the English emblem of Rocks on Blackbeard's sails indicated that he bore some semblance of that legacy. Though Champion Basis was brazen and unscrupulous, he remained vigilant. The fate of a sly rabbit is to be cooked by the hound, a truth abundantly evident in the pirate world. Generally, once a pirate captain or first mate reached their prime, they faced execution by their crew. They would not permit a weakling to command them. A pirate crew like Whitebeard's, which valued family and love, was a rarity of immense worth, a treasure indeed, and earning the respect of a father figure was no easy feat. Once he was on the brink of death, Chopper, Usopp rushed in, urgently summoning the ship's doctor. Usopp, quickly fetch Vinci's green iron frog and feed it to him raw. Chopper, the master of miraculous healing, applied emergency measures. Aware yet immobile, Vinci could only curse inwardly, damn it, would it kill you to make me a pot of soup? Are you all devils? Eating it raw tastes like iron and is tough to chew. After a while, Vinci awoke to find it was already night. Alone in the room, the others had ventured into the forest to capture the southern birds that would guide their way. The metallic taste lingered heavily in his mouth. He could not fathom how much medicine Chopper had forced into him. Ever since Chopper learned in Alabasta that Vinci could recover his injuries by consuming food, he dared to feed him anything except poison. However, his stomach still growled with hunger. Not long after the feast concluded, he lunged at the food, indulging voraciously. Shut up. Don't you dare keep it from me. The thrill of plundering the treasures of others is truly the most delightful affair. Yes, hyena? This individual must have launched a surprise attack on Uncle Chestnut during the absence of Luffy and his companions, seizing the treasure that serves as proof of the existence of the Golden Country. Silence. Lacking even the courage to dream. What kind of pirate do you consider yourself to be? The old man was thoroughly beaten and yet still clung to his resolve. Initially, Vinci had no intention of intervening in the matter. However, he could not restrain himself and delivered a swift kick to Bellamy's face. The food and medicine had yet to be fully digested, but the restoration of half of his health was sufficient to inflict considerable damage. A notification chimed, indicating a defense value of 17,306, an astonishing figure indeed. It was that fellow from earlier, the one sipping juice, the schemer Vinci. How adept you are at feigning innocence. Keurig collapsed heavily, and Vinci cast a glance at the elder with the chestnut hair before rolling up his sleeves, eager to engage. Fool, your meager strength is hardly impressive. What did you say? Vincent is no Luffy. He swiftly evades, striking with a dual blade assault. He mutters, alas, my swordsmanship appears ineffective, despite having unlocked it. I cannot utilize it directly. His explosive power is undeniable, yet this counterfeit dual blade technique pales in comparison to my first mate, neither offensive nor defensive. Is it not laughable? Never mind, I shall not concern myself with you. Come now, stand still and allow me to strike you for a while. Soon. My captain shall return to deal with you. I have no time for such third-rate scum. Vinci, while speaking, genuinely picked up a piece of roasted meat and devoured it heartily. Bellamy, the hyena, was enraged and threw a punch, only to realize it was futile. He leaped continuously, darting left and right, even flailing about wildly, ultimately achieving nothing, akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket. His maximum attack power was a mere 2750, rather unimpressive. With a resigned shake of his head, Vinci contemptuously dispatched Bellamy with a swift kick, sending him tumbling. Captain, we have found the gold. Bellamy, momentarily dazed and at a loss, was met with a resounding slap. Get lost. They said we secured the gold. Cheer up. Who are you displaying this morose demeanor for? Are you a monster? No, a monster would be someone who could knock you away with a single punch. I am merely another dual wielder like your first mate. The speechless hyena watched Vinci depart, helping the fallen Uncle Chestnut and the Monkey Mountain brothers, barely casting a glance back. So this is the prowess of a bounty exceeding 100 million? However, Vinci continued to grumble. His attack power is 3 times mine, and he hardly loses any health from my strikes. If I do not master hockey soon, I shall only serve as a meat shield in the dead of night. When Luffy came and went, reclaiming the gold, his assessment of Bellamy was succinct. He doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Of course. Who could feel good after being provoked by Vinci, the immovable iron tortoise? Anyone would be driven to despair, just like the almost hopeless Dasky. The next morning, the soaring sea current was born, and after some twists and turns, they successfully surged into the current. Their next destination, the land of gold, Skypiea. Ding. At an altitude of 7,000 meters in the White Sea, the observation hockey training ground, known as the Heart Network on Skypiea, can be awakened upon experiencing combat. Shut it. The air here is thin. I'm on the verge of asphyxiation. Combat can wait. I'll seek out Enel in a few days to tempt fate. The Mary, upon first entering the White Sea, came under attack. The gorillas, who were displaced from Gaia Island after being hurled into the heights by the soaring sea current, clashed with the Scipians. To protect Skypiea, they ignited the long lamp of promise and faith, ringing the golden bell to guide the great explorer, Noland. The deity of the Scipians, 400 years ago, led divine soldiers to attack and expel the indigenous people, leaving the Shandians as homeless gorillas. Enduring 4 centuries of relentless warfare. For the people of the Blue Sea beneath the clouded White Sea, strict customs abound. Vinci initially struggled to breathe. The thin air of the White Sea was indeed difficult to endure. Boom. The gorillas, riding the formidable weapons, vehicles utilizing wind berries, charged in. Vinci, having finally regained his composure, struggled to his feet and fired a shot. The Straw Hat crew, still unaccustomed to the air, faced some setbacks. This kind of thing was nothing like fire berries, wind berries, nor could it be compared to slash berries. Brahm, who exactly ambushed you? The Sandia warriors wielding dual flash guns. Vappa, we must not show mercy to this band of pirates hailing from beneath the White Sea. Descendants of the Sandia warriors, who fought valiantly alongside the great warrior Karl Guerra 4 centuries ago. Vince perched upon the main mast, admiring the grotesque figures below. Alas, with only 1 revolver at his disposal, he lamented the inability to inflict serious harm upon them. Halt. I am the knight who guards the sky, as foretold. The former deity, Gafor, having been vanquished by Enel, the wielder of the lightning fruit, had since become a mercenary, eking out a meager existence, with a particular fondness for pumpkin juice. Ah, how lively it has become. The moonwalk upon the Sky Island was indeed a unique experience. As Gafor thrust his spear towards the gorillas, Vince simultaneously cleaved in their direction, a maneuver that was neither purely defensive nor distinctly offensive. Vince, do strike them. I am utterly drained, Luffy exclaimed in exasperation. Pseudo-crosswise slash. Ding. Experience gained. 75. The gorillas were repelled, and the Sky Knight Gafor left behind a whistle, offering little explanation aside from showcasing his bird, a peculiar yet handsome creature that had consumed the horse fruit. Next time I blow the whistle, I shall certainly come, provided you compensate me appropriately. Farewell, pirates from the Qinghai Sea. Luffy inquired, Vince, where are you headed on the old man's steed? Oh, nothing much. There is a deity in the White Sea I wish to meet. We shall rendezvous in the Golden Country. This notion was met with familiarity among his companions. Though there was no cause for concern, for without fail, Vince, the first mate, would arrive at every significant battle. Hey, what good is it for you to hold on to me? That will incur an additional charge. Gonfer found himself utterly perplexed by this relentless individual seeking to hitch a ride, especially as the latter brandished 200,000 berries. Above the sea of clouds, the spirited youth rode atop a pink-spotted steed, gliding alongside the knight. The knight bellowed in anger, Where do you intend to go? I told you, I am going to meet the deity. A deity? How could a pirate from the Qinghai Sea possibly know of a god? With a chuckle, Vinci lifted a piece of cloud and quenched his thirst. Puffing out his cheeks as he declared, I am not only aware that the Sky Island boasts a deity, but I also know that the former was Gonfer and the current one is Enel. Furthermore, this remarkable false god may well be eavesdropping on our conversation. Gonfer was momentarily taken aback, his face paling in shock. Was it possible that this individual from Qinghai had previously visited the White Sea? Do not be perplexed. Just as the pirate named Roger, who arrived at the Sky Island 2 decades ago, I too bear a similar mission. Roger, that fervent and adventurous pirate. Is he still alive? It is highly probable he perished, and that was indeed 20 years ago. The once composed old god sighed. He was a man with a fiery passion. So, what is it that you desire? I am to topple your god, rendering the so-called invincible Enel utterly ordinary. Ding. Master. Calculations are complete. Enel envelopes the entire island through the fusion of lightning and the mind network. His thunderous assaults are nearly ineffective against Luffy. Yet the long-range damage is substantial. The discharge inflicts damage ranging from 10,000 to 20,000, while the divine retribution stands at approximately 15,000 to 35,000. Your defense is 17,306, and with your health bar, it roughly equates to 40,000, sufficient to withstand their onslaught. Enel's other attacks necessitate personal engagement with the Taiko behind him or coordination with the Arc Maxim, making him formidable on this island. Indeed, the Thunder God comes in person. The arrogant Enel would not casually provoke him. As for the myriad thunders, they require the Arc Maxim, with the Thunder Beast, Thunder Bird, and Thunder Dragon coordinating with the Taiko behind him. Enel's strikes are potent, his speed remarkable, and his observation haki formidable. Yet Vinci's advantage lies in his clear understanding that those fierce techniques are lethal, but he can traverse freely across Gaia Island beforehand. Haha. Let lightning strike me 1,000 times. I shall cherish it like a first love. Vinci aspires to journey to the Island of the Gods, a celestial part of Gaia Island, akin to a floating isle in a metaphorical sense. Additionally, it is imperative to note that divine retribution and long-range discharges are intertwined with the heart network, which corresponds to the observation haki attacks. This presents an opportunity for him to awaken his observation haki, a necessary condition for further development, enabling him to swiftly awaken his dual haki. The sooner he attains this, the greater his advantage will be in the Sabaody archipelago. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage against the Yellow Monkey, who wields the powers of the Pika Pika Nomi Ganfuer. Take me to the Island of the Gods. I must set foot there. You are aware of the Island of the Gods? Pirate, what is your true intention? Enel is exceedingly powerful. You are no match for him. Spare me the trivialities, or I shall withhold your remuneration. TCH, what a peculiar individual. The crew on that ship seem to trust him implicitly. It is truly madness, as he appears far from benevolent. As the majestic steed gallops towards the outer reaches of the Island of the Gods, whence he ascends into the sky with his moonwalk technique, Ganfuer's expression darkens, for he understands the implications of such an action. To set foot upon this land, which is revered for its precious and rare soil, signifies a transgression of unforgivable magnitude. Can one who traverses the skies wield the windbell? The Island of the Gods is also home to the 4 divine generals, the commander of the divine troops, and 2 vice-commanders, as well as numerous soldiers of the divine army. The retribution of thunder and lightning is swift and merciless. Young man, do not squander your life. Standing in this territory, untouched for 14 years, Vinci sneered, raising both hands high and defiantly displaying 2 middle fingers towards the heavens. He roared back at the night gamble behind him, proclaiming, Let us battle. For the humiliation endured over the past 16 years, we are once again prepared to fight side by side for the sake of reconciliation with the Sandians. I, the great prophet, Kiki D, Vinci, hereby declare this grand prophecy for all to celebrate. Amidst the stormy clouds and the thunderous words of the ark, when the once mighty deity falls from the sacred tree, who shall stand as the nemesis of demons? The long-forgotten oath of 4 centuries shall toll the great bell of the golden realm. Engage in battle, the last night, gamble, boom. In a moment too swift for Gamble to ponder, Enel's divine thunder struck. He could not bear to witness the scene. Yet, as the gray smoke dissipated, Vinci nonchalantly stepped forward and, without looking back, declared, God? What is so remarkable about that? I am a demon born to oppose the divine. Gradually, in the eyes of the ancient god Gamble, the man engulfed in smoke boldly ventured into the forbidden zone, the island of the gods. How dull, he mused. Having lost 2,000 health points. Though he could not be killed by the thunder, it did not mean his attire remained unscathed. Fortunately, there was no one in the forest to witness it. Ding. Damage dealt. 21,050. Defense increased to the corresponding value. Ding. Encountered an attack locked by observation haki. Conditions for awakening observation haki. 1. The martial arts of the half-man, half-demon. The voice of friendship resonates from the depths of the heart. 2. The swordsmanship of the iron cutting Iato. All things breathe, and by hearing them, one can sever all. 3. The gunmanship of the zodiac, Libra. The standard for measuring matters must be objective, even with the calm judgment of observation haki. A kitchen knife? Are you suggesting that I must undergo a comprehensive upgrade to even have a chance of awakening? Beep. Master, such words cannot be uttered lightly. You must understand that your current strength is at a bottleneck. The proficiency of your fruit before the purple crystal's second transition is not merely a matter of reforging broken blades. What do you mean? That suffocating feeling of loathing I endured last time is still etched in my memory. Do not speak of anything more terrifying than that. Beep. There is no further discussion. This requires your fruit proficiency to reach the golden high tier before it can be disclosed. TCH, a system that says nothing. It's akin to a pot of useless gruel. Vinci, disinterested in drawing his sword, conjured 2 kitchen knives, wielding them with fervor in the forest, slicing through the abundance of primitive trees where no soul resided. It was the perfect opportunity to hone his swordsmanship. Once he could effortlessly unleash his versatile Iato, he would likely be able to employ the basic form of armament haki, where the lower tier merely infused his attacks with haki. The intermediate level involved hardening his weapon with haki, while the advanced stage permitted full-body haki hardening and fluidity, exponentially amplifying both the quality and quantity of his haki. The systematized haki framework rendered it more comprehensible, even as Vinci, in a state of puzzlement, wandered aimlessly for hours without being struck by lightning. Strike me, he called out. Suddenly, another bolt descended, and he exhaled a puff of smoke. Though it hadn't reached divine judgment, it was certainly more ferocious than his initial arrival on the island. The notification chimed. Damage 23100, defense increased to corresponding value. He, almost addicted to the thrill, continued to rampage across Goddess Island. Meanwhile, in the sacred domain where Enel resided, a priest, the overseer of the trial of the ropes, and the celestial knight Shura, expressed his perplexity. God, you have already dispatched the divine troops. Why do you still intervene personally? Enel replied with a mysterious smile, contemplating. He seems to relish the sensation of being struck by lightning. The listeners broke into cold sweat. Such a lethal assault was enjoyed. Clearly, this pirate, who dared to offend without understanding the rules, possessed considerable strength. Before long, beads of cold sweat began to form on Enel's forehead, as his heart network sensed the young man growing increasingly formidable. Clenching his empty hand, a third lightning bolt descended from the heavens. The priest and celestial knight could not help but feel a sense of shame. How could one unleash 3 bolts of lightning in such a brief span? This individual was undoubtedly doomed, or else it was too peculiar. Meanwhile, the silent and tense captain of the Sky Guards, Lord Nirvana, appeared as though his eyes might burst from his head. Speak, Lord Nirvana. The shock is too much to bear. With the assistant's urgent shout, the captain finally opened his mouth to exclaim, Ah! The astonishment arrived too late, Lord Nirvana. Staring blankly with a puzzled expression, Nirvana stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. Enel, indifferent to his peculiar subordinates, waited patiently, beads of sweat forming on his brow. How could it be that 3 bolts of lightning failed to annihilate this man? What was he doing? He was incessantly hacking at trees and beasts. Did he truly believe his adversary to be these creatures? Or was it possible that he had not been killed by lightning but rendered foolish by it? Regardless, he would await the divine troops to handle him. Surely, I have been overly strained with the recent construction of the Ark of Prophesy. He sighed deeply, relaxing his demeanor, confident as ever, convinced that no one could rival him. Indeed, a god must be invincible. At this moment, the smoking Vinci, akin to a befuddled monk, pondered why he had not been struck again. Haha, he laughed, unleashing another Iaido maneuver, compelling his latent potential to intertwine with a hint of armament hockey. The slightest proficiency in armament hockey brought considerable joy to Vinci. Having some is certainly better than having none. Is there someone there? Although the intruder was familiar with the terrain and moved with remarkable stealth, Vinci's keen sensitivity, honed by his expertise in marksmanship, allowed him to detect the rustling of leaves and branches. Bang! As soon as a head appeared, Vinci pulled the trigger without hesitation. In response, one soldier from the Divine Brigade fell, only for several others to leap forth. They were equipped with wind shells for swift movement and sliding, as well as slashing shells for ferocious close-range attacks, complemented by flash shells that dazzled their enemies. This elusive group of warriors indeed possessed formidable prowess. Well, I merely came for a stroll. Is there really a need for such anger? To offend the divine is a sin worthy of death. Vince felt a profound sympathy for these individuals, who, despite their unanimous responses, were merely pledging allegiance to an elusive deity truly pitiable. They were indeed lost vassals of their own volition, yet to wield the power of another for nefarious deeds is undeniably erroneous. He retracted his revolver and leapt forth, employing the formidable techniques of the Navy Six style against the invisible strikes of the enemy. Winning was of little consequence. What mattered was whether their encirclement could compel him to reveal his prowess. On the periphery of the assailants stood three figures, the squad captain and his two lieutenants. For them, this skirmish was a trifling affair, unworthy of their engagement. Soon enough, as anticipated, Vince's assaults proved to be rather inconsequential. His swordplay only possessed the capacity for parrying, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. Hey, you three bystanders, why not strike me together? Otherwise, it will be challenging to push me to my limits. As his proficiency grew, so too did his chances of unleashing a formidable aura, necessitating the relentless pursuit of executing his signature technique. What was he babbling about? Such an unremarkable individual. The squad captain mocked him, likening him to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly deluded. Zodiac, Taurus. Suddenly, a bullet struck him squarely, yet Vince effortlessly countered the assault, gesturing towards them with nonchalance. Eliminate him. This pirate from Qinghai had indeed wounded the squad captain. Encircled by the entire squad, the relentless onslaught only served to invigorate Vince further. Each blow ignited his audacity, curiously as he persistently employed the same technique. Foe, the horizontal slash. In the sanctum, Enel's expression twitched as he incredulously remarked. He is facing the squad alone? Humph, mere lackeys, hardly worth noting. This lad shall not survive for long. However, as a streak of dark light cleaved through the ranks, a path was carved amidst the squad. True, horizontal slash. Though it was the same move, why did it feel so fluctuating in strength? The lieutenant pondered, suddenly realizing that, despite being battered and cloaked in darkness, the individual before him was unscathed, thriving amidst the onslaught. He was testing himself, deliberately provoking a dire situation to elicit an even more potent attack. What to do? If this battle continued, it would surely result in either death or injury. Yet, retreating was not an option, for the deity would not spare those who fled from the fray. Hurry and strike me, or I shall be forced to end you. Vinci smiled warmly at everyone, his technique becoming increasingly refined and powerful, as a faint, ominous darkness began to envelop the blade. This oppressive aura intensified, growing ever more formidable. With a swift, decisive strike, the black light obscured the effect of the shining shell, leaving the members of the divine army in stunned silence. The towering tree before them was cleaved into 4 segments, with a cross-shaped fissure extending endlessly, leaving deep impressions in the ground and severing the surrounding trees at their midsections. Thank you all. Now, as Vinci turned, the tendrils of dark energy coiled around his fingertips, seeking to gradually envelop the rusted kitchen knife. His eyes, glimmering like black sapphires, radiated an icy chill. Everyone perish, he shouted, his voice dripping with madness. Enel, who had been seated calmly in the sanctum, suddenly exclaimed. He was well aware of Vinci's actions, and the unsettling knowledge gleaned from their shared consciousness left him anxious. God, what has transpired? Do you require our aid to ease your burdens? Enel straightened himself, no longer reclining, and closed his eyes, clasping his hands together. I shall strike first. Strangely, it was not just a single bolt, but 3 divine lightning strikes descended from the heavens. This was the divine retribution. Like columns of water, The lightning struck thrice at the same spot, and Vinci, standing amidst it, slowly rose, lacking Sanji's smoke and Zoro's blades. He was nevertheless empowered by an iron turtle system. Oh no, a kitchen knife system. Ding. The maximum attack damage reached 34,600, a testament to Enel's long-range summoning of lightning, representing the pinnacle of his offensive prowess. The blood gauge of Vinci dwindled to merely half, yet the defensive value swiftly surged to its corresponding measure following that strike. Phew. I genuinely believed I was on the brink of death. With such damage, if I allowed Crocodile to take his shot at me, would he truly be able to vanquish me? He nonchalantly rose from the pitch-black abyss, the rust from his blade cascading down, revealing an edge sharper than ever before. Are you a monster? And what now? Are you still not fleeing for your lives? Vinci loosened his muscles and bones, raising both hands in unison, embodying the art of swordsmanship. With a swift motion, the divine arm's core perished. Alas, the mastery of my imposing aura is merely at 1,000. When shall it ascend to the intermediate level? At that point, a quintuple attack would be far from mere words, for the iron tortoise must not lack offense. It appears I must first seek sustenance. Filling my belly is paramount. Access to water is equally essential. In pursuit of prey, I inadvertently left behind pairs of charcoal black footprints. The next adversary I shall confront is likely the priest. Though I cannot ascertain his identity, it certainly will not be the arrogant Enel. On God's Island, Vinci gnawed on grilled fish, restoring his vitality while contemplating the information regarding the four priests and the deity, Enel. Firstly, they each possess varying degrees of mastery over the observation haki, known in Sky Island as the Heart Network. Concerning Enel's might, the formidable tailed beast once stated that if Enel were to become a pirate in the Blue Sea, his bounty would undoubtedly exceed 500 million. At that time, only Ace was worth such a sum. The supernova gathering at Sabaody Archipelago, each boasting bounties exceeding 100 million, fall short when compared to Ace. Thus, a chasm exists between the supernova of Amethyst rank and the officers of Diamond rank, notable pirates, the Sea Knight Jinbei, Big Mom's eldest son, and Odin all belong to this echelon. A single long-range lightning strike could inflict severe wounds on a high-ranking golden warrior. It is evident how formidable they are. Let us not speak of the close-range damage, ranging from 30 to 60 million, inflicted by the Thunder Drum, which could easily reach 50 to 100,000 in damage. Even an Amethyst beginner would find themselves on their knees, not to mention Enel's most potent long-range attack, Thunder Welcoming, and his strongest close-range state, Thunder God, showcasing a ceiling battle power of approximately 500,000. Such damage is but a flickering candlelight competing with the radiant moon for Vinci. With only 1,000 in base attacks, even if augmented to 2,000, Enel's most formidable attack exceeds 250 times that. This exemplifies the vast disparity in power across realms. A mid-tier gold warrior pales in comparison to the strength of a diamond tier. It is no wonder that Luffy's appearance is necessary. It is akin to Vinci desperately chasing to contend with Mr. One, a top-tier devil fruit user. Enel and the captain are natural enemies, destined for a fierce battle. If I can withstand his strike of Thunderbird, with my defense soaring to 50,000, it would signify the pinnacle of my journey in Sky Island. Additionally, enhancing my mastery over armament haki is of utmost importance. As my health rejuvenates, the experience gained from vanquishing the entire Divine Arms Corps is insufficient, falling short of 10,000. Yet various specializations have seen significant improvement. As long as I develop cautiously and refrain from recklessness, with the strongest defense and dual-colored haki, I shall stride confidently wherever I go. The damage of 500,000 is merely a theoretical calculation by the system. At a certain level, formidable warriors may evade it, possessing overwhelming presence or exceptional speed. There are also those like the user of the Mara Nami, who can simply open a door amidst a tempest of lightning and swagger away without a care. The journey of cultivation is indeed gradual. One must progress step by step to attain strength. However, adversaries will not grant you the luxury of growth. A bird, bearing the flame of the Inferno bead, unleashed a torrent of fire, startling Vinci momentarily. Yet, he resumed his silence, continuing to savor his roasted fish, initially fearing that the sudden blaze had charred it beyond recognition, only to find it unscathed. Arriving upon a bird that spewed flames was the Celestial Knight, Azura. Standing tall with righteous fervor, he brandished his fiery spear, pointing it threateningly towards Vinci. This lance, imbued with the heat bead, could ignite flames, and he was adept at employing the elusive rope clouds, which could ensnare opponents unnoticed, ultimately leading them to their demise. O Celestial Knight, I invoke the divine retribution. Perish, outsider. he declared. Oh, whatever. Do flames affect a rusted blade? What purpose do they serve? Enhancing tempering, perhaps. In an instant, the flames from the master and servant encircled Vinci. Moments later, a figure emerged, blackened and furious, as a most troublesome incident had occurred. His fish had been reduced to charred remnants. Tremble. For the flames shall turn you to cinders. Turn to cinders? How will you compensate for my fish? With your pet firebird? Vinci retorted. Even NLS lightning could not vanquish me. What can your flames do? With a dual-wielding technique, he executed a series of high-speed slashes, utilizing the moonwalk to deliver aerial strikes. The celestial knight, Azura, rose despondently, fear brimming in his eyes. There were only two things he could not perceive: unfeeling attacks and defenses. Yet, this move was far too swift. It was evident that Vinci would evade it. How shameless. Attacking while others dine. That firebird belongs to me. No negotiations, for I am famished. The bird, known as the Threejong bird, squawked erratically, sensing something amiss with this individual's intentions. I have amalgamated the skills of a swordsman, martial artist, and marksman. My explosive power and speed are no jest. With a maximum damage of merely 13,000, what gives you the right to contend with me? As the saying goes, with a defense of 34,600. I stride across the skies of the Sky Island, alongside Captain Luffy. Even Enel would weep. Humph. I was inattentive earlier. Release the Threejong bird, and let us engage in a true battle. Oh. With a sinister smile, Vinci pressed down on him, extracting the fire shell, the hot shell, and the decibel shell. The celestial knight, bound to a tree, found himself utterly immobile, as a large wooden frame was erected. Vinci tied the 3-foot bird, directly fastening it to the roasting rack. Soon, having mastered the various uses of the shells, this man, whose face resembled scorched earth, skillfully ignited a fire. An hour later, Vinci flashed a broad grin, hands on his hips, and said to the tearful celestial knight, "Do give it a try. It's quite delectable. This 3-foot bird has committed many wrongs. It is its fate, not yours to blame." Having satiated his hunger and nearly replenished his vitality, Vincent found himself facing the unconscious Shura, who had rolled his eyes after a mere utterance. With a deep sigh, he decided against slumber and instead resolved to seek out a water source, for the thirst was becoming unbearable. According to the timeline, Luffy and his companions should presently be at the Lake of the Sky King, a colossal serpent that had lived for over 4 centuries. Additionally, there was a matter that significantly piqued his curiosity. That very night, the severely damaged Mary received mysterious repairs from a being known as the ship's spirit. Chopping knife, assist me in locating my comrades. I must meet the ship's spirit. The ancient kingdom of relics housed a city that preserved the original texts of history. It had once been destroyed to safeguard these historical documents, leaving the remnants of humanity bereft of much of their cultural heritage. Yet the strength and will of their ancestors continued to endure. The valiant warrior Karl Glar had, for centuries prior, encountered the explorer and admiral, Nolan, with whom he formed an instant bond after a tumultuous start, an encounter marked by lingering regret. Lighting the lamp of Chandora and striking the golden bell that heralds direction, they signified the will that had been passed down for 400 years. Luffy faced mockery in Magic Valley Town, reminiscent of Nolan's plight when he was unjustly labeled a liar and fraud. Wapple's stubbornness manifested in his repeated use of the overwhelming repulsion shell, which possessed a power and required endurance many times greater than a typical shock shell. Yet he remained unyielding. Though mortals may perish, their will endures, independent of name or bloodline. Their meeting was the fulfillment of the pact made by the Sandia tribe. Yet, what does this matter? I am on the verge of dying of thirst. What significance do your words hold? This wretched system. Master, hold on. The stronger your allies respond, the closer they will draw to you. Continuing in this direction is undeniably correct. Chopping knife. Let us not speculate whether it is wolves or tigers prowling about at this late hour. The real issue lies in the fact that the island of Gaia has surged forth from the sea, and the sky dwellers who have seized their land are inherently selfish. Yet they possess a profound reverence for the earth. Beep. What is it you wish to convey, Master? I am suggesting that the D clan may also have arrived in this world bearing objects that incite greed. Thus far, the kingdom tasked with safeguarding the original texts of history possesses an aura of legend. The 20 kingdoms of the celestial dragons pledge allegiance to that vacant throne. In a certain sense, they too might have sought reconciliation, much like Fulgen. However, Yma resembles the false god Enel. While Luffy stands as a formidable member of the D clan, known as Joy Boy, a demon opposing the divine. The golden bell symbolizes the unquenchable legacy of will. Its toll signifies that the truth of history shall eventually be unveiled to the public. The agreement between the valiant warrior Karl Glar and Nolan echoes the pact made between Joy Boy and the Sea Kings, as well as with the Sky Dwellers. All of this underscores that, in those days, Emu represented goodness, while they darkened the D clan into malevolence, thus branding them as demons, leading to the loyalty of some. The ancestors of the Alabasta Kingdom must have grasped the truth, prompting their withdrawal from the sacred land of Mary Geos on the Red Earth, fostering resentment that would later reveal hidden secrets, all of which were foreshadowed in this unfolding saga. The system hesitated for a brief moment before suddenly coughing a few times. Master, why do you always ponder so much? Is it not better to effortlessly reach the pinnacle of life? I know full well that even if you understand everything, you won't share it with me. Nevertheless, your silence can be interpreted as a response, right? Ding, battle statistics. Defeated the Divine Officer, the Celestial Knight, and the Three-Zhong Bird, earning 3,350 experience points. Be quiet. That is a non-answer. What use are you? The kitchen knife system fell silent. Vinci strolled through the night. The moon in the sky particularly round. The lake where the king of the sky once dwelled, a place once used for sacrifices. Vinci, momentarily at a loss for words, wept profusely, his tears mingling with his runny nose, reflecting on the day he had endured. He lamented not only the multiple strikes of lightning he had suffered, but also the relentless beatings he had endured. Aside from indulging in a hearty meal of roasted fowl, he felt utterly devoid of accomplishment, a veritable failure. His body resembled a charred lump of coal, neither human nor specter. With a sudden outburst, he plunged into the lake, prioritizing a refreshing bath above all else. The water, while somewhat chilly, was otherwise unremarkable. The floating island was abundant in resources, with workers tirelessly gathering clouds and collecting various shells, making life convenient, all products of a primitive technological era. Tap, tap, tap. Was someone hammering wood? Vince was suddenly struck by a realization. He recalled the fervent reason for his hurried return to the crew. An event of great significance was set to unfold that very night. The birth of the ship's spirit aboard the Golden Mary was imminent, and he would be tasked with repairing the vessel, while also ensuring that Usopp, who would inevitably rise in the middle of the night for a bathroom break, would be rendered unconscious by fright. Clad in his specially tailored attire, he hurried to the altar where the ship rested. In the distance, amidst the shroud of night and mist, he beheld a child clad in a cloak, wielding a small hammer with admirable dexterity. How adorable! Though diminutive in stature, the child worked with remarkable efficiency. Ah, you've spotted me. Mary, do not hide any longer. Vince, you recognize who I am? How extraordinary. Everyone else is resting, yet the ship faces significant issues that require urgent repairs. Usopp is only capable of basic fixes. He is ill-equipped to handle such a considerable dilemma. Venturing alone for an extended period at sea, Vinci may not consider himself an expert, yet he possesses a modicum of knowledge across various domains. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the company of Frankie, he has acquired most of his skills through disassembly. He discerns that the Mary has encountered significant troubles, and thus, he finds himself compelled to assist the ship's spirit in repairing the vessel. Vinci, we are in need of an exceptional shipwright. Given your travels, do you know where we might find one? The voice of the ship's spirit is melodious and enchanting, yet Vinci remains momentarily stunned. He replies with a calm demeanor, Mary, I have visited a place known as the City of the Seven Seas, where the finest shipwrights in the world can be found. Is that so? Let our next adventure lead us there. Indeed. Oneshire, clad in his rain-soaked cloak, nodded after a prolonged silence. Ah, in the distance. Usopp was so startled by the scene that he fainted on the spot, and one must commend his keen eyesight. Usopp is indeed quite timid. Yet at times he displays remarkable courage. Oneshire, can you keep this secret for me? Of course, Oneshire understood that upon arriving at Water 7, there would naturally be opportunities to salvage everything, but that also signified something else, parting ways. After toiling until midnight, he finally lay down on the deck, resting against the repaired mainmast, feeling a sense of belonging to this place he could never bear to forsake. What shall I do with you, Mary? The following day, a cacophony erupted, as Usopp was shouting and Chopper was startled into a frenzy. Indeed, I saw a Birdman monster last night, along with a pitch-black little ghost, right beside the Mary. Liar. I am so frightened. Ghosts, Birdman. Ah. A chorus of screams simultaneously erupted, rousing Oneshire from his slumber. Oneshire, you're the Birdman. What nonsense. Usopp is fibbing again. Chopper, regaining his composure, waved his hands, feigning a nonchalant demeanor despite the tears still glistening on his cheeks from the fright. Winshur, why are you dressed in such peculiar attire? Oh, it's nothing. Yesterday, I had a duel with the celestial knight Shura, and after my victory, I roasted his 3-meter bird, which was quite delectable. However, I was struck by lightning numerous times during the encounter, reducing my clothes to tatters. So I fashioned this makeshift garment from feathers and cloud threads. And what about the little ghost? Usopp seized him, prompting Winshur to hastily clarify. No. You were simply too weary and seeing things. The forlorn Usopp, filled with sorrow, clung to Chopper and wept. What? No little ghost? I can no longer sense the thrill of adventure. Luffy also embraced Chopper, while Usopp wept profusely, the three unexpectedly consoling one another. Alas, Mary does not permit me to reveal the existence of her spirit. Within the depths of his heart, Vinci silently pondered. He was unwilling to bear the stigma of deceiving his comrades. The magnitude of information was overwhelming. A single individual had vanquished the Celestial Knights who had come to disrupt them yesterday, as well as the Divine Armament Corps. It was no wonder he dared to venture alone into the Isle of the Gods. Consequently, the battle plan could be executed with greater efficacy. The former deity, Forgan, felt a surge of joy, for the combat had unexpectedly yielded the first drop of blood. The avian figure, Vinci, nay, the great prophet Vinci, was entrusted with a significant task at dawn, to escort Robin in uncovering the secrets of the Golden Land pertaining to Zandora. Robin, what is there to investigate? I can reveal everything to you. Silence. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Robin's crimson-black eyes, as depicted in the manga. Yet akin to her complexion, her eyes appeared a deep blue-black in the anime. Very well, let us proceed at a leisurely pace. The reason why Winshur expresses such sentiments is because he harbors certain undisclosed knowledge. Following Robin will inevitably lead to a dispersal caused by unforeseen mishaps, culminating in an encounter with the god of thunder, Enel, beneath the Golden Country. What distinguishes that encounter from a death sentence? Currently, all points in the experience pool have been expended merely for the sake of leveling up. However, as one ascends in rank, personal combat and specialized training become increasingly vital. The points in the experience pool primarily serve to swiftly compensate for singular deficiencies. Perhaps being struck by Enel could yield considerable experience and proficiency, yet let us not deceive ourselves, such grotesque techniques could indeed be lethal. Should I still feign nonchalance? Hey, what are you doing? All this time, you've been mimicking Sanji. Upon Robin's cold gaze, Winshur immediately ceased his actions. Within the pirate crew, the two share a history. When alone, their true selves emerge, one being a coward fearful of death, the other a charming and intellectually astute woman with a cunning nature. Nothing much. Just trying to put on a fade before someone rather wild, perhaps uttering something like, I am sorry, I'm just lighting a cigarette. Is that amusing? Quite cool. Rather manly, something you wouldn't comprehend. By what? Understood, you are omniscient. Since losing his way, Winshur has been entirely reliant on the archaeologist Robin, harboring 1,000 unwilling sentiments. Yet being in the company of such a stunning beauty as her, serving as her personal bodyguard seems advantageous. Winshur, do you know what distinguishes us? Of course. I am the vice captain, and you are the archaeologist. Robin rolled her eyes at this ignorant fool. No, you predict the future, which is essentially scheming. I am unaware of how you glean those obscure secrets, yet you will never possess the ability to discern ancient truths as I do. The established facts of the past remain immutable and true, while your predicted futures are false and subject to change. If future events can be altered, does that imply Winshur is merely a charlatan? Do you know what our commonality is? We are both exceptional strategists. You have served under many masters, haven't you? People are inherently fickle. Winshur, will you ever betray Luffy? Will I? Wincy instinctively posed a rhetorical question, but after a moment's reflection, he shook his head, dismissing his own thoughts. How could he entertain such notions? He was destined to be the vice captain of the future Pirate King, a figure akin to the legendary Rayleigh. In a certain sense, the status of the four emperors is defined by their individual prowess, capable of toppling a kingdom single-handedly, while the ancient weapon, the king of the underworld, could obliterate an island with a single shot. Rayleigh's nickname has countless connections to this, as the right-hand man of the Pirate King. His peak combat power must have been as formidable as the ancient weapon, capable of challenging an entire nation alone. One day, I shall stand before a myriad of soldiers, wielding my sword to delineate my territory, instilling fear in the hearts of others, and proclaiming, might I request a favor? He couldn't help but murmur this to himself. And after a brief moment, he let out a long, contemplative sigh. Not long after, Robin unearthed the clouds, revealing the hidden land of Shandora, the true land of gold. Due to the extensive excavations by Enel, the gold she could behold was now exceedingly scarce. Robin-san, allow me to alleviate some of your troubles. While she was exploring, Vinci suddenly turned around. The wounded warrior, nearly terrified to the brink of fainting, stammered, "You hear that monster, aren't you? The priest Shura was defeated by you. The monster unafraid of the gods. You're still alive. Come now, don't move, let me practice my sword." The warrior, who should have been guided outside by Robin to safeguard the relics, was barely managing to hold his ground and was nearly turned into a target by Vinci, only managing to execute a true slash after several attempts. Why do you only use that technique? Out of habit, perhaps simply because it appears rather cool. You see, I am, in truth, a rather aloof man. Robin made a face of exasperation and turned to leave. There was no room for communication with someone so self-absorbed. After wandering for a while, the flamboyant Vinci was oblivious to ancient scripts, rendering him almost illiterate in that regard, as he followed along in a daze. Suddenly, a subconscious instinct arose within him. Someone was behind him. Enel, you sensed my presence, albeit a feeble power, far from reaching the level of the mind network. After all, you are merely immortal. How could you possibly contend with me, a being of divinity? Enel. In a fleeting moment, Vinci turned around, wielding his blade to shield Robin, determined to protect his comrades from harm. Much like Crocodile, Enel bore a prominent boss emblem upon his head. Both formidable foes belonged to the Logia type, creating an overwhelming predicament that compelled Vinci to awaken his haki. His speed was commendable, yet compared to a deity, he was woefully inadequate. Divine judgment. A thunderous strike struck at close range, yet Vinci stood his ground, emerging unscathed, although his feathers were singed. Vinci, how did you manage to withstand such an attack unscathed? Robin inquired with concern, to which Vinci merely responded with a smile over his shoulder. Hurry, you foolish woman. Go regroup with the others. I shall personally take on this challenge. With a body forged from rusted steel, yet resistant to corrosion, he ascended to the Sky Island, fully unleashing his power for the first time, wielding a gleaming, rust-proof knife, poised for action. Do you think your mortal form can withstand the onslaught of a god? As for your companion, that oblivious woman, let her flee. This tiny patch of land on God's Island cannot escape my web of intent. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. With a thunderous beat from the drum on the right, a soaring Thunderbird approached. It was a confrontation he could neither evade nor ignore. Using his rust-proof knife as a shield, he defended against the assault, deploying 32 shields, the maximum number attainable after reaching advanced gold level. Beep, master. This Thunderbird attack can reach a maximum of 70,000 volts, with a minimum of 50,000. Subtracting your defense, the current resistance of your rust-proof form is doubled, and it cannot withstand more than 10,000 at the front. Huh? Indeed, I possess the strongest defense. The knife fruit inherently bestows resilience, enduring 1,000 strikes. Perish. For mere mortal metal cannot compete with me. With a swift motion, the shields were shattered, electricity arcing wildly, casting luminous shadows. The surrounding clouds suffered varying degrees of destruction. Yet before Vinci stood a Thunderbird, reduced to the size of a pigeon. Vinci, who had just begun to feel a flicker of confidence, was astonished, as was Enel, whose expression mirrored that of a meme. Ding, master, are you surprised? Upon activating your rust-proof form, you have become a sort of conductor. Luffy, the rubber man, is an insulator, able to disregard Enel's lightning strikes while still reaching his physical form. Your knife, as a conductor, merely channels electricity. In other words, Enel's lightning cannot strike you in this state. But the question remains, where does that lightning go? Why didn't you mention this sooner? I've been timid for so long, finally having the chance to confront him directly. I merely wished to surprise you, my apologies. This is treachery. Enough. You imbecile will never comprehend. Just watch closely. With unwavering confidence, Vinci brandished his knife towards Enel, nonchalantly declaring, Fool, do you think you are the only deity? Beneath the White Sea, I too am revered as a god. What deity, you ask? The god of cleavers. Enel hesitated, muttering, God of cleavers? Fool. This will be a divine battle. In the vast expanse of the ancient ruins of Skypiea, Vinci confronted Enel, employing a unique technique honed through the passage of time. Cleaver God versus Thunder God. A formidable paramecia user, if memory serves me right. Yours is the weakest fruit, the cleaver fruit. A fruit even the devil fruit tree despises. What do you possess to contend against me? This state is rapidly depleting your stamina, even draining your very life force. Humph. By the time you revert to your initial rusty blade state, What calamity will ensue when the obstructed current manifests? Surely, it will be something far more terrifying than an ordinary lightning strike, an explosion. You shall be reduced to ashes. Enel raised his golden trident high. Noteworthy is the fact that 2 years later, Luffy would face a formidable opponent, Katakuri, who possesses the ability to foresee the future and wields a trident as well. Such an intricate arrangement is truly astonishing. Moreover, the remarkable aspect lies in their shared mastery of observation haki, one encountering this wondrous power for the first time, while the other wields a more advanced form. In terms of fruit abilities, the former is a natural enemy, while the latter bears a striking resemblance, albeit with a contrasting spirit. Thus, the deity lacks Conqueror's haki, while the honorable Katakuri possesses it. You villains are so verbose. If you wish to fight, then fight. Why all this chatter? Are you going to deliver your lines, and then head to the moon for a meal? With a deft maneuver, One Sure evaded the attack. As Ainulu blinked in surprise. Your blade may be invisible, he remarked, yet it cannot elude the web of my heart. The motion you executed moments ago was not concealed. Oh, One Sure retorted, launching a shadowy strike, accompanied by a skin of humility. This is mere bravado. Your assault bears no significance. The divine has perceived the essence of all truths. In a swift motion, a blade sliced through the air, and Ainulu, momentarily enraptured, suddenly knelt upon the ground. As if besieged by a spectral minion dispatched by Princess Ghost, pounding his head against the earth. Why do I feel such sorrow? Of course, I jest. There has never been an ounce of self-doubt within me. I am the strongest deity. While others may falter, I remain resolute. Do you comprehend? Unfazed. Ainulu struck the left drum, producing a thunderous sound. 2,000 volts, Thunder Beast. The feral creature surged forth, colliding with One Sure in an electrifying moment. The sensation of raw power was undeniably exhilarating. If I cannot outpace you and ensnare you in my heart's web, then I shall harness your strength. With each of my strikes, I shall redirect a portion of your lightning. With both hands wielding a kitchen knife, Vinci directed it towards the assailant Enel. In the next instant, a blinding white light surged forth. The lightning retaliated, releasing all its stored power back upon the attacker. An eye for an eye? Vinci's formidable strength could not be overlooked. How dare you use my own power against me? This is an affront to the divine. Enraged, Enel was enveloped in crackling electricity, incessantly amplifying his lightning in an attempt to unleash an even more potent technique. With a provocative tilt of his head, Vinci uttered 3 words. And then? Unforgivable. The sensation of power surging and coalescing was palpable, yet the arc phrases were nowhere in sight, and Vinci comprehended the nature of the technique. The Thunder God. Wielding an electrifying force of 200 million volts, in its most formidable state, Eneru was driven to madness. He had indeed transformed into the Thunder God. In this diminutive island of deities, a place he held in utter disdain, he encountered a wielder of the weakest fruit. What a grave miscalculation it was that this ignorant youth had the audacity to compel him to unleash his most potent technique. However, as the words lodged in his throat, he furiously inquired, "What else do you know? How is it that you are familiar with the name of every technique of the gods?" Vinci, hands on his hips, scratched the back of his head and explained with an endearing demeanor, "You possess a warship capable of harnessing lightning for energy to soar through the skies, known as the Ark of Proverb. With it, you can unleash 2 immensely powerful techniques, thunderstorm and lightning welcome. Ah, and you are destined to journey to the realm that belongs solely to the divine, yes, the moon. Furthermore, you believe you are engaged in a game of the Clear Sky Island, with a countdown ticking away. Ah, Enel is truly on the brink of madness. Why can this fool, who clearly lacks the ability of mind-reading, articulate all his intentions and plans? Is it some form of telepathy? Even telepathy cannot achieve such a feat. How do you know all this? It is because of your priests and subordinates. They have divulged everything to me. Oh. And they also mentioned that betrayal is merely a matter of time. Unforgivable. I knew you could not possess mind-reading abilities. It turns out they are traitors. Divine retribution. Enraged, Enel summoned a dozen bolts of lightning, striking down upon his subordinates, erasing them in an instant. I have long suspected these individuals were untrustworthy. Fortunately, I had no intention of taking useless beings to the land of the gods. The confident Enel retorted fiercely to the pretentious Vinci. 1 punch. That is all I need. Even if you are a lightning-conducting stainless steel kitchen knife, you will shatter into pieces. Oh, really? No, you must not underestimate the divine. Prepare to meet your demise. With a vacant, lifeless gaze, whence he raised his hands high, charging toward the lofty expanse of the white sea, his blade pointed skyward. A thunderous roar erupted as a surge of electricity coursed through Vinci's being, transforming him into a conduit of energy, radiating a blinding white light akin to a lighthouse. The crackling lightning, guided by his unyielding blade, shot skyward, creating a massive breach, yet the current persisted, continuously replenishing itself. If a lightning rod channels electricity into the earth, Vinci propelled it all towards the heavens. Unforgivable. I wonder how long you can sustain this. Overload your energy, and you shall perish. Enel, in a frenzied state, found that although this culinary deity was not formidable, his audacity was undeniable. He shamelessly utilized his innate advantages to deflect every assault without leaving a trace. As a swordsman, Vinci had sunk to the depths of being unable to retaliate. I may not endure for long, but in my final moments. Do not forget that I still possess my legs. What? The overwhelming surge of electricity threatened to obliterate Vinci's beleaguered form. Yet, as he brought his feet together, they too became conduits for lightning, transforming him into a veritable beacon of electricity. Unlike a conventional lighthouse that casts its light horizontally, he erupted with energy vertically. Beneath the White Sea and above the azure waters, on the remnants of Gaia Island, Don Quixote da Flamingo, a member of the Warlords of the Sea, was momentarily taken aback. He was deeply displeased by the defeat of the hyena, Bellamy, and sought to reclaim his right to join the Don Quixote family. But in that fleeting moment, as he glanced upward, he was struck by the sight above. What on earth is that? A flash of white light glimmered in the reflection of the young master's sunglasses, followed by a descending pillar of lightning. The result of Vinci's dual-handed and footed lightning tower. Doflamingo's temper flared even further. Grappling with confusion, he resolved to teach Bellamy a lesson. It's your fault. Otherwise, how could I, with my observation haki, be struck by lightning? I will make you pay, Bellamy. Simultaneously, amidst Enel's thunderous roar, the Straw Hat Pirates, along with former deity Gonfall and the Scipian warrior Wiper, were engulfed in bewilderment. Charred to a crisp, Vinci collapsed, emitting plumes of black smoke. But fortunately, Robin utilized her Hana Nomi abilities to rescue him. Zoro unsheathed his sword, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he inquired, "What have you done to Vinci?" After a moment's hesitation, Enel, driven to madness by Vinci's relentless torment, twisted his face into a deranged grin and replied, "Nothing much, just eliminated a madman." "Haha. Who else could possibly rival me? Is there anyone unafraid of lightning?" "Oh, where exactly are we?" Beside the nearly lifeless Vinci, Luffy, who had spent half a day in the belly of the Sky King, the great python, gazed vacantly at Enel. After a bolt of lightning struck directly, Luffy, unscathed, lifted the charred remnants of Vinci, the prophet, and Vinci, the birdman. "Was it you who harmed my vice-captain?" Enel, having just shed his godly state, bellowed with a runny nose, "Aren't you afraid of lightning?" "No. God," Enel, "has gone mad. The human may scatter or coalesce, yet it persists, never to be extinguished. What sets Monkey D. Luffy apart is his adventurer's spirit, inherited from the legendary Captain Nolan, as he embarks on a quest to validate the existence of the fabled Golden Country. Simultaneously, he embodies the indomitable will of the great warrior, Calgera, resonating the golden bell's chime and illuminating the lamp of Shandora. Can those words of celestial favor still be trusted? Luffy inherits the will of Pirate King Roger. Ace carries the legacy of Whitebeard Newgate, and Sabo upholds the resolve of the Revolutionary Army's dragon. Indeed, they are all enshrouded in intricate and significant backgrounds. Yet when Sanji, the inept prince of Germa 66 from the North Sea, embraces the ALLBLUE dream of the red-footed Zeph, and when Roronoa Zoro, burdened with the name of a fallen comrade, strives to resonate throughout the heavens, their destinies intertwine spectacularly. The undying will of the Dr. Thief blossoms like cherry blossoms in the snow, jointly upheld by Dr. Kureha, Chopper, and Frankie, who harbors the blueprint of the Pluton within him, while Brooke's solo of Bink Sake once harmonized with the symphony of companionship. The true essence of will is the reason for acquiring brilliance. Those forever entangled in the chains of lineage find their world solidified, their pursuit of beauty stymied, thus rendering them blind to the genuine radiance. The descendant of Nolan, the uncle with the chestnut head who salvaged the Golden Country, once proclaimed, "What can one who dares not dream achieve?" Blackbeard asserts that a person's dreams will never fade. These individuals are destined for a life of unparalleled splendor. Winshire opened his eyes, his entire body feeling sore and weak, as he chewed on clouds, inching forward like a worm. He was determined to consume the colossal tree that reached the heavens, for plants were a splendid source of vitality. "Winshire, are you certain you do not wish to rest?" Usopp shouted, "You have just awakened. You will perish." Yet, the worm-like One paid no heed, continuing to feast on clouds and drink water, relentlessly climbing towards the elusive tree. At that moment, a massive thundercloud loomed over God Island, with Luffy ensnared by Enel's alchemy, soaring into the sky aboard Nami's impressive contraption. I'm giving it my all. One you cannot claim you are merely emulating a worm's crawl, Usopp exclaimed, as he hoisted One onto his back and charged towards the now leaning tree. Isn't that stating the obvious? With a thud, One was unceremoniously dropped onto the tree, and before Usopp could catch his breath, One eagerly sank his teeth into the bark. Are you risking your life here just to eat a tree? Usopp scowled, but within 3 seconds, he turned on his heel and fled. Insanity. One has gone mad. I just contracted a malady that suggests staying on this island would lead to my demise. This must be contagion from One. We must escape. As Usopp bolted, One continued to eat and exhale, striving to regain his strength. The sky erupted in a blaze of white light, as countless bolts of lightning struck the earth, leaving no one unscathed. One could only gaze up at the heavens, as if transported back centuries, witnessing unparalleled might, weapons named after gods. In the dominion of the celestial king, O wandering king of the seas, destroyer of all. Beneath the waves, the Sea King stirred tumultuous tides, embodying divine retribution, commanding all. Curse it, who has defamed the ancient weapon, the Sea King, a symbol of harmonious coexistence, bearer of hope, and the king of the underworld. Capable of altering the tempestuous weather of the Grand Line, this force was meant to propel humanity forward, representing the perfect fusion of life, technology, and nature. 8 centuries have passed. Enel, what sort of god are you? Merely a collector of gold to build your ark. What distinguishes you from the celestial dragons and their golden realm? Not just you, but those scoundrels of Mariehua shall surely be brought down as well. Vinci savored a substantial morsel of tree flesh, exhaling deeply as he hovered in midair. Look, someone has ascended to the heavens, exclaimed Aisha, a diminutive warrior of the Sandia tribe endowed with a heart network. With astonishment, she realized that beyond the divine realm, there existed individuals who could soar. Luffy surged towards the sky, demolishing the thunder, knowing full well that the colossal golden sphere would inevitably drag him down. Skystep. Amidst Enel's frenzied tirades, the charred remnants and rust from Vinci's body fell away, unleashing his stainless form once more. Smash this thunderball. I shall be your support. Vinci, haha. I knew you would be unscathed. The captain and first mate collaborated. One employed the skystep to brace against the force of impact, while the other swung his fist with fervor against the immense thunder sphere. God is not invincible. The captain and first mate, who held a shared disbelief in divinity, let out a synchronized roar. Boom. After a relentless barrage from the rubber golden peony, the conductive gold finally dissipated the electrical current. With a thunderous roar, the lightning vanished. Light, which ought to symbolize vitality, now represented demise. Yet, the death summoned by the deity had been shattered. Vinci, I am going to pummel that fool Enel. All right. Sky step, gale kick. Whoosh. Luffy's fist trailed behind, spiraling with immense explosive power. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How could 2 mere mortals possess strength to rival that of a deity? Rubber, rocket, spinning golden bullet. Bang. The god was rendered dazed, his astonished expression affirming one truth. Mortals may tremble, yet gods too can feel fear. In the eyes of the defiant demon, nothing is insurmountable. Luffy, we have triumphed. Vincent murmured to himself, bursting into an unrestrained laugh. In this moment, the golden bell tolled, heralding the conclusion of the 400-year war. The once mighty deity, high above, fell alongside his ark. The lamp of Pandora was ignited, casting the formidable silhouettes of warriors against the sky, affirming the existence of the Sky Island and the fabled land of gold. Uncle Chestnut, did you witness this? Did you hear it? Nolando is no charlatan. He is the intrepid explorer who, until his last breath, worried for the life of his dearest friend. Carlglad, great warrior. The light you sought to rekindle has been revived after 4 centuries, just as the will of D remains indomitable. O King of the Skies, you who bear witness to history, open your eyes and weep in anguish. The land of gold is indeed real. It also signifies the ultimate island, Raftel, serving as both a contrast and an emphasis. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, guarding this threshold, has sown the seeds of intrigue. He shall undoubtedly be the greatest obstacle on the path to Raftel, standing in the way of the Pirate King. Ironically, it is the most insignificant. The unambitious little pirates who are most convinced that One Piece does not exist, dismissing dreams as foolish daydreams. Conversely, the powerful firmly believe that each of the four emperors is in pursuit of the historical poneglyphs, while the celestial dragons desperately attempt to conceal their existence. Does one ascend to great heights solely through bloodline? No, it is will, faith, and dreams that truly matter, even if one were to consume a thunderfruit. How many could navigate instant teleportation without colliding with themselves? As the moonlit footsteps of one sure descended from the celestial staircase, some fervently scrambled upwards, striving to seize control over all, while others remained silent, surrendering to the tumultuous earth below. The ecstatic denizens of the Sky Islands and the inhabitants of Sandia set aside their old grievances to celebrate a momentous victory with days of jubilant feasting. Amidst the relief from fatigue, behind the backdrop of merriment and revelry, the Straw Hat Pirates convened a clandestine meeting. After all, this was the land of gold. What sort of pirates would they be if they did not seize the treasure? The indelible stone tablet of Sandora, inscribed with the original text of history, stood resolute. Historian Robin recited the ancient verses, evoking profound reverence in the hearts of listeners. Gold, Roger, the man who inscribed the ultimate truths at the world's end. Vinci groped the small stone tablet beside him, upon which was inscribed the name of Roger. You actually recognize ancient script? Ah, I was merely fabricating. When sure. With a mere half-open demeanor, recited the words etched in his memory, a matter of profound significance for Robin. The individuals capable of discerning such text included not only Roger, but also you. How could this be? How is it even achievable? They claim I am fabricating tales. Yet why do you refuse to believe me? To you, am I not simply a charlatan conjuring illusions? Beware, do not deceive me, for I shall not spare you. After being cast aside by Robin, One Sure dusted himself off and gazed up at the indescribable golden clock, truly a sight to behold. Shortly after Luffy and his companions departed from Skypiea, the curious man, the hyena Bellamy, personally set foot on land. The events that followed remained shrouded in mystery. A mere footnote in his narrative. This man, who once idolized violence, now harbored boundless admiration for Luffy, whose silhouette, emblematic of dreams, descended from the heavens, delivering an undeniable impact upon him. In Dressrosa, during his battle with Luffy, he wept internally, proclaiming that to stand against someone he revered and to be vanquished by them was indeed a matter of great honor. Thus, the solitary Bellamy's confrontation in the cave was less an act of fealty to his former idol, Doflamingo, and more a baptism of rediscovered dreams. The first defeat he faced in Fusha village came from a mocker, while the second in Dressrosa was at the hands of his true idol. After the complete annihilation of his crew by the warlord Doflamingo, Bellamy found himself traversing the seas alone, having at least regained the strength he possessed upon first encountering Luffy. The world of pirates is fraught with challenges, Robin. Amidst the dreamers, there are indeed fools, as well as those who mock the dreamers. I understand why you harbor disdain for me, why you fear me. It is perhaps due to the rumors surrounding this schemer. My erratic behavior and frequent betrayals mirror the enigma. What you truly detest and dread is the reflection of yourself. Fear not any longer. The Straw Hat Pirates shall serve as your most formidable support. For what is there to fear in this world? Vincent pressed down his pirate hat and walked slowly past the dazed Robin. Do you truly harbor no other intentions regarding this pirate crew? Our next destination is likely Water 7, the nearest point to the Navy's triangular front, the underwater prison. Impelled down, Marineford, and Judicial Island. There is no escape for us. Your 3 years of silence must have been concealed there. Faced with CP9, there is no chance of victory. Rob Lucci is deemed the most formidable member in the history of CP9. I, Vincent, wager in the name of D that I shall never be defeated by that troublesome lot, my dear archaeologist. What significance does D truly hold, Vincent? Oh, do you wish to join me in questioning this world, Robinson? Vincent's eyes burned with an intense flame, and his exaggerated smile indeed resembled that of a wanted poster. Under the probing inquiry of Shinganfu, Robin was compelled to slow her pace, while Vincent appeared to meander off, seemingly unconcerned. He had another matter to attend to, accumulating experience points after vanquishing the formidable boss of Sky Island. Ding. Due to the Master's direct involvement in the battle against the final boss Enel, a total of 15,000 experience points were awarded. The experience pool now stood at 3, 120, 220, 000. Given the current overload of points, please utilize them promptly, or they will rapidly dissipate to the maximum threshold. Currently, both swordsmanship and physical techniques have seen enhancements, each hovering around 3,000. Please decide on the allocation of experience. The experience pool has been cleared, and the distribution is complete. Fruit proficiency is at a golden high tier, with a value of 50,000 unawakened. Health points, 50,000. Attack, 1, 450. Speed, 1, 330. Defense, 34, 600. Hockey, ordinary armed color, low tier, 230, 010, 000. Fruit skills, active vegetable shadow, vegetable concealment, vegetable shield, heavenly vegetable, passive vegetable knife chrysanthemum / vegetable blossom. Consumption, rusty blade body, stainless steel. Swordsmanship proficiency is at a golden intermediate tier, 765, 020, 000. Firearms proficiency, golden intermediate tier, 10, 220, 000. Physical techniques proficiency, golden intermediate tier, 799, 020, 000. Experience pool, 50, 000. New firearm skill, Zodiac, Libra, the balance of marksmanship, the heart's choice. What are the conditions for awakening the observation hockey has been met? Please select a fruit skill, heaven, earth, and man, good rust, super rust. I wish to choose heavenly vegetable. It has successfully captivated me. Unlocking skill, heavenly vegetable, skill effect, a chant descending from the heavens. Wielding a colossal 30-meter-long vegetable knife that inflicts a stunning effect within a radius of 200 meters, dealing immense damage upon impact. Run, Vincent. They aim to seize the gold, which is our hard-earned treasure. Rubber's ultra-long rescue technique. Just as Vincent was immersed in his comprehensive upgrade, he was abruptly yanked by a hand from Luffy, who had flown in from an unknown direction. What the heck? Do you think everyone is as monstrous as you? Such a force could shatter bones. Who would have thought that the innocent-looking Luffy would shamelessly pose as a sea monkey, sweating profusely while lying? Vincent is a man who can directly withstand lightning strikes. This is nothing. Regardless, amidst the cheers of the Sky Islanders, the Straw Hat crew successfully made their escape, though they had no intention of taking Luffy's gold. The resounding chime of the massive golden bell echoed a melodious hymn of paradise throughout the White Sea, reverberating into the heavens. Luffy, where did Vincent go? He asked with me. He was just lost in thought while walking, and I yanked him over. Zoro sensed something amiss. This brainless captain was capable of anything. Did he utter anything to you? Indeed. Whence said he despised me. Kiki, Luffy continued to chuckle foolishly. Thus, as the going merry plummeted from the skies, the octopus of the White Sea unfurled its limbs, gently descending. Angels sang in praise of the hero. He arrived here. The smiling Straw Hat igniting the lamp of the Sandora. The angel recalled the silhouette of the prophet, recounting prophecies, as the rusty chisel pointed towards the location of the golden bell. However, at this moment, the prophet was in freefall. For Luffy had just exerted too much force and inadvertently sent Winces tumbling down. I loathe you, Luffy. On the Mary, Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy huddled together, wailing in despair. Winces would perish. From such a height, he would surely meet his end. Fool. With a resounding thud, Nami delivered a punch to Luffy, silencing him. Winces possesses the moonwalk technique that allows him to fly. He won't die unless you knock him unconscious and toss him down. Speaking of which, you were the one who threw him down, so why weep? In just 2 seconds, the trio not only ceased their lamentations but also raised their cups in celebration. Clink. Winces flipped and executed the moonwalk. Even so, he nearly met his demise at the hands of that mad captain. Were it not for my extraordinary prowess, others would have surely perished from such a fall. This vicinity should be Long Island, where the old man on stilts is trapped. Oh, and there's a significant trouble, Admiral Aokiji. Vinci suddenly ceased to smile, for he found himself upon a vast expanse of ice, a lengthy iceberg adrift on the sea. In the distance, a languid man on a bicycle unexpectedly turned and recognized him. Vinci, do you know me? The two men, meeting for the first time, shared a peculiar sense of familiarity, as if they had known each other for ages. Hop on. I shall take you to Long Island. The tall figure of Aokiji was complemented by his equally sizable bicycle, and as Vinci mounted it, he resembled a helpless child. You are quite cold. Indeed. That is the nature of my fruit ability. I am a man of ice. Have you come to capture me? Vince's heart raced with trepidation. He stood before an admiral of the Navy, the epitome of formidable strength. He was here to visit the daughter of an old acquaintance, known as Nico Robin. Surely you are acquainted with her? Indeed. I have often heard your name from the old man, as well as from his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. Vince was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling as he cautiously inquired, "We fell from the sky, yet you are preparing to meet others at Long Island. This implies that you have long been aware of the events concerning Sky Island, even possessing knowledge of when the pirate ship departed from there?" Akiji offered an awkward smile. Replying without hesitation, "Lieutenant Colonel Vince, do not underestimate the complexity of this world. If my observation hockey is correct, a gambling pirate ship is also en route to Long Island." Vincent's conjecture was indeed not unfounded. This matter harbors secrets. "Are you referring to the Silver Fox Foxy?" "Yes. He is but a minor pirate with a bounty exceeding 20 million berries, yet he excels in a jubilant pastime reminiscent of the bygone era of piracy. Oh, it all comes back to me on Long Island. The sudden arrival of Foxy led him to wager against Luffy, engaging in a game that harks back to decades past on an isle known as Pirate Paradise. This game, concocted by a faction of pirates who slaughtered one another for comrades, determines that the victor may select a companion, cruel and merciless indeed. Pirate Paradise, where companions clash. And the legends of pirate heroes from decades ago. Rocks, this very game was once the amusement of the Pirate Paradise on Hive Island, where a notorious pirate, Captain John, met his demise at the hands of his own crew during a treasure heist, owing to the murky manner in which comrades arrived. You seem to possess considerable knowledge. The name Rocks has long since become a maritime legend. 40 years ago, I was merely a child, younger than you. The arrival of Silver Fox Foxy was certainly premeditated. Who provided him with information regarding our landing?" Akiji leisurely navigates his pirate vessel, his expression inscrutable, lips curled in a smirk as he exhales a breath of frost, which swiftly envelopes his visage in ice. This is precisely the crux of the matter. The Navy was able to ascertain the situation in Skypiea well in advance. What of the pirates? Perhaps it suggests that someone has been orchestrating events from the shadows. Only the king of the world could achieve such a feat. After all, this is a person who has managed to manipulate both pirates and the Navy alike. Speaking of which, I find myself perplexed as well. The one who aspired to become the king of the world, Rocks, was defeated over 30 years ago at God Valley. Who, then, could possibly stand above him? Whence he found himself at a loss for words. The situation was unexpectedly startling. The seemingly obscure Sky Island was intricately linked with both pirates and the Navy, and this aerial haven had long been under the vigilant scrutiny of various formidable forces. As he rode his bicycle, perhaps due to the chill in the air, whence he felt a sense of calm wash over him, Inaru, with his knowledge of sea stone, could discern the 3 major categories of devil fruits, and had nurtured his 4 divine priests to possess observation hockey and a network of perception. Despite his firm grasp on everything, he remained bent on annihilating Sky Island and journeying to the moon. According to the tale in the cover page, he encountered numerous events there, eventually becoming a cosmic pirate. These revelations suggested that Inaru was aware of the truths lurking beneath the White Sea. He had obliterated his homeland and now sought to destroy the island of the gods. What had he endured prior to his abrupt appearance? No. I must have overlooked some crucial detail. Inaru could not be a mere blank slate, a madman who, having traversed the seas and acquired extensive knowledge, was solely fixated on the annihilation of his homeland and the voyage to the moon. What sort of past did he possess? There was no explanation or reminiscence. Just a fleeting mention. It seemed that you had grasped certain truths, truly an astute individual. A single remark from Akiji awakened Vinci's understanding. He realized that, in general, his naval identity would not be covertly attacked by an admiral as long as he maintained a facade before the public eye. Before the complete unraveling of his circumstances, he still had some leeway. This fellow must have endured a rather tragic past. His actions were essentially governing that world on behalf of others. The design of the Arc Maxim was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person unless someone had meticulously orchestrated everything for him, compelling him to one day abandon Sky Island, with the destruction serving merely to erase evidence. Inaru's involvement, or rather, his exploitation, suggested he might have been brainwashed. His journey to the moon was not a mere pursuit of boundless lands, but a mission dictated by a preordained fate. The reason he ascended to divinity, obliterated his homeland, and later resolved to destroy Sky Island before embarking on the Ark was to eliminate traces of his past, elevated above the scrutiny of the world. He constructed a colossal vessel that only Inaru could navigate, destined for the moon. What could be the motive behind this? Undoubtedly, there were substantial gains to be had. Akiji smirked, exhaling a frosty breath. He was merely speculating, aware that many matters were beyond the comprehension of an admiral. Knowing that the Straw Hat crew would likely land near Long Island was the ceiling of his authority. Even the abolition of the Shichibukai system 2 years later was a proposal jointly made by the kings of Dressrosa and Alabasta, rather than a trivial resolution by Admiral Fujitora. Vinci felt a profound trepidation regarding his conjecture, and it took him a full 10 minutes to compose himself before articulating his thoughts. The celestial dragons have persistently sought the legendary ancient weapons, the Pluton battleship in Alabasta, the blueprints for Pluton in Water 7, and the records of the Sea King in Skypiea, which Enel found inscrutable. This implies that the entity residing upon the moon is indeed an ancient weapon. The King of Heaven. Throughout history, there has been no verifiable documentation of this existence. It is either securely held by the celestial dragons or remains exalted and untouchable. Just as its name suggests, the King of Heaven. Long Island is approaching. I shall rest for a while. Refrain from indulging in baseless conjectures. The matters we discuss must remain strictly between us. In truth, Enel may be venturing towards other clandestine pursuits. Upon the vast ocean, one can only rely on the immutable truths of historical records, yet the moon has witnessed all that has transpired. Enough said. It is futile to elaborate further. Little Vinci, be sure to choose your stance wisely. Vinci nodded, walking upon the comforting soil of Long Island, unable to suppress a sigh. Even Enel, who perceives himself as divine, is merely a pawn being manipulated. Who are you truly? And what are your intentions? Suddenly, with a distant thud of a rubbery punch, Vinci was struck down. As he attempted to rise, he noticed the towering Akiji, unexpectedly donning a sleep mask, had succumbed to slumber. Vinci, I knew you were here. Aha, we just engaged in a fierce battle, and that pirate resembling a fox is both cunning and amusing. Luffy exclaimed, likely referring to Silver Fox Foxy, indicating that a brutal wager had recently concluded. Hey Vinci, what is this? Luffy inquired, glancing up at Akiji, who finally removed his eye mask and lazily remarked, I was merely sleeping, and you all have disturbed me. Vinsmoke pondered, brother, we have been conversing for quite some time. Yet you've barely closed your eyes for 2 minutes. Can we not be honest and refrain from embellishing the situation? Admiral Akiji, Robin exclaimed, causing her companions to brace themselves as if facing a formidable foe. Only Luffy, with a perplexed expression, shouted, What does Akiji mean? Is it something dreadful? Admiral of the Navy. The others responded in unison, while Luffy clenched his fists, ready for a confrontation. Though he remained unaware of Akiji's intentions, he resolutely declared, You shall not lay a finger on Robin. Akiji, sheepishly ruffling his fluffy hair, offered an apology. I merely happened to stop by for a visit and have no intention of engaging in battle. I have received no orders today. What a peculiar man. I thought you were an enemy, Luffy remarked, his stance shifting dramatically. Captain, you were such a fool. A mere casual remark from an adversary can lead you to believe them entirely, one of his crewmates quipped, whence he finds himself utterly helpless against Luffy. Not only does he endure a beating each time they meet, but he also receives a fervent punch without hesitation, all while proclaiming it to be the courtesy of a captain meeting his vice-captain. Luffy seems to grasp the unspoken message and lovingly embraces Wincy, exclaiming, Didn't I say we must have a symbolic gesture? Why are you so devoid of personality? I feel like I could slay you. Who knows why I have such a neurotic captain? With his ice powers, Akiji freezes a week's worth of seawater, allowing the elderly man on stilts to pass through. Faced with such a congenial adversary, everyone relaxes, only for him to sit upright and declare ominously, You all should die here. In an instant, Luffy's role shifts dramatically. He strikes with a rubber fist, only to be caught and frozen in an icy grip. Separation of the crane. Slice the meat. Kick. Even as the order of attack shifts, the outcome remains unchanged. Zoro's sword hand and Sanji's foot are instantaneously transformed into frost. Don't move, Robin. Let me embrace you. Akiji opens his arms and envelopes the terrified Robin. Together, they coalesce into an ice sculpture, reuniting after a long separation, filled with longing. Alas, after caring for you for so many years, witnessing your transformation from panic to grace, do you feel fear? Are you still lost? Can this small pirate crew truly provide you with a sense of security? Though, due to our positions, my embrace must be replaced with solidified frost. However, I remain steadfast in my resolve to test the Straw Hat crew. Are they truly the family that loves and protects you, allowing you to cease your flight? Quickly, take Robin away. I wish to face him one-on-one. In a moment of urgency to rescue her, Wincy hesitates, realizing he cannot flee. He must assert his stance here. Wincy, leave. I cannot allow you to interfere with my duel. Luffy shouts, intending to prevent Akiji from threatening others. Captain, I must leave you with a move that will not disrupt the battle. This is my determination. Vegetable knife fruit, heavenly dish. A deafening boom resonates as a colossal 30-meter vegetable knife descends from the heavens, abruptly piercing the earth. This extraordinary aura captivates everyone present. For a fleeting moment, I feel dizzy. Once see, is this truly your power? No, I merely wish to enlighten you that our pirate crew is not to be trifled with. He departs without a glance back, though internally he is in a state of panic. Wow, this move is akin to a meteor without flames, given time. It might rival the colossal meteors summoned by Fujitora. With a swift motion, Akiji exhaled a chilling breath, radiating an enthralling coldness. The imposing 30-meter blade he leaned upon had already succumbed to frost, having been briefly wielded, yet it undeniably attested to the potency of this technique. Having briefly affected even the highest-ranking adversaries. That suffices. In the throes of battle, even the most evenly matched opponents can experience immeasurable shifts with the slightest lapse in focus. Little wince, the more you comprehend, the more perilous your attempts at speculation become. Do not endeavor to foretell the future. Beware of those immense eyes. For divine counsel has been ever watchful over you. How delightfully dramatic you are. Who truly cares for the opinions of the divine? Vince stood indifferently at the side. Witnessing the unfolding battle, he had no need to flee, nor would he. Are you attempting to interfere with my duel, Vince? No, I shall not intrude. As the first mate, I have every reason to accompany you through this ordeal, be it victory or defeat, without fear. The struggle did not last long, as Akiji demonstrated overwhelming power, freezing Luffy solid. Farewell, I owe a debt to old man Garp and shall not take his life. Is that all you have to say after turning my captain into an ice statue? Akiji yawned, lazily gazing at the sky. What more do you expect? That massive cleaver of yours frightened me. Truth be told, in that moment of dizziness, I contemplated ending you. That merely indicates that my technique has indeed proven effective. Let us hope you do not encounter Akainu. His magma will render your cleaver into mere scrap. That would be a welcome challenge. Akiji strode towards the shore, one hand cradling his clothing, exuding an air of gentility, before suddenly turning back. With a swift kick from his 2-meter-long legs, he struck Vince's face. The latter instinctively raised his hands in defense, momentarily enveloped in haki. Although it lacked the characteristic darkening of hardened haki, it was a reflexive block. It stings a bit. But the force is insufficient. Your haki is still weak. Keep pushing. The internal damage from ignoring defenses reveals that your strength is simply inadequate to showcase superiority. Are you mad? You returned just to kick me to test whether I can wield haki. Well, if I am not mistaken, your next destination is Water 7, where the formidable beasts of martial arts await. Awakening observation haki and mastering haki is imperative. Do not tarnish the reputation of the heroic Garp. Truly, you possess the coldest of fruits, yet you are undoubtedly the warmest of souls. Next time we meet, I shall master the dual-colored haki. Oh, merely dual-colored? Luffy aspires to be the Pirate King, and while Roger's first mate, Rayleigh, is renowned as the Dark King, he possesses the pinnacle of 3-colored haki. As a pirate, devoid of ambitions to reign supreme, what will you wield to ascend to the highest peak? I will. Without explanation. The scene unfolds as Akiji rides a bicycle across the sea, leaving behind a trail of icy remnants. Before lifting the ice sculpture of Luffy, he delivers a powerful punch to the large vegetable, shattering it into numerous fragments. Is this the true strength of an admiral? A 30-meter-long kitchen knife only manages to momentarily daze him when he is taken by surprise. How is Luffy? Zoro and Sanji, filled with anxiety, rush over as Vinsmoke carries the ice sculpture of Luffy for a short distance. He has not perished, but Admiral Akiji has departed after their duel. A collective sigh of relief escapes everyone. Fortunately, no grave issues have arisen. To care for the ice sculpture of Luffy and allow Robin to recuperate, the group lingers on Long Island for several days. Robin, sipping tea, wears a bittersweet expression, for she is accompanied by the pitiful Vinsmoke. Ever since Luffy engaged in battle with Akiji and witnessed the enormous kitchen knife descending from the sky, he has been incessantly demanding performances from Vinsmoke. Hurry up, Vinsmoke. Sanji and Zoro are about to emerge from the water. Luffy exclaims excitedly. With a splash, Sanji and Zoro leap from the sea, while a massive sea king simultaneously breaches the surface. The kitchen knife, the great kitchen knife. With a thunderous descent, the 30-meter kitchen knife plunges down, striking the enormous sea king with lethal precision. Sanji retrieves a cigarette, but it remains unlit due to its dampness. Nonetheless, he feigns nonchalance, stating, "This technique is quite effective, Swiftly dispatching the prey saves me from having to draw my own blade. Is that so, you color-obsessed chef? Perhaps you simply lack the skill to wield a knife. What? Green algae head, do you wish to be kicked? With a clang, the two engage in a scuffle. While the weary Vinsmoke raises a cup of tea, reflecting on how he has indeed boarded a pirate ship. As they depart from Long Island, their next destination is Water 7, the location of the blueprints for the Pluton. Hey, is that a train on the sea? How is that possible? Look. There's a large frog. How robust it is. The legendary shipwright Tom S. Pett, the frog, attempts to halt the sea train's progress. However, after a brief standoff, it is effortlessly sent flying, unable to withstand the impact. How courageous it is. I do not consume brave creatures. Damn it, you still want to eat the frog. Nami delivers a thorough beating, causing Luffy, with his sausage-like lips, to weep beside Vinsmoke. He points at the first mate, who is enjoying a bowl of green iron frog soup, saying, Vinsmoke is the one eating. This captain, who delights in framing others, feigns innocence. Vinci found himself in a rather perplexing situation. He rose to stretch his limbs and took a sip of soup. Approximately 6 or 7 years prior, I had visited Winter Island, where I obtained a significant quantity of dried green iron frogs from Dr. Hilk. Initially, I believed such a thing to be somewhat distasteful. However, upon my personal expedition to the island of Tin Clumps, I discovered it to be nothing short of a miraculous isle, where the soil, trees, and even the fauna were composed of these metallic formations. Everything remained stationary, as if frozen in place. It is said that at the heart of the island, a small spring emerges, yielding various iron fragments, tended to daily by a meticulous merchant of tin. How impressive! Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he clung to Vinci, pleading to journey to Tin Clump Island. Perhaps next time, Vinci replied, as we will pass by on our way from Judicial Island to the enigmatic Triangle Sea. Hooray! Usopp interjected, rubbing his nose in skepticism. If that mysterious merchant were to perish, wouldn't Tin Clump Island simply become a heap of ruins? Indeed, theoretically, that is the case. Yet this legend has endured for 800 years, and he seems to have remained alive. How incredible! We must certainly visit Tin Clump Island, Vinci. Usopp and Chopper immediately grasped Vinci's legs, marveling at the notion of a person who had lived for 8 centuries. In truth, Vinci had only heard whispers of such tales. During his departure from Water 7 en route to the East Blue, he had momentarily lost his way before discovering this peculiar island. He himself had been startled, waiting up all night, yet the enigmatic merchant did not appear. Upon awakening, he found that the green iron frogs he had taken had mysteriously returned to their original position, indicating that someone had replaced them, as none of the contents of his bag had been disturbed. On another note, not far away were Grandma Kokoro and Timmy, the latter having rescued Luffy, who had nearly drowned, thanks to her quarter-blooded fishman lineage. Having spent 3 years dismantling ships alongside Frankie, Luffy was no stranger to many. The station master of the mobile seaside station, Grandma Kokoro, awaited visitors with a bottle of wine in hand. Meow, 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 exclaimed Kumbay, a rabbit that bizarrely mimicked a cat's call, though undeniably adorable, particularly when paired with her little master Timmy's 2 exuberant horns. Vinci, Frankie was here the other day, drinking and cursing you, and I can't believe you're back so soon. Luffy elongated his face in a comical manner, as if it were dragging on the ground. Vinci, you actually know this lady. You've lost weight again. Is it due to that unpalatable green juice soup? Timmy gently grasped Vinci's face, harboring a deep-seated affection for this older brother, despite his abysmal swimming skills, managing only a mere 10 meters at best. The group quickly engaged in lively conversation, discussing all matters pertaining to the Water 7. Upon learning that Vinci had spent an impressive 3 years here and had made quite a name for himself, Usopp and Chopper unanimously insisted that Vinci become their bodyguard. However, Vinci harbored concerns that this arrangement might lead to financial complications and potential disruptions in their timeline. Bidding farewell to the mermaid, Kokoro, the one who shattered the illusions of many regarding mermaids, imparted a profound truth. Time waits for no one, and one must seize the moment to make haste. Yet, the only one unabashedly proclaiming his ability to come and go as he pleased without causing any trouble in Water 7 was Zoro. No problem, I know the way, he declared. As for getting lost, I simply do not have the luxury of time to search for you. And regarding my infatuation, I merely mentioned that I wandered a bit too far and needed time to circle back. I just happened to forget the route. Isn't that essentially getting lost? Why embellish it so? A quarrel ensued, yet they all agreed to let Zoro guard the ship. Sulking would serve no purpose, and Vinci was entrusted with a significant responsibility. He was tasked with transporting the immense sum of gold from Skypiea, which needed to be exchanged for universally accepted berries. Wow, this place is incredibly fascinating. Vinci, don't you have a skilled shipwright here? Of course, but the most renowned is the Carrera Company, owned by Iceberg, a master shipwright and disciple of the legendary Tom. By the way, the sea train is named Puffing Tom, which is Tom's legendary creation. Not to mention, Luffy and the others were seated in a blue, with Usopp also pricking up his ears. Furthermore, Mr. Tom once crafted a ship that circumnavigated the globe, known as the Oro Jackson. This revelation momentarily dimmed the excitement of the two, while Nami, who had previously appeared indifferent, was now visibly astonished. Are you talking about the ship of the Pirate King? Roger? Indeed, Vinci nodded. Well, the two once again clung to him, eager to extract every detail. I want this brave Uncle Tom to be my shipwright, as he would be worthy of my status. Fool, what status do you possess? Haven't you been paying attention? This esteemed teacher, Tom, has a disciple named Iceberg, who is the owner of the largest shipbuilding company in Water 7. Luffy, tapping his hand, displayed a look of comprehension, though in truth, his mind was in a fog. Having grasped little, then I shall go and invite this uncle to repair my ship. Even Nami found herself at a loss with Luffy, the world's most foolish captain, proclaiming him to be a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Who would believe it? In the goldsmith's shop, after Nami's threats and intimidation, violence ultimately yielded 300 million berries, ascending via the water lift. I arrived at a higher level where several prominent shipwrights and their foremen were reprimanding the unscrupulous pirates who refused to pay. That uncle with the bird perched on his shoulder possesses such a distinctive character. However, I find myself more drawn to the frigid figure resembling a towering iceberg. I have resolved to forego Ace Kuba and instead allow him to be my shipwright. Vinsmoke cast a glance at Luffy, exclaiming, Come now, Captain. This frosty gentleman is none other than the illustrious Ace Kuba. What? Repairing the ship? Very well, I shall send someone to assess the damages at once. Sanji, with a nose akin to Usopp's, leaped forth, descending from a height and making his way directly to the shore where the Thousand Sunny was docked, without a moment's hesitation. Such a character. You must be the one that Granny referred to, Vinsmoke. He surely is the enigmatic Mr. Iceberg. In the distance, Vinsmoke, who had been observing CP9's capabilities from the shadows, stifled a yawn and nodded confidently. Swiftly, Califa took the lead, her high heels clacking as she kicked vigorously. Do not dare to point at Mr. Iceberg. It is exceedingly rude. He is, after all, the foremost shipwright in the world. Vinsmoke struck Califa's thigh with a powerful kick, sending her sprawling to the side. She slowly rose, clearly struggling. It must be acknowledged that CP9 played a part in honing his mastery of the Marine 6 styles and martial arts. You chaotic ship dismantler with your penchant for mischief. Silence, madam. Unlike Sanji, I hold no chivalry. Your foot is unworthy to touch my captain. Even with daily bubble baths, it remains rather unappealing. Califa, once brazen, now flushed with indignation, found herself at a loss for words. Amidst the tension, Mr. Iceberg suddenly burst into an unfazed laughter. Vinsmoke, it's been a while, and your temper remains as explosive as ever. After a heated exchange, during which Califa's face turned crimson, Foreman Barry and Rob Lucci transitioned into a direct confrontation. How lively they are. You troublemakers are no better. Nami, exasperated by Luffy's astonishment, could only sigh. Kaku, the Wind of the Mountain, returned with an unbelievable announcement. The Going Merry would unceremoniously support their upcoming adventure, as its keel had broken. The one most affected by this news was likely Usopp. Yet, what of Zoro, who had always been responsible for safeguarding the ship? The only one who remained composed during the farewell and was the first to grasp the gravity of the situation was Roronoa Zoro. When he ventured to the coast to scout and reveal the truth, he stated that the ship was no longer capable of sailing. Just moments prior, he had been fervently driving away those attempting to seize the vessel, the Frankie family. However, within seconds, he was informed that the ship he had protected was weary. The first to learn and forcibly digest this emotional weight was, ironically, the seemingly indifferent Zoro. He had once looked up at the ever-smiling figurehead and gently inquired, Mary, are you truly unable to sail? Yet, before this, another incident transpired. Money was stolen by Frankie's crew, and shortly after Usopp gave chase. Vinsmoke hesitated for a minute before rushing out ahead. The conspirator, Vinsmoke. Water 7 was bustling with masked revelers during the masquerade, but these three were different. One was Robin, Vinci sensed the familiar presence of his companion, which meant the others nearby were members of CP9. Have you all come specifically to block my path? Or is this merely a coincidence? That statement was misleading. Do you know us? Even with masks, I would recognize you all, even in ashes. Haha. No wonder it was said that aside from Nico Robin, you two must be taken back. I've heard you've prophesied many events that came to pass. I cannot ascertain their truth, but I've heard of many who have stumbled because of it. One of these two individuals must be Bruno, who has consumed the door fruit, concealing his identity for many years under the guise of a bar owner. The other, exuding an eerie aura, is likely Gabra, a combatant of considerable strength, equipped with clawed hooks, who presumably has ingested the wolf fruit. Oh, is that so? Prophecies are merely fabrications of my imagination. Do you truly believe in them? The cherry blossoms of the Magnet Drum Kingdom, the succession of kings, the rebellion in Alabasta, and even the emergence of Monkey D. Luffy, his power hardly poses a threat. Yet you are different. We are indifferent to the veracity of your prophecies, even if they are orchestrated by you. They represent a significant threat. If you possess any wisdom, it would be prudent to retreat. CP9, how woefully ignorant you are. My bounty is nearing 200 million. Would I have to fear from a few mere spies? Do you think this line of work has never been undertaken by anyone else? With a swift motion, Bruno opened the door and appeared behind him, while Gabra transformed into his werewolf form, blocking his path. Strangely, Robin remained silent. In the streets, there were scarcely any signs of battle among the three. It was all a display of the Navy's 6 powers. Bruno excelled in shave, while Gabra was proficient in gale foot. As for Vinci, he lacked specialization but possessed a comprehensive skill set. You two can fight as you please. If I shed even a single drop of blood today, I shall concede defeat. With 30,000 points in defense, as thick as iron, how could one possibly penetrate such fortitude? Gabra's claws, employing gale foot, were as futile as a mouse attempting to devour a snow mountain, ultimately pointless. Bruno utilized shave and the door fruit to launch relentless surprise attacks from various angles, while Vinci remained indifferent, his gaze fixated on the silent Nico Robin. Bruno, a martial artist of mid-gold caliber. Gabra, a martial artist of high-gold caliber. Robin, do not flee. We can protect you. He gently removed Robin's mask, revealing her chilling, desolate eyes. You see, these two inept fools cannot even inflict pain upon me. They are of no consequence. The strongest in CP9 is undoubtedly Rob Lucci. Here I stand, employing my most formidable technique, the 600,000 guns, and I shall not easily succumb. Conspirator, you have witnessed her despairing gaze, have you not? To this day? Do you still fail to comprehend? Our backing is not solely CP9, but the entire world. Do you believe a fledgling pirate crew can contend against us? So what if they do? Vinci was thoroughly annoyed by the incessant buzzing of the fly-like voice, and no matter how much he shook, Robin remained silent. With a swift motion, he executed the dual sword technique. Gale foot, dual sword gale slash. The sword sheathed, he unleashed a barrage of finger strikes, creating a shockwave. In an instant on the bustling street, Vinci first dispatched 2 adversaries, then unleashed a technique mimicking the dual sword slash against the werewolf Gabra. At the moment the sword returned to its sheath, his fingers pierced into Bruno's arms with precision. The overwhelming victory demonstrated Vinci's formidable strength, capable of withstanding 2 CP9 agents. He did not hesitate to reveal his true self, solely to show Robin that his companions were reliable. The schemer Vinci, rumored to have earned his bounty through exceptional strategy and unfathomable predictions, proved that true strength often lies in subtlety. Silence. Iron plate. Shatter. His mastery exuded a fierce aura, infusing his strikes with an armed color, causing significant pain upon impact. Both were exceptional martial artists, and with Gabra being a resilient Zoan-type user, they gritted their teeth against the pain to recover. Robin, they can do it. I can too. Even if CP9 is an organization directly under the Celestial Dragons, so what? Do you not trust Luffy, Zoro, and the others? A flicker of warmth appeared in Robin's dark eyes, reminiscent of Akiji's embrace, as she suddenly hugged Vinci tightly, resting her head on his shoulder, tears streaming down her face. Are you a fool? I have been part of countless organizations, yet they all met their demise. Everyone has treated me so well, and we have shared many wondrous adventures. But because of this, I cannot stay. You must leave quickly, depart from Water 7 at once. I choose to leave this time. I cannot let any of you fall into danger again. The power of the Navy, even that of the Celestial Dragons, is beyond your imagination. A single demon-slaying order can lead 5 Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals to annihilate an island. My hometown, O'Hara was destroyed for this very reason. Not to mention the 3 admirals. Even Luffy stands no chance against Akiji. Robin, I am sorry. It is I who am still weak. I assent it. Vinci lamented. You are my great prophet. Continue your prophecies upon the sea, but do not sacrifice everyone for my sake. As she slowly released her embrace, Robin stepped back, resolute in her belief that she could not remain any longer, fearing she would endanger everyone and turn the Straw Hat crew into the next O'Hara. I am just a kind archaeologist. The demon-slaying order is merely 5 vice-admirals. 3 years ago, I faced 2 of them as enemies. What is there to fear? Vinci, now sensing Robin's fervent heart, ceased to hinder her, realizing the intensity of her resolve. Meanwhile, the anxious Bruno and Gabra, knowing they could not take Vinci with them, prepared to escape directly using the Dorador fruit. Haha. Vinci regarded his 2 beleaguered adversaries with a dismissive smile. Each word he uttered was imbued with a prophetic weight. Heralding the future, flame shall pierce the banner of the divine. At the king's side shall stand the new sovereigns. When the horn of demon-slaying sounds, defeat shall surely follow. Oh, the fate of the clover, spurned by the Straw Hat. The Undying will proclaims to the world, we have come to challenge you. Madman, what on earth are you saying? Bruno's voice trembled, for to him, Vinci appeared as a figure of chaotic madness, devoid of reason. Begone. Very well. In a flash, CP9 whisked Robin away into the night. When did life become noble? Perhaps it was at the moment one resolved never to kneel again. When did life attain greatness? Perhaps it was when one chose to stand tall and bear their fate. As Vinci traversed the streets, he was thwarted in his attempts to prevent Robin from departing. The unfortunate reality was that whenever he desperately sought to uphold a matter, he often found himself veering off course. In moments when he endeavored to intervene and redirect the situation, he appeared utterly helpless. Was this mere adolescent folly? No, he aspired to be more formidable. With a system as extraordinary as mine, capable of healing all but fatal injuries, and even gaining strength from a simple apple, why did he feel so utterly defeated? Beep. His system remarked, the master is overly dramatic. It is advisable to silence this system. At such times, one should leisurely stroll by the riverbank, gazing at the setting sun, allowing a solitary tear to cascade down while smiling. Enough. Silence yourself. Vinsmoke vented his frustration upon the lackluster demeanor of the kitchen knife, which lifted his spirits somewhat, however. Another incident soon dampened his mood once again. Outside, on the thoroughfare, Usopp lay battered and bruised, the unfortunate victim of the ship dismantlers led by Frankie. Fury ignited within him as he contemplated administering some much-deserved retribution to these incorrigible rascals, having admonished them countless times against their thieving ways. Confronting him were Luffy and his companions, their fists clenched in rage. Vinsmoke, do you know who was responsible? Indeed, it was Frankie. Unbeknownst to Frankie, who was busy engaging in a grand shopping spree at the shipyard, by the time he returned home, there would be nothing left. The wrath of the Straw Hat crew was an unbearable force for anyone to withstand. Outside the dwelling, Luffy seethed with indignation. Hey, where's the scoundrel who injured my sniper? No need for pleasantries. I concur with that sentiment, chimed in Zoro, aligning his thoughts with Sanji for once. Chopper, invigorated by the effects of the rumble ball, was equally resolute in his intentions, while Vinsmoke sauntered leisurely behind. Vinsmoke, you have betrayed the Frankie family. I apologize. Inform that fool that the one I have awaited has returned. If he still believes in the nobility of manhood, let him face me openly rather than resorting to thievery. The fallen adversaries glared at him, this man who had consistently diverged from the Frankie family's beliefs. For 3 years, he had held steadfast in his conviction that even pirates could be classified as good or bad, embodying a spectrum of morality. In stark contrast, the Frankie family maintained that there was no redemption. Pirates were veritable villains. This perspective was rooted in an unspeakable secret that Frankie harbored, the true sin of his mentor. The fishman shipwright Tom was that he had constructed a vessel for the pirate king, Roger, for 3 years, whence he toiled for him. And the interest he paid was the magnificent ship, the Sunshine, meticulously crafted by Baoshu Adam. How could a vessel destined for Raftel and set to circumnavigate the globe be constructed in a mere few days? Its blueprints, intricate details, and every component require extensive refinement, alignment, and assembly. Even though Tom fervently proclaimed before his demise that a shipwright should never harbor hatred for their vessels, regarding them as akin to their own offspring, he never regretted crafting the legendary ship for the pirate king, Roger. Frankie, however, held a different perspective. He despised CP9's commander, Spandam, to the extent that he sacrificed himself to halt the sea train, a creation of his mentor meant to absolve him of guilt. He loathed himself, which is why he never crafted another warship, as it would only bring further shame upon his teacher. He harbored animosity towards pirates. For had it not been for Roger's ship, Tom would not have left behind incriminating evidence. Thus, he resorted to pilfering from pirates and took on the role of a bounty hunter. Did he seek vengeance? Certainly. It was precisely this desire that led him to acknowledge Luffy after the battle at Eni's lobby and join his crew. The enigmatic bond between Vinci and Frankie remains unbroken, rendering him unafraid of causing turmoil, for that man bears a heavy heart. He has lived incognito in Water 7, perilously close to his adversaries from Judicial Island. Following the incident with the sea train, everyone presumed him dead, until his clandestine return 4 years ago under the guise of a cyborg, adopting the name Frankie later on. His only accomplishment was to compel Frankie to construct the Thousand Sunny, yet whether he can untangle the emotional knots remains uncertain. This man, who should bask in fame, honor, and all that life has to offer, must cease the self-destruction of the very creations he was destined to nurture. He must learn to embrace his ship, acknowledge that pirates possess both virtue and vice, and seek vengeance for his mentor, Tom. With Frankie's exceptional abilities, he was destined for a status no less than that of the illustrious Mr. Iceberg, yet he chose to remain hidden for 4 long years, all in the hope of avenging Tom. Just as he climbed aboard that forsaken vessel at the brink of death, he painstakingly transformed his own body from scraps of metal, enduring a period of profound hardship. This chapter of solitude, where he transitioned from man to self-made cyborg, epitomizes the loneliness akin to Brooke, who resembles a mere skeleton. Frankie survived the collision with the sea train, boarding an abandoned ship to personally reconstruct his body. Let me awaken the slumbering you, Frankie. I shall bear the burden of this crime as well, without a trace of regret. He mercilessly kicks down his former colleague, showing no mercy to each furious enemy. Vinci, you traitor, die. It is truly a shame that the captain treated you so well. You are unworthy of his crafting the Thousand Sunny, a vessel of perfection. After the blow from Vince Moke, every individual capable of rising was left with but a single utterance. Very well, let that fool come personally to find me. Inform him that we shall vanquish him and the embodiment of Spandam, and subsequently resurrect the romance of manhood. The Frankie family's shipyard had become a mere ruin. As Cap once articulated, when confronted by adversaries, should anyone dare to harm Roger's comrades, his wrath would know no bounds, even to the extent of annihilating a kingdom. This sentiment is echoed in Luffy, albeit constrained by his current strength, which only allows him to demolish Frankie's shipyard. Later, in his quest to reclaim Sanji, he stirred chaos during the whole Cake Island incident. His fists were imbued with haki, and his entire being increasingly enhanced by the armament haki. Combat fortifies an individual, yet his limitations were also evident. Frankie hesitated to take action, as he, like Robin, comprehended the true nature of the challenge ahead. It is the entire world. Just as Tom articulated, his charges were instigated by the celestial dragons to compel him to surrender the design for the Pluto, a stain that could neither be absolved nor forgotten. Thus, Luffy's directive for Usopp to pierce the flag assumed utmost significance, with no retreat available. They would surely forge ahead unrelentingly. Once encircled by the world, that would be the genuine sense of moral rectitude, no matter how far they journey. They would fear not the multiplication of foes, for they had already established the most formidable adversaries beneath their feet. In essence, it is the magnitude of strength that determines outcomes. The alliance of Kaido and Big Mom would astonish even the Admiral Fujitora. While at the meeting convened by Sengoku regarding the state of affairs, even the typically composed Akainu would rush to reassure the populace. Kaido, please analyze the situations in Water 7 and Eni's lobby. I yearn to discern methods to swiftly enhance combat prowess. Beep, the analysis results are in. Data reconciliation complete. The most formidable marine technique, the 6 powers, wielded by the genius Rob Lucci, with his ultimate moves. The 6 Kings gun and the maximum round 6 Kings gun, inflicting damage of 90,000 and 180,000, respectively. Martial arts, advanced purple crystal, Zoan-type abilities. Moreover, an opportunity for growth exists, the Demon Slayer Order. The strength of the 5 elite vice admirals surpasses yours. Among them, the Weasel boasts formidable attack power, harboring deep-seated resentment yet a strong sense of justice. The Ghost Spider employs the most cunning tactics, swift of foot, capable of binding others with sea-stone handcuffs in an instant. Doberman is the quintessential tough guy, unafraid to confront the 4 emperors, a steadfast iron-blooded figure who shows no deference to Rahaired. Fire Mountain always wears a smile, smoking a cigarette, having wept only before Zephyr's demise. Stolo Berry, not only a dual-wielding swordsman, excels in iron head techniques. Having once laid an ambush that severely injured the fishman hero, Tiger. Master, the Demon Slayer Order comprises a total of 10 warships and thousands of troops. And should you survive in the hands of any of these 6 individuals, your dual haki will experience substantial enhancement. Vinci seems to have come to a realization. It speaks of surviving amidst a myriad of dangers, where resilience is paramount. A moment's inattention could transform one into a sieve. Hey, Master, do you dare to take this risk? No worries. First seek out Robluki, striving to enhance specialization and proficiency. As long as he cannot vanquish me, I shall cling to him with relentless determination. Wincy let out a chuckle, surprising Luffy, who turned back in astonishment. What's the matter, Wincy? Oh, nothing. I just remembered something delightful. Ha ha ha. A somewhat awkward atmosphere enveloped the going merry. Usopp, having just regained consciousness after a thorough bandaging, was immediately dealt a heavy blow. Abandon Mary? Luffy, what nonsense are you spouting? She has been our companion all along. I'm sure we can fix her, after all. Mary has braved the skies of Skypiea and weathered countless storms. No, Usopp, we must acquire a new ship. Mary can no longer support our journey. It's time to bid her farewell, Luffy said with a solemn expression, committing to a decisive battle. Meanwhile, Wincy, understanding that such a natural event could not be prevented, took the initiative to head to the shipyard. However, he needed to return before the duel at night. The vice-captain could not be absent from a battle concerning the fate of their comrade. Just as he had done over the past 3 years before the iceberg confrontation, he proceeded directly to provoke Rob Lucci. You again, troublesome fellow. I have important matters today. If the mystery still intends to obstruct me, don't blame me for getting serious. Rob Lucci, adept at ventriloquism, had the pigeon on his shoulder playing a perfect role in the act. I apologize, but I'm here today precisely for you to get serious. Lucci scoffed, amused. What strength could this fool possibly possess? Kaku, the mountain wind, watched the scene unfold, while Califa remained in the office with the iceberg, chopping with a kitchen knife. How despicable, resorting to such tactics. It was no surprise to anyone that Wincy would challenge Lucci. They merely took a moment to glance over. Oh, you evade quickly. You are indeed the best martial artist I have ever seen. Of course, excluding red-haired Shanks, Luffy, and Garp. Ah, it seems you don't even make the cut. ISNT that right, CP9, Rob Lucci? This remark instantly roused Lucci, whose pupils dilated like those of a feline predator, and in an instant, a finger pistol struck Wincy in the abdomen. That hurts. The finger pistol truly is an unrivaled technique. Despite the pain, Wincy returned the gesture with a finger pistol of his own, a smile gracing his face as he fixed his gaze on Lucci. At that moment, even Kaku discerned the underlying tension. Your unrefined use of haki isn't the reason you disregard my attack. And then what? Nothing follows. Just go back to sleep, mister. Wincy. Kaku suddenly stood at Wincy's side, opting not to wield dual swords but instead delivering a swift kick to Wincy's unguarded back. The only thing Kaku struck down was a dark crimson rust. Wincy activated his rusted blade form, enhancing his attributes by a third, making his physical prowess truly remarkable. Galefoot, White Thunder. A retaliatory somersault unleashed a powerful blow with a considerable range. 3,000 damage, ineffective. In the distance, the steadfast Kaku executed the Galefoot, the Chaos and Gale Foot, in rapid succession. As a formidable iron tortoise, Wincy nonchalantly accepted the challenge. Lucy remained hesitant, torn between the fact that he could not transform into his leopard form under the watchful eyes of the crowd and his curiosity to uncover the secret behind Wincy's tough exterior. Monster, you seem to possess a shell akin to that of a tortoise, yet a single strike from me could obliterate any turtle. Kaku spiraled through the air at high speed, and with a swift motion, declared, this strike embodies the pinnacle of the Gale Foot and White Thunder. Spiraling blade. Wincy braced himself against the attack, his only alteration being a haircut that left him with short hair. 9,003 damage, utterly ineffective. Are you referring to your stamina? It appears I have discovered your vulnerability. With a devilish smile, Lucci unleashed a punch upon Wincy's face, yet the latter remained unyielding, uttering a single phrase. 4,305 damage, ineffective. What do you mean by effective or ineffective? Are you mocking us? Even a facial assault can be disregarded. What can Vinsmoke say? My skin is exceptionally thick, and my recovery speed is formidable. Even if all of you from CP9 were to attack me together, there are few techniques capable of depleting my health. This is not the extent of my concern. Primarily, Vinsmoke intriguingly inquired about Lucci. Can you utilize the Six Kings gun to strike me? The more ferocious, the better. This question drove Lucci to the brink of madness. How could Vinsmo possibly know his ultimate technique? By what means had he uncovered this information? He is a member of CP9. From where did he learn of his signature move? Who possesses greater authority than the celestial dragons? In that moment, Lucci comprehended why Vinsmoke bore the moniker of the schemer. He is exceedingly enigmatic. I implore you, let us find a secluded place. If you strike me with the Six Kings gun just once, we can consider our past grievances settled, and all past transgressions on your part will be forgiven. What are your true intentions? Whom do you serve? What organization is providing you with intelligence? The Revolutionary Army, perhaps? The Six Kings gun is the pinnacle of the Navy's 6 styles, while conversely, Life Return grants vitality. Beyond Rob Lucci's use for healing, Vice Admiral Spider can also bestow life to hair, enhancing its agility. One could say that the miraculous Life Return, combined with the Navy's 6 styles, is an imitation of the natural and animalistic. Enough of this chatter. I am well aware of your intentions. You would do well to attack me swiftly, or I shall undoubtedly thwart your plans. Lucci was not inclined to concede. His brutal years as an assassin had taught his soul to remain rational and alert. This fool could not possibly know the plan. Listen. We are comrades of the same ilk. You have been undercover in Water 7 longer than I have, yet fundamentally, we are still akin to one another. This feeling of mutual respect must be what it is. Do not play tricks. I misjudged and allowed you to infiltrate my ranks for 3 years. Oh. I'll whisper this softly. You aim to assassinate the iceberg, do you not? What? Even with Lucci's calm demeanor and haughty nature, astonishment flickered across his face, nearly bringing him to tears. You truly are a monster. No wonder my spiral white blade cannot harm you. Kaku swallowed hard, scanning the surroundings. Who had leaked this information? What do you truly desire, Vinsmoke the schemer? Could it be that your scheme revolves around the pinnacle of Water 7? No, Vinsmoke shook his head, his tone resolute. I merely wish for Mr. Lucci to give me a beating. And it must be with your 6 style S ultimate technique, the Six Kings gun. You were quite shameless. Huh? You were complimenting me, are you not? The trio retreated into the alley, with Vinci exuberantly covering his face, reminiscent of a maiden caught off guard by a confession from her beloved. In reality, he was merely bracing himself for a beating. And it was he who had instigated it. The rust gradually peeled away, revealing a more formidable physique, as even the rust on the kitchen knife began to flake off. His stainless form no longer reflected a mere 1/3 increase in value, but rather a doubling, rendering him far more powerful than when encumbered by rust. However, embracing this stainless state came at a significant cost. Each use would nearly deplete his stamina, unless he mastered the art of super rust, which could mitigate the detrimental effects of stainlessness on his vitality. With the doubling effect, his effective defense approached 70,000, coupled with his inherent 50,000 health, allowing him to withstand nearly 100,000 points of lethal damage. Observing Vinci's inexplicable joy in the face of impending punishment, Ruchi's mind buzzed with confusion. Had the world truly transformed? The ultimate technique, Six Kings Spear. Moments later, the towering figure of the leopard man vanished, and the two emerged from the alley, leaving behind a pool of blood, with Vinci still gasping for breath but alive. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have endured an attack, dealing 97,000 damage. As your basic defense points did not exceed half of that, your defense points have been elevated to 48,500. Your proficiency with the fruit and various specialties has increased. And it is indeed fortunate that you can recover health rapidly, for there remain opportunities in the coming days for further encounters. A bit of jerky to regain some health before heading to the shore is prudent, otherwise, a stumble along the way could prove fatal. Vincenzo murmured to himself, taking a bite of beef jerky. Before long, he regained enough strength to lean against the wall and began consuming his rations. He contemplated using the moonwalk to swiftly return, but he needed to eat more to restore his health. Alas, the kitchen knife system truly resembled an iron tortoise, with health replenishing as effortlessly as drinking water. Yet it offered nothing else of value. In the dead of night, CP9 convened, preparing to confront Mr. Iceberg. Suddenly, a figure darted past the window, greeting each member within. Vincenzo. He was still alive. Lucci was rendered speechless, unable to fathom how this man, who had seemingly perished, could now appear unscathed. Have you encountered him today? Indeed. This lad is aware of all our plans and withstood my Six Kings gun. Kaku as a witness. Still found it hard to believe that someone could emerge unscathed from such grievous wounds. Under the moonlight, Vincenzo moved away with the moonwalk, a figure of nightmares that sent cold sweat down Bruno's back. He single-handedly blocked both me and Gabra. As the assassination plot loomed, CP9 felt an overwhelming sense of dread. And unexpectedly, Vincenzo retraced his steps. With a rustle, the curtain swayed, and he perched at the window, legs crossed, bloodied yet grinning broadly. Lucci, I shall arrive as promised tomorrow. You need only grant me a single request, and this matter will remain undisclosed, he declared. I will not negotiate with pirates. Prepare to meet your demise, scoffed Bruno alongside Califa. Facing the strongest among CP9, even 10 Vincenzos would meet their end. Wincy smiled broadly, even appearing somewhat bashful. Then please, next time, be a bit more forceful. That previous move with the 60,000 guns was rather tame. Just give me another set. The crowd regarded this young man as if he were mad. Had he not been wearing a mask that obscured his expression, their astonishment would surely have been palpable. Perhaps Wincy himself felt he had overstepped, as he nodded in apology. My apologies, Lucci. Just that 60 king guns. Give it your all. With that, he made a hasty retreat, charging into the once enigmatic and formidable CP9. He was not merely a nail in the wall, but rather a signpost, boldly inscribed with the words, "Kill me." On the coast of Water 7, a long plume of smoke drifted by. Due to Wincy's unexpected arrival, the timeline of events was slightly delayed, and the confrontation between Luffy and Usopp concluded swiftly after a single punch. You fool, how could you possibly defeat me? As Winces approached the unconscious Usopp, he felt a profound connection to this steadfast guardian of his beloved crew. Taking a seat beside the sobbing sniper, he assumed the role of an old friend. Winces was aware that Usopp had not completely lost consciousness. He was deeply saddened. His eyes shut as memories of past adventures flooded his mind. Do you remember our first encounter, you fool? You boasted of having numerous subordinates and claimed to be a pirate with a bounty in the billions. We joked about our initial sea adventure, which nearly led to our demise. You insisted on rescuing me, vowing never to abandon a comrade. But what could a petty thief like you do against the renowned Captain Carp? Yet from the moment you were returned, tearful and defeated, I understood that this clumsy, timid, weak, and insecure lad would eventually become our most astute, courageous, powerful, and confident companion. The ordeal on Skypiea revealed the ocean's terrifying nature and your own insignificance. You fear that you may no longer be able to accompany us, do you not? Sitting on the ground, Winces was bidding farewell to a past comrade, choosing not to intervene as others left medicine and food for Usopp, silently awaiting his recovery. I'm too weak, and I cannot bear to part with Mary. I used to say I would die upon reaching a certain island, but that was a lie. Now Mary is sick, and she truly cannot reach the next island. How can we save her? Should we abandon a sick companion? If I am this weak, then you might as well abandon me too. Enough, fool. Strive to become stronger with all your might. Haven't we always endeavored to do so? Do not feign helplessness. Have you seen those masked individuals? Who does not conceal their less visible side while presenting their best to the world? Luffy aspires to become the king of the pirates. What about you? What about me? As Usopp watched Winces walk away, he spent the night on the Mary, contemplating this very question. In truth, after everyone departed, there was nowhere to stay. As for a new ship, Frankie would likely dismantle it without hesitation. Meanwhile, a rumor spread like wildfire. The owner of the shipbuilding company and the mayor of Water 7, Mr. Iceberg, had been assassinated, and the culprits were none other than the Straw Hat crew. What an unfounded charge. Yet amidst the emotional turmoil and farewells to Mary, Usopp found the misunderstanding particularly distressing, especially since Frankie, seeking vengeance, arrived personally and, without explanation, struck Winces with a punch, preparing to escalate the conflict. Spare me the nonsense. Take care of my sniper. He is protecting our comrades. Frankie, did you not promise that there would be no reckoning? I wager that within 3 days, my prophecy will come to fruition. Flying chain iron fist. Humph, the words of a traitor cannot be trusted. How could you dare to lay hands on Ace Cuba? Has he not treated you well enough? Tonight, an incident is bound to occur, Frankie. Regardless, I shall personally intervene to prevent it. Just wait and see. CP9 has resolved to take action against Ace Cuba, compelling him to surrender the designs of the Underworld King. Was this all divulged by Iceberg? Humph, Vinci chuckled coldly, perplexed as to why he consistently finds himself enmeshed in various troubles. Step aside. When the opportune moment arrives, you will naturally comprehend. Otherwise, everything uttered now amounts to mere sophistry. Gale foot, whirlwind, moonwalk, drift. The escaping Vinci had no time to spare. Before nightfall, he must infiltrate the headquarters of Iceberg's company. Just before Luffy's arrival, he braced himself against Lucci's Six Kings gun. almost arriving as anticipated. Outside the dwelling where Iceberg recuperated, 5 chairs were occupied by the various foremen guarding him. With the success of the diversionary tactic, only 2 individuals remained conscious, though in reality, they were merely feigning death. Vincent placed his foot upon Lucci's face, who was compelled to feign slumber, all the while plotting to ultimately frame Luffy and forcibly seize the design of the Underworld King. Mr. Lucci, awaken. I am well aware of your charade. Hasten and execute a 6 Kings gun for me, I implore you. Once accomplished, you may resume your pretense of death, if you please. What? Lucci must continue to feign unconsciousness, yet within his mind, a cacophony of 300 tiny kittens clawing at the desk danced about. How did this fellow come to know such intricate details of the plan? Even aware of his own act of faking death? One must ponder, where does one find such a refreshingly audacious individual? Seemingly offering their head on a platter from a great distance? Hey, Mr. Lucci, are you there? Have you awakened? Surely you are not dead. Strike me if you will. Preferably with a blow capable of instant annihilation, like the 6 Kings gun. Vincent decisively struck Rob Lucci's face, ultimately leaping into the air. However, in order to ensure the smooth execution of their plan, Lucci chose to remain silent in the presence of this madman. Meanwhile, Kaku feigned death beside him, struggling to suppress his laughter at the absurdity of encountering such a situation on his inaugural mission. Hey, with a forlorn expression, Vinci appeared to be enveloped in an aura of despondency, his demeanor oddly peculiar. Very well, if you refrain from slaying me, then I shall take your life, he proclaimed. A radiant energy array manifested upon the ceiling, summoning an imposing 30-meter blade, a mere fraction of which was enough to instill terror. You must either rise and slay me now, or brace yourself for this onslaught. Rob Lucci, utterly overwhelmed, could no longer tolerate this man. He had exerted every effort merely to compel himself into striking him, to the point of lethal intent. You have sunk to a despicable low, you scheming Vinci. Regardless of your machinations, you must perish today. In a swift motion, the orc transformed into a feline form, ensnaring Lucci with its tail. While the colossal blade traversed the floor, causing Lucci to falter in his execution of a profound technique. A mere second of disorientation could lead to catastrophe. Unyielding body. Face the might of the 6 Kings spear. The sound of blood cascading echoed as Vinci remained unable to muster a smile. A notification chimed from the system. 6 Kings spear, damage, 180,000. Due to the stunning effect of the colossal blade, damage reduced by 1/3, totaling 20,000. With 20,000 health remaining and the passive ability 1000 cuts activated, his defense surged to 63,720. It was advised that he endure the full force of the 6 Kings spear next time, as a standard attack would undoubtedly deplete his health entirely. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lucci succumbed to the ground, with one hand supporting the colossal blade and surrounded by injured individuals. The crewman perceived him as the instigator of the chaos. Do you believe this lad simply collapsed on his own? Vinci realized he was about to be ensnared once more. Drawing his blade, he struck Lucci's back, executing a deceitful blow. Pfft. Lucci's innermost being felt as if it were bleeding, recognizing the vile nature of his adversary, who was even more shameless than himself. Yet what could he do? According to plan, Bruno would appear in mere moments, and until then, he had to endure the assault. However, amidst the jeers, Vinci delivered a second and third strike, muttering, "Lucci, you are truly venomous." Suddenly, an air portal opened, and Bruno emerged through the wall. The preordained strategy was for him to feign the defeat of Rob Lucci and Kaku. Vinci, are you a monster? How did you end up here? Who betrayed our plan? It can't possibly be that foolish owl. Owl, a member of CP9, had been unable to keep secrets since childhood, thus was fitted with a zipper. I declare, from this moment forth, we are allies. Do you believe me? Dream on, for I shall not collaborate with you. The unspoken animosity between us is palpable, each secretly yearning to trip the other. However, the recent arrivals perceive matters quite differently. To them, the presence of Vince Smoke means the Straw Hat Crew's misdeeds are indisputable, and this peculiar individual must surely be their accomplice. Vince Smoke, you treacherous one, despite your incessant disruptions within the company, Mr. Aseguba has still treated you with kindness. How ungrateful of you. Even with allies, escape remains elusive. Bruno begins to comprehend. Thus, the burden of guilt shall rest upon Vince Smoke, which ultimately serves their scheme more favorably. Moreover, Vince Smoke's injuries are severe. Wait, from where did this injury arise? Could it be? Indeed. He has endured yet another strike from the 6 Kings spear. Lucci is formidable, dealing blows that can make one spit blood. Twice now, what is your intention? To withstand such a perverse technique unscathed is nothing short of miraculous. Your survival can only be attributed to sheer fortune, you lunatic. Vinci wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rising with fervor. He did not endure the attack out of necessity. The shipwright's meager blow was inconsequential to him. In a swift motion, Bruno never anticipated that his mask would be so easily removed. Vinci's glance, imbued with undeniable pride, unequivocally demonstrated that this young man was deliberately escalating the situation. Mr. Bruno, shall we proceed? I shall take a brief respite, as dealing with Lucci and Kaku has considerably drained my strength. I must conserve my energy for the impending confrontation with the Ice Mountain. Just as Bruno was about to unleash a tirade, Vinci audaciously seated himself in the very chair designated for his grand entrance. The astonished crowd quickly transformed their shock into rage. The tavern's proprietor was, in fact, aligned with Vinci, a masterstroke, deceiving them for so long. Bruno's meticulously devised plan to subdue the shipwrights had not changed, yet it was glaringly evident that he had entirely lost the initiative. Vinci willingly assumed the role of the villain, dragging Bruno down with him. No wonder he was dubbed the schemer. His cunning machinations ensured that even while bearing the weight of blame, he would not allow others to find solace. What infuriated Bruno most was his compulsion to act while Vinci reclined with his legs crossed, arms folded. Suddenly, he executed a classic maneuver, prompting the white-bearded figure to shatter the air. Clenching his fists, he lunged forward. With a resounding crash, the summoned colossal cleaver descended abruptly, aimed directly at the two who feigned death. The iron plate stood firm and unyielding. As the dust settled, the giant blade carved a gaping pit, sending CP9's two members hurtling downwards, their fates uncertain. Vinci's ruthlessness towards Lucci and his companions was appalling. He must be stopped, regardless of Kaku's fate. His actions were a blatant affront to our shipbuilding company and the shipwrights. With a voice hoarse from shouting, he summoned a power that transcended human limits. Even if he could not vanquish the pretender, it would not be in vain. Do you detest me? Here I sit. Bring your best efforts. Even my subordinate, Bruno, is unable to defeat me. What gives you the right to challenge me? Vinci, you madman. I loathe you. Bruno finally comprehended that a wave of hatred had been directed solely at him. Even with a doubling of strength, an ordinary person could not triumph over him. Yet the challenge had undoubtedly become more formidable. Vinci remained unperturbed, calmly replenishing his strength as he devoured meat and sipped juice, chuckling heartily. You shameless wretch, Vinci. A traitor will meet a grim fate. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Don't think that just because you can kick Cailan away, you can be my opponent. The cacophony of insults persisted until the last individual succumbed to unconsciousness. Bruno, having suffered considerable injury, turned breathlessly and strolled towards the long-awaited Vinci. Simultaneously, from the two gaping pits created by the large cleaver, two figures sprang forth. Having donned their attire and masks, they were Rob Lucci and Kaku. At this moment, aside from the door behind them and the icy sanctuary for healing, all other directions were encircled by CP9. Have you cleaned up that meager blood of yours? The first naval genius of the Six Powers, the mightiest of CP9, ha ha ha, Rob Lucci. Right here, I, Kiki D, Vinci, demand you unleash the third Six Kings gun. Do you dare? Whether it be the long-nosed Kaku or the infuriated Bruno, in their eyes, Vinci had long ascended to the status of a primary figure. Forcing Rob Lucci to employ the three ultimate Six Kings guns indicated that he was undoubtedly superior to any member of CP9, save for Lucci himself. Humph. Of course I will strike, and it cannot be a mere ordinary blow. Those previous strikes were quite vicious. Even now, I can still feel a faint ache. Then I shall return the favor in kind. Despite their affiliations as spies and assassins, they possess their own codes of conduct. Were it not for Vinci's despicable and ruthless actions, Lucci would not have been provoked to attack him from behind. With radiant light flickering from his dual eyes, Vinci stood fearless, enveloped in a dazzling aura of blade-like brilliance. His indomitable form remained unyielding. Hissing, his blood essence evaporated as the tail secured him firmly. A powerful shout resonated, stirring the hearts of all. The ultimate technique, the Six King Spear. What? Even Lucci cannot unleash his most formidable move without limits. It seems he too recognizes the peril this adversary presents. Even if they desire him alive, we must eliminate him swiftly to avert future threats. Those who have witnessed Vinci's potential and treachery secretly rallied to ensure his demise. Boom. The door shattered under the force of the impact, and Vinci collapsed into a pool of blood, grievously wounded. Iceberg furrowed his brow in silence, while Cailan and Robin aimed their guns at him. Vinci, battered and broken, lay on the ground, and Robin's previously calm demeanor faltered with concern, for the bloodshed spoke volumes of his injuries. Removing their masks, Iceberg was taken aback for a fleeting moment before a bitter smile graced his lips. CP9, why must you harm my friend? He lamented. Icekaba, not only him, but you too shall perish. The conspirator Vinci is but a trivial harbinger of greater calamities. Oh, Luffy, Zoro, Barry, and Nami made their grand entrance, illustrating that Vinci's schemes had indeed bought them precious time. My first mate is not so easily extinguished. He is destined to foretell all. Trembling, Vinci rose with Luffy's support, defiantly raising his middle finger at Lucci. Foolish leopard, the spine of the blade is its strongest defense, while the edge used for assault is its most vulnerable aspect. Have you allowed rage and shame to cloud your judgment? Damn it, I shall erase all of you and reduce the shipbuilding company's headquarters to ashes. As Vinci succumbed to unconsciousness, he remained steadfast, assured by the dependable comrades at his back. The formidable Six Kings gun, wielded with the lethal precision of a leopard's tail, unleashed its most potent attack, inflicting a staggering damage of 186,300. With an unyielding physique and double defense, he amassed a total of 210,000 points, bolstered by a recovery of 30,000 health and a 50 increase in total defense from a surprise attack. His defense consequently rose to half the value of the damage, reaching 93,150. Mastery in physical techniques, classified as golden mid-tier, stood at 1,730,020,000, while swordsmanship, also of golden mid-tier, was recorded at 1,823,020,000. His proficiency in fruits, now at golden high tier, was 936,050,000. A mere step away from unlocking the observation hockey, a friendly reminder echoed that upon reaching maximum proficiency, the conditions for the first transformation of the purple crystal would be met. Persevere, my inept master, rang the encouragement, but Vinci retorted, silence. Allow me a moment's respite from your incessant chatter. Amidst the cacophony of battle, the ice mountain stood resolute on the floor, bracing for fate. While Vinci lay sprawled upon the grand bed, snoring thunderously, undisturbed by the tumult around him. What does it mean to have 20,000 health? Even with a sliver of life, he could endure. The reason the formidable individuals thrived surpassing the average person is that a tenth of bronze equates to merely 10 points of health, while a tenth of diamond boasts a remarkable 100,000 points. Only those of the same or higher tiers perceive them as critically wounded, in contrast to ordinary mortals. They remain monstrous beings. Even in the throes of death, Whitebeard possessed an indomitable courage, unyielding to gunfire, cannon blasts, or blade and axe strikes. This battle was destined for